Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 2 of the series. Chapter 66, Bear San does her best for Noah. Some days passed after we arrived at the capital. Today, when Fina, Noah, and I were touring the capital, we met some running adventurers. After that, we met a number of them going towards the guild. Had something happened? I'll go see what happened. What do the two of you want to do? Yuna. I'll come too. Noah. Me too. Fina. Well, I wouldn't take a request, so it wouldn't be a problem. When we arrived at the Adventurers Guild, there was a crowd of noisy, worried, and anxious people. In the middle of all this, we heard the voice of a shouting adventurer. What are we going to do? Adventurer. For now, the guild master is in the middle of the investigation. There will be an announcement to the guild in a short moment, so please wait a little more. Guild staff. A guild staff member said while doing his best to contain the crowd of adventurers. Big sis Yuna, did something happen? Fina. It seems so. Yuna. I decided to try to find someone that would be able to explain. I found Marina, the adventurer we met during our trip to the capital. Marina, did something happen? Yuna. Yuna. Marina. Everyone seems so uneasy. Yuna. Ah, it seems that a group of monsters has been seen. Apparently, a lot of adventurers died when that happened. The guild dispatched an investigation team upon hearing the report. They just came back, but it doesn't look like good news. Marina. Is there any news we know of? Yuna. A group of goblins, wolves, and orcs have been found, and some adventurers saw wyverns, too. Marina. Were there wyverns near the capital? Yuna. How would that be possible? I have never heard of wyverns near the capital. Marina. While I was listening to the story, the guild master, Miss Sonia, came from the interior of the guild. The guild became even noisier with her appearance. I will announce the result of the investigation, so be quiet. Sonia. The guild became quiet at her words. From the information the scouts came back with, there is an assembly of more than 10,000 goblins and wolves. More than that, there are 500 orcs. We couldn't confirm the number of wyverns, but they have been seen with this mobilization. Sonia. After hearing her words, the adventurers became noisy again. You won't say that we have to exterminate all that by ourselves, right? Adventurer. This message is being carried to the castle as well. We will probably join forces with the soldiers to eliminate the threat. Sonia. Do we have the time to wait for them? Adventurer. For now, there aren't any soldiers that can mobilize, but it is just a matter of time. Sonia. Why? This has never happened before. Adventurer. No, there was a report of orcs coming onto the main road and there was a report saying the number of goblins and wolves are increasing. That's why we have to stop their advance to the west. Sonia. The west, that was where Crimonia was, right? When Noah heard it, she became pale. Father Will. Noah. Is it possible that the plans he had were, Yuna? Yes, I think it was going to happen very soon. Noah. He must have an escort with him, so as long as he isn't attacked by the horde, it will be okay. Yuna. Yes, Noah. However, Noah's face was still tense. Fina, I'm sorry, but could you bring Noah back to her house? Yuna. And what will you do, big sis Yuna? Fina. I will listen to the story for a bit longer. Maybe all adventurers will have to participate, so when I go back, I will sleep tight. Yuna. Understood. Fina. Fina took Noah and left the guild. It's impossible. We can't win against that many. Adventurer. We are calling the upper-ranked adventurers now. Sonia. And in the meantime? Adventurer. That, I don't know. I will have the adventurers divided by ranks to participate in the extermination. E ranks and D ranks will Exterminate goblins and wolves. C ranks and higher will exterminate orcs. When that is finished, I will have them exterminate the wyverns. F ranks will be behind, providing materials and giving treatment to the wounded. We will meet at the west gate and leave tomorrow morning. Prepare your own things. Are there any other questions? Sonia. What is the reward? Adventurer. I will separate it by rank. After all, it would be impossible to separate it by kills. Sonia. In the case we kill any wyverns, what do we do with the materials? Adventurer. This time, the monsters will be taken by the guild. It doesn't matter how many one person kills. This is an emergency request. All other requests will be suspended for the time being. There will be a ban on leaving the capital at every gate, so don't forget that. Sonia. If you didn't hurry, you wouldn't be able to get out of the city, huh? When I got the information I wanted and exited the guild, Fina and Noah, who I asked to go back, were still there. What are the two of you doing here? Yuna. Yuna-san, do you think my father is okay? Noah. Tomorrow morning, the adventurers will depart. If they join him during the travel, I think he will be okay. Yuna. The problem was, when would the monsters move? It resembled a game event, but if you died, you wouldn't revive, right? Noah, I am sorry, but I will leave Fina with you, okay? If she was alone, I would worry, after all. Yuna. No problem. Noah. Then, I'm counting on you, okay? Yuna. Noah had her mother and the maids, but it was better if Fina wasn't alone for too long. Big sis Yuna, don't die, okay? Fina. It's just impossible for me to die, right? Yuna. I patted the two girls' heads. After I separated from them, I ran to the west gate. I wanted to arrive there before the guild staff. I showed my guild card to the guard. The guard didn't have a reaction. It seems I was in time. When I stepped outside, I summoned Swaying Bear. I would feel really bad to let an acquaintance die. I went towards Crimonia. Swaying Bear ran at top speed. It covered the distance faster than a horse. Since I became stronger, maybe my bears became stronger, too. No mistake, he was faster than he was the first time I summoned him. In a very short time, I arrived at the place that took us 5 days of travel to come from while using a carriage. Gran's carriage had been attacked by orcs close to this place. I found a large quantity of monsters by using the detection magic while running. It was in this forest. I saw a forest in the distance. The monsters hadn't moved yet. What to do? Do I meet with Cliff, or exterminate the monsters? I didn't know about the wyverns, but even if I was attacked by goblins or wolves, I wouldn't be injured, thanks to the protection of the bear armor. Although I would be blown away if I received the orcs' attacks, that was it. I could counterattack afterwards. No choice. I will do my best just this once. For the sake of my peaceful life. I directed Swaying Bear towards the forest. Chapter 67, Bear-san is Peerless. The results from the detection magic showed that the monster horde was scattered all throughout the forest. In the middle of the forest, goblins, wolves, and orcs were separated into different groups. If the number of monsters in the report was correct, there were 5,000 goblins. However, the problem was neither their strength nor their numbers. The problem was that I didn't know if I had enough magic power. Up to now, I have never used my magic power to the point of depletion. Just how much magic power I had, or how much of it I could release, I didn't know at all. In the game, there was MP, magic points. In this world as well, there was a maximum magic power capacity. However, I didn't know how to investigate it. Maybe there was one. Hence, I didn't know how much magic power I had. Also, unlike the game, the magic power you used was not fixed. In the game, you would consume 10 MP when you cast a fireball. In this world, there weren't any standards regarding that. Even if it was the same fireball, you could charge your magic power, and like that you could infinitely increase its power. In terms of MP, you could use 5, 20, or 50. I didn't know how much magic power I could charge up. This battle wouldn't be against monsters, but against the amount of magic power I could use. Swaying Bear, thanks for all your work until now. I caressed Swaying Bear's head as reward for running from the capital without a break until now. Then I recalled Swaying Bear and summoned Hugging Bear. Hugging Bear, from now on, we will be running non-stop through packs of monsters, so I am counting on you. I caressed Hugging Bear's neck. As I finished my preparations, I hopped on Hugging Bear and entered the forest. Just after I entered the forest, a small number of goblins started to approach. I instantly invoked wind magic and cut their heads off. It was auto-homing magic, a magic where you locked onto a target, then fired. After that, it would automatically seek at the target. While using detection magic, I cut the goblins' necks. A white bear ran through the forest. At the same time, goblins' necks were cut. I didn't count, but I think around 1,000 heads were cut. My magic power had not dried up yet. I launched magic in the direction of a pack of goblins. In Hugging Bear's path, there were goblin corpses without heads lying around. A white shadow and wind magic ran through the forest. Through detection magic, I could see that packs of goblins were disappearing. Only a few of them remained. I didn't know how many monsters I had killed. I still had plenty of magic power remaining. In the game, I would have known how many points I would have left though. From my position, on the right there was a pack of wolves, on the left was a horde of orcs, and lastly, in the center were wyverns. Since I didn't know exactly when my magic power would dry up, I decided that exterminating the orcs would be more important than the wolves. I postponed the extermination of the wyverns. I had fought them in the game, but not in this world. Fighting the monsters you knew you could fight first was the normal strategy in games. It was really troublesome if the small fries surrounded you during a tough fight. I brought out orange juice from the bear box and took a little break. As I drank the orange juice, I asked Hugging Bear to go where the orcs were stationed. Hugging Bear, I'm sorry. Hang on for just a little bit longer. I hadn't killed even half of the monsters. A few minutes later, I encountered the horde of orcs. Unlike what I had done for the goblins, I increased the magic power charge of wind magic. A goblin's and orcs' neck strength was vastly different after all. It would be great if I could cut off their heads with twice the magic power. I fired the wind magic towards the orcs. The orcs' heads were cleanly cut. No problem, it seemed. There were approximately 500 orcs. Unlike the goblins, the orcs had higher endurance, and their strength was on an entirely different level. That was why I would only kill them with ranged attacks. The orcs brandished their weapons and rushed towards me with an abnormal speed for giants. As Hugging Bear ran, some arrows came flying at us. Orc archers. In the game as well, there were orcs that used bows and arrows. The projectiles were really troublesome. I wrapped Hugging Bear with wind magic. There was magic coming at us as well. Are there orc mages too? The orc archers were using bows. The orc mages were using staves. The orc lancers were using huge lances. The rest were using swords. So annoying. Numbers were numbers. With earth magic, I created 30 earth bear golems. At that moment, for the first time, I had the sensation of my magic being drained from me. Was that a little too much? The bear golems ran to the orcs and stabbed the throats of the orcs with sharp nails. I cut off their heads, too. Even if the bear golems were pierced by arrows, they didn't stop. They could block magic, and if they had wounds, I could use magic to repair it. Wherever the golems and I went, a path of orc corpses was created. I still have magic power. I made sure I had magic power in my body. Just the wolves and the wyverns are left for elimination. I fought this much, but thanks to the bear suit, I didn't have much fatigue. Let's persist a little more. The place where the wyverns were. They didn't budge from the center. To restore a small amount of magic power, I changed to the white bear suit. There wasn't anybody here, right? When I wore the white bear suit, it made me warmer, and I could tell that my magic power was being restored. Now a white bear, I started fetching the corpses of the orcs and put them into the bear box while going back to the place where I killed the goblins. I took the swords, bows, and staves as spoils of war as well. In the end, the only things that remained were the heads I had cut off. They were heads, you know. It was disgusting going near them, and it seemed that it wasn't a part you could use. I just had no need to bring them back. That was why the road I took turned from a path of orc corpses to a path of orc heads. After I finished gathering the corpses, I decided to take a short break in my white bear suit. When I sensed that a good part of my magic power was back, I changed to the black bear suit. Now, let's go kill some wyverns. I hopped back onto Hugging Bear and rode to the wyverns' location. When I thought about it, even though I made so much noise while fighting, the wyverns hadn't budged at all. Was there a reason why? When I approached the wyvern pack, I found out why. They were sleeping. Was it possible that somebody made them fall asleep? I didn't really know why, but I will kill them before they wake up. I approached the wyverns silently, and cut their heads off one by one. It ended anticlimactically. Even though their companions had their necks cut right beside them, they didn't wake up. When I finished killing the wyverns, I put their corpses into the bear box. Was it okay that it was so easy to collect wyvern materials? When I finished collecting the corpses, the earth started to tremble. The ground was rising. I jumped back. In the game there were monsters that came from the ground as well. Monsters like giant caterpillars or earthworms that opened immense holes and crawled out of them. I didn't notice it with detection magic. Did the detection magic not reach deep underground? Or could I not detect it because it was under the wyverns? So disgusting. A worm was coming out of the ground. It was bigger than the black viper. The worm turned to face me. Lots of saliva was drooling from its mouth. The worm saw me as food. A really big mouth was attacking me. I dodged by jumping back. It was big, but fast. Even in the game, it was a monster I didn't fight because of how disgusting it was. It was said that when you attacked its skin, fluid scattered and a foul odor propagated. Immediately afterwards, the skin regenerated. A really troublesome monster. However, I had bear magic now. With the same strategy one used to kill the black viper, I can kill this worm. I created 10 fire bear cubs and made them run into the big open mouth. The worm, thinking that they were food, hungrily tried to eat them. The cubs, which had disappeared into the worm's mouth, didn't stop burning. I thought that was the best magic against a giant life form. Even if the exterior was strong, the interior was tender. The worm thrashed on the ground for some time before it stopped moving. Will this sell? It seemed there were some places where people eat caterpillars, but I didn't think someone would eat that. Even if Fina and the rest ate that, I didn't want to feed them something like this. For now, let's dispose of it, and I will think about it later. If it becomes money, then it's all good. I placed the dead worm in the bear box. Just the wolves remained. I had magic power remaining, so I went to kill the wolves. I dispatched the wolves easily. The biggest task was putting the wolves inside the bear box. I made the bear golems transport them to me and then placed them inside the bear box. I put the last one in. With that, the monster hunt was completed. I hopped on Hugging Bear and got out of the forest, which reeked of blood. The air was good. When I looked at the sky, the sun had gone down, and it was evening. I took the trip-only bear house out and decided to stop here for a night. Why was it that, even if my body wasn't really tired, I felt really tired? It had to be something like the tiredness of the soul. I ate a simple dinner, and after I bathed, I went directly to my bed and drifted into the world of dreams. Chapter 68, Bear San Negotiates. When I woke up, it was a few hours after sunrise. I had overslept a little, but I didn't have to rush back. I took my time with breakfast, and when I went out, I saw a familiar face. Cliff. I knew it. This bear house is Yuna's. Why are you here? That's my line. I'm going to the capital, of course. When I looked around, there were 6 of Cliff's guards. They were the guards I had seen at his place. They were all on horses, not using a carriage. This sort of forced march journey was impossible for Noah, I thought. That was probably why he entrusted her to me. I came to pick you up, Cliff. But, now that it's no longer necessary, I'm going back to the capital. Pick me up. There was a horde of monsters around here, and it made Noah worried. But, if it's no longer necessary, that means you killed them all, right? I couldn't really obediently nod here. If this sort of thing got out, there was no doubt that it would become a real pain. There was a possibility that my peaceful life would crumble. After all, I killed more than 10,000 monsters, and I even killed a worm. Yeah, what to do? Well, for you, who killed a black viper, a monster horde is no problem, right? In reality, you already subjugated a horde of goblins, and you even got the Goblin King's sword. It seemed that to Cliff, the one who killed all the monsters was me. If I told him how many monsters there were, what kind of face would he make? However, if I didn't deny it now, it would become problematic when we arrived at the capital. Maybe it would have been better if I had left earlier. I wanted to say that to the past me. Though saying that now was just useless. Cliff, can I use the debt you owe me now? What's with that serious expression? It's a fact that I owe you a debt, but I can't agree to your demand before hearing what you want. First let's talk about it, after that I will see. Then is it okay to talk inside the house? I said after looking at the guards. Understood. You can take a break here. Cliff gave an order to his guards and entered the bear house. After entering the bear house, I had Cliff seated and started explaining. The fact that in this forest there were 10,000 goblins and wolves, 500 orcs, and 50 wyverns, and the fact that the capital was preparing to deal with it. That Noah was on the brink of tears because Cliff was traveling towards the capital. Which made me come here to escort him. But before I could find him, I discovered the horde. And that I exterminated them all. Finally, the fact that I killed a giant worm, which wasn't in the guild's report. Right now, I really am regretting the fact that I heard all that, but I'm also really thankful. You have my gratitude. Cliff lowered his head slightly. In novels or manga, a noble lowering his head to a commoner was a rare thing. It was for Noah's sake, so don't worry about it. If you weren't her father, I would have abandoned you after all. I see, I will have to thank Noah, too. Your request is for me to keep silent about you subjugating them, right? I don't want to stand out after all. Why? You could become a hero. You could have wealth and honor. Not interested, and it would be too much of a bother if I was summoned. I just want to live happily and peacefully. That's why I want to end this case peacefully. But 10,000 monsters, 500 orcs, wyverns, and a giant worm, huh? I can't believe it. Then do you want to see them? Yes, for now I will have my soldiers investigate the forest. I only have your words, after all. Cliff exited the house and ordered his soldiers to investigate the forest. The soldiers, tilting their heads in confusion, obeyed Cliff's orders and left to search the forest. With that, nobody will see, right? Taking my feelings into consideration, he had all his soldiers go away. The moment I could no longer see his subordinates, I took out all of the wyverns. I took out the corpse of the worm, too. Now that I looked at it again, it was grotesque. I hate every type of creepy crawly. I, the hikikomori, hadn't touched a bug since kindergarten. For someone like me, it was impossible to like them. Cliff also looked at the worm like he couldn't believe its size. Should I take out the orcs as well? No, it's okay. Put them away. Cliff held his head again and thought. I wish it was a joke. It would be preferable if you didn't talk about what happened. From your story, the adventurers and soldiers from the capital are coming here, right? It will surely be a problem if they don't know who killed them, you know. Nobody saw the worm, and if you don't talk, they won't know it was me. You. He had a stunned expression. For now, you have to at least report this to the guild master, or it won't be settled. After that, the guild master will handle the situation and stop the march of the adventurers and soldiers. The result was that we would have to discuss it with the guild master. After that, the die was cast. Cliff and I decided to go to the capital while we waited for the inspection of the forest to finish. I had to adjust my speed to that of a horse, so my speed was slower than when I came. 2 days later, we could see the party of adventurers. Thanks to good timing, they were taking a break. So that I would not surprise the adventurers, I recalled Swaying Bear, hopped on Cliff's horse and joined the adventurers. Era, isn't it the runaway Unichan? When we found the guild master, she said this. It seemed that I was labeled as a runaway. Well, I was in the guild with my bear costume. Lots of people had to have seen me, and just after that, I had left the capital, so it was normal to think I had run away. And this person is? It's been a while, Sonia, about a year. Cliff, long time no see. I've been in the care of your wife. I see, she is doing well too, huh? So, why are you here with Yuna-chan? Ah, it was my daughter's request, she asked her to be my escort. Still, that doesn't change the fact that she ran away from the mission this time. All other quests are on hold after all. However, that only applies once the guards at the gate have been informed. She left before that. Your messenger was too slow. That's why Yuna doesn't have to be punished. Understood, but from here on out, I will have Yuna-chan participate in this monster hunt. We cannot afford to let the girl that can defeat tiger wolves and black vipers alone go back to the capital like this. About that, can we talk a little? What is this, so suddenly? Cliff confirmed that there was nobody around him. It's about the case. Something troublesome happened, that's why we need your power as the guild master. Including the wyverns, Yuna defeated the 10,000 monsters alone. Huh. And there's more, there was a giant worm. A giant worm. Yeah, she showed me the corpses. I didn't personally go into the forest to see the proof, but I think it's okay to believe her. She doesn't have any reason to lie, after all. Fame, wealth. Yuna said that she doesn't want it. On the contrary, she wants us to stay quiet about her defeating the monsters. She has the peculiarity of wearing this sort of clothing, and she herself said she wants to live peacefully. Is this a joke? What is? The fact that she exterminated the monsters, or the fact that she wants to live peacefully with this sort of clothing? Both. Both are true, it seems. It seems that these two were saying anything they wanted while I was calmly listening. That's why we came to speak with you. Yuna-chan, explain it all in detail. Sonia-san turned in my direction. I explained what happened in the forest. In other words, in the forest there are 5,000 goblin corpses and 500 orc heads, right? I didn't count them all, though. I just assumed the number was the same as the amount stated in the report you gave in the guild. I don't know the number, but my soldiers confirmed a great amount of goblin corpses in the forest. Sonia held her head. Is it okay to be glad? Or should I be troubled? I can't decide. You should be glad. Yuna-chan, is it really okay? You could be a hero, obtain fame, honor, and wealth, Don't need it. See, if I were to lose my freedom in exchange, I didn't want it. Understood. Let's think optimistically. The extermination was completed without anyone dying. The problem is, who did it, right? Let's prepare a script, so that we're all on the same page. What do we do? An A-rank adventurer party came and hunted them down. After that, they took all the materials with the exception of the goblins before departing. And who will you choose from the A-ranks? Anybody is fine. It just has to be an unknown A-rank. What do we do with the worm? You just have to not talk about it. The story was made. Sonia-san assembled all of the adventurers and explained the situation. All of you, listen. All of the 10,000 monsters and the wyverns have been killed by an A-rank adventurer. An A-rank adventurer. That's right. All that remains are the corpses of the goblins with their magic stones and the heads of the orcs. That's why, I will have you separate into two groups. One group will return to the capital and the other will clean up the goblins. Are there really no more monsters? None, why would I lie? The remunerations are the goblins' magic stones. However, after you finish extracting the stone, get rid of the corpse. Those who go back won't be remunerated. Feel free to decide what you will do. After Sonia's explanation, almost all the adventurers with a level higher than D decided to go back. The lower ranks, coveting the 5,000 goblin stones, decided to continue forward. The guild master Sonia decided to go with the dismantling force to see the actual site. Cliff, thank you. Don't worry about it. It should be me thanking you. Then I will go back first. You don't want to go back together? With my bear, I can arrive in a few hours after all. I see, that's amazing. I summoned Swaying Bear and headed to the capital. Chapter 69, Bear San, in the middle of an incident. TL note, the POV changed a lot in this chapter. I tried to do something more linear, but well. This is the story of a magician. 10 years ago, this magician had been banished from the capital. As a result, he swore that he would get his vengeance. I only used a prisoner as a sacrifice, but they banished me from the capital after cutting off one of my arms. He couldn't forgive the king. Just killing him wouldn't do. I'll destroy the country that he loves. I'll destroy it. I'll kill all of his citizens. I'll grant him despair. I'll present the scene of his country's destruction to him without killing him. 10 years have passed since he swore that. 5,000 goblins. 5,000 wolves. 500 orcs. 50 wyverns. 1 worm. I have assembled them. I have assembled them. Now is the time for my vengeance. The man was delighted. I am finally at this point. His body was worn out, and his life force was fading from him. However, his mind was focused only on revenge. He was living for the sole purpose of driving the king to despair. The magic that controlled the monsters was one that drained his life force. But, I will offer this life for revenge. First, I will see the king's face in despair. The men went to the capital and snuck into the castle. Since the men had worked there before, he knew 1 or 2 ways to infiltrate the castle. Thus, he entered the office of the king without being noticed. Bastard, who are you? Did you forget? It's me, Grissom, the man you banished. Grissom. The king couldn't recognize the face of this withered man. He couldn't remember because of how different the face was compared to a decade ago, and the simple fact that this man was now in the castle. Long time no see. Why and how did you come here? Of course, I came here by infiltrating the castle. Don't bother calling the guards. I just came here to talk. Talk. By now, a monster horde has been found near here, right? It must be so terrible. Why would someone like you know of this? That's because I was the one who assembled them to take my revenge against you. Revenge, you say? Yes. Revenge, grudge, spite, you can call it what you want. I just want to see your face full of despair. Then you've seen plenty already. The king knew about the number of monsters, but he was worried nonetheless. There would be some damage, after all. No, not enough. I want to see you despair at the sight of your country being destroyed by wyverns, your citizens killed by orcs, goblins, and wolves wandering on your territories, and seeing the children being slaughtered. Grissom was delighted just imagining it. Bastard. It's useless even if you kill me, you know. It's not like I came here without any means to break out. The king lowered the sword in his hands. If I invoke my magic now, the monsters will come to the capital. Then in a few days, the capital will be attacked by monsters, I assume. The magic will also be activated if I'm killed. In any case, you will just have to watch it in silence. There are adventurers, knights, and soldiers in this country. I don't think that it will be that easy to finish off the capital. Of course, I don't think it will be entirely destroyed. Just half of it is okay. I will be really happy by just having the wyverns destroying the gates and have the monsters invade after that. Just with that, how many citizens will be killed, I wonder. A smile floated on Grissom's face. The adventurers have already left to eradicate the monsters. The soldiers are also preparing themselves. The adventurers and the soldiers may sacrifice themselves, but they will protect the citizens. The adventurers won't vanquish the monsters. I have prepared a giant worm. The adventurers will surely become good snacks, and the worm will then come to the capital looking for more. Bastard. If they can't kill the worm, there will be no one to kill the goblins and the wolves. This country will be destroyed. That's why I will be able to see your despairing face. Don't screw with me. I am not joking. It's the monsters I assembled with my life. Ugh. Blood sprayed from Grissom's mouth. The magic to control the monsters, as you can see, isn't really convenient. It burns my magic power and my life. It's sad that I won't be able to see your bitter face to the end, but until then, I will help myself and enjoy. Gruzum invoked his magic. All of his magic power was eaten. Even Gruzum's last sliver of life was taken away from him. Gruzum. With that, the worm shall wake up, and the wyverns and other monsters will come to the capital. I will be looking at your desperate face from somewhere, and watch the destruction of the capital too. Smiling painfully, Gruzum disappeared. Gruzum. The scream didn't reach Gruzum. What happened, Your Highness? Having heard the scream of the king, an imperial soldier rushed inside. Call Zhang right now. The imperial soldier ran off after saluting. Not long after that, Zhang, an elder with a mustache, entered the room. He was the prime minister of this country. Your Highness, you called me. Send the knights, the soldiers, and the magicians to the monster extermination. Eleonora is doing the preparation now. Inform them that, among the monsters, there is a worm. Ask them to prepare a counterplan, too. A worm. That's right. If we don't do something, the adventurers will be all killed for no reason. Your Highness, where did you hear this information? There is no time. I will explain it later, so for now, hurry. Zhang left the room while rushing. Make it in time. He thought that, but how many deaths would be necessary to bring down a worm? It wasn't difficult to figure out that Gruzum had prepared everything for the birthday party, when a lot of people had assembled in the capital. If it was not defeated, the damage would be astronomical. Damn it, are there no other countermeasures? The adventurers had already departed from the capital, and the knights, soldiers, and magicians departed the next day. 3 days later, incredible news arrived. An A-rank adventurer had killed all of the monsters. The king's mouth was agape. It was a letter from the guild master that brought the news. It was trustworthy. It brought him relief, but really, who was this A-rank? Was it a coincidence that he was there? There were some questions remaining, but for now, the danger had been avoided. The only thing left to do was find Gruzum, who was somewhere in the capital. However, when the king was alone in his room, Gruzum reappeared. What is the meaning of this? The adventurers and soldiers came back. It seems that all the monsters that you had prepared have been killed by an A-rank adventurer. An A-rank adventurer? That's impossible. All the high-ranking adventurers should be away. I sent them away, after all. I don't understand it either, but this was all written in a letter from the guild master. That's a lie. Ugh. Gruzum vomited blood. Will I die before my revenge is fulfilled? All because of an unknown adventurer. My plan should have been perfect. Gruzum looked at the king with a face full of despair. Why? Why are you laughing? With that, it's over. The king took his sword and slew Gruzum. Gruzum had neither the strength nor the will to dodge now. He couldn't enact his revenge. It had been the sole thing that permitted him to stay alive. The king called the imperial guards to deal with Gruzum's corpse. I will have to thank this adventurer. He protected the country, the citizens, and the lives of the adventurers and the soldiers, after all. Chapter 70, Bear-san, Meeting with the King. I returned first and went to Noah's mansion to fetch Fina. The capital was still noisy. Well, a fast messenger would come tomorrow and it would settle down. When I arrived at the residence, Suriri-san, who I made the flower bed with, took me to the living room. After she told me to wait a little, I heard running, and the door burst open. Both Fina and Noah entered the room. You two, were you all right? More importantly, are you okay, big sis Yuna? Yuna-san, how is father doing? It's fine. The monsters have been exterminated, and I made sure Cliff was okay. He will probably arrive within a few days, I think. The smiling Noah was back. Noah, thank you for looking after Fina. Not at all, she is my friend, so it's natural. Noah-sama. Fina seemed happy. The day after I got back to the capital, the messenger arrived. After that, the soldiers and adventurers gradually came back and talked about the mysterious party of adventurers. In the middle of this, Cliff also arrived. The guild master Sonya-san returned the day after that, and I was ordered to report to the guild. Welcome, Yuna-chan. So, did you need something? Yes, there is a little problem, you see. She continued talking while avoiding eye contact. The king, you see, wants to meet with Yuna-chan, or more specifically, the imaginary A-rank adventurer. The king wants I can refuse, right? That as he said that he wanted it at all costs, you see. He keeps asking for your name. Of course, I didn't talk about you, Yuna-chan. The king big troubles. The formula appeared in my head. Sonya-san, thank you for taking care of me. I will go on a journey, so please don't search for me. I recited a phrase that often came out in templates. Wait a minute. If you run, there will be a wanted poster. If you run, I will tell him your name. Is that a threat? I am talking about finding a compromise. You don't want anyone to know about what you did, right? Then, what about just talking about it with the king? I will ask His Highness to not tell anyone else. You can do something like that. He was the king of a country. Didn't she understand that? Not to mention, an unknown adventurer wouldn't be able to see the king without guards in the room. He's a man of his word, so if we can make him swear, it will be possible. And if he doesn't? At the worst, you will become a hero or receive a medal. You may have to do a handshake with the king during the birthday event. How far do I have to walk to go to another country? If possible, a country far enough away that this country won't have any influence there. That's why, Yuna-chan, won't you give me one day? If His Highness swears, won't you meet him? It won't be too late to run after that, right? She was right. I just had to run if he was about to make me a hero. I unwillingly accepted Sonya-san's proposal and left the guild. Afterwards, I returned and leisurely passed time in the bear house. Sonya-san came in the evening. Sorry for coming at this late hour. No problem. So, did you finish talking to the king? Yes, His Highness will see you alone. Will it really be just the king? He's the king, you know. What would happen if I was an assassin? I will be present as well, just in case. His Highness also absolutely wants to meet and thank the one who killed the monsters, it seems. That's why he accepted all of my requests. If he went to that extent, I couldn't refuse. Then, when do I have to go see him? Tomorrow morning, I will come and get you. Then, I'll ask the most important question. Is it okay to go with this kind of clothing? Though, if it's impossible, I will leave the capital today. If I didn't have the bear suit, I wouldn't be able to escape. It's okay. I asked His Highness if he wanted to see you even if you wore strange clothes, and he responded that it was no problem, after all. Even though my mood was still heavy, the next day came. I was praying that Sonya-san wouldn't come, but my prayer apparently didn't reach the heavens, because she came to pick me up. I asked Fina to take care of the house and went to the castle with Sonya-san. When we entered the castle, someone I didn't want to see was standing there. Era. Yuna-chan. What are you doing here with the guild master? We met Eleonora-san, who was walking around in the castle. There was a high chance that I would see Eleonora-san, since she worked at the castle. However, meeting her even though the castle was so vast, what was with this bad timing? Eleonora-sama, good morning. Yuna-chan and I had a little business in the castle. Era, is that so? Where are you going? I will come as well. No, that's. Era, don't be so reserved. I have some free time, after all. Is it okay with your job? My subordinates are excellent, so there's no problem. Sonya-san was troubled with those words. Of course, I was troubled too. After seeing our faces, Eleonora-san burst into laughter. Foo-foo, sorry. Don't make such troubled faces. I heard the story about the monsters from Cliff, after all. Of course, I didn't talk about it with anyone, so don't fret. You are going to meet with the king now, right? Your personality is really rotten, Eleonora-sama. But, that's because Yuna-chan didn't say anything to me. I didn't have any choice, Eleonora-san. You are affiliated with the castle, after all. That's not a reason to muzzle Cliff, right? It was really hard to make him talk, you know. Cliff did his best, huh? With that, I wanted to be angry, but I couldn't. Still, how did she make him talk? If you have already heard the story, Eleonora-sama, Do you really want to come with us? Yes, I am coming. There is the story I heard from Cliff too, after all. We, the three of us now, went to the King Sama's audience room. Imperial guards were standing at the entrance. It seemed that the guards had been informed, and when they saw the guild master, they guided us into the room. You did well to come here. When we entered, I saw a handsome middle-aged man who was past his 40s. This man must be the king. However, he didn't wear a crown. Eleonora is here too. The person who killed the monsters is my acquaintance, after all. Eleonora-san was looking at me. Noticing that, the king's gaze also turned to me. Anne. I heard that you would bring an A-rank adventurer. Who is this girl wearing a bear suit? Your Highness, pardon me. There isn't any A-rank adventurer. The one who killed all the monsters was this girl alone. I say that, but I am sure you won't trust me. The story of the A-rank adventurer is a lie. I'm not so free that I can listen to your jokes. When is the adventurer coming? The king was angry. It was a natural thing. After all, he was suddenly told that it wasn't an A-rank adventurer who killed the monsters, but a girl in a bear suit. That's why I didn't want you to meet her. Your Highness, this is the truth, and you just have to believe it. This is something I guarantee. I guarantee it too. You too. It's because she saved Cliff, after all. There is no better proof than this. The king was looking at me. Was it really you who exterminated them? Remove the hood and talk. I was so stressed about being in front of the king that I hadn't removed my hood. I took it off and greeted him. I am the adventurer Yuna. It's just a child. Did you really kill more than 10,000 monsters alone? I may be short, but I am 15. I killed them. If you want proof, I will give it. Is there any? I have the corpses of the worm and wyverns I killed. This girl has a bag. That is a relic from ancient times, after all. She has something like that. I guarantee it. This thing about an ancient relic was something we discussed before coming here. My bear box was special, and normal bags wouldn't be able to hold something as big as the worm. They said that the only bags that could do that were artifacts from the past. That was why I decided to say that my bear box was a relic from the past. If you suddenly say that, I won't be able to believe it. However, if the two of you say that, it must be true. The king looked at me again. I will express my gratitude. Thank you for saving the citizens of this country, and the soldiers' lives. Don't thank me, killing the monsters was just something I did while I was passing by. While you were passing by. My real thoughts leaked out. That's right. You see, Yuna-chan killed the monsters for my daughter's sake. Eleonora-san was talking happily, with a carefree smile. After that, she started to talk about the reason the monsters were defeated, which she had heard from Cliff, finding it hilarious. A girl was on the brink of tears, and that was your reason to defeat them. Era, isn't that enough of a reason? Fighting for the ones you want to protect. I know. However, the one who planned this will turn in his grave, I think. Planned. The guild master's voice and mine overlapped. That's right. Since you are involved, it's okay if I tell you. The king explained that this attempted monster attack was the scheme of a guy who planned it for revenge. There was a magic that could control monsters. There was the possibility of taming monsters to become your companions in the game as well, but after hearing what the king said, it didn't seem to be the same. I didn't know any magic that would consume your life. Was that some sort of forbidden magic from this world? I was thinking about that when it became noisy outside of the room. You can't, Princess Flora. There are guests inside the room. The door opened a little and I heard some voices. No. I will go see Bear-san. Please. No. What is happening? That Princess Flora wants to see the Bear-san, it seems. When the Imperial soldier opened the door and explained it, Princess Flora used her little body to break through and enter the room. Bear-san. She approached and then hugged me. We finally meet. She smiled happily while rubbing her head on my stomach. What, you are an acquaintance of Flora? The last time I went to the castle with her, we met Princess Flora. Eleonora-san responded for me. Is it possible that the bear picture book is? You saw it? Yuna-chan was the one who wrote it. It was great, right? What to say? The pictures were really quite cute. When I asked who wrote it, Flora just responded that it was Bear-san, you see. Now I understand why. He was looking at me. I am a bear, got a problem. Bear-san, let's play. I don't know. I looked at all of them. I don't mind. I received the king's permission. Go. Right then, I heard the sound of a hungry little stomach. Princess Flora, are you hungry? There was some time before lunch. There was pudding inside of the bear box. If it was just that, there would be no problem, I think. However, was it something that could be offered to a princess? Is it okay if I give something to eat to the princess? Was it really okay to give permission so easily? If I gave her poison, what would he do? You said it's okay, but is it really? What if there is poison in it? What, you'll give her poison things? I won't, but if you are a king, you should be a little more mistrustful, I think. Eleonora and Sonia are people I trust. It's not something I have to fret about. Then, shall we go to your room, princess? You just have to eat it here, and the strange doubt will disappear too. That was a sound argument, but I didn't want to take pudding out in front of the king. However, it was a little too late to say that I wouldn't take it out now. I took the pudding and a spoon out of the bear box. Princess Flora, please take this. What is that? It's a cold, sweet, and delicious dessert. Princess Flora held the spoon in her little hand and brought it to her mouth. At this moment, the smile that sprouted on her face was like a blooming flower. Princess Flora continued scooping pudding into her mouth without stopping. It seemed to please her. Is it good? She nodded slightly. Her smile was cute. It made me want to pat her head, but it would mean patting the princess's head in front of the king. Though, there was no one who would blame me. What, is it that delicious? It seemed that seeing his daughter eat so happily pleased him. Yuna-chan, I want to eat one more too. Eleonora-san was looking this way with jealousy. Eleonora-sama, you have had experience eating it? Sonia-san asked. Her eyes were glued to the pudding. Oh, was it possible that she wanted it too? Yes, I have had the pleasure of eating it before. It's cold, sweet, and really delicious. All of their gazes were alternating between the pudding and me. You want to eat some? Yeah, I will take it. Thank you, Yuna-chan. Is it okay for me too? For now, I took out 3 of them. There were just 5 puddings remaining. Fina also really wanted to eat it, so they couldn't have more than 1 each. What is this? Yes. It's really delicious. Era, it's really delicious. It was great that it pleased the 3 of them. At that moment, I could sense a gaze. Princess Flora was staring at me strongly. She was looking at the now empty cup and at me. This is the last one. After all, if you eat more, you won't be able to eat lunch. I warned her before taking out another one. What, there is something so delicious that has been produced near the castle. I didn't know about this either. When I think about it, it's normal. It's a pastry that Yuna-chan invented, after all. Eleonora-san explained it for me, but it wasn't really like I invented it. However, I couldn't really say that it was knowledge from Earth. Is that right? But it's really delicious. If they know the recipe, could our chefs make it too? Yeah, they could. I didn't want to tell them. No good. Yuna-chan is trying to build up a store with this food, so that the children of an orphanage will have jobs. Eleonora-san heard about this from Cliff. She started talking about what I was doing in the town. The fact that I was taking care of the orphanage and the fact that I was raising cluckers for their eggs, which was an ingredient for the pudding. Also the fact that I was thinking that, if there were some children who wanted to become cooks, I would help them open a restaurant. Why do you know all of that in this much detail? Of course, it's because in each letter Cliff sent me, he was writing so much about you that it could have made me jealous. It was written in the letter you were holding too. Someone, make a protection of personal information law, please. In that case, I won't ask for the recipe. However, if you could bring some every so often, the princess and I would be very grateful. Yes, if it's like that. Eleonora, prepare a letter that will permit Yuna to enter the castle whenever she wants. Yes, understood. Apparently they would add an emblem to my guild card that would permit me to enter the castle as I wanted so that I could bring the pudding. Was it okay like this? The monster arc that I wrote because I just thought of it is now finished. I didn't think of anything to write after that, so Fina's point of view is planned to be next. You could say that it will be something to buy time. I have some stories for when they return to the town, but what will I write for the birthday party? Chapter 71, Bear-san goes back to Crimonia, 4 eggs. I thought of writing Fina's POV, but it turned out like this. There were no more eggs. That was a big problem. We couldn't eat sunny-side-up fried eggs or scrambled eggs. We couldn't make pudding or egg sandwiches. We had to get urgent replenishment. That was why. Fina, I will go back to town. Do you want to come back, too? Phew. Fina replied strangely. There are no more eggs, so I thought of going to the orphanage. Big sis Yuna is going back. It was just a fast trip by transfer gate, though. That's right. But you can just tour around in the capital. What will you do? I will go back, too. Can I just say goodbye to Noah-sama? Ah, it's okay. We will be back today, after all. Fina tilted her head a little. What you are saying is we will go to town now, and we'll be back today. I don't think we are on the same page. If we are fast, we will be back in the afternoon. Big sis Yuna, I would feel bad for the bears. Even if there is no more eggs, it's okay. So don't do something that will hurt the bears, please. I tilted my head this time. We will go by transfer gate, so we won't use the bears. Transfer gate. It was Fina's turn to tilt her head this time. Ah, I had not explained it to Fina. Sorry, Fina is always with me, so I wanted to tell you. We have the bears transfer gate, so we can go back to the town instantly. Big sis Yuna, I don't understand what you are saying. I thought so. It would be strange if someone told you that you could move a long distance in an instant using a transfer gate, right? If someone had said something like that to me in the real world, I would have thought something like, is his head broken? First of all, I didn't even know if there was magic that permitted transferring in this world. If there wasn't any, it was normal for Fina to say something like that. Fina, I just want to ask, in this country, is there a type of magic that permits instant movement, or a magic to move between 2 places in an instant? For example, a magic that permits instant movement between the capital and the town. Never heard of that. Of course. I thought it was okay to tell Fina about the gate. She was not the kind of kid to talk about those sort of things. Well, even if other people heard of it, I was the only one who could use the gates, and I installed all the gates in bear houses, so the only conclusion was that there was no problem. Fina, you know I trust you. Yes. She agreed while tilting her head. I went to the warehouse where the portal was. If I remember right, the same device was in the other warehouse. It was in the warehouse, but I hadn't explained it to Fina. I wanted to explain how it worked to her. This gate and the one in town are connected. Big sis Yuna, even I won't be deceived by that. If I could go to the town where my mother is by passing through this gate, nobody would have a problem with transportation. Right on. For now, if you go through, you will understand. Clasping Fina's hand, I opened the door of the bear transfer gate. At that moment, we arrived at the warehouse of the bear house in Crimonia. Big sis Yuna. Don't tell anyone about it, okay? Ah, and if I am not here, you won't be able to use it. When we went out of the warehouse, the long mist town of Crimonia came to view. If it's at this hour, Terumi-san should be at the orphanage. Let's go. We both went to the orphanage. When we arrived near the orphanage, the children that were outside rushed over. It was the children I selfishly named the little kid group. Well, they were less than 6 years old, and couldn't do any of the jobs. Rather than us, it was the older children who were taking care of the younger children. After one noticed, 2 or 3 more came rushing to me. The children around me were increasing. Was it just me, or were the children multiplying? Hello everyone, nothing happened. Yes, no problem. We did good with our jobs. I should pet their heads. Is Terumi-san here? Yes. She's with the professor. I went to the orphanage while watching them respond playfully and energetically. When I entered, the director, Terumi-san, and Rizu were drinking tea. Fina and Yuna-chan, you were back. We will quickly go back to the capital. We just came back because we wanted eggs. Eggs? Are there any? All the eggs are Yuna-chan's, so if you want eggs, there will be eggs. Can I have as many eggs as possible, but not so many that it causes trouble with the Commerce Guild? When are you going back to the capital? Today. That's fast. If I can get the eggs tomorrow, I don't mind leaving tomorrow. I see. How many do you want? 100, 200, as many as I can get. Then, is it okay if we give them to you tomorrow? If you take them today, you can have 100, but if you wait until tomorrow, we can prepare more. All right. Fina, we will go back tomorrow, so you can go with Terumi-san today. It's okay if you want to stay here afterwards. No, I will go back to the capital, too. After all, I didn't get to say goodbye to Noah-sama. Then we will meet each other at the orphanage tomorrow. Ah, and I have a favor to ask you all. If all goes well, next month, someone will come to sell potatoes, so could you please buy them for me? Take the money from the profits from selling the eggs. Potatoes? If I remember correctly, your stomach will hurt if you eat them, right? It was the same here, huh? If you don't eat the eyes or sprouts, there is no problem. We will eat together next time, so can you please purchase them? I received today's portion of eggs, and left the orphanage. When I walked around town, I noticed there wasn't as much of a reaction as there was in the capital. Children just sometimes said, "It's Bear-san." Found you. The one who was in front of me, with the eyes of a hunter who had found her prey, was Mylene-san. I searched for you, Yuna-chan. What can I do for you? What is that food called? Food. The one you gave me before going to the capital. Ah, the pudding. That's right, I remembered giving some to her. Yes, that. What is that delicious food? More importantly, you did well, finding out that I was in town. With that appearance, who wouldn't know? I looked for you after I heard some Commerce Guild personnel saying they saw you. Now, give me more of that food. She firmly grabbed my shoulders. Mylene-san, your personality has changed, you know. For that, changing my personality is normal. I will give it to you, so please let me go. Only after I said that did she let me go. No lies, right? If you are lying, I will curse you. I took out 4 puddings from the bear box. These are the last ones I have. After having received the puddings, she started beaming happily. Mylene-san put them in her item bag so she wouldn't drop them. Hey, Yuna-chan, won't you open a shop? This will sell, without a doubt. This uses eggs. For now, how much do they cost? The price dropped quite a bit. After all, there are 200 to 300 of them every day. Then opening a shop was okay, I guess. There were around 500 cluckers. I would have liked 1,000 of them. I considered that, but the number of people who would look after them was a little too insufficient. I thought it would be impossible with just the orphanage's children. Well, I will take my time to think about it. Then, can I ask you to make a reservation to start the shop? The place should be near the orphanage, and make it big. I want enough space outside the shop so that, even if it gets crowded, it won't cause any problems. You have lots of requests, huh? If I open the shop, I plan to engage the children of the orphanage. That's why it has to be close to the orphanage. And, it's just me saying this, but I think it will be popular, so it has to be big. If a crowd formed in front of the shop, it would cause problems for other people. Understood. I will look for the right place. I am not in a hurry, so you can take your time. I will go back to the capital tomorrow, after all. I parted ways with Mylene-san and went back to the bear house. Just after I arrived, I started to make pudding with the 100 eggs I received today. The day will be finished right after that. Chapter 72, Bear-san, Baker Get Part 1. The next day, after obtaining the eggs, I went to the capital. With this, it would be okay for now. While I was taking my time inside the bear house, I heard a voice calling me from outside. When I went out, Noah stood there imposingly with puffed cheeks. Yuna-san, did you go somewhere while leaving me here all alone? Can I ask something too? I don't understand, does Noah have nothing else to do? Aren't there any courtesy greetings or preparations that need to be done as a noble for the birthday party? There aren't. It's basically because Mother lives here that there is no need for greetings. The only greetings needed would be ones in the hall, during the birthday party. I will be accompanied by Mother and Father for that, and since the leading part will be going to my big sister, I'm just a bonus. More importantly, I came with Misa yesterday. She wanted to see the bears. Sorry, I had some business outside the capital. I couldn't tell her that I went back to town through the transfer gate, so that was my response. As an apology for yesterday, I will be Noah and Misa's playmate today. Well, their playmates will be the bears though. As the days passed gradually since I came to the capital, the day of the king's birthday approached. Of course, as the day of the birthday party approached, Cliff and the other nobles were moving around busily. Noah was no longer free to come to any more outings, and the times where I would go out with just Fina started to increase. Although I thought that there was a lot of people when we came to the capital, there are even more of them today. This is the first time I've seen so many people. Because of that, there are a lot of gazes. Well, it's because Big Sis Yuna's suit stands out after all. The gazes of the people we crossed were always focused on me. It had been a few months since I came to this world, and I had become accustomed to these gazes being fixated on me. Although I would be lying if I said that it didn't bother me, but human beings learn to adapt. Being bothered by it won't do anything. Let's enjoy the few days before the birthday party. While buying, eating, and window shopping at the street stalls, we walked around the capital. The capital was too big, it was almost as if we wouldn't have enough time to visit everything if we slowly took our time. I even got various unusual things too. Ah, what a great smell. There was the scent of freshly baked bread coming from somewhere. Yes, it smells great. It seems it is coming from the bakery over there. It's just about time, so let's eat. From where I could see, there was the signboard of a bakery. It was a little shop, but a delicious smell was coming from there. Inside the shop was a crowd of people. All of them had been lured in by the scent just like us. Fina and I lined up for the bread. And after waiting for around 10 minutes it was our turn. This bread looks delicious. A girl around my age was at the counter. She seemed surprised by my suit, but she soon started talking with a smile afterwards. Then, I will take 2 pieces of bread please. The girl gave us 2 pieces of bread that had just been brought out of the oven. What a nice scent. If it's good, I will come back. Yes, thanks for the patronage. After buying the bread, we went outside to eat them. This may be the best bread I have ever had. Yes, it's delicious. It was fluffy bread. It brought back the memories of the bread I ate back in Japan. With this bread making sandwiches or cheese toast. Making all sort of things would be great, I bet. Without forgetting, I decided to buy some before going back to Crimonia. But with all those customers it would definitely be difficult to buy it. Maybe if I came here first thing in the morning. With that in mind, after taking into account the hour at which the bakery would open, I departed on the next day. For now, since I didn't have rice, bread would have to be the center of my eating habit. If it had to be like this, I wanted to eat delicious bread. Thinking that, I arrived at the bakery. There was a lot of people in front of the bakery. Was I too late? Please stop. From the open door, a woman past her 30s was shouting. Next to her was the girl that was at the counter yesterday. They were most likely mother and daughter. The mother protected her daughter by shielding her and resisting with all of her strength. The people watching this scene didn't try to help them. Hurry and get out. This shop is not your property. About 3 men were acting violently in the shop. Because they were acting so violently inside the shop, bread was flying everywhere. Poochie. TL note, it's the sound of a vein that is contracted on Yuna's head. Yuna angry, feels like that. But, we had an agreement that until the birthday party. There are other people who want to do some business here. Not finished, the men stepped on the bread that fell and was rolling on the floor. But, the agreement. Agreement, just shut up. If you want to work here, you have to repay your husband's debt. If you want, you can repay it with your daughter's body. The men grabbed the arm of the girl. Let go of my daughter. The mother grabbed the men to save her child. But the men hit her. Puchin. I snapped. I barged into the shop. What is it, you bitch? I punched. What are you doing? I kicked. You bitch, we are. I flung him away. Who wants to die first? I asked the men that were collapsed on the floor. You think that it will end just like that? The man drew the sword he had on his waist. If you are drawing, I guess you don't have any complaints about dying, right? Don't fuck with me. I launched a bear punch into his solar plexus. The man collapsed while holding his stomach. Who's next? I looked at the remaining two guys. You bitch, I'll remember those clothes. Don't think that you'll be able to leave the capital safely. The remaining two guys shouted while dragging the men who collapsed. At that moment, an applause came from the audience. I approached the mother and daughter and asked. By the way, that's terrible. All the fresh bread was scattered on the floor. From them drifted a really great scent, so I think I sensed even more cruelty. It was bad, just looking at all the bread on the floor, my anger was welling up. I should have punched them some more. Before, I think he said something about a debt. Yes, it was a debt from when we purchased this store. But when my husband died not too long ago, they started to coerce us into repaying the debt. But, with such delicious bread, you could reimburse the debt with no problem, right? Yes, if we had the time, it would be possible. But there is someone who wants this land, and more precisely this place. That's why the men started harassing them, so that they would leave this place. What to do? I wanted their bread, so I needed the bakery to continue. Would this problem finish if I paid the debt? But, before leaving this place we wanted to earn enough money, so we could open our next bakery. You will continue the bakery elsewhere. Yes, it's the bread that my husband entrusted to me after all. I want to continue the bakery until I die. What a wonderful love between this husband and wife. I couldn't stand doing nothing. Okay, I understand. Then, why don't you work at my shop? Your shop? Yes, I was planning on opening a shop, but I am a bit troubled because I don't have enough personnel to do so. It was the new shop I was planning on opening in Crimonia. I wanted to let the children at the orphanage do it, but an adult was necessary if I wanted to entrust it to them. Even more so when it was a talented baker who could bake delicious bread, which was needed in my shop. Is it a bakery? I can only bake bread after all. Of course, I will ask you to make some bread, but you will also have to make other things. While we are at it, the thing I want you to make is this. I brought out 2 puddings and gave it to them. This is a dish named pudding. The 2 of them ate the pudding. I want to sell this with the bread, but what do you think? I was planning on selling pizza too. If you have bread dough, you could make pizza. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Who are you exactly? I am an adventurer from Crimonia. For various reasons, I will open a shop. Is it okay if my daughter comes too? Of course it's okay. Thank you very much. I am Morin. My daughter's name is Karen. Then, before those men come back, let's go. Butter luggage. I took out 10 item bags that I previously took from the thieves. I haven't used them at all, so I didn't really know just how much they could hold, so I took out this much in case it wasn't sufficient. These are item bags. You can put the little things you have in it, and the big ones will go into the item box I have on me. Since we didn't know when the men would come back, we immediately began moving. I asked Morin-san to assemble all the utensils needed to make bread. Fina and I helped Karen take the household goods. I gathered all of the Western clothes inside each closet and the books from the bookshelves and put them away. For the small stuff, Karen-san was taking care of them and placed them inside the item bags. Excuse me, Yuna-san. While tidying up, Karen-san called my name in a little voice. Will we really be able to open a store in Crimonia? Yes, but it won't be just bread. Why are you doing so much for us? I want to eat delicious bread. Who? I want to eat delicious bread. Just that is largely sufficient, right? Let's stop blabbering, hurry, and finish tidying up. We don't know when those men will come back after all. As if we were running away at night, we placed all of the items in the house and the bakery inside the item bags and the bear box before running through the back door. Excuse me, where are the two of us going now? For now, you can just come and live at my house. We shall see how things turn out, and we'll head to Crimonia after that. Without encountering those men, we arrived at the bear house. Bear. Seeing the house, the two of them tilted their heads. Well, stop with that reaction and come inside. I took them inside the house. I'll let you see the bedrooms later. You can use the second floor. I want to thank you again. Don't worry about it. But, at that rate, I don't know what would have happened to Karen. So, who were they? Well, they were the subordinates of a merchant called Jors. He's the merchant that said he would sell the place cheaply to my husband, but it was a scam. The place wasn't cheap, and an enormous price was written on the contract. My husband wanted to sue him, but we couldn't do anything about it since it was written in the contract. My husband, saying that complaining was no good, decided that we just had to make delicious bread. And once we could finally make delicious bread, he died. At that moment, Jors started to say that we had to repay him at the same time, and that's why they were harassing us. I don't understand all of it, but what happened to the money you paid before? You purchased the bakery, so isn't it yours now? The problem is that there was a term saying that if my husband died, the shop would return to Jors, it seems. Simply put, you thought you bought it cheaply, but it was really pricey, and in addition to this, if your husband died, the shop would return to the hands of the merchant Jors. Your husband has been deceived a little too much, don't you think? Yes, my husband didn't know how to distrust strangers. What an incredibly perfect merchant. As one would expect, he was a stupid husband. I couldn't say that. I guided them to the rooms, and told them that I would rest for a bit. We ate lunch afterwards, and while I was taking my afternoon nap, it became noisy outside. Get out here. We'll break the door. You bear. Come out. It's so noisy outside. I will have to construct a soundproof barrier. Don't worry, nobody can enter. You just have to wait here. When I came out, around 20 men were here. You came out, Miss Bear. A fat man with a bulging stomach and a smiling face started talking to me. A creepy face. He had a face that made me think that even if someone told me that he had toads as relatives, I would believe it. Who the hell are you? I am the merchant, Jors-sama. Then I will recommend you to change your name to Jors the Toad. Bitch. Stop. More importantly, I heard that you've hurt my subordinates. He started it by trying to attack me with his sword. Would you prefer that he cut me in half with it? You think you can just simply oppose Jors-sama here in the capital? You want to end up like the baker girl, and sold somewhere. He said that with his smug face. I wanted to hit his face. I wanted to see his face twisted with pain. I wanted to see his face filled with suffering. But if you give me the baker mother and daughter, I will forgive you for what you've done this time. Excuse me, but aren't you misunderstanding the situation if you think that it'll all go as you've planned? I know that Missy is an adventurer. It's impressive that you are a D rank while being a woman at this age, but these men here are former C and D rankers. They aren't the sort of people you can win against. And lastly, look at their numbers. No more, it stinks, so please don't open your mouth anymore. You bitch. I invoked earth magic. The men's footsteps disappeared instantly. They all fell down a pitfall, leaving the merchant Jors alone. The holes were around 5 meters deep, so some might have gotten bone fractures. If they had no luck, there was a chance that they might have died. You bitch, you were a magic user. Didn't. You say you investigated me. When I investigated at the guild, your occupation was that of a bear, So nostalgic. The time I wrote that my occupation was a bear. But, well, that's not a mistake. There is no way an occupation like that exists, you know. Now, what will you do? Will you dive into a pit too? Or will you overlook me? Which is better? Is it okay for you to do this to me? I am a man that can influence the guild master of the adventurer guild, you know. I could pinch and crush an adventurer of your caliber easily. Era, was I so intimate with you? Sonya-san had been standing behind Jors for some time, listening to the discussion. San-ya-san. Why are you here? There was a guild staff member that was attending you, and when he spilled out what he knew, he said that the infamous merchant Jors ordered him, and so I came after you. And you said that you can affect the guild master. Sonya-san, what are you going to do now? Don't joke with me. What is a guild master? I am intimate with the king, you know. If I told the king, what could you do? If you'll say something once, you'll say it again. Wasn't there a saying like that? Who are you, you bastard? I don't know someone like you. Why is the king in a place like this? Ah, I'm just taking a stroll and I have a request for my best friend, the adventurer Yuna. That's why I slipped out of the castle. Is that really okay, your majesty? Also, since when did we become best friends? The king. That's a lie. It's your problem if you think it's a lie, but using the king's name is a criminal act. Don't think it will end smoothly. Sonya, cuff this nasty man. I will let you contact the castle. I don't have a choice, I am the only one here who can do this. Sonya-san arrested Jors and tied him up. Let me go. Who do you think I am? Shut up. Sonya-san knocked him out. So, what does His Highness want? What? Are you not going to let me enter? You want to come inside? When you see a house like this, you would want to see the inside too, right? The house in front of him was the bear house. Why do you know where my house is? Of course, it's because I heard it from Eleonora. I understand. I will hear your story inside. Why do I have to guide the king inside my house? Big sis Yuna, who is this uncle? Fina asked because I let an unknown uncle enter the house. It's the king. He wanted to request something of me, so don't worry about it. The king. She tilted her head cutely. Yes, the king. The most eminent person in this country. Yep. Why is someone like him here? No idea. Why not try asking him directly? Fina shook her head furiously. Did they know the king's face? Morin-san and Karen-san had ghastly pale faces. I inquired the king, who was looking around the room. Ah, that's right. I want you to make pudding for the birthday party. If it comes out for the dinner event, I am sure that all the people present will be surprised. What is this king thinking? Can I refuse? By the way, is a refusal? What? You want to decline a personal request from me, the king? I knew it. The king is someone that would just think about himself and wouldn't accept refusals from anyone. It's not that, but making pudding costs money. If it's just that, I will pay. I need clucker eggs. Eleonora said that you would have plenty of them inside your item bag. This man. By the way, how many should I make? If you require too many of them, I won't be able to do it, you know. If you're doing it, that would be 300. Impossible. The exit is this way. I pointed at the entrance. Then, how many can you produce? If I do my best. The limit would be 200. If you prepare eggs, I can make more of them, though. That's impossible. Well, I understand. Then 200 of them, please. When is the birthday party again? The king retorted. I didn't have any interest, but there was no choice, right? Big sis Yuna, it's in 5 days. Then you are asking me to bring it on the morning of that day, right? Yes, that would be great. I don't want anyone to know I am the one who made them. I see. Then I'll have you enter the castle secretly and put them in a room prepared for this. If you don't put it in a cold place, the deliciousness would be reduced by 50% though. In that case, I will prepare a refrigerator in the room. If he was ready to go that far, I didn't have any reasons to refuse him. Thus, pudding was added as the dessert for the king's birthday dinner party. Chapter 73, Bear San, Baker Get Part 2. The king went back. The trash outside disappeared too, and the calm of the room returned. However, there was a strange atmosphere. What's the matter? It felt like their gazes towards me changed. Excuse me, Yuna-san, who are you really? Are you possibly a noble? Morin-san timidly asked. Was it possible that she got scared, thinking I was a noble? You are wrong. I am a normal adventurer. But, you seemed really close to the king. It was just misfortune that led me to meeting him. But for the king to come meet you in person. That's just because he wanted to eat pudding, right? The two of them were really hard to convince, and even Fina began seeing me as a noble. The king brought unnecessary trouble. He suddenly appeared in front of people who had a difference in status that was like heaven and earth compared to him, and said that he knew one of the people there. It was normal for others to think that the person was someone abnormal too. It was the same in both worlds. Politicians knew many politicians. Doctors knew many doctor. Professors knew many professor acquaintances. A performer knew many performers. Authors, of course, knew many authors. A hikikomori knew many hikikomori, of course, they met each other through games. I'm sure that in all occupations, people in a certain field know many people interested in the same thing. Arg. I am not a noble, nor someone with links to the royal family, so treat me normally. I forcefully stopped this story for now, and decided to talk about making pudding. So, it's earlier than I planned, but the two of you will help me make pudding starting tomorrow, okay? Are you saying you will make us prepare a dish that will be served at the king's banquet? It's impossible. The king himself will eat it, right? Well, he will certainly eat it. I can't do something so dreadful. It's really not like we're putting poison in it, you know. If he ate it and had a stomach ache, I can't even think about it. You won't do it, no matter what. Please forgive me. It was like I was bullying her. A typical commoner would have thought it was impossible to make a dish for the king, huh? Well, if you asked me to make something for the prime minister or representatives for other countries, I would have refused as well. It wasn't good to pressure them too much, so Fina and I would make them. Then, Fina, the two of us will have to make them. I can't do it either. Fina shook her head vigorously. Fina, you too. The next day, I made pudding all alone. I couldn't make the three of them do anything besides shaking their heads. They were on the side, watching me make pudding. I would have liked them to at least break the eggs, but they wouldn't even do that. My feelings didn't reach them. With no other choice, I broke 100 eggs alone. Well, I already had experience doing things alone. However, I really was sad that, even though there was people around, they wouldn't help me. In silence, I broke the eggs. In silence, I stirred the eggs. I did it alone until the end. I lined up around 100 cups of pudding in the big fridge. I used all of the eggs I had taken time to replenish. Although I thought it would be sad for breakfast, it was decided that Morin-san would be baking bread for me before she went to Crimonia. After I ate the freshly baked bread, I wanted to go out, but Ranzaru-san came to the bear house. I hadn't seen him since he brought me the bonus reward for subduing the bandits. The country's soldiers had some trouble subduing the Zaman bandit group's camp and freeing the hostages there. The treasures that the band had assembled were there, and a major part of it became mine. He told me there were a lot of adventurers, so I abandoned my share, and asked him to distribute it to the adventurers who had suffered. I decided to keep the item bags, the only things that could have been of some use to me. What happened? I had some things to discuss about Jors, who was captured the other day. Ah, that toad. He committed the crime of using the king's name, but we also found a lot of other crimes. One of them was regarding the people of the bakery you saved, Yuna-san. Those two. I will call them. The content of the preceding talk was: the debt was erased and the bakery would go back to Morin-san. Is this true? Yes, Jor's possessions were seized, and with what we found, he will be sentenced to death. Death penalty. The fact is that he used the king's name, and staining the king's name is a terrible crime. Furthermore, the king saw the scene himself. He won't be able to escape from this. Well, it was true. He threatened someone, saying he was the king's acquaintance. I was sure it wasn't just Morin-san. It wouldn't be strange if he said that to lots of people, and now lots of commoners might think that the king is a companion of criminals. I will bring the official documents later, so I will excuse myself now. Ranzaru-san bowed and departed. A silence installed itself between those who remained. It's great the shop your husband created has been protected. Yuna-san. Well, I really wanted you to come to Crimonia. Yuna-san, Don't worry about it. I am sure you prefer continuing to protect your husband's shop. I am so sorry. Even though you were so good to us. I sent this a time to be happy about it. Yes, thank you very much. The next day, Ranzaru-san came back and brought the official papers for the shop. The bakery officially became Morin-san's. However, for some reason, she presented the papers to me. Take it, please. And take us to Crimonia. Yesterday night, I talked with my daughter. Yuna-san, you have acknowledged my husband's bread. We are not the only ones, right? The long line of customers who went to your bakery is proof, right? It's just that the bread you make is delicious. Yes, everyone said it was delicious. But when we were attacked by Jors, Yuna-san was the only one who saved us. You tried to give us a new place to work, taught us how to make pudding that even the king himself came to ask for. After all this, even if my husband's shop is returned, I won't go back until my debt of gratitude is repaid. Don't even stress yourself about it. If I don't, I would be like Jors. Yesterday was sudden, so I was delighted, but then I realized I was really rude to you. Also, it's not like I'm giving my husband's shop to a stranger, I'm giving it to you. I am sure Yuna-san will use it for something great. I don't particularly want it to be a bakery anyways, so please, use it as you wish. Is it really okay? I really am happy, though. Yes. Please take care of my daughter and me from now on. Both of them bowed. They will be formally working at my place from now on, so they went to thank those who took care of them. Their departure had been decided to be the day after the king's birthday party. When the party finished, people would return to the places they came from. Crimonia was not an exception. Because there would be lots of people moving together, they could travel without being attacked by monsters or bandits. They would both be going with the group that departed to Crimonia. Of course, I would be using the Bear Transfer Gate. Chapter 74, Bear-san returns to Crimonia. This time, I am really tired after writing. This is always the case, so if I start thinking about it, I will lose. On the day of the birthday party, I was waiting for Eleonora-san to bring the pudding to the castle. As expected, it seemed that since there were a lot of people entering and exiting the castle today, I couldn't enter by myself, even if I had an entry permit. Therefore, it had been decided that I would go with Eleonora-san. Fina, you really won't come? Yes, I will stay and watch the house. Since we met Princess Flora the last time we went to see the castle, it seems to have become a kind of trauma. Even though nothing really happened to Eros a commoner, Fina must have been stressed out just by seeing royalty. I didn't want to force her, so I decided to go to the castle alone. Okay. I will try to come back as soon as I can. I decided go to the castle alone. As I was waiting at the bear house, Eleonora-san came. Hello. Fufu, I really want to see everyone's faces when they eat the pudding. Eleonora-san, your wicked face is showing. Seriously, don't tell anyone that I'm the one who prepared it. I know. Anyway, His Majesty really thought about something interesting. The people involved are troubled though. Fufu, that's right, but the people who are watching will have fun. When we arrived at the castle, we saw carriages that probably belonged to nobles entering, one after the other. They all had lots of pretty ornaments on them. After seeing them, I wanted to escape, even though I wasn't Fina. To explain it better, it felt like going to your best friend's wedding by train or bus, and then being surrounded by people who came in luxurious cars when you arrived. Well, I was just delivering the pudding and was not going to participate in the party, so it was okay. When we entered the castle, I was brought to an empty room. There was a refrigerator installed inside. Put the pudding inside it, please. I took the cups of pudding out of the bear box and put them inside the fridge. It seems delicious. You can't eat it. Even I won't eat it this time. However, when Yuna-chan leaves, I won't be able to eat it anymore, dot. When I come back, I'll let you have a feast, dot. When my daughter has a holiday, I will return with her, so I'll count on you at that time. Well, the shop would definitely be open by then, so it would be great to let her go there. Well then, I will go back, dot. You really won't take part. I will prepare a pretty dress for you, dot. Fina is lonely waiting for me, so I will go back, dot. It would have been great if Fina-chan came here too. Participating in the king's birthday party is too high of a hurdle for us, dot. Really? The hero who killed all of the monsters and one of her friends is no problem. I don't want to be a heroine, so I will politely refuse this offer, dot. When I arrived at the bear house, Fina was alone. Where are the other two? They went to see the parade, dot. You didn't go. They invited me, but Big Sis Yuna said that you would come back soon, so. She said something that made me happy. Then, let's go to see the parade, dot. But if we go now, the place will be full. No problem, we will. Have special seats, dot. When we went to the main street, there was a big crowd of people, just like Fina said, so we couldn't see the parade. Big Sis Yuna, with this. Won't it be okay there? There will be no problems, so hold on to me tightly, dot. I hugged Fina and jumped. We arrived on the roof of a building. It was the tallest building around here. We can see really well from here, dot. It was brimming with people under us. They were all gathered to see the king. Was it like seeing a famous performer? Like a parade for a pro baseball player's team after they won a tournament. See, Fina, we can look at people like they are trash, dot. She was looking at me coldly. While splendidly ignoring those eyes, I took out the food I bought earlier. After a short period of eating and drinking while viewing the capital from the roof, the parade finally arrived. Knights on horses were in front. They were stylishly holding lances and swords. Musicians came after the knights. The king's parade sounded so beautiful that it could make flowers bloom. A big carriage followed the musicians, and the king and a woman were standing on it. Was she the queen? She was a beauty. It was thanks to her beautiful mother and father that a beautiful child like Princess Flora was born, Their genes were really something to fear. The king, who was waving his hand at the citizens while approaching us, noticed me on the roof. He said something to the queen, and her gaze turned toward me before she started waving her hand. What did he say to her? I couldn't really ignore the two of them waving their hands, so I lightly waved my hands too. The king's carriage passed us without a problem. It seemed that the parade would make a round of the capital before finally entering the castle. On that day, the capital was noisy late into the night, thanks to all the people celebrating the 40th birthday of the king. The next day, since the birthday party had ended, Morin-san and her daughter began their trip to Crimonia. I went to greet the people who took care of me before going back to town. The first place I went to was the Adventurers Guild. I will say it again, but thank you very much for exterminating the monsters. Yuna-chan, I will always welcome you, so when you come to the capital for work, don't forget to come see me, dot. Sonya-san said. Next, I went to the Fosquiros house. Yuna, I was in your care. Thank you for taking care of my daughters as well, dot. Cliff said. Big Sis Yuna, you're going back now. Noah said. Yuna-san, next time, I will have a rematch with you, okay? Shia said. Yuna-chan, if Cliff does something weird, tell me, okay? Eleonora said. I will make the flowers in the garden bloom before you come back, so please come see it, dot. Suririna said. Since Cliff's job in the Fosquiros house was finished, it was decided that he would go back with Noah. He invited me too, but this time, he didn't need my help as a guard, so I refused politely. The next stop was Farringram's house. If you come to my town one day, don't hesitate to come by my house. I will welcome you, dot. Gran-san said. I want to say bye-bye to the Bear-sans. Misa said. At her demand, I summoned the bears and she bid farewell to them. The last stop was the castle. I wanted you to see the faces of the nobles who ate the pudding too. Don't talk about me to anyone, please, dot. It was a great uproar, with lots of people saying that they wanted the chef to be introduced, dot. The king started laughing. So, what do we do for the payment of the pudding? Ah, I forgot. I wasn't really lacking money. Well, it will be your reason to not talk about me to others. What, you don't trust me? I don't particularly need money, and if it seems like Princess Flora will talk about it, you have to skillfully deceive them. Understood. So, you won't go to see Flora? I will come back to bring pudding. If I see her, she will probably start crying. I was really bad at looking at a child's crying face. I see. I want to eat pudding too, so please try to come back with them quickly. I finished saying my farewells to all the people who took care of me, so I decided to go back to Crimonia. I said this, but I could come back whenever I wanted. Finally, the capital arc is finished. I started writing it without thinking, so it wasn't really good towards the end. Chapter 75, Bear San purchases a store. I was finally back at the bear house in Crimonia after a long time. The last time I was here, I immediately returned to the capital after buying eggs and making pudding. So I really did have the impression that it had been a long time. Big sis Yuna, it was really fun, wasn't it? I am pleased that you think so. Since I have the transfer gate, we can go there whenever we want. Yes, but next time I want to go with all my family. I see, but don't tell anyone about the gate, okay? Fina was going to head home, so we parted ways there. I left the bear house to tell the people who had taken care of me that I was back. First, I headed towards the Adventurers Guild. Yuna-san, you are back. Yes, I got back today. But wasn't the king's birthday yesterday? Well, about that. Your summoned beasts can move really fast, huh? Anyways, here, a souvenir. I bought an accessory that was popular in the capital. An accessory? Thank you very much. Since I really didn't know what the fashion sense in this other world was like, I bought whatever the seller suggested, but considering her happy face, there didn't seem to be a problem. Also, is the guild master around? Yes, one moment please. Helen went to call the guild master. When she came back, I was told to go in. Oh, you're back. That was fast. Here, a souvenir. I brought out some of the food that I randomly bought. Also, thank you for the introduction letter. Was it helpful? I encountered some trouble before giving the letter, but the guild master of the capital helped me out a lot afterwards. It's fine if it helped you. So, what will you do now? It will depend on the Commerce Guild. Did something come up? I plan to open a shop, so kinda. A shop, but aren't you an adventurer? Or will you quit being an adventurer? The shop will be managed by someone else. I'll be sponsoring it by providing the ingredients and money. That way, I'll be able to eat whatever I want, whenever I want. You reopening a shop just for that? I think that it's an acceptable reason. The guild master seemed to have given up on understanding me, so I ignored him and went to the Commerce Guild. When I arrived at the Commerce Guild, Mylene-san spotted me and shouted my name from the counter. Please don't shout people's names with such a loud voice. But I can't help it when I see you. It wasn't the same as Helen's, but it was also an accessory. So, what is the current status of the shop? Was there a good place? Yes, there was a great place, so I reserved it. The only thing left is the money. About this much. I assent that expensive. The amount of money designated was 10 times the price of the bear house's plot of land. After I created the transfer gate, I bought the plot of land I was renting. There is a building on it this time, and it's quite big. I don't think I need a shop this big, though. What are you saying? It's pudding, you know. It's no good if it's not big. She cried out to me from the reception with a really loud voice. That's right. For now, let's go see it. You can decide after that. That was why. We went to the shop I was considering purchasing. Shop. From any angle I could see, it was a mansion. It was a small one, but it was still a mansion. I asked for a shop, though. I was only thinking of a shop where you could buy junk food. Yet, what stood in front of me was a mansion. So, it would be great if you renovated it to be a restaurant. It's a mansion, so it comes with a kitchen. You can allow lots of people to enter, so it won't trouble anyone passing by. Yes, but... Anyways, let's go inside. Led by Mylene-san, I entered the mansion. After opening the door and entering the house, there was a big stairway and a large space around it. You can line up tables and chairs on this floor. And on the second floor. For the second floor rooms, I think you could prepare reserved seats. You could also prepare private rooms for couples, or something like that. And the kitchen. It's further inside. There are a lot of rooms on the first floor, so you will have lots of space to store the ingredients. I did a simulation in my head. I could make a system where you would buy food tickets at the counter, where the money and goods would be exchanged. Or I could change it to a system where you paid after eating. If it was the former idea, I would need to make a counter near the kitchen, and the people would be able to sit wherever they wanted. If it was the latter, I would have to put a counter at the entrance. Furthermore, it would be necessary to prepare a record of what they had eaten, or a receipt. It would be difficult to make the children from the orphanage do it. Considering this, the payment in advance system would work better. How is it? Though, if you think that it's too big, I could look for another place. I had the money I brought from Japan, as well as the money I received for capturing the thieves. I will buy it. Is it okay if I pay later? Yes, there is no problem. The renovation, cleaning, tables, and chairs will also be included. After I parted ways with Mylene-san, I went to the orphanage. The children rushed over as soon as they saw me. It was like this every single time. What a healthy bunch of kids. There were some children that I didn't remember seeing before, but was it just my imagination? I assembled the children who were approaching and gave them the fruits that I had bought as gifts from the capital. They were the fruits I had not seen in this town. When I had tried eating one, it had a sweet and sour taste, similar to apples. They were all happily sharing it with each other. The children politely thanked me and went towards the cafeteria. Since the entrance became noisy, the director came out of the room. I came back today. Director, how are the children? They are healthy, thanks to Yunasan. They eat well, sleep well, and work well too. That was a good thing. I would like to give a new job to the children. Is that okay? What sort of job? I think we could call this a cafe. The main food we will be selling will be bread, but there will also be wolf meat, the pudding that I made before, and pizza, but I think the menu may increase later. That's why, if there are any children that like cooking or want to take care of guests, I would like them to be part of my cafe. How many of them would you need? Let's see, I would like around 3 chefs and 3 servers, so I think 6 would be a good number. Of course, we will do some rotation so they learn all of the different jobs. I understand. For now, I will assemble the children and ask them. When we went to the cafeteria, we could still see the children happily eating the fruits I had bought. You can all continue eating, but listen to me. The children's gazes were all directed towards the director. They were all growing up to be good children thanks to her as well. It seems that Yunasan wants to open a cafe. For this reason, she wants around 6 children to help her. Is there anyone who wants to do it? What will we make? The main thing will be food made with bread, and also pudding. Here. I'll do it. And me. I will say it now, but the puddings are something that we will be selling. You won't be able to eat it yourself, you know. That's obvious, you know. And I will let you look after the customers and handle money. That's why I prefer children who know how to read, write, and calculate. I know how to read, write, and calculate. I want to do it. I can do it too. I have some trouble with calculations, but I want to do it too. I want to cook too. Hands were raised one after another. I decided to choose the first 6 children who raised their hands. There were 4 girls and 2 boys. The oldest one was a 13-year-old girl named Mill. I decided to have her be the manager. But, the cluckers have been increasing, so is it really okay for me to take 6 of them? About that, during the time when Yunasan was at the capital, the number of orphans increased. I am sorry. The director was bowing her head. I see, so that was why I could see children I didn't recognize. You don't need to worry, since you are taking care of them after all. And whenever you see orphans, you can't abandon them, right? Moreover, because you are raising them properly, there aren't any selfish children. That's because Liz and Gall are strict with them. Liz was a girl who acted like a young version of the director. Gall was the oldest child, a 15-year-old boy. Liz took care of the girls and Gall took care of the boys. It seemed that the two of them assigned work to the children. It was great that I had less work to do. That day, I taught the 6 children how to make pudding and pizza, so it was decided that we would eat pizza that evening. Chapter 76, Bear San and the Shop's Reconstruction. The next day, I went to the shop to prepare what was needed. Still, it was really big, huh? I had thought that if I had to make a shop, I would make something like a fast food place, so I couldn't stop thinking about how big the mansion in front of me was. Well, just thinking about it wouldn't resolve anything now that I had already bought it. The site's condition left nothing to be desired. It was big and near the orphanage. Even though it was a little far from the center of the town, it wasn't a distance that would stop the customers from coming. As soon as I entered the shop, I headed towards the kitchen. First, I had to make the stone ovens that were vital for baking. I placed the things that would have been a hindrance inside the bare box, so that there would be enough space in the kitchen. I had prepared 3 stone ovens for baking bread and pizza. I hoped that this would be good enough. Well, I would just have to make more if it wasn't. Next, I thought about what I should do for the fridge. I found a small storehouse next to the kitchen and entered it. Although I said it was a small storehouse, it was around 10 tatami mats wide. Was this the pantry? There weren't any windows. Once I pressed a switch on the wall, a light magic stone lit up the storehouse. There was absolutely nothing inside. This was probably a good spot. I insulated the walls with my earth magic so that no heat could enter. Then I placed ice magic stones in different places and transformed it into a big, refrigerated storehouse. Was there anything else we needed? I thought about it. But nothing came to mind. I would have to consult Morin-san about this. Editor's note, 10 tatami mats is about 16.53 meters squared or 177.91 square feet. Next were the shop's decorations. Originally, it was a noble's home, but had Northwest One cleaned this place for a long time. Even the carpets and wallpaper were all dirty. Mylene-san said that she would take care of the cleaning and renovation. Since it was included in the price, I decided to let them do it. I went to the second floor. There were rooms kept for guests, but wouldn't they be too big for couples? Wouldn't it be better to use them to hold events like birthday parties? Still, would anybody use them? Well, we'll think about what to do about the second floor once the shop opens. Then I went to the garden. It was quite big. However, it was also quite messy. Since no one was living here, the vegetation had grown wild. I wondered, did the cleaning and renovation include the garden as well? If it didn't, we would have to do it ourselves. However, could we create a cafe terrace once it was cleaned? Well, that would depend on the number of customers though. It would be great if we could make it, but it would be meaningless if no one used it. I decided to hold on to this idea for now. For a few days after this, I went to the orphanage to teach the children how to cook. During that time, I left the renovations to Mylene-san. I assembled various ingredients for the pizza and made some different types of pudding as well. I modified the taste and used different toppings to increase the menu choices. Making such a big menu was not necessarily a good thing, so I asked for impressions from Helen, Mylene, and Helena to narrow it down. As the preparations for the shop progressed steadily, Morin-san and her daughter finally arrived from the capital. After arriving, Morin-san went to the orphanage we promised to meet at. Yuna-san, so you're already here, huh? I couldn't tell them that I came back through the bear transfer gate. Yes, I arrived a little earlier than you. The two of them seemed to be really tired after their long trip. Their fatigue was clearly visible. What will you be doing after this today? We are really tired, so we were thinking of finding an inn. Don't worry, I have already prepared a place for you to stay. That would help us a lot. We are exhausted after the long journey. I led the two of them outside of the orphanage. So, Yuna-san, where are we going? Ah, Morin-san, you can stop addressing me so formally. I was really unaccustomed to being addressed with san by older people. Then is it okay to call you Yuna-chan? Yes, please go with that instead. We are going to the place where Morin-san will be working. There are a lot of spare rooms in the shop, so I thought about letting you live there. No problem, I've unreasonably made you come here after all. We arrived at the shop. Morin-san and Karen-san froze. TL note, the was in the raw. Yuna-chan, isn't this a mansion? In front of them stood a mansion that was going to be used as the shop. A former one. Now, it's my shop and the place where Morin-san and everyone else will work. A shop. Are you saying that we will sell bread here? It's still in the middle of renovations, though. There was no signboard or name for this shop either. It was because I wanted to think about it with everybody. A cafe, a tea house, a bakery, a pizzeria, or a pudding store, what would be good? In this situation, I couldn't decide by myself. In this sort of place, the bread. I will be explaining about the shop tomorrow, so please rest for today. I brought the two of them into the shop. It's amazing. Mum, will we really be selling bread here? The two of them looked at the already cleaned floor. The first floor will be used for the shop, so please use the rooms on the second floor. They went to look at the second floor. Past the big staircase, there were plenty of rooms. I don't mind, but will we really be living here? It's great because the workplace is near, right? I took them into the farthest rooms on the second floor. There weren't any conspicuous ornaments that stood out, but it was a pretty room. Was it because it used to be the room of a noble? The window frame made the room look very stylish. For now, I will bring out the luggage that I've brought from the capital. Please let me know if you have any requests for the arrangement. I arranged the beds, the closets, and the drawers. It doesn't seem to go well with the room, huh? The wallpapers, the floor, and the curtains were beautiful. However, the beds and other things that I brought out were for commoners. The bed was small, and the closet was dirty. Also, the small desk stood out in the big room. It created a strange sense of discomfort. Do you want me to buy some furniture meant for nobles? It won't suit us. More importantly, will I be able to sleep in such a large room? Karen-san muttered with a small voice. There's also a bath, so please feel free to use it. It has been cleaned, so you can use it whenever you feel like. Let me know if you need anything else. There's nothing in particular, it's already amazing. It's the same for me. Then I'll bring the children that will be helping with the shop tomorrow, so please take your time to rest today. The next day, I went to the orphanage and brought the 6 children that would be working at the shop. The children had already come to the shop several times. They were the ones who took care of the weeds in the garden and trimmed the branches. The rooms on the second floor were also cleaned by them. When we arrived at the shop, the delicious scent of freshly baked bread was already drifting in the air. We entered the shop and went into the kitchen. There, we saw Morin-san and Karen-san already baking bread. If I knew that they were making it now, I wouldn't have eaten breakfast before coming here. Yuna-san, good morning. Karen-san came to greet me. Morin-san was taking care of baking bread. Did you sleep well? Yes, I was really tired, so I fell asleep the moment I got in bed. That's great. Morin-san also came over. Yuna-chan, good morning. Yuri already making bread. I wanted to see how to adjust the stone oven. I had some ingredients to make bread, so I practiced a little during the night. In the end, she examined everything as soon as I left. So, how was the stone oven? If there is anything wrong with it, please let me know. There are no problems. It's a great stone oven. After this, I just have to bake bread, figure out the quirks of the oven, and gain some experience. The quirks of the stone oven. How the heat is distributed, or how much time it takes to heat up the oven. There are lots of quirks depending on the stone oven, and it changes how the bread is baked. That's what a pro artisan is like. Compared to me, I didn't pay attention to anything when I was baking pizza. Everything was so random in comparison. So that's why she could bake delicious bread. So are those the children that will be helping me with the store? She saw the children standing behind me. The children went to the front and greeted them. Can you teach these children how to make bread? It's okay if you don't want to. There's no problem. You taught me how to make pudding, so I won't do something as rude as refusing to teach them. Then, you'll all learn how to make bread in the mornings, and you can then take the bread you've made back to the orphanage. The children energetically responded. Chapter 77, Bear-san thinks of a name for the shop. The shop's preparations were gradually coming to an end. There was just one problem. The shop's name had yet to be decided. When I discussed the issue with Morin-san, she said, "It's your shop, so Yuna-chan should decide." However, I had absolutely zero naming sense. It was to the point where I used my real name in games, because I had absolutely no confidence in my naming sense. That was why I decided to ask everyone I knew for a name. The next day, I assembled all the people I was indebted to and made a tasting party. The people who would be participating included the staff, Morin-san, Karen-san, and the 6 children helping the shop. Mylene-san and Helen-san. Terumi-san and Fina, the parent and child duo that had always taken care of me. Liz, who always took care of the children. Helena, from the inn. And finally Noah, who came back from the capital. These 15 people. I immediately asked them for a name. The Bear's Bakery. Bear-san's Dining Hall. The Bear Pizzeria. The Bear and Pudding. Bear-san's Food Shop. Bear-san's. The Bears. Names with bear in it were suggested continuously. Do they all contain bear? Because. Right. All of their gazes turned towards me. Right. Still, I wasn't the one who would be cooking, you know. I thought about the uniform for the staff here, but... The uniform. Mylene-san said something like that. Didn't you see it in the capital? The clothes that were used by the staff. The thing that looked like an apron. When we went to a big restaurant, everyone was wearing the same clothes. It was certainly cute. There were uniforms in Japan's fast food restaurants and formal restaurants as well. A uniform in another world, wouldn't it be maid or butler clothes? I think it would suit the children. Yeah, I'm okay with uniforms. I answered while imagining maid clothing. Right. For now, I made one to see if it's good. Mylene-san brought out a set of clothes from her item bag. She said she would bring out a uniform, but why did she bring out a piece of fur? In one movement, Mylene-san spread out the fur. TL note, the was in the raw. A bear. Yes, this is Yuna-chan's shop, so it has to be a bear, right? It was a bear costume. Mil-chan, was it? Want to try it on? There's no way she would want to wear something so embarrassing. She would definitely refuse it. She said, looking happy. She's so lucky. No fair. I want to wear it too. The children started to say that once they saw it. Having received the costume, Mil's face was filled with joy, while the other children's faces were filled with envy. That also included the faces of Fina and Noah, who were also there. Mil started to change her clothes right on the spot. Even if the boys were younger, a girl of her age taking off her clothes in front of people, wasn't she embarrassed? It may be because she was living in the small orphanage with people she considered as siblings. I had to remember to make separate changing rooms for boys and girls. A girl had to think about herself more. How is it? Mil, while happily wearing the bear costume, twirled around. Why are you so happy? It was certainly cute, but... No words of denial were coming out. It suits you well. So lucky. Cute. It's made with wolf's fur, but it's quite a success. Will we be wearing this while doing our job? Yes, as long as we have Yuna-chan's permission. Big sis Yuna, I want to wear it too. The boys wanted to wear it too. The children seemed to be happy, and it wasn't like I was the one who would be wearing it while working, so I accepted the idea. Wait, do I also have to wear one? Karen-san was looking at the uniform that Mil was wearing. The children look cute, but I think that it will suit Karen-san too. Mylene-san, what would you think if you were the one wearing it? I am in my 20s, but Karen-san is 17, right? That'll be cute enough. So, she was older than me. That made me a little happy, I think. In Japan, a 17-year-old was equivalent to a second-year high school student. I wasn't Mylene-san, but I also thought that it was safe for high schoolers. I can't serve customers in those embarrassing clothes. Embarrassing clothes? Why did you say that in front of the ones who will be wearing it? I'll make bread with mother in the kitchen. We can't let the children be alone for the service, you know. That's why the floor manager will be Karen-san. Just in case, you will do some rotations with Morin-san. You. It wasn't something you had to hate so much, you know. What about me, who walked the streets of the town and the capital city with it? Even more so, we met at the capital city while I was wearing this costume. The uniform has been decided to be a bear, so the name has to be one too, right? Before that, I have a question. The gloves will be a hindrance for the work, but won't you make the shoes? You are right, huh? Let's make it. And Yuna-chan, can I ask you to sponsor the uniforms? We will give the money to make them. I haven't sold the wolf pelts yet, so I had lots of them. Even if I didn't have enough pelts, I still had the 5,000 wolves that hadn't been dismantled from the monster horde. Okay. I want a lot of them after all. 3 sets per person. That many. If I were to increase the number of workers, they would be able to wear it, right? The children are all around the same height after all. I can make as many as you want if you give me the wolf pelts, but you will have to pay for them next time. The uniform was not what I originally had in mind, but it had been decided. Now, I had to decide the shop's name. What will we do about the shop's name? We all thought about the shop's name again. After a long discussion, it had been decided. Bear-san's relaxing shop was chosen. The waiters and waitresses would all wear bear costumes. The only one who was opposed to that idea, Karen-san, was ignored. Though, I wouldn't be working there, so it had nothing to do with me. Recently, when I think about stories of moving, it makes me want to make the bear fly in the sky. A bear that doesn't fly is just a bear. Is a famous saying after all. If the bear won't fly, it'll just be a normal bear. Regarding fur in a place that serves food, I beg you to not think about the fur that will end up in the food, please. Chapter 78, Bear-san opens the shop. Mylene-san said that she would prepare the signboard at the Commerce Guild. Since the name of the shop was Bear-san's relaxing shop, the idea of making the shop more bear-like came up. Everyone suggested doing something that looked similar to the bear house, so that the customers would understand why it was named Bear-san's relaxing shop. A bear-like shop? What sort of shop was that? Did I have to make the entire shop look like a bear, like the bear house? Many different ideas were suggested up. In the end we decided on the shop's name and the uniform, and then the tasting party ended. After everyone went back, I, who stayed at the shop, started to make the shop look like a Bear-san's relaxing shop. First, I made 2 deformed bears with earth magic and put them at the entrance. They were like character figurines. In Japan, there were character figurines called nendoroids. I made the bears with those nendoroids as reference. I used clay. They were one color. I really wanted more colors. I tried making them while using magic to assemble different kinds of colored earth. Of course, I couldn't really make beautiful colors, but it was cuter this way when compared to being just one color. Magic was really convenient. Next, I made some bears on the second floor, where they would stand out, and some more on the roof. I figured the store would look good with that. We weren't going to do a cafe terrace, but since it was visible from the interior of the shop, I decided to arrange it. A bear near a tree, a bear in the middle of a punch, a bear and her cub, and a sleeping bear. This would do for the decorations. After that, I entered the shop and put little bears striking different poses in the center of each table. I decorated the tables with a standing bear, a fighting bear, a sleeping bear, a running bear, bears on top of each other, a dancing bear, and a bear holding a sword. Once I finished the tables, I made bears climb and hang randomly on the walls and pillars. I decorated the interior of the shop by putting figurines here and there. I thought it would be fine with this. When I was satisfied, Karen-san came down from the second floor. Yuna-san, what are you doing? I made it more bear-like. It's really cute. If you saw those types of bears in the forest, you wouldn't be afraid, right? Karen-san poked one of the table bears. Will clients come here? She asked worriedly. An unknown location, a new store, a new kind of food. I guess she had those kinds of worries. I think they will come. I asked people to advertise it in different places too. Also, we have pizza, pudding, potato chips, fries, and more sans bread, after all. The potatoes were delicious. I didn't know that the poison was in the eyes. I brought them out during the taste testing, and since it was really popular, we decided that it would be sold in the shop. Well, you wouldn't die from the poison. The problem was the distribution. After the taste test, I was really worried about the stockpile of potatoes and cheese. The hamburger was really good, too. I didn't know that putting the bread made by mother together with cheese, meat, and vegetables would be this good. I am a little worried about the stock of cheese, you see. Depending on the sales rate, it is possible that we won't have enough of it. A lot of cheese was used for the pizza. Where did you buy the cheese? I bought it from a grandpa who was selling it in the capital. In the capital? Then there isn't a problem. I asked him where his village was, so when we start running out, I will go buy some. And the potatoes? They normally arrive next month, but if it isn't in time, I will have to go and buy them myself. I hope clients will come, that's all. That will depend on everyone's efforts. The shop's opening was planned to be 2 days after the signboard was finished. The signboard was supposed to be finished in 3 days, so the shop would open in 5 days. Everyone's uniforms, except for Morin-san's, would be prepared for that day as well. The next day, Terumi-san and Fina came to help with the shop. When they saw the bear figurines I made yesterday, they froze. Big sis www, what are those? They are bears. Everyone said that I had to make something that is bear-like, like the bear house, so I made them. Is it no good? It's not that. It's terribly cute. Were they shocked because there were no figurines in this world? When I thought of all the statues I had seen, there were only realistic stone statues. They are cute, but if it's like this, the male customers will have problems entering. Terumi-san gave her impressions while looking at the figurines. She was right. There would be more male customers asking for pizza and hamburgers. The girls would be asking for pudding and potato chips. Then, do I make a more realistic bear? If you do that, the girls would be the ones having a hard time entering. Then, what do I do? I knew that the answer wasn't here. Therefore, I went to find someone with experience in sales. I asked Morin-san and her daughter, who were looking at the ingredient stockpile. I don't know. I have never seen a shop this strange in the capital, after all. Won't it be okay if you just think about it after the shop opens? We don't know how many clients will come in, after all. The two of them said. Just in case, I had begun the advertisement yesterday. I left some leaflets at the Commerce Guild, the Adventurers Guild, Helena's Inn, and other places that took care of me. I also asked Cliff to talk about it with his acquaintances. With only this much, I didn't know how many customers would come for the opening day. Yuri right. For now, we don't even know if girls will come, and it's not decided that men won't come in. We will think about it after opening the shop. The appointed day. It was hell. People. At the beginning of the opening day, no one came. I wanted to help out in the background for the opening day. We opened the store and, after we had waited for some time, the first client was the guild master of the Adventurers Guild. Hey, I came. By the way, this is a strange shop. Like I thought. Was it hard to enter? This bear? I don't really know. I think that it might be hard to enter for some people. Buta bear, that's so well made. Won't the client be interested and want to see the interior? Thanks. That's good to know. So, what will you order? What do you recommend? Pizza and hamburger are the main courses. The potatoes are the side dish, and pudding is a snack. Ask your stomach. The method of ordering was like this: order at the counter at the back, pay, and then receive the food. Pizza was the only thing that had to be baked after ordering, so you had to go to your seat first. It would be brought to you a little later, using number plates. I see. Then, since I have time and someone advised me to get the pizza, so I will go with that. What will you drink? The pizza is oily, so I suggest having a refreshing drink. Then, I will take orange juice. Understood. It will take some time to bake, so take this number plate and wait wherever you want. Immediately after Morin-san finished baking the pizza, the children brought it to the guild master. So this is a pizza. It was a S-size pizza, enough for one adult. Then, thanks for the food. The guild master started eating a piece. He ate 2, 3 pieces. The guild master's hands didn't stop, and the whole pizza quickly disappeared. After he finished, he drank the orange juice in one gulp. It was delicious. I am happy that it pleased you. Are the other things delicious too? All I can say is that you will have to see for yourself. Everyone has different preferences, after all. I see. What do I have to do to ask for something else? You have to go to the counter and pay for a new order. The guild master got up and went to ask for a hamburger. He ate it while looking happy, and then left the store satisfied. After some time, people started trickling in. They all started by timidly eating the unknown food, but when they had finished, they went back satisfied. However, there weren't many clients for now. I forced myself to make 300 servings of pudding, but at this pace, it would hold out for a few days. There was a time when I thought this. The people who came and ate in the morning might have talked about it. At lunch, male and female customers came, regardless of the bear statues. Did the guild master recommend us? People related to the guild came, and people I remembered seeing in the commerce guild also came. Pizza, hamburgers, bread, and potato fries were all selling. None of us could take a break, and we were constantly moving around the kitchen. Lunchtime ended, and right when I thought that it would calm down, more customers came in, one after another. The customers who came in after lunch mainly ordered pudding and potato-related things. The people who were preparing the potatoes with oil were really going through a hard time. The pudding was in the fridge, so we just had to take them out. The price of the pudding was a little high, even if the price of eggs had dropped. Even then, the female customers didn't stop buying them. The 300 servings of pudding vanished. The last piece of bread also disappeared. Southwest, we decided to close the shop before dinner and told the customers who came to go back. So tired. Yes, I am exhausted too. I kidnapped Terumi-san and Fina, who came to see how the store was doing, to make them help in the kitchen. Why were there so many customers? When I asked, the men said that they came after hearing about it from the guild master and Helen. The girls said that Mylene-san highly praised the pudding. The customers who came also talked about it afterwards. I couldn't thank or hate the three of them. It is not looking good for tomorrow. Morin-san said, after seeing what happened today. Morin-san, how was it in the kitchen? Let's see. For now, we don't have enough stone ovens for the number of pizza orders. On the other hand, after looking at the potato orders, we can do some more of them, so it's okay. However, it will be difficult to prepare everything after the shop closes. If we don't prepare well, it will have the same result as today. The ingredients we had prepared were nearly gone. Morin-san's bread and the pudding. There wasn't enough bread dough. I see, then we will open the shop for lunch. We will prepare in the morning and eat our own lunch. We will close the shop before dinner. You could earn money if you open for dinner, though. Terumi-san asked. In all honesty, I don't plan to make money from this shop, so it's okay. It's fine if it's not a deficit. As it is now, it is already profitable. I am also worried about the stockpile of eggs, cheese, and potatoes. Yuri right, huh? There is a limit to the egg supply, after all. In order to increase the opening hours of the store, the number of employees and ingredients will have to be increased as well. Selling too much will cause troubles too, huh? I didn't know that. For now, Terumi-san, can you ask Liz about the number of children who can be assembled without affecting the job of caring for the birds? And also, Terumi-san, can you work here after lunch? Of course, I will pay you for this too. Let's see, the egg exchange finishes in the morning, so it won't be a problem. But, is it really okay to change the opening time all of a sudden? Considering the rate of customers we had today, won't they start coming during morning? That was right. There were customers we refused due to the lack of ingredients as well. There was a great chance that many clients would come in the morning. Morin-san, is it possible to open the shop in the morning just for tomorrow? If we start preparing now we could do it. But I looked at Morin-san and the children. The children were dozing off in the chairs. They were probably really tired after their first day of service. In this world, children also worked. However, in every world, children were children. They weren't slaves, so I had to let them rest. What could I do? After some thought, I decided to prioritize the children over the customers. Like I thought, we will open at lunchtime starting from tomorrow. For now, we will do what we can. Terumi-san, please go to the shop where the pamphlets were displayed. But, what will we do about the customers who come first thing in the morning? We will ask them to come back for lunch. Won't they be angry? I will. Do something about it. Something, huh? Terumi-san seemed worried. We will also have one day off a week. Day off. People in this world worked as much as possible, and on top of this, they didn't have any holidays. I had never seen inns and restaurants close, not even once. To counterbalance this, there were periods of free time during the day when they could do whatever they wanted. However, there was no free time in this shop. During operating hours, you had to deal with customers, and when that was over, you had to clean and prepare for the next day. There was a lot of things to do. A day when we won't open. A day when it's fine to go shopping or sleep. It's a day off so that you can work well on the other days. Is it okay to have a day off? The sales will decrease, you know. Truthfully, I wanted to have shifts of days off, but there isn't enough people, you see. Also, at this rate, the eggs would disappear. I prepared multiple days' worth of eggs today, but there are a limited number of eggs laid per day, so it's impossible to make more than what we did today. Yuri right, we can't really decrease the number of eggs we're selling to the Commerce Guild, after all. I had already had them lower the number of eggs that were sold to the Commerce Guild, in order to open the shop. That's why, with the current circumstances, we don't have to force ourselves to open the shop. The new thing to think about is a method of increasing the number of eggs. Should we hatch the eggs? Should I go back to capture more cluckers? Those were the two possibilities. If we hatched the eggs, the number of eggs being sold would diminish. If we had to capture more cluckers, I would have to go myself. That was really troublesome. I decided to think about it later. When you change the schedule, could you please mark the day off as well? After that is the store's interior. Was there anything troublesome? The customers apparently wanted to take the bears. That's right, I saw some clients trying to take the bears on the tables. However, I made it so that they were fixed to the tables and you couldn't take them off. There were some customers saying that they wanted us to give the bears to them. I think I will put up a poster saying that they are not for sale. Was there anything else? I asked the group in charge of the shop's interior. The people lining up at the counter. There were some who were angry because they had to wait for some time. Then we will make another counter for tomorrow. There were also many customers who came just for the pudding, so we will put a fridge next to the counter to buy some time. The opening day finished on this note. It seemed that Morin-san and the children had some more work to do as preparations for tomorrow. If the bread dough and the pudding weren't made now, they wouldn't be ready for tomorrow. I decided to go back, leaving everything to the pros. Only the stone oven was needed first thing in the morning, so I made it before going back. Thank you for the 10,000 bookmarks. I am thinking of opening an impressions column. My mental fortitude is like tofu, so please don't make it so harsh that I will crumble. I will count on all of you from now on too. Chapter 79, Bear-san makes a request at the Adventurers Guild. I made some changes to the previous chapter. There was no talk about the opening hours after all. To explain it simply, it's a talk about how changing the opening hours like that would entail troubles. Today's story is about how they will deal with that. So that people would learn about the change of opening hours even a little bit, I asked Terumi-san to edit the posted pamphlets. Even so, there would still be people who came without knowing about it. To deal with this problem, I went to the Adventurers Guild. Yuna-san, what are you doing here at this hour? I saw Helen coming out of the guild. Helen-san, are you going back now? Yes, it's closing time now, after all. What's the matter, Yuna-san? I came here to make a request. A request? Yes. I want to erase the troubles in advance, you see. Troubles? I explained what happened today. That's why I thought of changing the opening hours for tomorrow, but here will surely be people who will not know and will come earlier. It would be great if they went back after we apologized, but... And that's why you want to make a request. There are only women and children working at our shop, after all. That's why I want to hire adventurers who would protect them from violent customers. That's right, there are children at your shop, aren't there? In that case, you have no other choice. For now, I would like guards for 1 week, but are there adventurers who would accept this job? That depends on the money you are willing to pay, I think. Adventurers are people who move for money, after all. Money, huh? I don't really know the market prices, so how much would I have to pay? Even if they were expensive, thinking about the security, it would be a small price to pay. If I was stingy here and the children were harmed, I wouldn't know how to face the director of the orphanage. In order to avoid that, I wanted to recruit some guards. That would depend on the rank of the adventurer you want to hire. The content of the request is to protect the shop. If the other party is a normal citizen, a low-rank adventurer is okay, but in case a higher-rank adventurer goes wild, a low-rank adventurer would not be enough to face him. I didn't think there would be such outlaws, but there was the case of Deborain, who I saw at the Adventurers Guild. Yuna-chan and Helen-san, what are you doing? The one who appeared was Rurina-san, who I went to kill the goblins with. I saw her a number of times after the goblin subjugation. Deborain and his party members were standing behind Rurina-san. Deborain, who was punched by me, the Silent Gill, and the Badmouthed Lands were all there. The whole party appeared. Even so, why in the world was Rurina-san with those people? Was it possible that she had a hobby of assembling low-quality products? Yuna-chan, are you thinking something rude? Was it possible that she had a skill to read my mind? I was thinking, why would a beauty like Rurina-san be in that sort of party? I am not an official member, you know. Just a temporary one. As you can see, this party is an assembly of no-brain idiots. Yes, she was right, those 3 were real muscle brains. So I decided to make a party with them. It dragged on for some time, and before I knew it we were together until this day. Let's just be an official party already. I don't wanna. If I had to make a party, I would like to make one with someone cute, like Yuna-chan. She said while embracing me. Ever since I princess carried Rurina-san, she liked to randomly touch the bare clothes. Anyways, what happened, Yuna-chan? I was thinking about requesting guards to protect the shop. The shop? The one from the rumors. I don't know what the rumors say, but it's this shop. There might be some trouble tomorrow. Trouble? The shop opened today, but there were some problems, so from tomorrow onwards, the opening hours will change. Because there is a possibility of intrusion from the customers tomorrow, and possibility of threats, I thought of hiring adventurers to gently turn them away. I see. Then, want to hire us? Is it okay? It would help me a lot, though. There is no problem. Don't decide on your own, Rurina. Rurina, on the verge of accepting the offer, was stopped by someone. Deborain. I won't do it. If Deborain-san says so, I won't do it either. When Deborain opposed it, Lands opposed it too. As always, Gil didn't open his mouth, not accepting or refusing. I see, then this is the end of this temporary party. Wait, this. There is no other choice, right? If you use me when you need me, but you don't help me when I need you, I don't want to be in your party. After Rurina-san said so, she looked at me. Yuna-chan, is it okay if it's just me? I will do it too. I heard that the food was delicious. If you are going to give me some, I will help too. Gil, are you betraying us? She helped us last time. And, I agree with Rurina's words. Thanks, Gil. Rurina-san expressed her thanks. Gil was always silent, but he seemed to be someone decent. Do what you want. We are going, Lands. Yes, Deborah-san. The two of them went away, leaving Rurina-san and Gil. It's okay. During the previous incident involving Yuna-chan, I was already thinking about leaving them, but they stopped me. I stayed until today, but it was time to end it. When you stop being an adventurer, come and tell me, please. We are in need of talented people. I will count on you when the time comes. I decided to accept this as her being polite. However, if she really stopped being an adventurer, there were a lot of things I wanted her to help with. In Rurina-san's case, there were no problems when it came to personality or ability. Talking about the guard request, I want to hire you for 1 week. Is it okay? Yes, there is no problem. And for this request reward, can I also ask for meals? I will properly provide food and money, no problem. Excuse me, you two, please accept the request properly through the guild, okay? Helen-san's suggestion was the right thing to do. Entering the guild, I gave a request, and Rurina-san accepted it. The reward was the Bear-san's relaxing shop's food and some silver coins. I had obtained some guards, so I went back to the bear house. I might have not done much, but for a hikikomori like me, it was a really tiring day. I entered the bear bath, and cleansed my body and soul. I knew it, the cultures with baths were the best. I exited the bear bath, put on the white bear, and dived into my futon. The next day, when I went to the shop, the two of them were already there. Good morning, Yuna-chan. The one who responded was Rurina-san. Gil was silent, like usual. The shop is exactly as the rumors say. What are they, those rumors? You talked about them yesterday too. It's not something strange, you know. The fact that the new bear adventurer made a shop is widespread, and the people say that the shop looks like a mansion, that there is a really delicious scent coming from it, and that the children working here resemble Yuna-chan. It's these sorts of rumors. She was right, there was nothing strange. All the things she said were true, but for some reason, I felt like I couldn't accept that. So, what do we have to do? I said it yesterday, but if customers come too early, I want you to say that the shop won't open before lunch. After that, it would be great if they just went back, but... Well, Gil is here too, so there won't be any idiots who will dare complain. She hit the massive muscles on Gil's back. They are customers, so try to not be violent. That's for sure. I won't do anything to normal people. The worst case would just be threatening them. If it doesn't work, call me. I will deal with them. I told the two of them, then entered the shop. When I entered, the delicious scent of baked bread reached me. In both worlds, a bakery started early in the morning. When I went to the kitchen, I could see the children and Morin-san moving around. Morin-san and her daughter were baking bread. Some children were watching from nearby, in order to learn the technique. It could be great if I took some of them to the capital after a few years. The other children were doing their best to prepare the dough and pudding. They were making tomorrow's share. Last night, they made enough for today, and they were now making tomorrow's share. When one of them saw me, all of the children started greeting me happily. But I noticed the weariness on their faces. Morin-san and her daughter seemed okay because they were accustomed to it, but the children were tired doing a job they were not familiar with. Yesterday, they made preparations for today until late at night, too. Even more, they started working early today. They should be able to sleep tonight, so if they could bear with it today, it would be okay. However, it was a job that involved fire and oil, so it would be dangerous if they worked while being tired. I walked around the kitchen, and put the bear paw on the heads of the children. Big sis bear. A girl tilted her head when I suddenly put the paw on her head. Heel. Hold on a little more, okay. You will be able to rest tonight. I put a strength restoration spell on all of the children. With this, it would be okay now. The children, not understanding what happened, tilted their heads. I did a last check of the interior of the shop before going back to where Rurina-san was. When I went out, I saw Rurina-san explaining things to a customer. The client went back obediently, after receiving the explanation. Yes, there were no problems. When we explained it to them, they all went back. Well, I think it's thanks to Gil, too. I was just standing here, though. With Gil just standing behind me, all the customers listened to what I had to say, so it was a big help. It seemed there were no normal citizens that could go against adventurers. And, was it okay when adventurers came? It was even less of a problem. Who do you think this shop belongs to? It's mine. Exactly. It's Yuna-chan's shop. The adventurer who crushed more than 10 adventurers on her first visit to the guild, killed the Goblin King, and, on top of that, even killed a black viper. There are no idiots who would want to pick a fight with you. If there were, it would be newbies or adventurers who are not from this town. If there was one, that would be Gil's job. Leave it to me. Thanks. When the shop opens, you will be able to eat whatever you want. Finally, I went inside the shop to help the others. Thank you for your impressions. Chapter 80, Bear-san and the second opening day. While I was dealing with some tasks, Rurina-san came looking troubled. Yuna-chan, could you come here for a second? Something happened. Yeah, a little. A child that neither Gil nor I can handle came. Who came? A noble girl. There was just one noble girl I could think of, though. First of all, I didn't even know how many nobles there were in this town, so she might not be the one I was thinking about. If it is just a normal noble, I can do something about it, but... We exited the kitchen, and as we went towards the entrance, we could see a blonde girl charging at Gil through the glass windows. There was no doubt, she was the person I knew. Let me enter. I have some business with Yuna-san. Wait a little. Someone just went to call Yuna. Gil was blocking the entrance. I knew it. The noble girl was Noah. The two were glaring at each other. It was no good just looking at the two of them, so I decided to go out and intervene. Noah, what are you doing? The two of them won't let me come inside. Well, I asked the two of them to be guards until the store opens after all. You two noticed that Noah was a noble, I saw her a number of times with the feudal lord after all. So, why are you here, Noah? That's not the problem. You didn't come to see me at all, so today I decided to come and see you. But what is this shop? Noah was pointing at the bear sculptures. When I came here the other day, there was nothing like this. Her face swelled when she got angry. So, what did you come for today? I came to eat pudding, of course. It was before the opening hours, but I couldn't really tell her to go back, so I brought Noah into the shop. The moment Noah entered, her movement stopped. WH, what is this? Noah started shouting. Noah approached me and grasped one of my bare hands. Please do the same to my house. Cliff would get angry, you know. I will persuade him. Please don't. Calm down and have this instead. I made a bear nendoroid that was waving its hand and gave it to Noah. Thank you very much. I will treasure it for life. You don't have to. I would be troubled if she cherished a doll made from earth as a lifelong treasure. While Noah was carefully holding the doll, she was touring the interior of the store to see other sculptures and said one phrase. I want all of them. I ignored those words, of course. While I am thinking about it, how are you doing recently? Because I went to the capital, my studies were delayed, so my father assigned me a home tutor. Well, it wasn't wrong that we just played while we were in the capital city. If you were a noble's child, you had to study. It was better to have intelligent nobles than idiot ones. But father is horrible. He won't let me go outside at all. I sent it because you were lazy that it became like this. I think some relaxation time is needed. Then, I will give you a pudding, so do your best with your studies. For now, I guided Noah to a seat. If I left Noah alone, she would just run around, exploring the inside of the shop without end, so I made her sit down. But even when seated, she was turning her head all around to see the interior of the shop. It is a little early, but do you want to eat something other than pudding too? Yes. Almost everything we serve is easy to make, so we can bring it to you relatively fast. Ah, but you can only have one pudding cup. We don't have a lot them after all. Noah asked for a pudding, a small pizza, and an orange juice. The shop isn't open. Not yet. I briefly explained what happened yesterday. That can't be helped. After eating it the first time, I also wanted to present it to other people. But this number was really outside the expectations. You are too naive, Yuna-san. You are too naive if you think so little of this pudding. I really wish you could have seen the dining hall when the pudding was brought during the king's birthday. She scooped a spoonful of pudding and presented it to me before putting it in her mouth. I heard a little of it from the king, like how lots of people were asking to see the chef, or something like that. That's absolutely normal. When the pudding was brought in, all the people present tilted their heads at the new food they had never ever seen before. But, because the king recommended it, all of them tried it, and the hall became a really big mess. This was more terrifying than what I heard before, but nobody ever ate something so delicious. That's why there was a big uproar in the hall. Nobody knew the methods of preparing it or even the ingredients used. Even the nobles, who only ate high-class meals, couldn't think of what it could be. With just pudding, it became such an incident. But the king didn't reveal the recipe or who was the one that made it. Of course, I knew it, so I was looking at them while laughing. Is it possible that we are in a pinch? I was thinking that if they know we are selling it here, they will pressure us to reveal the recipe. If that was the case, the children could be in danger. I think it will be okay, you know. The king said something like this, the one who made this is my best friend. The food will be sold at the place where it is made. If someone damages the store, or harms anyone who is working there, you will be punished. That meant that the king told all of the nobles that we were best friends. And the king directly ordered father to look out for Yuna-san, so if something happens, you can just go and see him. I had the backing of the king, Thinking of the children's security, it was better protection. I'll receive the best friend title with much gratitude. Even if I didn't need it, it was not really something I could give back. After talking with Noah for a while, I heard some troubles outside of the shop. To confirm it, I went outside and there stood a lot of people. I asked Rurina-san. You see, when I said that the shop would open for lunch, they said that they would wait in advance. There was less than 30 minutes before the opening. It was not strange for customers to start lining up now. Rurina-san, make the customers form 2 beautiful lines. Make sure there are no people who disregard the lines or try to cut in line. If they don't cause any problems, it's okay. It will cause troubles for Rurina-san, though. It's okay. I just have to arrange them in 2 lines, right? Yes, I am counting on you. Before the opening, we ate and left the entrance to the 2 guards. When it was opening hour, there were around 30 people lined up. Thanks to Rurina-san, there were no problems. We managed to prepare 100 puddings, so it would be 1 per customer only. After talking with Noah, I thought there would be a lot of demands for puddings, but there were more customers asking for hamburgers or pizzas. Was it because it was lunchtime? Good job. I said some words of appreciation to the 2 of them. Their job ended and they were seated at the seats prepared for them. There is really a lot of people, The customers who came this morning and the ones who knew the opening hours entered at the same time, so the shop was packed. Still, it's really delicious, this pizza and this hamburger. In front of Rurina-san, Gil was eating silently. I could just barely tell that he did not dislike it. Say if you want more. It's okay for any item on the menu except for pudding. That's the pudding from the rumors, I heard from Helen-san that it was delicious. It's sweet, so there might be some men that wouldn't like it, though. No problem. It's delicious. Gil shared his impressions after eating 1 mouthful. Yes, it's delicious. And we will be able to eat it for 1 week, that's great. You could be employed for life, you know. I have a lot of tasks I want you to do after all, Rurina-san. That's a wonderful temptation. Unfortunately, I also want to continue my job as an adventurer, you see. Thinking about adventurers, what is Deborain doing? Him, I thought about parting ways with him. After all, I was just a temporary member from the start. What will you do, Gil? I haven't decided yet. You can work at the shop too, Gil. I can't do anything else than fight. That's more than enough, you know. You could be a guard, and there are children who want to become adventurers, so I would like you to teach them how to fight as an adventurer. I thought that the children who wanted to become adventurers wanted to do so because of me. I, the one who saved the children of the orphanage, was an adventurer, so it seemed that there were children who wanted to become adventurers like me too. They wanted to become strong in order to protect the orphanage. The director said that I wouldn't have to mind it because there were no places for the children of the orphanage to work even after they become adults, so there were a lot of them that became adventurers. There was a place for them to work now though. That was why I didn't really want them to do something dangerous. And I need someone to protect the children when I'm not here, so I would have a lot for you to do. I will think about it. I thought he would refuse it, so I was really surprised that he responded this way. I really thought he would say something like, I am more suited to be an adventurer. You have time, you know. It's not a pressing matter. The headhunting of those two has been put aside for now, but it was not something that needed to be resolved immediately, so I didn't really mind. The second day finished without a problem and we closed the store. The customers who came too late couldn't have any pudding, and I saw their dejected faces going back home. The problem was, once again, the number of eggs. If there were some leftovers, I wanted to make some sandwiches. If I made some, the egg sandwiches were a must, I wanted to eat them. TL note, parenthesis in the Ross. By the way, Noah had been dragged away by a butler. She escaped during her lessons after all. Noah asked me for help while crying, but I couldn't do anything. The butler was dreadful. Chapter 81, Bear San stocks up on food. A few days after the shop's opening. The shop was doing great, without any troubles. The only problems were the potato and cheese stocks. I left the shop in Morin San's and Turumina San's hands and went to the villages that made cheese and produced potatoes. The nearest one was the village that produced potatoes. I hopped on Swaying Bear and arrived there in less than half an hour. Swaying Bear's speed had definitely increased. I was right, it increased when my level increased. When I became stronger, my summoned beasts became stronger, too. While thinking about that, I arrived close to the village gate and saw people going in and out. Thanks to my habit, I accidentally approached the gate while riding Swaying Bear. Who are you? A man standing near the gate shouted while looking at me. He must have been shocked, first thinking that a bear was approaching the village, and then, when it came closer, seeing a girl in a bear suit riding it. Even I would be shocked if I saw something like that. I am Yuna, an adventurer. Is Zamal-san here? Is it possible that you're the bear girl who bought the potatoes in the capital? It seemed that he told the people of the village about me. Yeah, I am. Then come on in. I have heard the story. The man was relieved to hear that I was the one that bought the potatoes. Well, that couldn't be helped with the sudden appearance of a bear. He brought me to a house near the center of the village. Zamal. The girl dressed like a bear came. Zamal-san came out of the house. It has been a while. I greeted him as a sign of friendship, but I couldn't sense an ounce of hospitality from him. Did you perhaps come here to make a complaint because someone fell ill? That's not it. I don't have enough potatoes, so I came to buy more. Are you kidding? You bought a huge amount of them at the capital, didn't you? The potatoes are now a popular product at my shop. I can't believe that. It couldn't be helped, so I took some snacks out of the bear box. It was potato chips and fried potatoes. These are the products made from potatoes. Zamal-san ate a slice of potato chips. It's delicious. It's great as a snack, right? You just have to fry them in oil and add a little salt. It has a fluffy texture and is really delicious. This one is also made by just frying it in oil. Is this really made of potatoes? I also put them on pizza, so I really need a lot of them. It was impossible to understand if I just said the name, so I also took a pizza out of the bear box. This is pizza. Potatoes are necessary, even though they are not the main ingredient. Zamal-san ate the pizza. It's delicious. Are the people in town really eating the potatoes I grew? Light tears were flowing down from his eyes. It doesn't really matter if you believe me or not. Do you have potatoes? Yeah, of course we have some. I would like fresh potatoes if possible, so could you bring some to Crimonia every 2 weeks? It takes 3 days to go there by carriage. I would have to stay 1 night in Crimonia, so it would take 7 days for a round trip. It's quite a tight schedule. And what if you could go by horse, without having to transport potatoes? If it's like that, I wouldn't need the carriage or any other luggage, so I could reduce the time to 1 day and a half. But if I don't bring the potatoes, what would be the point of making the trip? I gave him 5 of the item bags that I took from the thieves. These are item bags. I have never used them, so I don't know how much they can carry, but you can use them. Is it okay giving me something like this? Yeah, no problem. If Samal-sen doesn't need to use all of them, you can give some of them to other villagers. It will be more convenient to transport things with this, won't it? It will help a lot. In exchange, I will count on you to deliver twice a month. Okay, you have my word. So how much will I have to transport each time? For now, about as much as the previous time. For the next one, you can ask Morin-san, a worker at the Bear-san's relaxing shop. So, Morin, who is working at the Bear-san's relaxing shop. Understood. I will count on you then. You are leaving already. I wanted to thank you though. I still have somewhere else I need to go, after all. I summoned Hugging Bear and went towards the cheese village. The bears would sulk if I didn't take turns summoning them after all. The cheese village was surprisingly close to the potato village. It took me about half an hour on Hugging Bear. When I approached the village, the distinctive smelly odor of a dairy farm was drifting through the air. When I arrived at the farm, a man approached me. He was carrying a lance and seemed to be on guard. Was he startled by Hugging Bear? To prove that I was not a dangerous person, I got down from Hugging Bear. A bear suit. The man approached. Is it possible that you are the girl who bought cheese in the capital? He asked. Yeah, that's right. Is the grandpa that sold me cheese in the capital here? I came to buy more. Yes, I heard the story, please come this way. I returned Hugging Bear and followed the men. You heard about me? Yes, the village chief said that if a girl in a bear suit comes, we have to let her come in. You are the benefactor who bought all of the cheese, so he told us gate guards to treat you kindly. The security seems to be quite high. Did something happen? Recently, goblins appeared and attacked our livestock. That's why we are patrolling. Goblins, huh? Wherever I went, they were a harmful bunch. There was a lot of livestock inside the village. There were cows, pigs, and goats. The men stopped in front of a house. Village chief. The girl who bought the cheese in the capital came. The grandpa who I bought the cheese from came out of the house. So he was the village chief, huh? Oh, if it isn't the bear Missy from that time. You really came. Huh. I told you I would come, right? I hope you didn't forget the promise to sell the cheese cheaply if I came. Of course. This is not a good place to talk, so please come inside. Village chief, I will resume patrolling around the village. Yes, I am counting on you. When I entered, the village chief offered me some white liquid. Here you go. It's freshly squeezed cow milk. I took one mouthful. It tasted a little sweet. Really delicious. I decided to buy some milk too, before going back. You came to buy cheese today. Yes, but is it possible that you don't have a lot of it? No, we have a lot of cheese. But, if things continue like this, we won't be able to make it anymore. Those were words I couldn't ignore. Why? Did something happen? Goblins moved into the forest near the village. Those goblins came and attacked our livestock. Did you post a request at the Adventurers Guild? Yes, we posted a request using the money we got from selling the cheese to you, but nobody came. I had heard that goblin subjugation requests weren't really popular, but that was really the case, huh? Our village was strong enough to drive them away, but recently the number of goblins increased and now we can only watch as the livestock are attacked. At this rate, it would be a great loss for this world, not being able to obtain cheese. More than that, I would be troubled. I will go and exterminate them. What are you saying? A girl like you? Wait, before that, did you come to this village alone? Yeah, I came alone. Don't worry, I am an adventurer. Also, I would be really troubled if the cheese disappeared. That's why there is no way I am abandoning this village. I got up to go and exterminate the goblins. Yes, for the cheese's sake. I went to the forest that the village chief was talking about. When I used detection magic, I could see that there was quite a lot of goblins. It's been a while, but let's do it alone. I started running towards the goblins. I rapidly finished it before going back. Yuna-san, you are back. Did you change your mind about going there? When I returned, village chief was waiting for me at the entrance of the village, looking worried. I defeated them. There are no more goblins inside the forest. And while I was at it, there were some orcs, so I killed them too. Yuna-san, stop joking. I brought out the corpses of goblins and orcs I killed. When I thought about it, I killed all the monsters, so there were none left in the neighborhood. Yuna-san, what is this? It's the evidence that I killed those monsters as I said. You really went and killed all of the goblins. Thin tears were flowing from the village chief's eyes. I can't thank you enough. There was a pile of goblins' corpses, and the villagers who saw it started to assemble. Village chief, what is this? Yuna-san killed them for us. There are no more goblins in the forest. That's why, we don't have to be frightened by them anymore. All of you, you also have to say your thanks to Yuna-san. The village chief said something like that, so everyone started to say some words of thanks. If you want the magic stones, I will give them to you, so can you disassemble the monsters yourselves? In return, I have something I want to ask from you. The village chief asked while looking stressed. Could you bring cheese to Crimonia at fixed intervals? That won't be a problem, but is just this okay? It's okay. I will give you this, then. I brought out 5 more item bags from the bear box. Are these item bags? It will be easier to transport things with them, won't it? Yes, that's right, but we don't have anything to thank you with, you know. Don't worry about it. Letting the cheese disappear would be too great of a loss, after all. Saying so much about our cheese. That's why, I am counting on you to give us delicious cheese, okay? Yes, we understand. We will do our best to make it. After this, I went around the village, and they showed me a lot of different livestock. When I asked them if they could show me how to make cheese, they agreed happily, to my surprise. Wasn't that the most guarded secret of this village? When I asked this, we have nothing to hide from our benefactor, Yuna-san. Was their response. I only killed the goblins, so having them think so much of it made me feel as if I did something bad. Well, just because I learned how to make cheese didn't mean that I would go and make it somewhere else. After that, they threw a welcome party for me. As thanks, in order for the people to know how splendid of an ingredient cheese was, I made a stone oven, made pizza with the village's cheese, and served it to all of them. Chapter 82, Bear-san and Some Free Time. I don't know. It's a story linked with the trip to Shinton. TL, a place near Hiroshima. The shop was now doing well even without me, so I didn't have to go there recently. The sales were great, Morin-san was trying to make new types of bread, and the children, who had gotten used to the work, were now doing it happily. We also increased the number of new dishes. Rurina-san and Gil also went back to their adventurer jobs. The two of them left Debarane's party and accepted jobs alone or made temporary parties. They often came to the store as customers. I didn't have anything to do, so I decided to go to the capital using the transfer gate. Even though the birthday party had ended, there were still a lot of people there. I went to the castle to take pudding to Princess Flora. When I arrived at the gate, the soldiers seemed to remember me and gave a relaxed greeting as I approached them. I want to go inside, is that okay? I presented my guild card to them. There was a permit to enter the castle on my guild card, so that I could enter without any problems. When the guard asked my reason for coming, I told him that I came to see Princess Flora. As one would expect, I couldn't just go see the princess alone, so he said that I had to wait until he called Eleonora-san. Yuna-chan, it's been a while. It's been a while indeed, Eleonora-san. You came to see Princess Flora. Yes, it's been a while since I came here, after all. You came from Crimonia just for that. It seems that I won't be able to come here for some time, so. Well, it's not easy to come here all the time from Crimonia, right? For some reason, when we arrived to Princess Flora's room, the king was inside. Your Highness, are you ditching work again? Eleonora, I am not you. I am just on a break. That's some bad mouthing. I am here as a duty guide for Unichan. I am talking about your normal behavior. My normal behavior? I am a mass of diligence. And why is the king in Princess Flora's room? That's because I heard a report that Una was coming, of course. I knew that if she was coming, she would go to Flora's room. While the two of them were bickering, Princess Flora approached me. Princess Flora, it's been a while. Bear-san, you came. I promised you, after all. I brought out the pudding from the bear box. I brought some pudding, so let's eat them together. I brought out 4 servings of pudding and neatly lined them up on the table. Seeing this, Eleonora and the king approached too. Thank you for what you did. I thanked the king for what he said during the birthday party. What is it, so suddenly? It's about the pudding. It seems that you have protected my shop for now, so. It's about that, huh? I forced you to prepare the pudding, so doing just that was absolutely no problem. If something does happen, you can ask either me or the Foscuros family's Cliff for help. Of course, you can work him hard, you know. Also, I will give you this. I gave a piece of paper to the king. The pudding recipe. Make some for Princess Flora, please. I don't know when I will be able to come again, after all. Understood. I will thankfully accept it. To keep it confidential, I will give the recipe to only my personal cook. You don't really have to keep it a secret, so don't punish him if it is leaked. I didn't want him to be executed because of the pudding recipe. Do not worry. It won't even leak to the other royal cooks. But there will be people who will want to steal it. If there was someone who tried to steal a royal recipe, he would receive an appropriate punishment. The king's smile was frightening. And it's not really your fault that you can't come here frequently, right? Crimonia is far, after all. I would be grateful if you just visited from time to time, so that my daughter is happy. I couldn't tell them that I could come here instantly by using the bear transfer gate. It's just, I want to go to the sea, you see. The sea. There is a sea east of the capital, right? It was information I had received from the information gathering I did a while back. So, you are going to the sea, huh? I want some ingredients from the sea, after all. A food hunt again. If you forget the happiness of eating food, you lose something really important in life. You are right. The king ate a mouthful of pudding. It would be great if there was a sea near Crimonia. There is, you know. Huh. I froze when I heard the information coming out of Eleonora-san's mouth. Oh, you are talking about that, right? You know how there is a big mountain northeast of Crimonia. There was a big mountain that you could see from the town. You could even say that it was a mountain range. If you cross that mountain, you'll be able to reach the sea, you know. But well, it's quite difficult to cross or to get around it. So there was a sea on the other side of the mountain, huh? If you were talking about distance, it was close. There is even a town over there, you know. It is difficult to reach it without a boat, but, with Unichan's bears, you could do it, I think. Una's bears. The king tilted his head. Unichan has bears she can summon, you know. You can even do something like that. Eleonora-san explained everything for me. She explained every single detail, telling them that there were 2 of them, Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear. Upon listening to this story, Princess Flora's eyes were sparkling. The king looked interested too, so after the talk, I was asked to summon the 2 of them. Was it really okay to summon them in the princess's room? Is it really okay? For now, since I had permission, I summoned Hugging Bear. It's really a bear. Princess Flora approached Hugging Bear. The king was only looking and didn't try to stop her. Doesn't he have any sense of crisis? Who are you really? I am a D-rank adventurer. Are there any D-rank adventurers who can exterminate more than 10,000 monsters? Now that I think about it, Unichan, you killed more than 10,000 monsters, but stayed at D-rank. That's because it was an unknown A-rank party that killed all of the monsters, you see. It would have been better if we just revealed your name. You don't want to stand out, even though you are wearing clothes that stand out, something like that, right? She said that while looking as if she had given up on the issue. I wanted to go back quickly after dropping off the pudding, but Princess Flora didn't want to leave Hugging Bear, so I stayed at the castle until evening. The sea. TL note, well, what can Yuna-chan do if she goes to the sea? She can't wear a swimsuit, because she has to stay in bear mode outside. Well, we will see, right? Chapter 83, Bear-san climbs the mountain. Are you really going there? Terumi-san asked me with a worried look. At the orphanage, I told Terumi-san and Fina that I would go to the sea by crossing the mountain range. I want to see the sea, after all. That's why, I will leave the shop in your hands. Even if I didn't specifically say it, the shop was already under Terumi-san's and Morin-san's care. Even if I wasn't here, there wouldn't be any problems. To prove it, I gradually reduced the number of times I went to the store. That's fine, but Arizento's mountain range is steep, you know. If I really find it dangerous, I will come back here. Not to mention, with Hugging Bear, Swaying Bear, and everything else, there won't be any problems. Big sis Yuna. Fina also looked extremely worried. There will be no problems. When things calm down a little on the other side of the mountain, I will contact you. I took 2 palm-sized bear figurines from the bear box and gave one to Fina. It's a bear phone that can call anywhere. It's a magic tool that allows us to talk to each other, even if we are far apart. After I defeated more than 10,000 monsters near the capital, my level increased and I acquired 2 new skills. The first skill let me use magic to create bear phones for communicating with others. It was a communication device that used magic instead of electricity. The second skill transformed my summoned beasts into their cub forms. I got a really strange skill that just permitted me to transform my summoned beast to different sized versions. How could I use Hugging Bear and Swaying Bear's cub forms? Maybe I could use them as watchdogs when I was at an inn. Or maybe as pillows. However, if I wanted a pillow, their bigger versions would be better, right? I tried the skill when I was in my house, but there was no way to make use of it. Was it just a skill that allowed your tired heart to recover by looking at the cubs? It was true that they were really cute though. If something happens or if you just want to talk to me, you just have to pour magic into it and it will connect to my bear phone, so you will be able to talk to me. As I was giving the explanation, with a serious look. Big sis Yuna. It's just impossible to talk with people who are not in the same place. Even if you try to make me feel better by lying, I am not a young enough child to believe this. She showed her dissatisfaction by puffing her cheeks. How was it possible that she didn't trust me? Also, 10 years old was still a child, right? Yuna-chan, there might be those sort of tools in the capital, but well, maybe just one here and there. Was it such a rare item? In the game though, there was a chat-like function. You will believe me once we use it. I will use the bear phone now. I said that, but it was also my first time using it. I didn't have anyone to test the bear phones with, and doing it by myself wasn't really possible. I didn't know how the connection between the 2 bears worked. Was there a phone ring melody? We would find out by trying it, so I poured magic into the bear phone and prayed that it would connect to the one Fina had. As I did that, the bear phone that Fina held started ringing. Kun, 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 kun. A bear's crying voice. That kind of calling voice. Wasn't it strange? Couldn't it be changed to a normal cell phone's melody? Big sis Yuna. What do I do about this? Fina panicked while looking at the bear phone ringing in her hand. Try pouring magic into it. It uses magic power instead of a switch, after all. When Fina poured magic into it, the cries of the bear phone stopped. I will move away a bit, okay? I moved to about 10 meters away from Fina. Fina, can you hear me? I started talking, facing the bear phone. Big sis Yuna. I could hear Fina's voice coming from the bear phone's mouth. Can you hear my voice? Yes, I can. Then I will distance myself a little more. I moved away even more. Can you still hear me, Fina? I can hear you clearly. Yuna-chan, is this really a magic tool that makes long-distance communication possible? I don't know how far away we can communicate, but I think we can talk even if there is quite a distance between us. I thought so at least. I had never used it before, so there was no way I could know how far away I could use it from. Then, I will cut the connection for now, and this time Fina will be the one to call me. Yes, I will try. When I cut the connection and waited for Fina's call, the bear phone started ringing. As I thought, this crying voice was really unpleasant. Of course, having a mechanical sound or a musical ring might be strange in this world, but if I could register voices, I would register Fina's voice. Big sis, pick up the phone. Big sis, pick up the phone. Something like this. I decided to try to see if it was possible to change it later. As I poured magic into it, the crying voice stopped. Big sis Yuna, can you hear me? Yes, I can. We confirmed that the transmission could be started from both sides. The next problem was the distance, but we couldn't really test that here. Should I go to the capital and test it from there? Well, I will return to where you are now. I cut the conversation and went back to where Fina was. Big sis Yuna, this bear-san is incredible. She was carefully hugging the bear phone. With this, wherever we are, we will be able to talk with each other, right? Yes. Bear phones are great. You can talk to people that are really far away. Terumi-san too, if you have something to talk about, don't hesitate to call me. If I think I will be able to come back, I will do so. I had the transfer gate so I could come back quickly. I understand, but is it okay to give us such an incredible magic tool? Yes. They would be pointless if I had both of them. If I had them both, I would be like a loner playing telephone. But if you have something like this, you can call your friends and family in your hometown. Terumi-san's words pierced my heart. Friends, are they delicious? Family, where are they? Yuna-chan, what happened? Terumi-san asked me when I was in the oars pose. Mustering my strength, I got up. Nothing. Don't worry, and please use the magic tool. My home country is too far away, so I can't use it. Is that so? Sorry. Terumi-san might have sensed something about my past, but she didn't say anything about it. So, Fina, take it and don't worry, okay? Okay. But, big sis Yuna, take care of yourself, okay? The next day, early in the morning, I hopped on Swaying Bear and rode towards the Arezento mountain range. It had been a long time since I went on a trip by myself. I advanced in the direction of the mountain range. I could see the mountain range from here. Its summit was pure white. I wasn't sure if it was due to snow. The bear clothes protected me from the cold, so it was probably okay. Swaying Bear left the town and kept running on the path. As I looked at the nearing mountain, my map was expanding. It's really big, I arrived at the entrance to the trailhead while atop Swaying Bear. When I looked around, I saw a thin path. I heard that it was narrow, but Swaying Bear could just barely fit it. Then, let's go. Swaying Bear started ascending the mountain. At the foot of the mountain there were many trees and forests, but as we climbed higher, they started to thin, little by little. Swaying Bear steadily ascended the mountain. I noticed some monsters in the distance, but they didn't approach us. After ascending some more, we reached the snow, and our steps started to sink a little. Thanks to the bear clothes, I didn't feel the cold. There was more and more snow, but Swaying Bear kept running through it. While ascending the snowy mountain, I spotted a white wolf. A snow wolf. A wolf with a white pelt. Would a white pelt be a good souvenir for Fina? As I was thinking that, the snow wolf noticed me and ran away. Swaying Bear was with me, so he didn't attack. I kind of wanted his fur, but I wouldn't go to the extent of chasing him down. There were 3 species of monsters on the mountain range. Snow wolves, yetis, and snow darumas. The yetis were hairy snowmen and comparatively gentle monsters. If you didn't attack them first, they wouldn't do anything. The problematic ones were the snow darumas. They had an ice magic stone and their bodies were assembled from the snow. Appearance-wise, they looked like snowmen without arms and legs. They attacked slowly, trying to tackle you or blowing snow from their mouths. Physical attacks didn't work on them because of their characteristics. If Swaying Bear or I attacked them like that, they would only collapse and rapidly regenerate their bodies by gathering the snow around them. The way to kill them was to use fire attribute magic to melt the snow, so that they couldn't assemble their form anymore. That was why I plunged a fireball into the first snow Daruma I saw. When the fireball touched it, the snow evaporated and the ice magic crystal dropped. Those magic crystals could be used to make fridges or freezers. The crystals had a lot of uses, so I decided to store them. The mountain climbing was progressing nicely, until a snowstorm appeared. Would it be better if I stopped a little and waited for the storm to calm down? Swaying Bear and I were doing fine, but our vision was too restricted. It wasn't really a trip that required me to go as fast as I could, so I looked for a good place to stop. While climbing the mountain and looking for a place to rest, Swaying Bear reacted to something. Thinking that it was a monster, I used detection magic. The detection magic sensed no monsters. Instead, it reacted to two people. Chapter 84, Bear-san Saves People. There were people in this snowstorm. They were probably adventurers like me. Did they come all the way here to kill some monsters? Thinking that it would be a pain if they attacked out of surprise after seeing Swaying Bear, I decided to pass by them without making contact, but the signal from the detection magic didn't move. Were they camping? It was hard to believe that they would be moving during a snowstorm. It was possible that there was a cave and they were just taking a break. Then, wouldn't it be fine if I just continued on my way? In the end, after thinking deeply about what to do, I decided to continue advancing towards them. The storm was becoming stronger and stronger. Using the detection magic, I finally arrived near the signal. There was no cavern nor large boulders in sight, nowhere you could hide. In addition to that, nobody was standing around here. Still, the detection magic was reacting. The only thing I could think was that they were buried under the snow. Wasn't that really bad? I concentrated my gaze on the mass of snow. In front of me, Swaying Bear reacted. When I turned my gaze to where he was looking, I noticed a buried bag. I rushed over and shoved away the snow. I saw a man and a woman who had collapsed while hugging each other. Are you okay? I blew away the snow with wind magic and shook them. The two of them were unconscious, but they were still breathing. I looked for a place that was protected from the snow, and found a little cavern a short distance away. However, it was not big enough to guard against the snow. I just had to make it bigger then. I summoned Hugging Bear and asked the bears to transport the collapsed people. I approached the little cave and carefully used magic, to avoid causing an avalanche. When the cave became big enough, I brought out the portable bear house that I used during my trip to the capital. I brought the two unconscious people inside and put them on the sofas. To warm them up, I brought out a blanket and covered them with it. Just that wouldn't be enough, so I warmed the room. The bear house had been made so that it wouldn't be hot or cold. A moderate temperature was always guaranteed. However, to warm up the two freezing people, I used a fire magic stone. After doing that, I just had to wait for them to wake up. While waiting, I decided to have a meal. I went to the kitchen and prepared a warm meal and drink. When I came back to the room, the woman's body began to move, and she opened her eyes. Where are you awake? The woman looked around the room, before finally landing on me. Hey bear. You are. I am the adventurer, Yuna. I found the two of you on the snowy mountain, do you remember that? The woman thought for a little, then suddenly remembered something and started shouting. Damon. If you are referring to the man, he is sleeping there. I pointed to the sofa next to her. After seeing that the man was breathing, she started to calm down. What a relief. Are you the one who saved us? It was just a coincidence. I found the two of you collapsed in the snow. Thank you very much. My name is Rania, and that man is my husband, Damon. She lowered her head. She seemed to be less than 25 years old. I couldn't be sure though, especially considering Eleonora-san. I gave the warm milk to Rania-san. So, why are you in this sort of place? Well, we are on a trip from Mirira to Crimonia. If I remember correctly, Mirira is the city that is just under the mountain range, right? It was the city by the sea. The city I was going to. Yes, that's right. We were going to buy some food at Crimonia, on the other side of the mountain range, but we lost all of our strength. Food? Why would you go past the mountain range to fetch it? It seems that the news didn't reach Crimonia, huh? Ranya-san said, looking sad. 1 month ago, a monster appeared in the sea. A monster. An adventurer said that it was a kraken. It appeared near the harbor and started attacking the boats, and now no boats can leave or enter the harbor. In the game, the kraken was the boss of the sea event. It was a squid monster. It was weak to fire and lightning, but the power of fire magic was cut in half on the sea, and even though lightning magic did a lot of damage, because of the sea zone, if you made a mistake in using it, it could become a really troublesome magic for you and your companions. It was an event where warriors were useless and magicians played a really big role. I participated in it too, but I remembered that it was really a troublesome enemy. Thanks to that, the city can't catch fish anymore. Fishing is the foundation of our city, so not being able to catch fish has dealt great damage to us. Goods don't reach us from the outside. The only places where we can catch fish during these troubling times are monopolized by a few people. Monopolizing, do people really accept it so readily? The Commerce Guild is the center of everything in the city, so no one can oppose them. If you do oppose them, you won't be able to buy any goods from other people. I sent there an adventurers guild in the city. Couldn't they assemble their forces and kill the kraken or something like that? Ranya-san shook her head. There is an adventurers guild. However, there are no adventurers who can defeat the kraken. In regards to the event, the kraken was a boss-class monster after all, huh? In this world, how high did your rank need to be to kill it? While I was thinking about that, Damon, who was sleeping on the sofa, woke up. Damon, are you okay? Ranya-san approached him, looking worried. Ranya. We are. The adventurer Yunasan saved us. Damon sat up, looked at me. They all had the same reaction. Damon, that's not polite. Ah, sorry. Thank you for saving us. So, where are we? In my house. We have been saved, huh? I went back to the kitchen and warmed up some more milk to give to Damon. Thanks, that's a lifesaver. He received it and drank it in one gulp. The two of them started to calm down, so we continued to talk. But, why would you be in the mountain range? It may be a detour, but I heard that it is possible to travel on the coastland. Some time after the kraken appearance, robbers appeared on the coastland road. Even if the kraken is impossible, can't the adventurers kill those robbers? The two of them shook their heads. The thing is, all the high-ranking adventurers have been hired by the fleeing people and left the city. The only adventurers remaining in town are low-ranked ones. The kraken couldn't be killed. They couldn't kill the thieves. They should have done something before all the high-rank adventurers left the city. To summarize their story, because of the kraken in the sea, they couldn't fish and goods from other towns couldn't come in. On the only path out of the city, bandits appeared and made it impossible to pass. Not to mention, the remaining adventurers couldn't help at all. Finally, fish in the shores and shallows were monopolized by a few people. And the mountain. The sea isn't the only option, right? If there were wolves on the mountain, there should be other animals too, and there were also things to harvest on the mountain. Yes, we can find some things. But, they are not limitless, and if you don't have a lot of money, you won't be able to procure them. Other harbors should know about the kraken's appearance. Can't the kingdom or someone else help? It might not the ones from the capital, but for something like a kraken, I thought it would not be strange for the kingdom's soldiers to help. Our city does not belong to any kingdom. Because of that, there are no soldiers that would want to come to kill the kraken. I heard that the city was built by people who fled during wartime, long ago. The adventurers were no good and the kingdoms were no good, weren't they checkmated? What to do? Me. I wouldn't fight. As one would expect, a bear couldn't fight in the sea. What are you going to do from now on? If possible, we want to reach Crimonia. And after that, will you be able to go back? They hadn't reached their destination in the first place. The possibility of them going back by the same path was really low. But, if we don't go, the children, father, and mother will be waiting for us with an empty stomach. There was no strength in their voices. They might have remembered their journey until now. They might be saying that they wanted to go, but the fact that they were buried in the snow and nearly died stayed in their minds. I could let them leave like this, but if they died because of that, it would leave a bad aftertaste. As for food, I had around 5,000 wolves, and I had a lot of flour to make bread or pizza. I had so much food that it would rot before I ate it. It won't rot, though. TL note, in Japanese, more than someone can possibly use, is written as, to the point it will rot. It's a pun. Excuse me, one last thing, where are we? In the middle of the snowy mountain, why? Huh. The two of them seemed surprised. Oh right, saying that there was a house in the middle of a snowy mountain would surprise people. We are in a cavern near where I found the two of you. If you think that I am lying, you just have to go out and check. The two of them left the bear house. Then came back really fast. Why would there be a house inside a cave? You can just think about it as something I made with magic. Something like that is. I came through the snowy mountain because I can do it, though. If I didn't have the bear equipment, I wouldn't come to this snowy mountain. In the first place, I wouldn't be able to. The bear clothes, the summoned bears, the bear house, the bear box. The convenient bear-san equipment. By the way, what we were talking about before, I have some food I could lend to you. Really? If you are so kind to share some with us, that would save us, but I have a request though. Money. Of course we will pay. How much would you like to sell it for? Damon brought out a leather bag and placed the money on the table. Silver and copper coins were rolling on the table. It must be the money they had scraped up from their house. For me, it wasn't really a big sum. It probably isn't enough, but this is everything we own. If you could sell the most you can for this sum, it would save us. Damon lowered his head. Even though he didn't have to lower his head so much to a little girl like me. Well, if he asked arrogantly, I would have refused, though. I don't need money. The wolves were just sitting in my bear box, after all. What do you want then? You just have to guide me around the city. Is just that okay? For now, just that is plenty. I will not request something unreasonable. If the Kraken wasn't there, I would have asked them to introduce me to the best fish dealer they knew. For now, I would think about what to do when I arrived to the city. He even gave his thanks to a child with this strange appearance. Surely that was proof that he has been really troubled. More than that, you should be really tired after all that happened today. I will prepare something to eat, so after eating, go get some sleep. If the snowstorm stops, we will depart first thing in the morning. I prepared a warm meal for the two of them. They ate it with thin tears flowing out of their eyes. They might have not eaten well when they were in the city. In that situation, wanting to climb the mountain range was more reckless than not. After they finished eating, I brought them to the bedrooms on the second floor. I went to my own bedroom too, and to get rid of today's fatigue, I decided to plunge into my futon. Chapter 85, Bear-san arrives at Mirira. When I blew away the snow that piled up in front of the cave, we were met with beautiful weather. The weather was so beautiful, it was as if the snowstorm was just a dream. It was to the point that it was almost too bright for an ex-hikikomori like me. I asked the two of them to leave the cave before I put away the bear house. When I left the cave, the two were having problems walking on the fresh snow. Yuna-chan, what will you do about your house? Since we had grown closer during yesterday's meal, they were now using chan instead of san. It was more comfortable for me this way. I made it with magic, so I can put it away with magic as well. Yuna-chan, you are really a strong adventurer, aren't you? I am just a normal, rank D adventurer, you know. It was a really dubious phrase, if I had to say so myself. If there were any other adventurers wearing a bear suit, going through the snowy mountain alone, and even bringing out a house, I would really want to meet them. Then, as I explained yesterday, I will bring out my summoned beasts, so don't be surprised, okay? During the meal yesterday, I told them that I could summon bears and showed them their cub forms. Today though, their sizes would be different from yesterday. So big. Damon-san, Ranya-san, please ride Swaying Bear, who I introduced to you yesterday. Is this really the same bear you showed us yesterday? Damon-san approached Swaying Bear timidly. If you don't do anything bad or badmouth him, it will be okay. Badmouth human language. He understands it. Swaying Bear, squat to let them on. Hearing that, Swaying Bear lowered his body. Seeing that, Damon-san was at a loss for words. This is Swaying Bear, I am counting on you. Damon-san said so and climbed onto Swaying Bear. Swaying Bear turned his head to Damon-san and nodded. Amazing, he really understands human speech. Ranya-san too, get on. We will depart soon. Ranya-san nodded and positioned herself behind her husband. When the two of them were on, Swaying Bear rose slowly. Carrying 2 adults was probably the limit for Swaying Bear. You shouldn't be able to fall, but hold on tight. I hopped on Hugging Bear and we embarked towards the city. We started off slowly at first, at walking speed, but as they got used to it, we gradually raised the speed. We were on the snowy mountain so we couldn't move as fast as we could on the flatlands, but it was still faster than a human's walking speed. The weather on the mountain can change quickly, so we will go a little faster, okay. We raised the speed some more and ascended the mountain range. The snow darumas that appeared during this period were easily killed with fire magic. I thought that the two of them would be okay with Swaying Bear there, but it would be troublesome if they got attacked. This is simply amazing. It seemed that before meeting me, the two of them always hid or changed routes when encountering monsters. Well, a snow daruma couldn't be killed by normal attacks, so defeating it was impossible for normal people. After moving for a while, we arrived at the other side of the mountain. We could see the blue sea spreading out in the distance. Oh, it's the sea that I saw in my dreams. If I descend this snowy mountain, the sea is waiting for me. The Kraken was waiting there too, though. If the Kraken hadn't been there, it would have been the best. Even though we could see the sea from here, it didn't mean that it was close. We could see it, but how far was it? It should be around the same distance as going down from the top of Mount Fuji, I think. Of course, a hikikomori like me had never gone to the top of Mount Fuji. Even if I tried, I didn't think I would be able to reach the top with the strength of a hikikomori. The bears descended the mountain. The two who were on Swaying Bear were somewhat noisy since a while ago. They were saying something like, stop, or too fast, or we will die. Well, we were going down the mountain, so there was nothing we could do about it. Was this how it felt to ride the roller coaster I saw on TV? I couldn't really tell, because I never rode one. Some hours passed and we arrived at the base of the mountain. Are the two of you all right? Yes, somehow. 2M fine. The two stopped screaming midway and did their best to hold on to Swaying Bear. Still, thinking about how much time it took us to climb this mountain, it makes me sad. After descending the mountain, around halfway to the city, we climbed down from the bears and started walking. The reason was that I didn't want to cause an uproar. At dusk, we finally arrived at the city. We really returned in just one day. The two were muttering something like, what was the point of our hardships? As we arrived near the town, we felt a salty breeze blowing. We could feel that we were coming closer to the sea. I say this, but even in Japan, I never went to the sea. Still, I went there in the game. It was a sea packed with monsters, though. As we approached the city, we saw the city guards standing by the gates. Damon, you are back. Yeah, this Missy saved us from near death. The city guard turned to look at me. Ah. A bear. I brought out my guild card. Rank D. He seemed surprised that a little girl like me was already a rank D adventurer. I probably seemed to be rank E at best. Damon, finally. Did you manage to reach Crimonia? Damon-san shook his head. We ran out of strength midway. I see. Still, it's great that you two were saved. Bear Missy, thank you. I found them on my way here, so don't worry about it. I see. I believe you have heard about the city's current situation from Damon, but I welcome you nonetheless. He said, before letting us enter the city. What are you planning on doing now, Yuna-chan? It's already late today, so in order to be in shape tomorrow, I will just go to sleep. I would be saved if you introduce me to an inn. An inn, huh? It is possible that you won't be able to get a meal, you know. It's okay. I have my own food after all. But, Yuna-chan, you don't have to go to an inn, you can just come to our house. I will pass. You didn't see your family in a long time, right? You don't have to mind me. But you gave us so much food. Yesterday, I gave them an item bag packed with 3 wolves, wheat flour, and vegetables. The 2 of them went to buy things from Crimonia without an item bag. Surely they decided to go together because they didn't have one. Still, saying that they would climb the mountain while carrying food, I could only think of them as reckless. That proved the extent to which they had their backs against a wall. If you want to thank me, you can just guide me through the city. Thank you. If you have something you want to see, just tell us. We will show you around tomorrow. Even after walking around a little, I noticed no liveliness. There was next to zero pedestrian traffic. Even in the big plaza, there was almost nobody to be seen. Well, it was good for me, because it reduced the number of gazes on me. Normally, there are a lot of stalls around here. Because of the Kraken, we can't fish anymore. And the Commerce Guild is monopolizing the spots by the shore, right? Yeah. Even in these circumstances, they are just thinking about making money. Well, my image of the Commerce Guild was something like that, though. They would say something like, "Are we making any profit?" while rubbing their hands. A voice called to Damon from behind us. When we looked back, a man around Damon-san's age was approaching us. Jurimo. When did you return? Just now. I see. I was really shocked when I heard that you would climb the mountain to go to Crimonia. We had nearly no food left after all. I apologize for that. The man apologized when he heard Damon-san's words. It's not your fault, Jurimo. Yuna, this is Jurimo, who is working at the Commerce Guild. The corrupted one. He is on the good side. The good side, that's not a good way to put it, isn't it? Even so, you are better than your comrades. Maybe, but you didn't introduce this girl in strange clothing yet. She is the adventurer Yuna. She is our savior. She saved us on the snowy mountain when we collapsed. You had such a difficult time. Thank you for saving Damon. He thanked me. So. Did you procure food? Yuna shared the food she had on her. I see. An adventurer just arrived to kill the bandits, so you will be able to go through the coastal road with him, somehow. That's impossible. In the end, he will flee. He is a rank C adventurer, so he won't do something like fleeing. If he is a rank C, then. The only problem would be if he accepted a request from someone who wants to leave the town. Were rank C adventurers strong? Even if he couldn't kill the Kraken, it would be nice if he defeated the bandits. A bit later, we arrived at a crossroad and parted ways with Jurimo. Yuna-chan, here is the inn. Unexpectedly, there was a big inn. It's because there were a lot of people who came here from other cities by boat to buy fish. There are no people coming now, so I am sure that there will be open rooms. Thanks. Then, I count on you tomorrow. I parted with the 2 of them and entered the inn. After entering, I saw a tanned macho sitting at the counter. As I stepped inside, I locked eyes with the macho. Muscle. The 2 of us uttered the characteristic of the other. I want to stay here. Oh, sorry. I didn't think a client would come, so how many people? I am alone, though. Bear Missy, you can't say such lies. You couldn't have come all the way here alone. There is a Kraken in the sea and bandits on the coastal road. The fact that there is no way to come to this city alone safely is something well known by the people living here. Well, I came through the mountain range after all. And that is even harder to believe. Coming through the impregnable mountain range. I don't care if you don't believe me, I just want to stay here. There are a lot of free rooms. But I can't make food. I don't need it. Uncle, do you have something to eat for yourself? Yeah, it's an inn after all. I have some preserved food. But, I have to divide it amongst the people I know. It may be bad to say this, but I do not have enough food to share with a stranger. If you give me ingredients though, I can make it for you. I had the bread I asked Morin-san to bake and other things to eat, but it would be troublesome if he continued to look at me with a dull expression, so I decided to give him the ingredients. I took out wolves, vegetables, and flour from the bear box. Then, make it with this, please. This much. The muscled uncle looked at the ingredients that appeared before him with surprise. Well, I don't know how long I will be staying here, so if it isn't enough, just say so. Okay, understood. Then, I will do the preparations for the meal immediately. Honestly, I really wanted to make you a delicious fish meal, though. I am Una. Yeah, nice to meet you, Bear Missy. Why didn't he use my name even though I told it to him? It seemed that the equation me Bear Missy would spread to the world if it continued this way. Well, compared to that, me Bear Girl was already the equation in Crimonia. Chapter 86, Bear-san explores the city. After filling my belly with a delicious dinner, the uncle led me to my room. Since there were a lot of vacant rooms, he let me take the biggest single room for the price of a normal room. I plunged into the large bed, took out the bear phone, and called Fina in Crimonia to tell her that I had arrived in Marira. Fina was relieved to hear that I arrived safely. I didn't want to make Fina worried, so I didn't tell her about the Kraken or the state of the city. I just told her that I wouldn't be returning to town for a while. When I opened my eyes the next morning, I saw a big white manju and a big black manju on my bed. Taking a better look, they were swaying bear and hugging bear that were sleeping on the bed curled in a ball shape. I remembered that I summoned them yesterday as crime prevention. A 15-year-old maiden was sleeping alone. This sort of precaution was necessary. However, the bears were sleeping so soundly. Would they wake me up if something happened? I trusted them though. I petted the sleeping bears. They did a little yawn before going back to their ball shape. I returned them to gloves and got out of the bed. I changed back to the black bear suit from the white bear suit and descended to the first floor, where the dining room was. How early? Well, food is prepared. Macho brought out breakfast. The food was so delicious that you would never believe that it was a muscled macho who made it. At least his wife looked normal, and their children inherited her looks, not his. Their son, who was older than me, was helping the inn and was also a fisherman. It seemed that the fish offered by the inn were caught by the son, but because he couldn't go out to the sea, he was just helping the inn now. Their daughter was around the same age as me, she was taller than me though, and she helped her mother do the cleaning, the laundry, and food preparations. Looking at the two of them, I really thought it was great that they are not like the macho. They should thank their mother for her genes. While I was taking my time to eat a delicious breakfast, Ranya-san came. Una-chan, good morning. Did you sleep well? Good morning. Thank you for taking me to this good inn, I slept really well. I finished eating my breakfast so I left the inn. So, where should we go first? The sea first, I think. If there is a place that sells fish, I want to see that too. There were no marketplaces now, though. The Commerce Guild is managing the fish sales, so if you want to buy some, you will have to go there. It will be at an incredibly absurd price though. Well, they were in a difficult position where they could just fish in the shallows, so it was absolutely normal for them to be pricey. I had money so I could buy them, but after hearing what Ranya-san said before, I instinctively didn't want to buy them from the Commerce Guild. And I want to go to the Adventurers Guild too. I didn't want to fight with the Kraken, but I wanted some information about the bandits. If I could defeat the bandits, the coastal road would be accessible again. If that happened, the minimum necessary goods would be able to enter the city, and there would be no more people who would try to use the mountain range. By the way, where is Damon-san? Damon went to distribute the food Una-chan gave us. Is it okay? Will it be enough for all of you? It will be okay for a while. We are exchanging the few ingredients we have amongst us, after all. If you don't have enough, just tell me, okay? After walking for a while, the beach came into our view. The sea spread infinitely from my point of view. The blue sea, the infinite sea, the blue sky. It was a sea so calm that it was hard to imagine that the Kraken was there. As I shifted my gaze to the left, I could see a lot of fishermen's boats, anchored in the port. I bet if the Kraken wasn't around, a lot of these boats would be out on the sea. Is Ranya-san's boat here too? Yes, it is, but right now, since we don't have the approval of the Commerce Guild, we aren't able to move it. Around where does the Kraken come out? I pointed at the sea I was looking at. I really couldn't imagine that, in this immense sea, this calm place, there was a Kraken. Where you say? It's not only one place. All the boats that go too far from the shore are attacked. Sometimes, even if you fish near the shore, you can be attacked, so I can't really accurately say where it will appear. For now, I had no methods of killing the kraken. I didn't have any ways to fight on the sea. I couldn't fly in the sky, and I couldn't dive into the sea. In the game, during the sea event, there was an item that enabled us to breathe underwater. That was why you wouldn't die even if you fell from the boat, and you could attack as well. If only it would come onto land, then I could fry it and make a giant grilled squid. Well, just asking for the impossible would get me nowhere. Even my omnipotent bear equipment couldn't help me fight on the sea. Let's just pray that a rank S adventurer or the army would do something about it. But with it being this calm, it's hard to think a kraken is there. We walked along the coast, looking around. We saw children on the nearby sandy beach. They might be picking up manila clams. It made me want to eat miso soup made of manila clams. I started to really yearn for Japanese food. Someone, please kill this kraken. I would pay, so could a S-rank adventurer come, please. While thinking something like that, I continued walking. Next to the sandy beach, I could see a cliff. After this cliff, the bandits appear, so be careful if you are going there. Ranya-san warned me. Would they attack me if I was walking on my own? If that was the case, it would be less troublesome, since I wouldn't have to go and look for them. After checking out the sea, she brought me to a second-hand shop and a weapon shop. Finally, I asked her to show me where the Commerce Guild and the Adventurers Guild were and parted ways with her. I decided to go to the Adventurers Guild alone. I went there alone because I had learned from my past experiences. The same thing happened every time when I first went to the Adventurers Guild. All because of my clothes. I couldn't bring Ranya-san to a place like this. For such a reason, I came to the Adventurers Guild alone. It was smaller than the Adventurers Guild in Crimonia. Preparing for a brawl with the adventurers, I entered the guild. As I entered, the gazes of all the adventurers turned to me. Nobody is here. Era, that's not polite. I am here. I turned to where the voice came from, and saw an exhibitionist there. Emphasized breasts. Skin laid bare around the waist, and a mini skirt. A girl was sitting on a chair, drinking alcohol. Era, why would a cute bear like you come to this Adventurers Guild? This is the Adventurers Guild, right? Had I gone to the wrong place and entered a place for adults? It seemed that it was the right place. Then, why would an exhibitionist be in this guild? Era, that's not nice. I am in my civilian clothes. It makes the men really happy. She said that while tightening her chest. It was a technique that the flat-chested me couldn't do at all. I will be able to do it in a few years though. You say that it pleases the men, but there are no adventurers here. Of course. Bear-san, didn't you hear about this city's affairs? I heard that the city is troubled by the appearance of the kraken and bandits. I also heard that all the high-rank adventurers fled the city, escorting some of the citizens, and the only adventurers that remain are low-rank ones. That's right for the most part. Only, the remaining adventurers are at the Commerce Guild. Adventurers at the Commerce Guild. Even if they are low-ranked, they can hunt low-ranked monsters or animals. And the Commerce Guild pays a lot to procure food, so the adventurers all went there. I see, if they didn't sell it in the Adventurers Guild but rather in the Commerce Guild, they would make more money. In the end, the adventurers chose money over big breasts. I wouldn't say that out loud though. The Adventurers Guild doesn't buy it at the same price. Era, are you telling me to do something like those bastards did? The woman glared at me. For a second, I faltered under her gaze. Fufu, it was a joke. Don't be so startled. So, Bear-san, why did you come to the Adventurers Guild? I came here to get some information about the bandits who appeared on the coast and also the kraken. Era, what will you do after hearing that? Will the Missy defeat them? It's impossible for me to defeat the kraken, but depending on the information about the bandits, I plan on getting rid of them. When I responded like that, the woman started laughing. Fufu, ahahahaha, it has been a while since I last laughed that hard. Bear Missy doing a bandit extermination. There are some people that like little girls like you in the bandit group, you know. Do you know what would happen to you if they caught you? I can do something as easy as bandit extermination, you know. Era, is that so? Then I won't say more than this. If you are caught, don't expect someone to come and save you. The woman said, looking annoyed. Bring out your guild card, then. The woman went behind the counter of the guild. Ah, now that I think about it, I didn't introduce myself. I am the master of the Adventurers Guild in this city, Atora. Unexpectedly, the guild master was an exhibitionist. Was there a shortage of capable people? I gave my guild card to Atora-san. Are there no other employees? With the city situation, the Adventurers Guild is not allowed to leisurely do as we please. Weren't you just drinking alcohol before, looking totally free? The ones who know how to fight went to the mountain range to catch some food, and the ones who are somewhat strong went to nearby towns to negotiate for a dispatch of adventurers. The last ones went to dismantle the monsters and animals and distribute the food. Distribute the food? Yes, we have a food shortage after all. It affects a lot of the inhabitants of this city. We can't just let them die. We are helping as much as we can. Contrary to her appearance, she was an excellent guild master who did all she could for the sake of the residents. Still, that should have been the work of the mayor though. What is the mayor doing? He isn't doing anything. He fled after all, taking his entire wealth with him. The Commerce Guild controls the town now. Mayor-san, that's no good. Was it because his position wasn't appointed by the country, so he wouldn't be punished? I didn't understand how the politics of this world worked, so it was useless to think about it. Atora-san placed the guild card she received from me on a crystal board and operated it. Rank D Adventurer. Atora-san read out loud my guild rank. Squinting her eyes, she read the words that appeared on the crystal board. Hero. The word leaked out from Atora-san's mouth. Monsters subjugation of tigers black percentage of request completion 100%. She muttered with a voice so small that I couldn't understand all of it. Fragments of what I could hear made me understand that she was looking at the list of monsters that I had subjugated. Atora-san froze at the sight of my completed subjugations. Ah, sorry about it. I was overwhelmed by the information I saw on your guild card. The information on the guild card. The hero of Arafanica, tiger wolf subjugation, black viper subjugation, completion rate of request is 100%, recommendation of the capital's guild master. And finally, the seal of His Majesty, the King of Arafanica is stamped on the guild card. What is this thing about the hero of Arafanica? The recommendation of the guild master. The stamp of the king. This is the first time I have heard of those things. Those are the titles given to the person who has been recognized for their exploits by the king and the capital's guild master. Missy. What did you do? It seemed that they didn't write what I did. I just exterminated some monsters. Just exterminated some monsters. Missy, do you even know how amazing this is? There was no way I could. It had only been few months since I came to this world. I didn't know the common sense of this world at all. And the king's stamp. What did you do for him to stamp it in? What is this about the king's stamp? It's the stamp the king reserves for adventurers or merchants he has the most trust in. They are given to the ones who had worked for the country and made really big achievements. Missy, you didn't lie about your age, did you? I am a young girl, 15 years old. I didn't know that they wrote something like that on my guild card. I would really like them to stop doing such things on their own accord. Would this make a huge racket every time I went to a new guild? Is it possible to erase this? What are you saying? There's no way I would erase it, you know. It's the king's seal, you know. It's a real pain though. It's okay. Those titles can be seen only by the guild masters, so if you just use it normally no one will be able to see it. And if you encounter a problem in a guild, you just have to show your card to a guild master and they will suddenly treat you really well, I bet. Was it like the all-important seal case used a long time ago? But if the guild master starts talking about it to everyone, there is no meaning to it, is there? The message of the capital's guild master states that it has to stay confidential, so it's okay. If they talked, they would face a big punishment. It seemed that they muzzled them well. If it helped me when I was in trouble, I would readily accept it and use it in place of a seal case. Strong adventurers are always welcome. I will say this again, but welcome to the city. She presented her hand, so I took it into my bare hand. Then Hiro-san, I want to hear it from you directly, can you kill the kraken? Impossible. I have no methods of killing it. If it is in the sea, I have no means of attacking it. I clearly stated that it was impossible. I see, as I thought, it's impossible. She said, looking disappointed. I would like you to not think that a 15-year-old maiden could do a kraken subjugation. I will do something about the bandits though. Thank you. Even if it's just that, it will help us greatly. Chapter 87, Bear-san gets rid of the stockpiled wolves. Atora-san told me that there were more than 20 bandits. She didn't know what they looked like because they concealed their faces. They didn't attack if you had guards. However, if you didn't have any, they would strike. She didn't know how strong the bandits were, because no one had ever tried to fight them. The bandits stalked the coastline road from the mountain. She only knew that their base was somewhere on the mountain. Well, I just had to use detection magic to find them. Are there any captives? I think there are some women who have been caught. Only corpses of men had been found, after all. This statement killed my peace of mind. If they only took money, I would just beat them half dead, but they were killing men and kidnapping women. That was enough of a reason for them to be on my anger list. But will you really go and try to defeat them alone? Well, after seeing your guild card, I think it should be okay. She said, seemingly worried. I was a small girl wearing a bear suit. With that appearance, I looked like a frail girl. I have returned. While I was talking with Atora-san, a male guild staff employee entered the guild. Welcome back. How was the harvest? Atora-san asked him. The guild employee shook his head. Just one wolf. That won't be enough. And the others? I think there won't be a lot. It seemed that they were talking about the employees who went hunting on the mountain. As I was looking at this employee, our eyes met. Master, who is this girl wearing the cute suit? This is the adventurer Yuna. It seems she arrived in the city yesterday. An adventurer? I am employed by this adventurers guild. Nice to meet you. This employee, despite my odd outfit, introduced himself politely. You need some wolves. Yes, as I said before, this city is really low on food after all. If it's just wolves, I can give them to you. Really? That would save us, but don't you need them for yourself? Food was scarce in this city and hard to obtain. She was worried about that. No problem. I just want you to promise to not tell anyone that I was the one who gave them to you. Okay, I promise not to tell anyone. You too. Don't go and talk about it. In exchange for their silence, I would give them wolves, getting rid of some of my stockpile at the same time. Surprisingly, I couldn't get rid of the 5,000 wolves all at once. I couldn't sell them unskillfully. If I sold them in large quantities, it could crash the market prices in the city. If I distributed them free of charge, I would cause trouble for the low-rank adventurers who made a living thanks to the wolves they sold. That was why they were just rotting in the bear box. Then I can bring out around 1,000 wolves, but do you have a place to put them? I didn't know the number of the people living in the city, but I thought bringing out 1,000 would suffice. What did you say just now? For some reason, the two of them had their mouths open like idiots. Do you have a place to put them? Not that. Didn't you say 1,000 just now? Was 1,000 not enough for a city where the inhabitants were in dire need for food? 1,000 isn't enough. If so, I will bring out 2,000. Not that. Why would you carry this many wolves with you? More importantly, how would you store them all? I killed them, so I stored them. I have an item bag that can store a lot. Ah, right, you are a hero. Hero? Sei-san asked. Atora-san stopped the conversation with Sei-san so that he wouldn't pry deeper. Yuna, if you really have that many, just 100 would be more than enough. If you gave us 1,000, we wouldn't be able to dismantle them. I didn't know how many employees they had, but even dismantling 100 would take a lot of time, I bet. Will this really be enough? More than enough. If we run out, I will count on you then. I wouldn't be able to get rid of the wolves like this, though. Say, take her to the warehouse please. After that, dismantle the wolves with all the employees who have returned and start handing them out to the inhabitants. Also, don't talk about her, okay? Understood. Unisan, this way please. Say responded and showed me the way to the warehouse. In the warehouse, I took out 100 wolves. Thank you very much. With this, we are saved. If you need more, just find me and tell me. I really want to get rid of these wolves, I muttered in my heart. Commerce Guild Master's point of view. What's happening? I shouted at my subordinates, who were in front of me in the room. Why do the bastards from the Adventurers Guild have so many wolves? I sent it because they killed them. One of the subordinates responded. Are you an idiot? There is no way to kill so many wolves in one day. Master, it could be the adventurers who came the other day. This subordinate was talking about the adventurers who arrived 3 days ago. A party of 4. An ideal party consisting of 2 swordsmen and 2 mages. They were high-rank adventurers. I invited them here, but they refused. The bastards who refused my invitation, huh? But that's impossible. They left the city to defeat the bandits. How did they get the wolves then? Investigating that is your job, isn't it? Go and find why would they have so much wolf meat. The subordinates almost flew out of the room. So much hardship because of these useless subordinates. Shit, in just 1 more month I would have been able to make enough money to leave this remote city. I became the guild master of the city's commerce guild 5 years ago. Before that, I was an employee of another town's commerce guild. When I heard that I could become a guild master, I accepted, but when I arrived, it was in this little, remote city. Even so, I did my best for 5 years. Up until now, I was saving money to go back to a big city. However, all of it broke apart with the appearance of the Kraken. The idiot mayor fled, and the residents too. In this city, all the money belonged to me. I couldn't let the residents leave the town with all of their wealth. That was why I decided to steal the money from those who fled. I engaged rogue adventurers and ordered them to imitate bandits. When I showed them money and said that they could do whatever they wanted to the women they captured, they happily accepted. Those adventurers might have wanted to flee the city when the Kraken appeared. They wanted to earn some money before fleeing, I bet. That was why they listened to my words. With the adventurers turning into bandits, this city was now completely isolated. A Kraken was in the sea, and all the paths connected to the outside were blocked by the bandits. The only thing remaining was the dangerous mountain range. The residents had no other choice but to stay in the city. The residents who fled were attacked by the bandits and had their possessions taken. The ones who didn't flee were buying food at high prices. I planned on leaving the city after I squeezed every last bit of money from all the residents of this city. Then at this point, the Adventurers Guild started handing out free wolf meat to them. Thanks to that, there were some foolish customers who started asking us to lower the prices or even give out free food. Just a while ago, the adventurers were barely able to procure some animals, so how were they able to get their hands on that many wolves so suddenly? If I didn't move fast, my earnings would disappear. The information I was waiting for arrived on the night of the same day. I think the bear is suspicious. The subordinate who reported this looked like a fool in my eyes. He actually was a fool, so it couldn't be helped. Are you making fun of me? No, not at all. There is a girl wearing a bear suit. Wearing a bear suit? There was someone who wore something strange like that. Yes, after a thorough investigation, it seems that she arrived in the city yesterday. She arrived without being attacked by the bandits. Was there someone else who came with this bear girl? The story I heard said that she crossed the mountain alone. Are you an idiot? Are you saying that she crossed this mountain? I heard this from the gatekeeper, so I think there is no doubt. He said that she saved 2 residents who tried to cross the mountain. The next day, a number of people saw this bear on the beach. There were some who saw her entering the Adventurers Guild. And just afterwards, a huge quantity of wolves appeared. Yes, that's right. Who the hell was this bear? If she was able to transport so many wolves, that meant she had a huge item bag. If we disregarded her clothes, the fact that she was able to cross the mountain range and had an item bag that could contain that many wolves meant that she was a high-rank adventurer. How old is this bear girl? She is short, around 12 or 13 years old, it seems. I thought that she would be at the end of her 20s or the beginning of her 30s, but she was just a brat. Are you making fun of me? Are you saying that a brat like her could cross the mountain and bring that many wolves? A little girl who was just 12 years old? Don't joke with me. How could a brat like her possibly be able to cross the mountain range? Make your report after thinking a little about the contents you are babbling about. That was why I hated idiots like that. However, as time passed, I received more information about the bear. According to a report from the ones who were watching the Adventurers Guild, a lot of wolf meat still remains. He even said that because of this, no one would go hunting tomorrow and would rather remain at the guild to dismantle the wolves. If they kept on bringing out more, my profits would really disappear. No one would come to buy food from the Commerce Guild. The only suspicious person was a girl wearing a bear suit. Did you find out where the bear girl is? Yes, she is staying at the inn. This macho's inn. Then, we attack tonight. Gather 4 or 5 adventurers. I decided that we would attack the bear girl's sleeping place tonight. If she had the wolves, I just had to steal them from her. Even if she didn't have any, it didn't matter. I just had to hand her over to the bandits to get rid of her. With how numerous they were, I was sure there were some that would like a brat like her. In any case, if I didn't take action, I would have no future. Sadly, from the adventurers who were sent to the inn, none returned. Chapter 88, Bear San gets attacked at the inn. After I finished handing over the wolves, I returned to the inn. Today's meal was macho's cuisine again, so my belly was bulging once more. I was going to subjugate the bandits tomorrow, so I decided to sleep early. I summoned the 2 bears in cub form for crime prevention. Swaying bear, hugging bear, I am counting on you 2. The 2 came up next to me and curled up into balls. I started sleeping between the 2. Petchy petchy, petchy petchy. Something soft was tapping my cheek. I brushed it off and felt soft fur. A blanket. I hugged it. It was warm. As I embraced it, something covered my face. I couldn't brush it away. It became more and more difficult to breathe, so I woke up. What is it? When I woke up, the 2 bears were sticking to my face. What? You too, do you have a bad sleeping habit? When I said that, the 2 bears started whining, making kun sounds. Is it possible that someone came? The bears started making the same coo-en noise a second time. When I used detection magic, I saw people moving around in the inn. There were 4 of them. They were not the 4 from Macho's family, since those 4 hadn't left their rooms. As far as I knew, there were no other customers resting in the inn. Thanks to the detection magic, I saw them slowly moving up the stairs. Was it possible that they were the rank C party I had heard about, and they were just coming back this late? That was what I thought, but the magic reaction pinpointed them stopping in front of my room. I had no memories of being assaulted in my life before, though. Wouldn't it be better to assault someone like the guild master, who had beautiful shapes at all the right places? For now, to deal with the situation, I stood in the center of the room and looked at the door. I locked my room before going to sleep, but what would they do now? Click. The door was unlocked really easily. Was there a spare key? Or was it magic? The door slowly opened. They were infiltrating a 15-year-old maiden's room, so I didn't have to hold back right. The moment the door opened completely, I dashed to the door in one step and launched a bear punch into the face of the one who opened the door. The one who had been punched hit the wall in the corridor and lost consciousness. Keeping the pace, I entered the dim passageway, where the other 3 were standing. In order to see their faces, I used light magic. They all had masks on. They were all robbers, without a doubt. Do you need something, at this hour in the night? This chick, she really has a bear suit. One of the men started laughing. One of them was already knocked out, but they didn't seem to mind it. Won't you answer my question? I will answer you. There is someone who wants the wolves in your possession, you see. They weren't aiming for me, but the wolves, huh? Even when the guild employees were asked not to speak about it, the information still leaked out, huh? Still, to think that my existence was less important than the wolves. Was my woman power really that low? Was it because of my breasts? Anyway. I don't have any. I lied. It doesn't matter if you have them or not. Our mission is to take you away after all. If you obediently follow us, I promise that we won't do anything violent. I thought for a second that I should go with them and discover who their boss was. Booty wanted to sleep. People were beings that really hated it when someone came and messed with their sleep, their meals, and their gaming time. That was why I decided to dispose of them quickly and go back to sleep. I want to sleep, so I will defeat you guys, okay? It seems that you won't understand if we don't hurt you a little. The men took out a knife and attacked me. Bear punch, Kuma punch, bear punch. The secret art, bear punch, was bursting forth. They were just normal bare hand punches though. The men collapsed to the floor a bit loudly. Did I make too much noise? There was a possibility that the macho's family would wake up. I started asking the men some questions before that happened. Who asked you to attack me? Where did you want to take me? You think we will talk? The only possibility I could think of was the Commerce Guild. I had no proof, so I wanted to hear it directly from the men. Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear came out of the room. I wonder if they understood my feelings. The men looked at Swaying Bear. I looked at the hallway. I estimated that I could barely make it. I changed Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear back to their normal sizes. It seems that they don't want to talk, so go and eat them. Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear slowly approached the collapsed men. Wait. Swaying Bear stopped above the men, pinned him down, and proceeded to lick his entire face with one stroke of the tongue. I'll talk, so please, don't let him eat me. There are 4 of you, so if there is just one less, there is no problem. Hugging Bear also pinned down 2 other men, so that they wouldn't run away. The only lucky one was probably the first one I made fly away. I beg you. If you answer my question, I will stop them. The men started talking while trying to hold back Swaying Bear. The one who asked us to do it is the guild master of the Commerce Guild. This morning, you gave a lot of wolves to the Adventurers Guild, didn't you? I knew it, it was the Commerce Guild. How did you know it was me? The only strangers who came to the city recently are you and an adventurer party that came some days ago. That adventurer party went to kill the bandits and are not in the city. Certainly, that made me look suspicious. Also, a lot of people saw you as you were walking around the city. And of course, they saw you enter the Adventurers Guild. Just afterwards, a large quantity of wolf meat was distributed by the guild, so we could only assume that it was related to you. The only thing left to do was capturing you and bringing you to the Commerce Guild. Even if you didn't have any wolves, the orders we received were to take away the item bag that could contain so many wolves. Their aim was the wolves and the item bag, huh? This is enough, right? I talked. Let me go, please. What are you talking about? You asked for don't eat me, please, didn't you? There's no way I will just let you go after you attacked me, right? It would be a pain if I had to call a guard right now, so we will do the following until morning. Swaying Bear, Hugging Bear, if they try to flee, you can eat them, okay? After giving them orders, I tried to go back inside the room. Macho's family didn't seem to wake up, so if I woke up early, there wouldn't be a problem. Wait. Will we have to stay like this until morning? Also, you can also eat them if they try to disturb my sleep. The 2 bears who were pinning down 2 adventurers each, responded with low kun cries. If you don't make any noises, you won't become pet food, and I will have you delivered to the guards alive. I told the men. After hearing my words, they shut their mouths and became silent. I returned to the room, and entered Dream World. The next morning. Ueawa. Why are there bears here? The corridor was really noisy. Missy, are you okay? Bear Missy. I heard a scream calling for me. I slowly remembered what happened yesterday. Ah, that's right, the bears were in the corridor. While rubbing my sleepy eyes, I left the room. Missy, you are okay? Why are there bears in my inn? Macho was clenching his fists and in a defensive position. Was it possible that he wanted to attack my bears? In my opinion, he was being really reckless. Those bears are my summoned beasts, so it's okay. Summoned beasts. Missy, you can do something like that. And who are these men buried under them? The men were sleeping, their faces drenched with bear saliva. They attacked me in the middle of the night. Attacked. Their aim was my food, and they said that they were following the orders of the Guild Master of the Commerce Guild. The Master of Commerce Guild. So, I want to hand them over to some soldiers. You shouldn't do that. Because, ever since the mayor fled, the guards of the city are controlled by the Commerce Guild. If you want to hand them over to the Adventurers Guild. I sent the Macho's son to go to the Adventurers Guild to fetch an employee. During that time, the Macho tied up the buried men with some rope. Some time after, the son returned with an employee of the Adventurers Guild. Why is Atora-san here? She was wearing a light jacket, contrary to the exposing clothes she had worn yesterday. As expected, she wouldn't go out in those revealing clothes. More than that, she would be really cold. It's because I heard that you were attacked, of course. So, who are those bastards, the idiots who attacked Yuna? I pointed to the men who were tied with ropes. Them. She approached the men. You bastard, your name was Droy, wasn't it? She called out the name of one of the men. Master. You fell as low as you possibly could, I will hear what you have to say at the Adventurers Guild. Atora-san asked the employee she brought with her to take them away. So, Yuna, are you hurt? No problem. I have my own guards, after all. Guards. I will introduce them to you another time. So, why were you attacked? It seems that they were aiming for the wolves I have in my possession. They said it was the master of the Commerce Guild who asked them to do it, though. It appears that the fact that we distributed the wolf meat didn't sit well with him. Still, I really didn't think he would attack you so quickly. So, will you go and arrest this guild master of the Commerce Guild? I could do it if he confessed, but with what we know, that will be impossible. If he said that they were falsely accusing him, that would be it. In every world, you need proof, Anyway, we will do some in-depth questioning of the adventurers that you captured. What will you do, Yuna? I'll go and subjugate the bandits. Take care when going, okay? Don't try to do the impossible. She said, worrying about me. Also, the white bear suits you as well. Thanks to the Macho's scream, I forgot that I had just woken up and went out like this. Why was it that I had this really embarrassing feeling when people saw me in my white bear suit? Was it because I had this feeling that I was using the white bear as pajamas? The only difference between the white bear and the black bear was their colors, though. I will return to the guild then. You really must not try to do the impossible, okay? Atora-san left the inn. I then asked Macho-san to make me my day's energy source, breakfast. Chapter 89, Bear-san goes to subjugate the bandits. Reason that this chapter is late. I wrote 2 times more than usual. TL note. Because of what is written just above, it also took me twice as much time to translate it, so sorry, but this one will count as 2 released chapters. I decided to leave all of the things regarding the Commerce Guild to Atora-san and began preparations for the bandit subjugation. I said preparations, but it was just eating a meal. Missy, are you really going to exterminate those bandits? The muscled uncle said to me, looking worried. He must have overheard my conversation with the guild master from earlier. That's right. But before going, I will eat your delicious cuisine first, Daiga-san. I am happy to hear that, but for someone like Missy to do such a subjugation, it will be dangerous. No problem. I am an adventurer, and you already saw my summoned beasts, didn't you? I have those guys, so I will be done with this in no time. I see. Then, when you come back, I will make you the best meal I can with the ingredients I can procure. Then I have to hurry and defeat them rapidly, so I can eat it. When I left the city, I summoned Swaying Bear. Now, let's go subjugate some bandits. I went to the place where the bandits were said to appear. I followed the coastal road at a horse's running speed. The salty breeze felt really great. If it was just a little warmer, I could go for a swim. I was sure that Fina had never seen the sea, so it would be great if we all came here in the summer. Still, I hadn't swam since my primary school lessons. More importantly, did any of my acquaintances know how to swim? Of all the people I knew in Crimonia, I didn't think there were any. Well, just playing on the sandy beach could be fun too. I decided to leave the future to the future, and concentrated on the bandit extermination. I didn't know when the bandits would appear, so I activated detection magic. The map was not filled in around here, so I would be following a black road from here on. Further down the road on the black map, I saw 4 signals. The bandits. An ambush. Would they attack an opponent riding a bear, though? Well, if they were bandits, I just had to capture them and ask them about the location of their base, and if they were not bandits, I would just ignore them. As I followed the road while not really caring about who they were, a few human silhouettes came into my view. I saw the forms of 4 people who seemed to be adventurers. 1 man and 3 women, so looking at it from a man's point of view, it was something to be envious of. Was this party one of those that society called a harem party? When they saw me, the adventurers drew their swords and raised their staves, preparing for a fight. Was it possible that they would attack? As I approached slowly, the men blocked the path. Could you get out of the way, please? I could pass them on the side, but I decided to ask them to move first. The adventurers stared at us. Why is there a bear here? It's my bear. I assented. Dangerous. As long as you don't attack him suddenly, it is okay. If you don't have any intentions of attacking us first, we won't attack you either. The man lowered his sword. After seeing him do so, the other party members lowered their weapons as well. Let me warn you first, there are bandits who come out a little further down the road, so it's dangerous to go there. I know. I am on my way to subjugate them after all. From behind the men, a long-haired woman who was holding a staff asked me, looking surprised. She seemed to be a mage, looking at her clothes and weapon. They are not opponents who can be killed by a girl like you know. Even though I look like this, I am an adventurer, and I have this child, so there is no problem. I patted swaying bear's head. Still, you should abandon this subjugation. We searched for them for several days, but we didn't manage to find them. It's possible that they are already gone. That would be fine by me as well. However, if they are still here, this child will find them, so I will try and search for them myself. I couldn't really tell them that I had detection magic, so I didn't talk about it. So, could you let me go through, please? Can this bear really find the bandits? The female magician asked me. If you are right, and they are not here anymore, it won't be possible, but if they are still around, he will be able to find them. After hearing those words, the woman started thinking about something. Could you let us tag along with you? You guys? Yes, if we went back without finding any clues, it won't leave a good image of us, since we said that we would exterminate those bandits. Tamia. After hearing her say that so suddenly, the men called the woman's name. But, am I not right? We couldn't find the bandits by ourselves. However, if we are with this bear, it might be possible to find them. Isn't it our time to help? We don't know if it can really find them, right? Don't you remember how much time we spent searching for them? This won't take much time, right? It's just to make us sure they are really gone. Still. What will the 2 of you do? Tamia turned around and asked the remaining 2 members. Let's see. We still have some food left, so I don't really mind going along with this. The swordswoman answered. If Sister Tamia wants to go, I am okay with going as well. The other 2 gave their approval. So what will you do, Blitz? I concede. I will follow you. I'm not going even if 4 girls are going. That's something I can't allow myself to do. He said, giving up. So, will you allow us to accompany you? You would be a burden, so I refuse. You say some harsh things. Despite how we look, we are rank C adventurers, so we won't be a hindrance. All of you are. The men and I are rank C, but the 2 at the back are rank D. By the way, is it okay to ask for your rank? It's rank D, though. Rank D, you say? That means I am a higher rank than you, so I don't think I will be a drag. It turned out To be a pain in the ass. I really didn't want other people to see me battle. While thinking about what I should do, an idea came to my mind. If you deal with the aftermath, I am okay with it. Deal with the aftermath. I believe there should be some women who were captured, so it would be of great help if it's not me, but adults like you who will help them. If there were women captured, they probably went through hell. I had no ways to help those women, and no idea how to deal with the situation. Understood. We will take the responsibility for taking care of the women. After they gave their approval, we started to introduce ourselves. The man was named Blitz, and he was supposedly the leader of the party, though it seemed that the one who was giving out directions was the female magician, Tomiya. Then there was the other magician, Ran. She was younger than Tomiya, and seemed to be in her early 20s. The swordswoman, Gamoris, was around the same height as the swordsman. She had darkish skin and a somewhat large sword. Also, can I ask something? What are those clothes you're wearing, Yuna-chan? I knew they would ask. I have the divine protection of the bear. Divine protection of the bear. When I wear these clothes, I become stronger. That was the new excuse I had thought of. It wasn't like I was lying. In fact, I really received this divine protection, even though I sometimes thought of it as a curse. Does such divine protection really exist? The fact that this child listens to me is proof, isn't it? I pointed at Swaying Bear, who I was riding on. They were making strange faces, so I couldn't really tell if they believed what I said. This was my first time seeing something like the divine protection of the bear as well, you know. Manga, anime, novels, games, movies. I indulged myself in a lot of fantasy things, but I had never seen something like this before. Did you come to this city alone, Yuna-chan? Don't you have any other party members? It's just me. It's great that you weren't attacked by the bandits then. That's because I climbed the mountain range from Cremonia. That mountain range. They looked at the mountain range that we could see from here. We could see that there was a lot of white snow around the summit. It gave off the same impression as Mount Fuji. I didn't know how high it was, but it was wide enough to stretch all the way towards us, since it was part of a mountain range. By the way, this one really is a calm child. What is his name? She asked, looking towards Swaying Bear. Swaying Bear. Can I touch him? After I gave her permission, she started petting Swaying Bear while walking. Can I do it too? The other magician, Ran, wanted to pet him as well, so I gave her permission too. So soft. What kind of fur is this? It feels like I am touching a high-quality one. Blitz watched the two girls, worried. As long as you don't harm me or this bear, there is no problem. The two female magicians were enjoying the sensation of the fur. When we had advanced halfway towards the mountain, my detection magic found two people. There were no other signals. Were they guards? It would be great if my detection magic had a wider range. Still, it was really useful, so I shouldn't be that greedy. What should I do then? It would be really troublesome if they ran away because we attacked sloppily, so I wanted to knock them out before they could do so. It was also possible that they weren't bandits. Should I use magic and kill them, or catch them and then ask questions, or just take into account that they might not be bandits? As I was having trouble with what to do, Tomiya called out to me. I found some people that seemed to be lookouts, so I was thinking about what to do. Kill them, capture them, or take into account the fact that they might be civilians. Don't face that way, okay? They are on the right side, about halfway to the mountain. They all looked in that direction without moving their faces. I don't see them. Are they really there? We will decide what to do after approaching a little more. We moved forward, pretending we didn't notice them. They weren't moving, huh? Did they notice us from the start? We slowly reduced the distance between us. If we entered the forest, maybe they wouldn't see us. When we pass this tree, I will go and capture the hiding bandits, so could you all continue to walk past like normal? Wait. When you move forward for about 100 meters, you will arrive at the place I pointed out before. Are you using us as decoys? Not decoys. We all have our own roles. You guys don't know the exact position of the thieves. I know it. Isn't it enough? What would you do if I left it in your hands and you let them run away? Can you capture them, Yuna-chan? I have swaying bear, and if a human being who could outrun us exists, then I want to see that person. Understood. 100 meters is enough, right? 50 should be enough, but just in case. We approached the tree I had pointed out. Just when we arrived under the tree, Swaying Bear, with me riding on him, started climbing between the trees. Swaying Bear was ascending the mountain about as fast as he could run on a flat road. Before the adventurers even reached the 50-meter mark, I had already arrived at where the detected people were. Who are you? The people there started shouting. I had no obligation to respond. They tried to draw their swords, but they were too slow. Swaying Bear slammed into their bodies, and both of them fell to the ground. The two of you are with the bandits, right? The men seemed to be playing dumb. Are you lying to me? Well, I just need one of you to hear what you have to say. Swaying Bear, you can eat the one who seems the most delicious. Swaying Bear opened his big mouth. Stop him. Stop him, please. He could also eat the two of you bit by bit, would you prefer that? Swaying Bear, knowing that I was threatening them, played along. He opened his big mouth and let his drool spill out. Should we start by eating your arms then? Your heads have to be the last part, after all. I beg you. Please stop him. I will ask one last time then. You two are with the bandits who are attacking the residents of the city, aren't you? Yes, we are. The man nodded, looking as if he had abandoned hope. Could you tell me where your base is then? Just pointing out the direction to go to is also okay. If we talk, will you let us go? Yuri joking. If you talk, you just won't be eaten by my bear. I will properly hand you over to the Adventurers Guild. The two of them thought for a while, not saying anything. Okay, I will talk. Just after they told me where the base was, I saw Blitz and the others ascending the mountain. They seemed to be having a hard time walking. Especially the two sword users, who were carrying their heavy swords and equipment. They had it rough. Are you guys okay? Yeah, no problem. So, what happened? I was right, they were with the bandits. I also made them tell me where their base is, so I plan to go there now. I feel bad about this, but can I ask for someone to stay here and keep an eye on the two of them? If they didn't want to do it, I would just make a hole and imprison the bandits inside. I will stay. Gumoris said. Gumoris, are you sure? I can't move fast on the mountain, so I would just be a burden. Gumoris took a rope from her item bag and tied up the bandits. I will take them down the mountain. If you guys don't come back in one day, I will take them to the city. Okay, you should do so. Gumoris obediently abided by Tamiya's instructions. Who was the leader again? When you saw this happening, you couldn't really tell who it was. I started moving towards the base using the information I received from the bandits, and the other three walked behind me. I was kind of shocked to see that there really were lookouts. I only found them thanks to this child, though. I want one as well. Rand jealously looked at Swaying Bear. I wouldn't give him away though. After walking for a while, the detection magic sensed dozens of signals surprisingly close by. You are moving forward without any hesitation, but is that really okay? If the bandits lied to you, it's possible that we are going in the wrong direction, after all. Don't worry. This child already found them. We are almost there, so do you need to take a break before moving forward? I was riding on Swaying Bear, so I didn't need it. No need. I'm okay as well. I will do my best too. With their agreement, we decided to continue moving forward. Swaying Bear flattened the plant life, and the three of them followed the path he created. I looked at the automated map. It seemed that the road we were walking on was not the official one. We could approach the base without being seen. We are almost there, so don't make any noise. I warned them just in case, since we were almost at the place with the dozens of signals. The three of them nodded. I saw a cavern that was surrounded by trees. Outside the cavern, I saw about 15 men who were drinking while being attended to by women, even though it was midday. I was sure these women were the ones they captured. There were some people inside the cavern as well. So the base was here, huh dot. Shit, the captured girls are here as well. I can handle them all dot. It was becoming troublesome, so I said that. What are you saying? I think it would be better to go back for now and ask for reinforcements dot. That's impossible dot. Were these numbers impossible for rank C adventures too? I'm going then, so wait here, okay. I didn't plan on quarreling with them, so I charged ahead, riding on Swaying Bear. What is this? Bear. Kuma. The men started shouting. I jumped off Swaying Bear. The moment I landed, I made a 10-meter wide pitfall under the bandits who were far enough from the women. If they were out of luck, they might die, but that was the last thing on my mind. I would like them to thank me for the fact that they had a chance of not dying from it. Swaying Bear. If there is anyone who tries to flee, I am counting on you. I fired air bullets at the bandits near the women, and made them fly far away from them. When they were far enough, I made them fall inside pitfalls as well. Yunichan. Behind you. As I was turning my head to look back, a fireball nearly hit me. I protected myself with the white bear hand and the fireball disappeared. I saw 3 magicians with staves in their hands. I fired air bullets into their faces. Thanks to the hit correction, all of them hit their targets. The magicians fell, unable to protect themselves. Using pitfalls and air bullets, I defeated all of the bandits. As I looked around, I noticed I was the only one still standing. Not even a minute had passed since the fight broke out. Yunichan, are you hurt anywhere? Tamiya rushed over to where I was. Not really dot. You sure? I saw you getting hit by a magic attack though. It's nothing at only such a low level. More importantly, I am counting on you regarding the women dot. The women, not understanding what just happened, lost their strength on the spot. When the party went to help them, more men came out of the cave. The men standing in the middle had a completely different atmosphere compared to the others. What is this mess? Seeing the surroundings, the men howled. Did you guys do this? The men did not look at me, but at Blitz and the others. You are Blitz, aren't you? The men noticed Blitz and said his name. Did they know each other? You, Borg. So, you came all the way here for some bandit subjugation. Why are you here, you bastard? That's obvious. It's a job, just a job dot. A job, you say? Yeah, attack all the people who travel down the road, rob the money, and take the women. A really simple job dot. I asked Tamiya, who was near me, a question. Who is he? He's an adventurer we met at the town we were previously at. He is strong, but he is also violent, selfish, and thinks all of the women in his party belong to him. That's why no one wanted to party with him, and he disappeared from the town after that. I didn't expect to see him here, and that he would become a bandit dot. Oi, I am no bandit. I am just doing my job as an adventurer. It's an official job I received from the Commerce Guild's master dot. Commerce Guild. I had a strange feeling that something really incredible had just been said, but... Is it really okay for you to say that to us? Blitz stood in front of the men. That doesn't really matter, does it? You bastards will die, and your girls will become mine after all dot. I wanted to fondle you for a long time now dot. The men looked at Tamiya with dirty eyes. The moment Blitz tried to draw his sword, the man named Borg was blown away. That was because I punched him, of course. It wasn't my fault he had a face that looked really easy to punch, and he was just standing there, not even defending, and more than that, I was really pissed off. That was enough of a reason for me. Since I wanted to finish him, I chased him, got on top of him, and continued punching him. I didn't punch him too hard of course, to make sure that he wouldn't lose consciousness. You bastard. Bear punch, Kuma punch. Get off of me. He was reaching for me with his arms, but... Kuma punch, Kuma punch, Kuma punch. Stop it. There was no way I would stop. His face began to change. The hand that tried to stop me lost strength and fell to the floor. Ah, that was really great. I feel so refreshed now dot. I got off of him. When I looked around, Blitz, the remaining bandits who came out of the cave, and the women who were captured by the bandits were all looking at me. Why are you even asking? Did you also want to punch him? If you want to kill him, do it a bit later, okay? He said something really interesting after all. I actually went easy on him, you know. Went easy, you say? He said that the guild master of the Commerce Guild asked him to act as a bandit. The adventurers who attacked me in the inn also told me that they were acting on his orders. Was it possible that the Kraken also had something to do with this guild master? So, the bandits standing there, are you going to be captured nicely? Or do you want to be finished off like him? After hearing that, the bandits looked at Borg's face. They shook their heads and threw down their weapons. Are any of your friends inside? None. Just the captured women. The bandits responded obediently. We went to save the girls who were captured inside the cave and took back the money that the bandits had stored there. We also found horses and carriages, which we would use well. We tied up all of the bandits, threw them on a carriage, and headed back towards the city. We weren't able to do anything, huh? Yeah, and she defeated Borg so easily. Borg was conscious, but he was unable to move. When he woke up, he was really noisy, so I made him do some bungee jumping without a cord. I propelled him into the air using wind magic and let him eat dirt dozens of times. I made an air cushion on the ground so that he wouldn't die, of course. Even when he lost consciousness, I would wake him up with water. After doing it for a number of times. Please stop this. If you really have to do something, just kill me. He said something like that, but the ropeless bungee jumping continued, of course. I wouldn't do something like killing him just because he wanted to be freed from the pain. I would rather just crush any hope of escape. In the end, he asked me to kill him so he could repent for his crimes, but that was not for me to decide. That was for the women who were in the other carriage and the residents of the city to decide. The carriages kept moving forward, and we joined up with Gamoris midway. When we arrived at the city gate, the guards ran toward us. What is this, all of you? We captured all of the bandits. We want to report this to the Adventurers Guild Master, is that okay? Blitz was talking as the representative. They looked at the bandits who were on the carriage. I will make a report immediately. The guard ran off to the Adventurers Guild. We helped the captured women out of the carriage. They were all crying while hugging each other. I could only imagine what had happened to them while they were captured by the bandits, but I didn't find any words of comfort to share with them. That wasn't all. There should have been people who left the city with them. Husbands, parents, and possibly children. That's why I, who didn't understand their pains, could only watch. The captured girls thanked us over and over again. It had been a long time since something made me remember that I was not in my world or the game won. After some time passed, the guild master arrived. Yuna. You really subjugated them. These adventurers here helped me, after all. You say that, but we didn't do anything. You tied up the bandits, took care of the women, and led the carriages, didn't you? I couldn't take care of the women and didn't know how to lead a carriage. I really had no idea what would have happened if I was there alone. And, the bandits you have captured, are they those bastards? Atora-san was looking at the bandits who were on the carriage. You guys are. You know them. Yes, they are adventurers from this city. They are the ones who went out as guards for the carriages and those who disappeared before I realized it. I thought that they fled because they feared the Kraken. I really didn't think that they would turn out to be the bandits. The former adventurers couldn't look at the guild master's eyes and instead faced the ground. Also, we heard a really interesting story from the bandits. Interesting story. I told her about the Commerce Guild's master. That's really an interesting story. I also found out a lot of things here while you were away. An angry smile crept onto Atora-san's face. Chapter 90, Bear-san in the middle of an incident, second occurrence. Commerce Guild Master's point of view. What was the meaning of this? The adventurers I sent to attack the girl at the inn didn't come back. When I decided to ask other people to go and check, they said the place was really calm. Was it possible that they didn't attack her even though I paid them? I couldn't find any other reason than that. The next morning, one of my subordinates came to my room in the Commerce Guild. Master. The people you sent to capture the girl yesterday were arrested this morning. What was this bastard saying? I asked them to attack her during the night, didn't I? So why would they be arrested in the morning? Are you sure that it was in the morning? Yes. This morning, we saw them being taken away by some Adventurers Guild employees. Those idiots, did they attack in the morning? If it was like this, I could understand why they didn't return yesterday night. That might be so, but was there anyone who would attack early in the morning? More than that, they were also arrested. They had to be idiots. This was why I hated idiots who didn't follow my orders. Thanks to that, people would start suspecting me, you know. What will we do? Let it be. Even if they bring up my name, there's no proof. We just have to say that they are falsely accusing us. Since they had failed, we couldn't attack her ever again. What a bunch of useless adventurers. The only problem was finding out how much food the brat possessed. She shouldn't have much of it, but it was still troublesome. Knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. An employee entered. The Adventurers Guild Master is here. I knew she would come. I made my men leave and told the employee. Let her enter the room. A woman wearing clothes that emphasized her chest entered. It was Atora, the Guild Master of the Adventurers Guild. Yesterday night, the inn was attacked by adventurers. Do you know something about it? Yesterday night. I had just heard that they were captured this morning. No idea. I decided to say that I didn't know about it, for now. The ones who attacked were adventurers who were going in and out of your commerce guild though. That's not enough of a reason for me to know about every adventurer's movements, isn't it? However, the adventurers we captured said that they were following your orders. No idea what you are talking about. Why would I want to attack an adventurer who I don't even know? To take away her wolves, right? Are you telling me that the one who gave your stupid Adventurers Guild all those wolves was this adventurer? I already knew, but I pretended that I had heard about it just now. Yes, she is a really cute adventurer. The fact that a girl like her was attacked makes me really angry, you know. Then how about executing the adventurers you arrested? So, are you saying that you are not related to this event in any way? Of course. I don't even know when I will be attacked as well, so I would really recommend you to proceed with their execution. Understood. I will be back. You don't have to come, I thought to myself. Atora went back, but I couldn't think of this matter as finished. I didn't really understand what that guild master was thinking. I knew that the time would come when they would find out about me. If I wanted to leave the city, I had to do it fast. I wanted to reap profits for one more month, but that couldn't be helped. This was the fault of my idiot subordinates, as well as that bear suit-wearing girl. I assembled the 3 subordinates who knew about my ties to the bandits. There were not a lot of people who knew what I was doing in secrecy. That was because having less of them didn't permit any information leaks and disposing them would be simple. I told those 3 that, even though it was a little early, I would flee this city. I ordered to them to leave the city tonight and meet up with Borg. I planned to steal the money of the Commerce Guild just before they fled, and then blame the deed on those 3. I had planned for them to be killed by the bandits when those 3 met up with Borg. If we just left the corpses on the road, then everyone would think that the bandits took the money. The money I stole from the Commerce Guild would safely be mine after that. I will return home first. I will be fast, so go and prepare as well. I returned home, and put all of my valuable things inside an item bag. I also put inside some valuables that I stole from the fleeing residents. Everything from this city was mine, so there was no problem. Borg was an idiot who didn't want anything other than women and money, so it was easy to control him. Well, he probably didn't have any ways to resell the other valuables. It would be useless to explain the value of jewels to him after all. When I finished putting all of my valuables and food inside my item bag, I went back to the Commerce Guild. For some reason, the Commerce Guild was noisy. What could be the reason? Had something happened while I was away? When I saw the faces of the employees, they were all smiling. I asked an employee near me who looked delighted. You see, it seems that the bandits were captured. What did he just say? With this city has a way out again. Food will be able to flow too. We can say farewell to the life we had to endure until now. The employee said this while looking really happy. Don't joke with me. The bandits were subjugated, you said. If that was true, then I couldn't take care of my 3 subordinates. Still, the biggest problem was, did the bandits all die? If they had all died, then there was no problem. A dead man couldn't talk, after all. It seems that they were captured. And it appears that the bandits were, for the most part, adventurers from this city. They are currently being questioned by Adventurers Guild Master. They were alive. That was really bad. If they all said that it was me who commissioned them, it would be really difficult to get out of this mess. Were there no good ways of escaping? Furthermore, it seems that the one who captured them was a girl wearing a bear suit, and I heard that she is really cute from one of my acquaintances. This bear again. Who on earth was she? She brought a lot of wolf meat, had an item bag that could contain all of them, captured the adventurers who attacked her in the morning, and finally, captured all of the bandits. What sort of bear was she? Guild Master. With this, we can put the idea you had into actual practice. I really felt ashamed, but now, we can finally do something about it. Throughout the last month, in order for the employees to keep listening to me, I fed them one lie after the other. First, we raised the price of the food, so that after the bandits were eliminated, we would have the money to buy a lot of it, and also be able to pay someone to kill the Kraken. With that, half of the employees trusted me. Those employees sold the food to the rich people, and I was able to earn a lot. However, since the food was only being sold to rich people, the other employees and the populace started showing dissent. Food couldn't go to poor people. I personally didn't care about how many poor people died, but it would be troublesome, so I gave the parts of the wolves or other animals that didn't sell well as the fish that could hurt you when you ate it, to those who didn't bring any money. Master. Nothing. For now, we have to wait for the report from the Adventurers Guild. There might still be some bandits left. I didn't think that bastard, Borg, could have been defeated. You are right. It would be really troublesome if we dispatched someone and there were some bandits left. The employee agreed with me, and then went away. I returned to my room inside the Commerce Guild. I couldn't think of any good ideas. At least, Borg wouldn't have been captured and should be waiting at the place we agreed upon. Otherwise, I just had to kill those 3 myself. Still, I didn't have enough information to make my move. If I waited too long, the window to flee would disappear. Even while just taking my time to think about this, time was ticking. Lost in my thoughts, I heard someone knock on the door. The Adventurers Guild Master came. She was here already. What a woman with lots of free time. Lead her here then. You see, she said she wanted you to come outside. You see. I understand. I just have to go, right? When I came out, the bandits I had employed were all lined up. They were all tied up, and even their mouths were shut tight. Did she call me out so that I could see this? When I looked at the lined-up bandits, Borg was Borg. His body showed that it was really him, but his face was in a terrible condition. Even more than that, this Borg was quietly sitting on the floor. The Borg I knew should have been acting violently by now. This was a scene I couldn't even fathom. A Torah was standing guard in their midst. I could see a little black thing behind a Torah. There was a little girl wearing a bear suit. Was it possible that she was the bear from the rumors? The bandits had been done in by a brat like this. I could only laugh. My plans were destroyed by a strange girl like that. To stop my laughter, I stifled a smile while asking a question as if nothing had happened. Are those the bandits? That's right. They all said that they were employed by you. I have no idea why they would say that. Are you really saying that again? I don't know what I don't know. The bandits all glared at me. It would have been better if they were killed right after they were caught. And where are you going, carrying this large item bag? I was wondering why she changed the subject so suddenly, but now I knew. Was it possible that I had been monitored? Did they already know what I was doing here? I looked into Atora's eyes, and they were eyes filled with confidence. I am just using it for work. It has nothing to do with you. Who, I see. Could I see what is inside it then? I refuse. Why would I have to show it to you? I was right, she already knew. If they had a look inside, there would be no more ways to slip out of this. I had a lot of stolen items. I will take full responsibility. Capture Zerid. I tried to escape, but I couldn't escape from the former adventurers, now employees of the Adventurers Guild. They took my item bag and restrained me. Then, let me take a look at what's inside. Atora pierced her sword through my item bag. At that moment, all of the things inside the item bag spilled down on the floor. The residents who saw it started making a fuss. Yuna's point of view. Atora-san forced me to come to the guild. I didn't think that they would need me though. She said she wanted to bring out all of the bandits, and that they were really docile when I was with them. Was I some wild animal trainer? She said that her reason for bringing the bandits was to see the other party's reaction. She was right. When he saw the face of Blitz's friend, his expression changed. Did I beat him a little too much? For an instant, he looked in my direction and laughed a little. It was just for an instant, and then he turned towards Atora-san and started a verbal fight. I will take all responsibility. Capture Zerid. The employees of the Adventurers Guild started to move, and Atora-san took out her sword and pierced the item bag that the little plumpman possessed. The bag tore immediately, and all of the items inside it scattered on the floor. When an item bag was torn, all of the items inside flowed out. Well, if it didn't flow out when torn, you would be troubled, right? Hey, what is with this quantity? A lot of things that could be sold for money dropped on the floor. I saw that at Damon-san's place. And I saw that at Doja-san's. The residents started making noise. Among the things that were scattered on the floor, there was a little ring with a jewel inlaid. Seeing it, a woman muttered with a little voice. That's the ring that the bandits stole from me when I was captured. The woman was one of the women who were captured by the bandits. She rushed over and grasped the ring tightly. Tears slowly dripped from her eyes. Sai. She called out a name. Then she stood up and shouted. Bring Sai back. She approached Zerid and punched him in the face. Bring back Sai, who you ordered the bandits to kill. The girl broke down crying. Seeing that, the anger of the residents exploded. Rocks were flung towards Zerid's direction. They pummeled his head and his body. Those rocks also hit the adventurers who were pinning him down. The flying rocks were not stopping. Blood started flowing from Zerid's face. Even after that, the residents didn't stop throwing the rocks. The employees of the Commerce Guild stood still, utterly dumbfounded. Atora-san shouted. Hearing her shout, the residents stopped throwing rocks and became silent. Zerid's trial will be held as my responsibility. I assure that with my name as the Adventurers Guild Master. I knew it, it's really boring when I write something where Yuna doesn't appear. Chapter 91, Bear-san and a Reason to Kill the Kraken. The Commerce Guild Master was now captured, and all of the accomplices were caught. After everything was finished, the sun was setting, and it was already time for supper. It's finally over. Daiga-san accompanied me back to the inn. I really didn't believe you could subjugate the bandits all by yourself, you know. Now we can finally go and buy things in the next town, so let me thank you again. Thank you. You don't have to mind it. Actually, I wanted to do something about the Kraken, but... That's impossible, as expected. Even the children know how strong the Kraken is. All we can do is pray that it will return to the ocean. Why are you apologizing, Missy? We are already very happy that you captured all of the bandits. And recently, there is wolf meat and flour on the market. That's also thanks to you, isn't it, Missy? I thought that the guild would keep it a secret though. There is nothing you can do about the people who already know. The guild master of the Adventurers Guild made me promise not to say anything though. She said that you are shy, and that's why you don't want to be thanked. It's just because it would be troublesome. I let my real thoughts out. I ate dinner, and when I wanted to return to my room, Daiga-san stopped me. As I promised you this morning, I will make the best meal I can with what I have, so come to the dining room for lunch tomorrow. I will prepare everything tomorrow morning. Is it really okay? You don't have a lot of ingredients, right? I don't really mind. After all, this is the only thing I can do to thank you, Missy. I understand. I'm looking forward to it. I returned to my room, and in order for my tiredness of the day to fly away, I changed into the white bear and summoned swaying bear and hugging bear, in their cub forms. When I summoned them, hugging bear seemed strange. He didn't look at me, showing me his back instead. From my past experiences, he was pouting. Now that I thought about it, today, I went, fought, and came back on swaying bear's back. That was why he was pouting. It would be bad if I didn't take care of him. Still, I was really tired now. I decided to embrace hugging bear while I slept. There was just one problem. If I slept embracing hugging bear like this, it was possible that swaying bear would pout. I forcefully embraced hugging bear and slid inside my futon. Thanks to my tiredness and hugging bear's warmth, I fell asleep really fast. When I woke up the next day, hugging bear's mood seemed to have improved, and there was no sign of swaying bear sulking. Perfect. I unsummoned the two bears and changed into my black bear suit. When I came downstairs, Blitz and his party were all there. The four of them were preparing to go on a journey. Are you going out of the city? Yeah, but we will be back soon. With the bandits gone, there are people who want to go to the next town to buy food, so we will act as their guards. Well, it will only take 10 days for a round trip. And if all goes well, we can shorten that time even more, so we are planning on returning really fast. I see. I don't know if I will still be here then, so I will say this now. Thanks for everything you helped me with. That's wrong. It's us who should say thanks. Yuna-chan, if you were not here, it would have been impossible for us to subjugate the bandits. I still believe that they helped me, especially in dealing with the captured women. I didn't have a lot of life experience, so I couldn't find any words of comfort for the women who were captured, and couldn't take any actions to help them. We will be going then. Take care. Blitz raised his hand in response and left the inn. After eating breakfast, I went outside as well, in order to feel the fresh air. As I was walking around the city, the faces of all the residents I saw seemed a little happier. When they noticed me, the people lowered their heads slightly. The children rushed over to me as well. It seemed that the fact that we defeated the bandits had been spread throughout the city. When I stopped by the Adventurers Guild, Atora-san and the employees seemed really busy. They told me that the shore, previously controlled by the Commerce Guild, was now temporarily under the control of the Adventurers Guild. Atora-san seemed to be having a hard time. I remembered the time when I saw Atora-san alone inside the guild. As a refreshment, I gave her a pudding. When you were tired, sweet things were the best. As I left the Adventurers Guild, I bumped into Jirimo-san, the Commerce Guild's employee I met on my first day in this city. Missy, huh? Thanks a lot for all of this. A job for the Commerce Guild. Because the guild master and others were captured, a lot of work was thrown onto an underling like me. I was able to avoid being dragged into the guild master's crimes because I was just an underling though. It seemed that the Commerce Guild master remained silent even now. It was certain that he was the ringleader behind the bandits' orders. The residents asked for his disposal, but that was delayed for now. Considering the feelings of the captured women, they wanted to execute him quickly, but because this was an independent city, as well as the fact that the mayor already fled, there was no one to judge him, so they had to wait. More importantly, Atora-san's job was not just investigating the criminals, including Zared. There were a lot more urgent things to do. Since the bandits were subjugated, there were now more places where people could fish, so they had to distribute those places equally. The things stolen by the bandits also had to be redistributed. Some of the women were captured, but there were also a lot of people who were killed. Normally, those who subjugated the bandits received the loot, but we declined. We gave it away, so that it could be sold to reduce the food shortage. Atora-san told us that we were too naive, but she thanked us anyway. Blitz said that he didn't want to receive it, since he hadn't actually done anything. I returned to the inn just past noon, and a delicious scent drifted my way. Oh, you have returned. It's almost finished, so sit and wait. As I sat down, a smell that stimulated my appetite drifted through the air. After a few minutes, the meal was brought to me. What was placed before me was something I had never seen in this world, but still something I knew very well. Rice. What, you know of it already? What was in front of me was not white rice, but it was rice nonetheless. It was cooked together with a lot of different ingredients, and resembled Chinese fried rice. I ate one mouthful. It was a really nostalgic taste. It was rice. It was not white, but it was still delicious. Accompanying this Cantonese rice was a grilled fish that had been caught in the sea. This fish was caught by my son this morning. The bottle that was beside the fish bothered me more. Was it possible that you put the contents of this bottle on the fish? It was a somewhat black liquid. I tried the fish with it. No doubt, it was soy sauce. I then also tried fried rice with it. I would prefer white rice, but I couldn't possibly say ungrateful things like that. Missy, are you crying? Before I knew it, tears were dropping from my eyes. Your meal was so good that it made me cry. Being seen crying was embarrassing, so I wiped away my tears and answered while smiling. I wasn't lying when I said that it was delicious. Yes, it's really delicious. I am happy that you say so, but you are not forcing yourself, are you? Did he think that I thought it tasted bad, and that I was forcing myself to eat it? This is exactly like the food from my country. I thought that I would never be able to eat it again, you see. I am so happy. This is exactly like your country's cuisine. Is it possible that you come from the country of harmony and peace? TL note, the oldest recorded name of Japan. Refers to harmony/peace. The country of harmony and peace. Yes. It's a place that is farther than that, a place so distant, I won't be able to go there anymore. You came from a place that far away. Aren't you lonely? There are times when something makes me remember home, but this place is fun as well. Still, it's times like this, when I can taste my home country's taste, that makes me really happy. I see. I really would love to make more for you, but I don't have enough ingredients. Before the Kraken arrived, there was a boat that went to the country of harmony and peace once every month, but now. The Kraken, huh? Did I really not have any ways to defeat it? I thanked Daiga-san and left the inn. I kept walking until I arrived at the ocean. The vast sea. Beyond it was a country with rice and soy sauce. It might be possible that they even have miso. I absolutely wanted rice. The Kraken, huh? My way of fighting was restricted. I could use a big warship and, before it sank, kill the Kraken. The problem was, there were no ships like that in this city. I could fly in the sky and kill it from there. The problem was, I couldn't fly. To experiment, I went to the sandy beach and tried to freeze the sea. It did freeze, but the waves covered it. If we started to fight, the Kraken would act violently. If that happened, the sea would grow wild, and the waves would exceed several meters, possibly even more than 10 meters. If the ice broke, I wouldn't be in a position to fight. So, the ice would have to be really thick, and if I had to mind my every step, I wouldn't be able to fight well. If it was just a lake, I would be able to do it though. Should I try to make a big bubble of air and dive into the sea? I tried to make one, and entered the sea. I entered the sea just fine. Still, if I took an attack from the Kraken like this, that would be the end, wouldn't it? Could I even attack from inside this bubble? If it broke, that would be the end. There was also the problem of oxygen. After thinking a lot, I found no good ways for now. Maybe I should ride the bears to battle. Can you two swim? The two entered the sea and swam without trouble. They could swim. Well, polar bears could swim as well, right? If we had a problem, it would be that I was the one who had never swam in the sea before. More importantly, how many years had it been since I last swam? Thinking about it, the last time was when I was in primary school, during the lessons we had inside the school's pool. If I fell off from the bears, I would certainly die. Still, when I was on the bears, even if I slept, I wouldn't fall, so there might be no problem at the sea either. If I rode on them, my lower half would be soaked without a doubt. When I fought, my whole body would get drenched as well. It also didn't change the fact that I could do nothing to it if it dove into the depths of the sea. I should put this plan in reserve. I couldn't find any ways to defeat it. Was there a story of people who fought inside of the sea? It would be the best if I could just breathe under the sea. There was no use asking for something impossible. Couldn't I just divide the sea, like Moses did? No, that would be impossible. That way, I couldn't chase it if it fled. More than that, I probably couldn't do it anyway. No good. Discarded. Rejected. Refused. Nope. Impossible. Finally, a good idea hit me. Yes, this was the idea I would go with. If it failed, it wouldn't hurt me. If it worked, I would be able to fight. If it didn't work, I could just fight while riding on swaying bear or hugging bear. The reason to fight the Kraken is rice and soy sauce. And this is Yuna, who tried her best to find a way to fight the Kraken. I think I really racked my brain hard to find this way. If there is anyone who has thought of it as well, please, don't say it. I implore you. It's planned that the Kraken will be defeated the way Yuna always does, exploiting her overpowered bear. Then, I am counting on you for the next time as well. TL note, of course she will use her overpowered bear. Without it, she has nothing. Chapter 92, Bear-san goes to subjugate the Kraken. The next day, after having thought of a way to fight, I went to the Adventurers Guild to get the permission to do it. Like the previous day, the employees of the Adventurers Guild were busy, and didn't stop moving at all. The fact that half of the jobs they did should have been done by the Commerce Guild was strange. Even though Atora-san was the one giving orders, the Commerce Guild's employees were also doing their jobs normally. I found Atora-san, who seemed really busy, and talked to her. Yuna, why are you here? I wanted to discuss something with you. If I may, I want to ask a favor from you. What would that be? If it's Yuna's request, I would do anything. If I were a boy and heard this anything, I would surely have a reaction. While I was thinking about that, Atora-san approached. Her big chest came close to my head. Don't put those big things in front of me, please. I wasn't jealous at all, okay. Is it okay if we go somewhere private? I looked around and asked that, so she led me to a room at the back of the guild. It's a bit messy, but please sit. There were mountains of documents. Were they all related to her additional responsibilities? It started yesterday, right? Was it possible that Atora-san didn't sleep at all? So, what's your request? I was thinking about defeating the Kraken, so I just wanted to request a few things from you. Atora-san's mouth opened wide. Are you for real? I now have a reason to kill it, so. And what is this reason? Is it worth enough to put your life on the line? It's not a significant reason. It's just really personal. I couldn't really say that it was for the rice and soy sauce. So your request is, I want to defeat the Kraken, so help me, please, right? I will fight the Kraken alone, so don't worry. Atora-san approached me and put her hand on my forehead. You don't seem to have a fever. A Kraken is not something you can fight on your own. Just because you were able to fight the bandits, that doesn't mean you can also fight the Kraken, Well, it was not a monster that you could fight alone in the game either. If I say, trust me, would that be enough? I will just ask this. What are the chances of success? If the Kraken appears at the place I wanted to, I will defeat it. Atora-san peered into my eyes for a long time, and then let out a little sigh. I understand. So, what do I have to do? On the path where the bandits appeared, there is a big cliff facing the sea, isn't there? I want to fight around there, so I don't want anyone to approach it. Also, it will get dangerous on that day, so I would like for no one to go fishing. You will fight it there. I don't really know how big the Kraken is, but with a cliff like that, I think it will be okay. And how will you make the Kraken go there? I explained what I would use as a bait. I don't know if it will work though. Fufufu, that's right. Nobody would ever think of baiting the Kraken, so no one has ever tried it, after all. But, even if you do manage to bait it, there is a possibility of it fleeing, isn't there? I don't plan on letting it flee. When it came to the cliff, it would be in my territory. I would carve the fear of being hunted into this Kraken. I understand. I will need 3 days. Also, could you give us a bit more wolf meat? Atora-san thought about it for a while before accepting my request. The 3 days were meant to convince the fishermen to not bring out their boats. The wolves were meant to restock, because there were none left. I left everything concerning the residents to Atora-san and went to the cliff for some preliminary investigations. As confirmed yesterday, mistakes weren't allowed when the Kraken appeared. If the Kraken didn't appear, it wouldn't be a problem. If it came and I failed, it wouldn't be possible to bait and capture it with the same method ever again. From what I remembered, the Kraken's length could range between 20 to hundreds of meters. Between the depths of the sea and the highest point of the cliff, there was more than enough space. After that, there was just one thing left to do. Pray that it would go well. The next day, a Tora-san came to the inn. Yuna, 2 days from now, all boats will stay in port. I will also forbid everyone from leaving the city. This might be strange coming from me, who asked for this to happen, but aren't you way too fast? I had made the request just yesterday. She had to explain everything to the residents, and persuading them should have taken even more time. I just had to convince the eldest and the most important person among the fishermen, and since the Adventurers Guild will be the one to take care of the cliff, there should be no problems. But this grandpa, did he really willingly accept not going out to sea that day? In such a case, it would be more normal for a stubborn old man to decline it. Well, in this city, no one would refuse a request that comes from you. That's just. Well, you provided food, subjugated the bandits, and ended the oppression of the Commerce Guild. And now, you are also going to fight the Kraken for this city's sake. Regarding the Commerce Guild, that was not. We discovered those problems when you gave out food and subjugated the bandits. It was also thanks to Yuna, wasn't it? That's why this Gramps happily agreed to prevent the boats from setting sail. He also gave me a message for you. Don't do the impossible. We are grateful already, Bear Missy. I don't know how you will defeat this monster, but if you need some help, don't hesitate to ask. It's really impressive that you could make that Gramps say something like that, you know. It was becoming harder and harder to admit that I was only fighting for the rice's sake though. The day of the fight came. When I woke up, I looked outside my window. It was a nice day to go and fight. Having good weather was better than having rain, of course. Since Tora-san had already made the preparations for the fight, I would be able to do my best. I really couldn't say something like, "It is raining today, so I won't do it," so I was really happy that the weather was good. Missy, are you going somewhere today? I will go and take a walk. Why do you ask? Daiga-san asked me, but I couldn't really say that I was going to subjugate the Kraken like it was nothing, so I said that. A walk, huh Missy, I will make you a good breakfast, so eat well before going, okay? Your meals are always delicious, Daiga-san. I told him how I really felt. Don't make me cry. He sniffed, and I faintly saw tears in his eyes. I will prepare a meal and wait for you, so you have to come back. Of course. I will be in your care for some more time, after all. He worriedly repeated that I had to come back so many times that it almost became awkwardly troublesome before I left. Was he worried about me not paying for my stay? When I arrived at the entrance of the city, I saw some employees of the Adventurers Guild, a Tora-san included. I greeted them all. After a Tora-san returned the greeting, the employees did the same as well. I will go then. After this, whatever happens, do not let anyone pass through. A Tora-san gave her orders to the employees. Wait, I will go. Is it possible that a Tora-san wants to come with me? Yes, of course. You will win after all, won't you? If I fight it, then it's possible. There is no problem then. When I left the city, I summoned Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear. Are these your summoned beasts? We talked about them when I was attacked at the inn and when I had to report on how I found the bandits, so there was no problem. Ride the black one, Swaying Bear, please. Era, is it okay? I want to defeat the Kraken as soon as possible, and then take it easy, after all. I hopped onto Hugging Bear, and then the two bears headed towards the cliff. You are going to fight here, huh? If it doesn't come, I won't be able to do anything, though. I brought out the bait that I would use to take care of the Kraken. What came out was a worm that was dozens of meters long. Since time was stopped inside of the bear box, it was a raw, freshly killed worm. You really had something like that, huh? It's from the time when that hero title was stuck to me. I can finally understand now. I am not the king, but I absolutely don't want to argue with you. Become my friend as well, please. If you don't try to take away what I think of as important, I don't plan to become your enemy. I understand. I will be careful. I was working while we were having this kind of talk. I used ice magic to coat the lower half of the worm in ice and hung it over the cliff, right above the ocean. It looked like the worm was suspended over the water by a giant icicle. I set it up so that half of the worm was submerged in the sea. A long time ago, I saw people use larvae to capture fish on TV. Worms looked like larvae, didn't they? So I thought, wouldn't that be great bait for the kraken? The key point was that the kraken was a carnivore that ate humans. In that case, it wouldn't be strange for it to eat a worm, right? The worm was huge. That made its odor spread inside the sea much easier and faster. If all went well, there was a possibility that the kraken would come all the way to this cliff. If it didn't, I didn't have any choice other than fighting it on the sea while riding the bears. I didn't want to fight like that, so I prayed that it would come. It had been 1 hour since the worm was suspended from the cliff. If I wasn't daydreaming, the waves were getting bigger. I wasn't daydreaming, they really were getting bigger. When I used detection magic to confirm it, I saw the kraken approaching. Then, a long and narrow tentacle leapt out and coiled around the worm. The ice broke, and the worm plunged into the sea. Yuna! Atora-san, please move back. I began casting my earth magic and created an image. A giant bear, dozens of meters in size. From the depths of the sea to the center of the cliff, forming a semicircle, a lot of earth bears emerged. I had just constructed a wall of bears. It had been a while since I last used such an enormous amount of magic, and the fatigue that came with a large expenditure of magic power hit me. I didn't just make them big, I also made them sturdy, so that the kraken wouldn't be able to break them. Yet, in proportion to this, I used up a lot more magic power. Thanks to using that much power, I could lock up the kraken inside the wall of bears. The kraken did not realize that he was imprisoned and was still eating the worm. It was a really big squid. The kraken was a monster that represented either a big octopus or a big squid. In this case, it was more like a big squid. I made a lot of fire bears and launched them at the kraken. The fire bears hit it square on and burned its flesh. The scent of the burnt flesh reached us, and the kraken dove into the sea in order to put the flames out. The kraken noticed me, and stretched out its tentacles. Would they reach me? I didn't know how long the kraken was, but it was long enough to stretch its tentacles to the top of the cliff. I dodged the tentacles and launched fire bears at them. The tentacles were lit on fire, but the kraken quickly plunged them underwater to put out the flames. I was creating fire bears one after another. The kraken tried to flee towards the ocean, but it couldn't, thanks to the bear wall. If it came up to the surface, I attacked it. Even if it didn't come up, I still attacked it. The temperature of the sea water rose, thanks to the fire bears. The kraken suffered while continuing to struggle. Time and time again, it rammed the bear wall. I used up a lot of magic power to make that wall. If it broke that easily, it would really upset me. The sea water was boiling, makes lots of bubbles. The kraken stretched its tentacles to climb the bear wall, but I wouldn't let it do that. With a bear cutter, I cut off his tentacles. They regenerated rapidly though, and the tentacles stretched out once again. Wasn't that an infinite food dispenser? It was only limited to the tentacles, though. The kraken continued to stretch its tentacles without stopping. This was the fight between my magic power and the kraken's strength. If my magic power dried up, the kraken would flee. I should have made the bear wall bigger. I really didn't think that the kraken would be this big. We weren't having a melee fight, so I started thinking that I should have put on the white bear suit to fight it. If I did that, I could have recovered my magic power while fighting it. If my magic power dried up, then I would have to do a strip show to change into the white bear suit here, huh? I really didn't want to do that. Even though it was just a Tora-san here, changing in front of people was embarrassing. Still, if it would be of help in killing this kraken, I would have no choice but to do a strip show. Thanks to the fire bears, the sea was now boiling, and vapor started to rise up, making the sea look like a steam bath. The surrounding temperature also rose because of that. It was really hot, but thanks to the bear suit, I didn't feel hot at all. Because of the water's high temperature, the kraken was now struggling desperately. When a part of the cliff started to crumble, I understood that it was at its limit. I continued to inflict more damage to the kraken so that it wouldn't escape. At that moment, I thought that it would have been great if I also made a lid. If I started making a lid strong enough to trap it now, I would be really worried about the magic power that would remain. It was an idea that I had just recently thought about, so there were a lot of flaws to my plan. If I ever had to fight like this again, I would have to pay more attention to the details. This exchange of blows, where I one-sidedly launched fire bears at the kraken, continued. The kraken continued to stretch out its tentacles, doing its best to flee, but I didn't let it. I prayed for this to finish quickly. The feeling of fatigue was becoming worse and worse. I could feel my magic power starting to dry up. Was it time for a really fast strip show? The moment I thought about that, the movements of the kraken suddenly became dull. It couldn't raise its tentacles nor ram into the bare wall anymore. I stopped attacking and looked at the state of things. The kraken stopped moving. I used detection magic and checked if the kraken's signal had really disappeared. It was over. I sat on the floor and laid down. So tired. I used up too much magic power, so my body felt really sluggish. Atora-san rushed over. Streams of sweat were flowing from her face. It was really hot here after all. Atora-san, it's over. Is it really dead? Atora-san looked at the kraken that was currently floating on the boiling sea. The kraken didn't move. I checked using detection magic, so there was no doubt about it. Don't worry, it's dead. Atora-san, can I leave the aftermath to you? As expected, I used too much magic power this time. I just can't move anymore. My movements are sluggish, and I feel sleepy. I didn't have the strength to even walk. Yes, no problem. And really, thank you very much. Without revealing that it was for the rice and soy sauce, I responded with a smile. Hugging Bear approached me and crouched down so that it would be easier for me to ride him. With me riding on Hugging Bear and Atora-san riding on Swaying Bear, we returned to the city. When we arrived at the city entrance, a lot of people were assembled at the gate. Master. The employees ran up to us. What's happening here? When you were gone, there was a report of someone seeing the kraken, so the residents started making a fuss. Atora-san thought about it for a bit, then opened her mouth to speak. Speaking of the kraken, this girl killed it. She pointed at me, who was currently collapsed on Hugging Bear. I forgot to tell her not to make a big fuss about it. The current me didn't even have the strength to request that. I just really wanted to go back to the inn to sleep. Master, is that true? Yes, it is. If you don't believe me, you can. Go and see it for yourself. The dead body of the kraken is there, after all. One of the guild employees asked. Atora-san responded. What is? There are no bandits, and no kraken. What could possibly be dangerous? More importantly, won't you open the way? I want to let the hero who saved this city get her sleep at the inn. But letting these bears inside the city is. He looked at Hugging Bear. There will be no danger. I guarantee it. And the least I can do is not ask the hero who saved the city by exhausting her strength against the kraken, to get down from this bear. And I will scorn anyone who will say that as well. Atora-san shut the mouths of the crowd with just a look. The guild employees and the residents cleared a path. When they made way for me, Hugging Bear, who I was riding, moved forward and walked towards the inn. When I arrived at the inn, Daiga-san screamed. Missy. Don't worry. I am just tired, so I will just sleep for a while. Don't wake me up, okay? The big form of Hugging Bear entered the inn, and started moving upstairs by climbing the narrow stairs. Behind him, Swaying Bear also followed. When we arrived to the room, I got down from Hugging Bear and opened the door. Hugging Bear, thank you very much. I transformed Hugging Bear and Swaying Bear into their cub forms, and entered the room. Even if it's the president, the prime minister, or the king, no matter who, don't wake me up please. It was just past noon, but I was already dead tired. That was because I overused my magic. I was so tired. I did my best to change into the white bear suit. I then collapsed on my bed like that, and the bears snuggled up close to me. While thanking the bears, I fell asleep. The answer to how she would kill it was to use the worm as a bait, making a big pot, and boiling it. Next up is a squid festival. Chapter 93, Bear-san opens her eyes. When I opened my eyes, the bears were snuggled up next to me. What time was it? I climbed out of the bed and opened the curtains and window. I could see the sun rising over the sea. I went to sleep at lunchtime, and woke up in the morning. How long had I slept for? From a rough calculation, it was at least 16 hours. As expected, with this much sleep, my weariness had disappeared, and my magic power was restored. It was a bit early, but I changed back into the black bear and unsummoned my bodyguards. When I left the room and went to the first floor, I saw Daiga-san leaving the room at the back of the inn. "Missy, you woke up. Are you feeling okay now?" "Good morning. I am feeling fine. I was just tired because I overused my magic power. I see. So, you are okay now. He seemed to be relieved. He was probably worried about me. "Missy, you really are a great adventurer, huh? Even though you are so cute. You heard of what happened with the kraken?" I asked Atora-san when Missy returned to the inn. "Well, I came back looking really rough, so it was natural for him to ask. So, are you hungry? You haven't eaten anything since breakfast yesterday, have you?" I touched my stomach. It was flat. I wasn't talking about my chest. My stomach was flat. "It seems that I am hungry. Then I will prepare something right now, so please wait. Daiga-san moved to the kitchen. "You can take your time. While I was waiting for Daiga-san's cuisine in a daze, Atora-san entered the inn. "Yuna, you were awake." "I just woke up. Do you have any injuries, or any other problems?" "I'm fine. Because I went to sleep early, I recovered my magic power and am now back to normal. I was really worried when I saw that you still weren't awake when nighttime arrived. She looked like she was really worried. It seemed that I troubled both Daiga-san and Atora-san. Still, it's great that you are okay. While I was talking with Atora-san, Daiga-san came back with a meal. "Rice. I thought you didn't have it anymore. The people from the city brought it. Yesterday was really crazy, you know. A lot of people came and assembled at the inn to thank you, Missy. It was intense, wasn't it?" Atora-san nodded at Daiga-san's words. "As soon as we returned to the city, the entire town found out that the kraken had been defeated. When they heard that Yuna had defeated it, and that you were staying at this inn, they all rushed over. I wondered how many people there had been. I didn't really want to imagine it though. You were tired and asleep though. We couldn't just wake you up. So, we persuaded them to not make too much noise and go back. But even after that, there were a lot of residents who came, one after the other, from every direction, and it was just terrible. While I was sleeping, something that troublesome happened, huh? Then, they all said that they wanted to thank you somehow. So when I said that you loved rice, all of them decided to gather the rest of the rice that they had left, and brought it here. They didn't have much individually, but when all of it was assembled, we ended up with quite a lot of rice. That made me really happy. Even though I had killed the kraken, I didn't know where the country of harmony and peace was. I also didn't know when the boats would come. Due to that, I had believed that I couldn't have any more rice for quite some time. This makes me really happy, but can I really take it? That's some of your scarce and precious food, isn't it? What are you saying? Since you killed the kraken, the food shortage is not a problem anymore. There's plenty of food in the sea. Since it was like that, I would accept it gratefully. Now that I think about it, did I do something bad for Blitz and the others, who went to buy food from Crimonia? Well, I thought that they would buy things other than fish, so it should be okay. Since the residents came to thank me, that means that everybody knows that I killed the kraken, doesn't it? There were people who saw your fight with the kraken. That's why the news spread out quickly. There had been people there. I had not noticed at all. If the fight had dragged out a little longer, I would have done a strip show in front of them. Well, that was not the main problem, but still an important one. In reality, I didn't want to make a big fuss out of it, just like in the capital, but this time, there seemed to be no choice. It would be impossible to say that it was an S-rank adventurer who had killed it. They all agreed that they won't cause any problems, but what are you so afraid of? I just think that it will become really troublesome if the fact that I killed the Kraken spreads. You don't have to worry about that. It won't spread to places outside this city. Other cities and towns don't really interact much with this city anyway, so there aren't a lot of people who know about the Kraken. And even if they heard about it, they wouldn't believe that it was a 15-year-old girl wearing a bear suit who killed it all by herself. Even I wouldn't believe such a story if I only heard it. She was right. Nobody would believe that I had killed the Kraken alone. It was more important to ask if anyone could even kill the Kraken by themselves. I hadn't really seen any strong people around here. I really want to meet an rank S adventurer one day. I will try asking them to keep quiet about it. However, you shouldn't count on it. Just thinking about it wouldn't solve anything. I could only pray that the rumors wouldn't spread. With the Kraken subjugated, I should just be happy that I would now be able to procure rice and soy sauce. After eating my fill of the rice that the citizens had collected, Atora-san and I went outside for a morning walk. Even though it was still early in the morning, there were a lot of people outside. They were all smiling, and conversations were blooming everywhere. When they saw us leaving the inn, some older women approached us. "You are the Missy who killed the Kraken, aren't you? Such a cute girl killed that monster, huh? Thank you very much. My husband went out to sea early in the morning. That was also thanks to you, Missy. Mine set sail as well." He had a really gloomy face before, but after he saw the dead Kraken, he came back crying. In order to show our gratitude, we are going to have a seafood festival. So please, come and participate. The men were making a real fuss yesterday, but you just collapsed and fell asleep after saving the city, right? Atora said that you would be okay come the next day. That's why the men departed early this morning, to procure some fresh fish and make a really delicious meal. We will make really delicious food, so please join us for the festival. While the aunties were saying whatever they wanted, I decided to take my leave. As we were walking through the city, many words of thanks flew my way. If it continued like that, we probably wouldn't be able to run away, so we left the city and returned to the cliff where I had fought the Kraken. Atora-san told me that, because the sea was boiling, people weren't able to approach the Kraken. When we arrived at the cliff, we saw rising steam, as if we were at a spa town. It is becoming more bearable. When we approached the cliff, we noticed an elderly man looking at the sea. "Kuro-san. Miss Atora, huh? Kuro-san, why are you here? I thought that if I stayed here, I would be able to meet the one who killed the monster, you know. What about fishing, though? I left that task to the young uns. I have to say my thanks to the person who did this." "So, the one who killed it, is it the Missy in the bear suit behind you?" "Yeah, she's the one. The grandpa, Kuro-san, approached me. I heard the story, but to think that it really was such a little girl. I am the person in charge of the fishing industry in this city. Thank you for saving our city and the sea. The grandpa bowed. Telling a grandpa like this that the reason I had done it was for rice would be just. "The fact that the boats can set sail is thanks to you as well, Missy. The grandpa looked at the sea, gazing at the boats on it. "For the soy sauce. I thought that no one would be able to kill this monster. It's a monster that even the army might not be able to defeat. The people of this city don't understand what an incredible thing you did. This situation makes it impossible to reveal the real reason I did my best. You don't have to mind it that much. I just had a way to defeat it, that's all. Those were the only words that I could think of. "I see. If there's something that causes you trouble in this city, just come and tell me. For you, Missy, I will do anything. So, Yuna, what do you plan on doing with the Kraken?" Atora-san asked me while looking at the Kraken that was floating in the sea. "Is it possible to eat the Kraken?" "Now that I think about it, it is. What about the worm?" "I heard that it's a delicacy. That strange thing was a high-quality ingredient. I wouldn't want to eat it even if I was paid to, though. I will give it to the city then. You sure? It's worth a fortune, you know. If it can be of use to the city, it's okay. There are people who had their boats destroyed by it, aren't there? Are you really sure about this? This will help us a lot. If you really want to give me something in return, just present me with a good plot of land in the city. Yuna, you will live in the city. I shook my head. I will just make it my holiday villa. And I want to come back here with my acquaintances once it's warmer. If you want to swim, I recommend this city's shores. Speaking of which, what sort of clothing did the people in this world swim in? Did they wear swimsuits? I didn't think that the people of this world would swim naked, or at least, I hope they didn't. Anyways, bringing this kraken back into the city would be impossible because of its size. Disassembling it on the sea is also impossible. Just wait a little. I used earth magic to make a stairway down the cliff, all the way to where the kraken was. I descended the stairs and removed the water that was within the boundaries of the bear while using water magic. After I finished, only the boiled kraken and worm were left on the seabed. When I got down to the seabed, I put both of them inside the bear box and proceeded to return to the top of the cliff. I really don't want people to know about this item bag, so please don't talk about it. Understood. Now that the water is gone, it really is a beautiful spectacle. With the water gone, we could now see the bears that formed the earth wall, towering over the surroundings. I will make them disappear now. Wait a minute. Grandpa Kuro stopped me. Couldn't you leave it like this? So that we won't forget about what happened here. People are beings who forget things after time passes, including the fact that a kraken appeared, and that Missy saved us. It's so we do not forget about the people who disappeared into the sea. Honestly, I didn't want to leave any traces behind and wanted to make it disappear, but when this grandpa said that much, I couldn't do it. I accepted the grandpa's request. So, where do you want to dismantle it? Let's see. It should be fine doing it on the nearby beach, right? Yuri, right. If someone asks how we transported it, we will just say that it was thanks to Yuna's magic, and everyone will acknowledge it. I pulled out the kraken and the worm onto the sandy beach near the cliff. They were boiled really nicely. Using the seawater here, we can wash out the filth, so this will do. The ones who went out to sea should be coming back soon. I will call them. I will also go and call the guild employees who know how to dismantle. I put the nervous grandpa on Swaying Bear, and returned to the city. I didn't know how much time it would take for him to go back if he were to walk there alone. Missy, you made me experience a great thing at this age. I really didn't think that I would ever ride on a bear. I will go to the harbor then. And I will head to the Adventurers Guild. The two of them went in their respective directions. When I was thinking about what to do now that I was left alone, Ranya-san approached me. Hello, Ranya-san. Hello, Yuna-chan. Thank you so much for killing the kraken. I just did it for myself. We were saved by Yuna-chan so many times. On the mountain, the food shortage, the bandits, and even the kraken. Oh right, speaking of which, what will you do about the kraken? I went to see it yesterday, but you won't leave it like that, right? Just now, the fisherman grandpa, Kuro-san, went to the harbor to fetch people to dismantle it. Atora-san went to the Adventurers Guild to assemble more people as well. You will dismantle it. We moved it to the sandy beach, so when it's dismantled, I plan on giving it to the citizens to eat. The worm was just a supplement. I wouldn't eat it though. Then I have to go as well. Since Kuro-san went to the harbor, I will assemble the women. Yuna-chan, we will see each other soon. Ranya-san walked away. Chapter 94, Bear-san participates in the festival. Now that I was alone, I decided to go back to where the kraken was. The kraken was lying on the sand. No matter how I looked at it, it was a giant squid. The question was, could we really eat it? Well, this world's ecosystem was different from Earth's, so it should be edible. Still, eating the worm, which was just lying near the kraken, would be absolutely impossible. I had no interest in eating worms or larvae. Even if you said that I didn't know what it tasted like without trying it, I would never eat it. While I waited by myself, 3 carriages arrived. The carriages couldn't move on the sandy beach, of course, so they stopped halfway. Grandpa Kuro got off the carriages, together with some other men. Missy, you are here already. Grandpa Kuro approached me. You gathered a lot of men. We want to finish dismantling it quickly, so we can go enjoy the seafood festival. Grandpa Kuro shouted orders to the men, so that they would start the preparations for dismantling. The men responded loudly and headed towards the kraken. When they moved past me, midway to the kraken, they gave their appreciation. It was a bit embarrassing. Since the kraken was huge, the men separated into 3 different groups and started doing different tasks. Grandpa Kuro was giving out precise orders. The men listened to the orders and dismantled the monster. It seemed that Grandpa Kuro really was a respected person. While I was watching them work, more carriages arrived. The people who got down from them were Atora-san and the people from the Adventurers Guild. Compared to your bears, the carriages are really slow. Atora-san complained while approaching me. Please don't compare my bears to simple horses. No matter how you looked at it, the bears were faster. That was common sense, you know. Yuna, is it really okay for us to dismantle the worm? You can sell it, eat it, or do whatever you want with it. But, you absolutely aren't allowed to put it inside my food. If you do it, even as a joke, I won't react mildly. No way, I would never pull a prank that could take my life. Still, is that strange thing really edible? Dunno. I just heard that from other people, after all. Atora-san, if someone wanted to make you eat it, you wouldn't resist. Not really. I really can't understand the reason why Yuna-chan would hate it so much. So, it was food culture shock. Thinking about it, which side did Fina stand on? If possible, I would prefer it if she was on my side. Atora-san and the other guild employees joined in on dismantling the worm. Were they used to doing it? They took out their knives and started dismantling it quickly. After I had moved a bit further away and was watching the 2 groups dismantle the beasts, Ranya-san arrived, bringing the women with her. I saw it yesterday, but looking at it up close, it really is huge. Ranya-san, will you help with dismantling it as well? I am not as good as an expert, but a kraken is just a big squid, isn't it? Anybody raised in this city should be able to do it. Still, I lack the experience to help with this one. She said, while looking at the worm. Even though she said that, the other women joined the 2 dismantling parties. Thanks to that, the dismantling process sped up even more. Miss, can I take up some of your time? Grandpa Kuro called out to me. We really can't accept this much, so take this at least. He gave me a beautiful blue magic stone that was taken from the kraken. It was several times larger than the ones from the wolves. I have lived for many years, but this is the first time I have seen such a big magic stone. Just the stone proves how huge this monster was. Can I really take it? Even if we had this big magic stone in the city, it wouldn't help us at all. It will be of more use to an adventurer like you, Missy, compared to just selling it. I accepted it gratefully. Then Yuna, I will also give this one to you. I received the worm's magic stone as well. Brown. It was an earth magic stone. Was it like this because it lived underground? This one was also many times larger than the magic stones obtained from the wolves. After I received the magic stones, the disassembling work continued. The disassembled parts were put on a carriage and brought to the city. Missy, you can leave the dismantling to us. You should go back to the city and enjoy the festival. By now, people should be preparing the fish they caught this morning. We all really want you, Missy, to enjoy it the most. If the main star, you, isn't there, the festival has no meaning. I will return to the city as well, so let's go together. The kraken and worm's meat has already been transported and should be cooking at the center plaza. When I returned to the city with Atora-san, we saw seafood being cooked everywhere. Was that hamaguri? Shellfish were good as well. Were there any shrimp or crabs? As we walked while checking out all sorts of seafood that was being cooked, I noticed that everyone was looking at me. TL note, hamaguri is a sort of clam. Also known as Myrtrix lazoria. You are the bear Missy who killed the kraken, aren't you? Take this. It's delicious. An auntie gave me some food on a small plate. It was a dish made of clams and shrimp. I ate one mouthful, and it was delicious. It made me crave some white rice. Missy, this one is delicious as well, you know. He gave me a grilled fish. He put a good amount of soy sauce on it. If you were talking about grilled fish, it had to come with soy sauce, right? Ponzu would be even better, but asking for it in another world would be impossible, wouldn't it? TL note, ponzu, a mix of citrus and soy sauce. After these two dishes, more people from the city started thanking me and bringing me food. I couldn't hold everything when they brought so much. Atora-san took the dishes that I couldn't carry. Everyone, if you bring too much, it will trouble Yuna. Atora-san stopped the residents. Well, even if I couldn't eat all of it, I could just put it inside the bear box, so it was okay. For now, I put all of the things they brought me inside the bear box. Thanks. I will eat all of it properly, so really, thanks a lot everyone. I gave my thanks and left. You are really popular. I am happy that they are giving me food, but being approached by everyone is a pain. Couldn't you just take off the bear then? If you did that, they wouldn't recognize you, would they? She was totally right. However, I was scared that there might be some trouble, so I couldn't really take it off. This is a cursed item. I can't take it off. Is that so? Does Yuna smell bad then? I took baths properly. You can't take a bath while wearing it, can you? That was a lie, you know. We ate while walking to our destination, the Central Plaza. The Central Plaza was crowded with people, and the kraken was being cooked. Were they cooking it in order to show it to the other residents? One of the kraken's tentacles was being used for decoration. It was long. Since they were using soy sauce, a fragrant smell drifted towards us. A lot of people were eating it. Every time the cook finished grilling a piece, it was served to the people waiting in line. Children and adults were all eating mountains of food. It was probably because it had been a long time since they were able to eat until their stomachs were full. As we watched the Central Plaza, the residents noticed us. They were only looking at me, and no one approached us. They were all approaching you before, so I demanded that people don't swarm you. That helped me a lot, but I felt like I was a bear in a zoo when they all looked at me like that. A little boy and girl approached me, breaking the tension. Bear-san, thank you very much for killing the monster. The boy bowed. Mama said that we can eat now, and it is all thanks to Bear-san. Bear-san, thank you. I put one knee on the ground to match their gazes. Are you eating a lot? They answered with big smiles, and I stroked their heads. You have to eat a lot and help your mom as well, okay? The two children nodded and left. You are really kind to kids, huh? That's because they didn't have any bad intentions towards me. But, if there is a child who does have bad intentions towards me, I won't show mercy. If they hated me, I hated them as well. I didn't even want to think about liking someone who hated me. Say, an employee from the Adventurers Guild came up to us. I was waiting for you, with food. There was a plate with lots of food in his hands. Is that from the kraken? Yes, it is. There is no worm meat inside, right? None. I wouldn't do something that could destroy this city. He brought us some grilled and fried squid. The three of us found an improvised table and ate many different kinds of squid dishes. During our meal, the two of them also ate some worm dishes. We normally can't eat things like this after all. The worm was well cooked and prepared, so it would look really tasty, then distributed to the residents. Still, when I remembered how it looked before, I wouldn't even consider putting it inside my mouth. The people of this world were really brave. The banquet continued late into the night, and in the middle of it, Grandpa Kuro joined us. Then I had to listen to stories about the sea's beauty from the drunk grandpa for a really long time. Atora-san was drinking as well, so it was really noisy. Did the fact that I didn't drink make me a loser? When sunset came, I returned to the inn, in order to escape from them. There was a drinking party at the inn as well, and the interior reeked of alcohol. Yuna-san, welcome back. And Zu, the daughter of the macho, greeted me. She was a healthy-looking girl with a light tan. She was the exact opposite of the ex-hikikomori me, who had a pale complexion. This got really big, huh? Well, it's proof that everyone was really happy that they could go out to sea again. My big bro was really happy about it as well. Where's Daiga-san? Dad's dead drunk, so he's asleep in the back. So that's why Enzu is here. Yes. So, do you want to eat something, Yuna-san? I ate a lot outside, so it's okay. Oh, right. There are a lot of different places with food today. Anyways, what are you doing, Enzu? I am tending to the store while preparing my own meal. You haven't eaten yet. Dad got dead drunk really early, so I had to make the food for everyone. What are you making then? Sashimi. A meal where you cut the raw fish into fine slices. It originates from the country of harmony and peace. It's very delicious when you eat it with soy sauce. You have sashimi. You want to eat some? Can you cook some rice as well? Honestly, I already cooked your rice, Yuna-chan. I absolutely wanted to eat the sashimi with rice. I'm really sorry. No problem. I can understand that feeling, after all. Though, if there is none left for me, I will be angry. Of course there's some left for you. After getting my consent, Enzu prepared the fish beautifully. There was some squid and octopus mixed in as well. You are really good at making it. Dad taught me well. I want to open my own shop in the future after all. Oh. I just got some really interesting information. I had wanted to stockpile fish in Crimonia, but there was a possibility that I wouldn't be able to find someone who could handle it well. It would be great to have someone as talented as Enzu. If I asked if you would be interested in working at my shop in Crimonia, would you come? Yuna-san, you have a shop? Yeah. I don't work there, though. I just wanted to eat some fresh seafood in Crimonia as well, so I would be really happy if Enzu came. If I could, I would love to go. Crimonia is really far though, and that means that I wouldn't be able to see my family for a really long time, so I think I would be lonely. That meant that if it was closer, it would be okay, right? A smile crept onto my face. Enzu continued to eat her keisendanburi, not understanding the reason for my smile. TL note, keisendanburi, rice in a bowl, with seafood on top. Chapter 95, Bear-san makes a tunnel. The next day, after eating breakfast, I returned to my room while remembering Enzu's words. If it was closer, she would agree to go to Crimonia. Yet, for now, you had to take a large detour through the coastal road to get there. The only other option was to cross the mountain range. These two possibilities were both time-consuming and not very safe. I wanted seafood to reach the town, though. When I thought about, the best option would be to make a tunnel. If there was a tunnel, the distance to Crimonia would be shorter, Enzu would come back with me, and seafood would be able to reach Crimonia. There was a problem with making a tunnel, though. You couldn't make a tunnel by just digging through the mountain. There was a difference in altitudes. If I just started digging horizontally, it was possible that I would just come out in the middle of the mountain on the other side. Also, if this side was lower than the other side, I would just end up digging through the earth forever. If I didn't know what the difference in altitude was, I wouldn't be able to make a tunnel. I opened my map to check. The map had changed. It had been a 2D map previously, but now it was a 3D one. When I looked around a little, I was able to find the difference in altitude. Had the map leveled up when I killed the Kraken? I checked to see if I had any new skills, but it didn't seem like it. I looked at the map again. I could see that the mountain range was very tall. Ranya-san was really silly to even consider going up a mountain that tall. It was a mountain that I absolutely wouldn't want to climb if I didn't have Swaying Bear with me. The 3D map was a really useful thing for making a tunnel. I looked for a good place to start digging on the map. It had to be near the highway, as well as being close to a road that led to Crimonia. Just as I found two possible spots, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? It's Sei. Yuna-san, is it okay to talk with you for a bit? When I opened the door, Sei was standing there. I am really sorry to bother you while you are resting. The guild master wants to speak with you, so could you come to the Adventurers Guild? Why does she want to talk with me? I refused anything troublesome. I believe she wants to talk to you about the city. About the city. I was told that I would hear all of the details from Atora-san, so it wasn't really possible to refuse the invitation. Therefore, I decided to go to the Adventurers Guild. When we arrived at the guild, I was led to the room in the back. Atora-san, Grandpa Kuro, and two other elderly men I didn't know were inside. Yuna, you can sit wherever you want. Huh, what do you want? I sat on a chair as I asked that question. I wanted to request something of you. I asked. I won't ask for the king, but could you be our contact with the feudal lord of Crimonia? A contact. A lot of things happened here recently, didn't they? The mayor fled, there was a scandal with the Commerce Guild, and the Kraken appeared. If we leave everything as it is, we will have a lot of troubles moving onward. So, I had an idea. Would it be possible for you to go and talk with the feudal lord Sama of Crimonia for us? That means you want to join the province, right? Have the other citizens been informed of something that important? They haven't. However, they have entrusted us with what will happen to the city from now on. Grandpa Kuro responded. These 3 are the people who have been elected. There are normally 5 of us, but 2 fled. So, after talking about it, we decided to join the province. When considering the future of the children of this city, the current system is inadequate. Then, when we were pondering which province would be good, we thought, how about Crimonia, where Yuna came from? But, there are other cities that you are trading with, aren't there? Aren't those closer? I don't know the situation in your province, but the feudal lords of those cities aren't any good. They only think about their own profits. Before the bandits appeared, we asked them to kill the Kraken for us, but they asked for an astronomical amount of money to do it. That was also one of the reasons we didn't try to stop the Commerce Guild. You see, they said that they were gathering money for the extermination fee, so we weren't able to say anything. If the feudal lords didn't ask for that much money, then maybe that bastard from the Commerce Guild wouldn't have done it. This is our fault as well. The 3 old men hung their heads in shame. I was wondering why Grandpa Kuro would willingly accept those orders from the Commerce Guild, but this was the reason, When they were told that it was to raise money for killing the Kraken, they had no choice but to obey, This is why we would like Yuna to go and talk with the feudal lord Sama of Crimonia. Of course, we will pay taxes. In return, if something happens to the city, we want him to help us. The old men all bowed. For now, I understand what you want, but I don't know what will happen. We don't mind. So, can we ask you to do it? I understand. If it's just talking to him, I will do it. That would save us. Please give this to the feudal lord Sama. All the details are written inside. I took the letter and stood up. If I had to go, the faster I did it, the better. Are you going back right now? Yeah, it just so happens that I have something to do there as well. Don't forget about the plot of land I asked about, okay? I will arrange it before you return. A villa, bare house, in a slightly elevated place. That sounded great. I left the Adventurers Guild, went to the inn, and told Daiga-san everything that had happened today. This is really sudden. They asked me to do something, you see. So, I will return to Crimonia. I see. Even though I was thinking about making you a really delicious meal if any good fish had been caught. He looked really sad, but I, who wouldn't be able to eat it, was even more sad about it. What will you do with the rice? Want me to look after it? Nope. I will take it. He brought me to the inn storehouse. There was a barrel containing rice inside. Can I really take it all? Yeah, this is what all of the residents brought for you, Missy. I put the whole barrel inside my bear box. With this much, I would have enough for myself for quite some time. As I left the inn, I thought about saying goodbye to Ranya-san and everyone else, but I would be back really quickly, so I decided to leave without saying anything. I left the city and summoned Swaying Bear. I hopped on his back and brought up the map. I then headed towards the place I had seen when I was at the inn. We ran on the highway and entered the forest at the halfway point. I decided that I would deal with this place later, and headed towards the area where I had chosen to dig the tunnel. There was another possible one, but I finally decided on this one. Next, I made an improvised changing room and changed into the white bear suit. Even though I knew there was no one around, I didn't have the courage to be outside in my underwear. I changed into the white bear because I would be using magic power. That was why I didn't forget to change this time around. I really didn't want to collapse as a result of using too much magic power. I looked at the map and confirmed my destination. There was a difference in altitude, so I had to make the tunnel at a slight angle. If I didn't do that, carriages would have a lot of trouble passing through. It would be difficult to handle fine details while riding on swaying bear, so I decided to walk as I made the tunnel. Considering the size of carriages, the tunnel had to be roughly this large. First, I decided on the dimensions of the tunnel. After that was dealt with, I would only have to dig. When I entered the tunnel that I had started making, it was really dark, so I decided to create a bare light inside of the tunnel. I dug as I walked. I hardened them to prevent them from crumbling, and then smoothed the ground so that it wouldn't be bumpy. Surprisingly, it was a really troublesome task. It would be easy if I just had to dig a hole, but hardening the walls and flattening the ground took time. Well, it just took time and didn't use a lot of magic, so I was able to dig the tunnel while moving at walking speed. I checked the direction and difference in altitude every now and then. After digging for several kilometers while checking the map, I was on the brink of arriving at the opposite side of the mountain. After just a few more minutes, the tunnel was completed. I finally got out. By the time I got out, the sun had already set, and it had gotten dark. I would have to sleep here now, huh? I flattened the ground by the entrance of the tunnel and brought out the bear house I used solely for travel. Even though I had just made a tunnel, the white bear was still perfectly clean. That was the bear suit for you. I entered the bear house and prepared for dinner. Tonight's meal was fish with rice. Before I took a bath and went to bed, I contacted Fina. I told her that I would be returning tomorrow, and since I had souvenirs, we promised to eat lunch together at the orphanage. I took a bath, and because I was mentally worn out from making the tunnel, I went to bed early. The next morning, I went to Crimonia. I waved at the soldiers guarding the gate and entered the town. I made it in time for my appointment with Fina. When I arrived at the orphanage, the children playing outside cheerfully approached me. There were even more children I didn't remember seeing before, but I decided to ignore it. If they were on good terms with each other, I had nothing to say. When I arrived at the entrance of the orphanage, Fina and the headmistress of the orphanage came out to see me. Big sis Yuna, welcome back. I'm back. Nothing happened. Well. If something had happened, she would have contacted me. She hadn't mentioned anything yesterday either. This calm atmosphere also told me that nothing bad had happened. Yes, nothing happened. The shop is doing fine, and mom and dad are intimate with each other. Fina could get a little brother or sister in the near future. Headmistress, here is a souvenir. Give it to the children during lunch, please. I brought out the enormous amount of seafood I had received during the festival. Is this fish? You brought us something really unusual. It's a little early, but I will call the children, and we can have lunch. I will call them for you. Fina left the room to call the children. Headmistress, you know about fish. I have only tried a bit of river fish. Well, river fish was something really high class, so it was not something you could eat at an orphanage. Considering this, I really had to make Enzu come here, by any means possible. After finishing my meal with the children, I headed towards the feudal lord's house to see Cliff. This time, I used a new skill that made it more convenient for me to write this chapter. I don't really like when new skills are used immediately, but this time, I really needed this 3D map to make the tunnel, so I decided to upgrade the map skill. I thought about other ways to make a tunnel while considering the difference in altitude, with the skills that she already had. She would dig randomly. Bulldozing. The earth magic could also measure the difference in altitude. Making the bears stand at the entrance and the exit, and digging while taking that into account. Using a worm made from earth magic. I couldn't find a good idea. So finally, the simplest way was to use the 3D map. It was for my own convenience, but please, ignore it for me. Chapter 96, Bear-san goes to see Cliff. When I arrived at the feudal lord's mansion, I told the guard, who I remembered seeing before, that I wanted to see Cliff. He let me pass immediately, and I was able to meet Cliff just like that. Did Cliff have too much free time? That's rare, for you to ask for me and not know a. You see, someone requested that I give this to you. I gave him the letter that Grandpa Kuro gave me. Cliff, who accepted it, looked over it immediately. When he finished reading the letter, he sighed. Just what are you doing defeating a kraken by yourself? That's just not possible, is it? The fact that I killed it was included. Even though I asked a Torisan to keep it a secret. They didn't say that you did it, but that a lone adventurer killed it. Everyone who knows you would know that you were the one who did it. He said, looking exasperated. He was right. Cliff, who knew that I had killed 10,000 monsters and a worm, would know who the message was referring to. Still, Grandpa Kuro, you couldn't have found a better way of concealing it. It's not like I killed it because I like killing things, you know. The Kraken was blocking my path, so I got rid of it, that's all there is to it. My path, the path to rice. Blocking my way, you, what sort of a supreme ruler are you? Are you on your way to dominate the world? I won't do something so troublesome. You are not saying that you can't do it, huh? It's impossible for me. I really didn't plan on doing it. What was fun about controlling the world? I would prefer taking a nap over doing something that troublesome. Well then, what worries me more than Yuna are the contents of the letter. What is written inside? They explained things to a certain extent, but they didn't say what they would write inside the letter. To summarize, they wrote about everything that happened this month, and are willing to pay taxes if they are allowed to enter a province. I really can't imagine the things you did inside of that city. After he said the last part, he looked into the distance. Did they really write that much about me? They wrote that an adventurer saved them by donating food, subjugated a bandit group with the help of 4 others, saved the people who were captured, and finally, that this adventurer killed the Kraken as well, yet didn't ask for any monetary compensation. They never wrote your name, so you don't have to worry. What was okay about it? At least people who didn't know about me wouldn't be able to link all of those events to me. They would have to know me as well as Cliff did to find out. Well, leaving you aside, it's more important to consider how we will speak with them. We will have to meet each other to discuss this, won't we? Yet, their city doesn't have a mayor. For now, the ones who are tending to the matters of the city are 3 old men, and the guild master is assisting them. Making old men come here would be really terrible to do. Cliff, you are free right now, aren't you? Couldn't you just go there yourself? Even if you say that, I'm a feudal lord, you know. I have work to do as well. I can't just leave the town for a long period. It will just take you half a day to go there, you know. After hearing my answer, Cliff retorted with, "It seems that I will have to call a doctor for you. He looked really serious. I don't have a fever. You can't be well, right? How could you possibly reach a city on the other side of the mountain range in half a day? Fly through the sky." Cliff imitated a flying bird, conveying that he thought I was out of my mind. "I can't fly in the sky, but I made a tunnel. Cliff stopped his bird performance. "Sorry, could you say that one more time?" "I dug out a tunnel, so you can get there in half a day on swaying bear. Cliff held his head in his hands. "You aren't lying, are you? If it's you, it's possible, huh? You really made a tunnel through the mountain range, and in just a couple of days, that is. 1 day, to be precise. Did you really make it?" "I did. I wanted to have a circulation of goods. I always believed that your existence was irrational, but I didn't know that it was to this extent. That's why you can get there in half a day on swaying bear. But, if you plan on making Grandpa Kuro come here, we will have to take a carriage, and that will take some more time. No. I want to see the city, so I will go. What a fast decision. It was still better than writhing in worry though. I also have to check the tunnel you made. Check, you said? It was like being marked on a test, so I didn't really like that, though. When are we leaving then? I have an urgent job to finish tomorrow. I also have to contact the Commerce Guild, so we can depart the day after tomorrow. According to what was written in the letter, it seems that the Commerce Guild master carried out some serious crimes. I have to inform them. If possible, I would like the guild master to accompany us, but how many people can your bears carry? 2 normal adults, I think. But, if it is someone like the Adventurers Guild Master, just 1. Even if it was just one of those bundles of muscle, I would feel bad for Swaying Bear. It's fine then. The Commerce Guild Master is a girl, after all. I am sorry, but if she wants to come along, could I ask you and your bears to do it? No problem. We couldn't really let their Commerce Guild stay in such a mess. The punishment of their guild master hadn't been decided yet either. Asking her to come along would help Mirira a lot. We will go to your house the day after tomorrow then. After making that promise with Cliff, I left his room just in time for Noah to come rushing towards me. Yuna-san. When you come, please call on me. I had some business with Cliff today, you see. And are you finished now? For now, yes. You have some time then, right? She was inviting me with a really cute smile, and the person behind her was smiling at me as well. However, why was it that I felt fear from that smile? Is it okay? A butler has been looking this way while smiling from the beginning though. Noah looked behind her and turned pale. I knew it, Noah had also noticed the emotions hiding behind that smile. Miss Noir, you are in the middle of your studies right now. I am tired. I want a break. I have to take my bear dosage. What was with that response? This bear dosage, that was the first time I had heard about such a medication. If such a medication really existed and I revealed it on Earth, I would definitely get the Nobel Prize. The butler took a look at Noah, who was playing with her fingers, and let out a slight sigh. I understand. Just for a bit then. Miss Yuna, can I ask you to take care of Miss Noir for a little while, please? I am counting on you then. I will go and prepare some drinks. The butler bowed and left. Let's go to my room then, Yuna-san. She held my bare hand tightly, and pulled me along with her. So, where did Yuna-san go? I went to the sea behind the Arezento mountain range. You went over the mountain. I have my bears, after all. The bear sands are really impressive. The sea, huh? That's cool. I also want to go there someday. Then, do you want to go there when it's warmer? I would love to go, but Dad doesn't let me to go too far away. Don't worry. It's close now. Noah tilted her head, confused. I couldn't talk about the tunnel yet, so I decided to be vague. I will persuade him when the time comes. Really? It's a promise then. And, Yuna-san, I have a request, but... She was looking at me shyly, with upturned eyes. It was acute, even to a girl like me. If I were a Lulakan man, I would have definitely accepted her request. Well, since I was able to predict what she would ask, I would probably accept it anyway. Could you bring the bear sands out? I knew that it would be this. She just asked for her bear dosage after all. I decided to show her the cub forms of swaying bear and hugging bear, since it was a good time to do so. What are those? Those bear signs. Swaying bear and hugging bear. If they are of this size, it's okay to bring them inside your room, right? Noah approached the bears slowly. They wouldn't flee even if she didn't do that though. Then, she hugged both of them. Yuna-san, please give these two to me. I will not. It went without saying that Noah didn't want to let go of the bears even after her break finished and really angered the butler. Chapter 97, Bear-san heads to the tunnel. On the day of the departure, Cliff and Mylene-san came to the bear house, where I was waiting for them. We made you wait. I didn't wait very long. Why is Mylene-san here though? They were a surprising combination. I might have thought that since it was rare to see them together, though. Are you really asking why? Mylene is the Commerce Guild's master of this town, you know. If I remember correctly, you two are acquaintances, right? Cliff said, looking as if he just remembered something. This was the first time I had heard of it. Now that I thought about it, I had never met the Commerce Guild's master. We know each other, but Mylene-san, you are the guild master. Oh, did I forget to tell you? She said, playing dumb. She definitely didn't tell me on purpose. It was a joke. I just never found the right timing to tell you. The fact that I'm the guild master and not just a normal employee won't change our relationship, right? Mylene-san, are you older than you look? The young Mylene-san was always sitting at the counter, so I never expected her to be the guild master. The only thing that I could think was that she had a deceptive appearance, just like Eleonora. That's rude. I'm in my 20s, just like my appearance suggests. This wasn't this age range too big. Personally, I really thought that there was a big difference between 20 and 29. Well, if she didn't want to say it, she was probably in the latter half. Though, if Mylene-san really was the guildmaster, then that explained a lot of things. For example, Mylene-san's judgment had been really helpful when selling the eggs. There was no way that a normal employee could have made my desire to not sell eggs to the feudal lord a reality. I don't care whether you are in your 20s, 30s, or 40s. Staying here like this is not going to help us. We should go. Wait. The difference between your 20s and 30s is like the difference between heaven and earth. And what's with the 40s? You'll be hated if you say that to a lady, you know. It's okay. Unlike a certain someone, I am already married and have children. He had such a beautiful wife and young daughters that he was probably in the winter camp. The only problem was that he didn't have a male successor. It was possible that I just didn't know about it, though. I hadn't known about Shia before going to the capital either. Are you looking for a fight? I just stated the truth. The air between the two of them turned dangerous. Were they possibly like a dog and a cat? I didn't know which one was which, but more importantly. Mylene-san, you will come to Mirira. Of course. There is the Commerce Guild scandal, and I also want to see if there really is a tunnel, because if there is, we could start trading with Mirira. Considering all of that, there will be many things that can't be dealt with if I, the guildmaster, am not there. Also, the most important part is that I will be able to ride the famous bears. I would be going even if I had to skip work for it. She always seemed to be working in the Commerce Guild, but was she doing her job as a guildmaster properly? You go back and do your job. As I said, going to Mirira is my job. She managed to silence Cliff with that sound argument. Then, Yuna-chan, we should go and see the rumored bears. Mylene-san put her hand on my shoulder and started walking. Cliff followed us with an exasperated expression. When we arrived at the gate, the guard there was looking our way, confused by the strange combination. Now that I thought about it, seeing the guildmaster and the feudal lord together would surprise anyone. I prayed that I wasn't included in this surprising party. When we left the town, I summoned Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear. So these are the famous bears. I asked Cliff to ride Swaying Bear, and Mylene-san to ride Hugging Bear with me. Mylene-san approached Hugging Bear. Hugging Bear is the white one, right? She stroked Hugging Bear's neck, and he seemed to enjoy it. Yes, the white one is Hugging Bear. The black one is Swaying Bear. Fufu, those names are really just like you, Yuna-chan. What do you mean by that? I mean that, just like their appearances, those names are really cute. Mylene-san began smiling, as if hiding something from me. I didn't really know if the names Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear were cute, but I was already attached to those names. If I had a better naming sense, I might have found better ones, but I now thought that it was great that I had named them this way. The two people tried to get onto each of the bears. Yuna-chan, how do you ride them? Unlike normal horses, the bears had no saddles. Hugging Bear crouched down to make it easier for us to get on. I hopped on first, and Mylene-san got on behind me. There is no saddle, but it's really comfortable. It stays comfortable, even when you ride for a long period of time. At first, I thought it was because I had my bear suit, but when I went to the capital with Fina and Noah, the two of them said that it didn't hurt at all. When I heard that, I finally understood that it was because of the bear's abilities. After all of us got on, the bears headed towards the tunnel. They started off at a light run. They are running smoothly. Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear ran side by side. They are fast and comfortable. Carriages are really slow after all. These children will feel sad if you compare them to carriages. The bears sped up, and we arrived at the foot of the Arezento mountain range at noon. I think it's around here. We arrived at the place where I had dug the tunnel. Based on the map, it should be around here. Did you get lost? Cliff asked. While I was looking around, Hugging Bear began walking on his own accord. Hugging Bear seemed to be saying, "Leave it to me." After a few minutes, he found the tunnel, which had been hidden by trees. Even though there are so many trees around, this is the only place that doesn't have any. That's because I cleared them out when I decided to sleep here, since they were in the way. Since the area had already been cleared, we decided to take a break. Still, we arrived really fast, thanks to the bears. As a merchant, I would really like to have them. I bet the adventurers would like them as well. The two of them were giving their impressions of the bears while drinking orange juice. Afterwards, they stood in the front of the tunnel. So this is the tunnel that Yuna made. The big tunnel was right in front of them. It's big. It could just barely fit 2 carriages at once. It won't be possible to have 2 if a big carriage wants to go through. Then you should just separate it by days. If you do that, there won't be any accidents inside. You are right. In any case, we will need someone to manage it. And we will have to set a tax. How much would be appropriate? Normally, that would be decided by the construction cost of the tunnel, but the two of them were looking at me. You will be asking for money. Of course. What kind of an idiot would perform a service for free? It will cost money to maintain, and we will have to hire soldiers and adventurers to guard the place. If we don't, bandits or monsters could enter it, and people would have no way to escape. They were right. If we left it as it was, monsters could go inside. They would have to make a stationary post to prevent that from happening, one at each entrance. Since they would need to fund it, a tax was also necessary. We will also have to place magic stones to light up the tunnel. That's right. We will have to place light magic lines. That alone will cost a fortune. Magic lines, as the name stated, were lines that transferred magic power. They were similar to electrical lines on Earth. There were some inside the bear house too. The system was set so that, when you touched a magic stone on a wall, the magic line transferred the magic power and lit up the magic stone on the ceiling. We will also need wind magic lines. It will be necessary because the tunnel is so long. Well, before that, just how long is this tunnel? If it's too long, we might need a rest area. The two of them started talking about the future of the tunnel on their own. I didn't mind being left out of it though, as long as seafood came to Crimonia. Still, it wasn't that easy. It was better to let the experts to do their jobs. That was why I kept my mouth shut. We decided to only take a short break, so we departed again. I created a bear light and put it in front of us. When I moved, the light moved as well. Yuna, sorry, but can you move slowly? I want to confirm the condition and length of the tunnel. The bears slowed down to walk through the tunnel. It's incredible that you made it by yourself. If there were other provinces that wanted to dig tunnels, you would be really popular. Couldn't people who can use earth magic also make one? You really don't see how out of the ordinary you are, do you? You are correct, there may be people who could dig a tunnel, but doing it in a few days would be impossible for them. I already knew that your magic was beyond powerful, but now I can see that you have an absurd amount of the magic power as well. I didn't tell them that I made it while wearing my white bear suit, which allowed me to restore magic power faster. But, we will have to report this tunnel to the capital if we want Mirira to join our province. Then, they will naturally end up asking how the tunnel was made. If you don't talk about it, they won't find out. They will. Cliff shouted. I really wanted him to stop shouting inside of the tunnel. I don't think you have to worry. If I remember correctly, there shouldn't be any tunnels in this kingdom. I'm not sure what will happen if they learn how strong Yuna is, though. But, don't worry, I will properly explain it to them. He said that I didn't have to worry, but royalty had a higher position than nobles, didn't they? It was impossible to not worry about it. You will have Eleonora to help you with this, so there shouldn't be a problem. Eleonora-san, if I remembered correctly, she spoke casually with the king. I really wanted to ask who Eleonora-san really was. She was the most mysterious person I had met since coming to this world. There doesn't seem to be any dripping water. Cliff looked up at the ceiling. I made it so that the water would flow outside, so there won't be any dripping water. I didn't want it to become a limestone cavern, after all. It will be easier to manage then. We had advanced quite a bit, but we still couldn't see the outside. We were only a third of the way through. It would be really creepy if the light were to turn off here. Yuna, are you okay with the light? There's no problem, even if it's for a few more hours. If it disappeared, I just had to make a new one. It would be really difficult to put the light lines on the ceiling, so we will have to put them on the walls. That will be better. Even if one side shuts down, there will still be light on the other side. We advanced as they talked, but I still couldn't see the end of the tunnel. It's long. Well, even though we are going straight under the mountain range, there's still a lot of distance, after all. Will we need a rest area? I think that would be better than not having any. I could feel them looking at me. Do you want me to make it? You already made this much. Wouldn't it be okay to make just a little more? It would be better to make it halfway through, but we would have to make precise measurements for that. I don't know the exact distance, but I know where the halfway point is. Thanks to the map, I roughly knew where the middle was. We are almost there. I made Swaying Bear move faster while watching the map. By the way, even if I opened the map, the people of this world weren't able to see it. I realized that when I was with Fina. The halfway point is around here. You even know this kind of thing. Well, it's just an estimate, so don't rely on it too much. It's okay, even if there's some measurement error. Can you make a wide opening around here, please? I used earth magic to dig out the wall as per Cliff's instructions. That's incredible. A hole is being made so easily. After a while, I finished making a parking lot for multiple carriages. If we are in the middle, we don't have to go slowly anymore. Yuna, sorry, but could you speed up the pace? I made the bears move faster, and we passed through the second half of the tunnel really quickly. Chapter 98, Bear-san goes back to Mirira. When we got out of the tunnel, the sunset had already dyed the sea red. A salty breeze drifted towards us, and we breathed fresh air. So pretty. Yuri right. Thanks to the tunnel, Crimonia is now closer, so it would be great to spend holidays here. I agree. Should I bring my daughter next time? I really didn't think that it was possible to get to the other side of the mountain in one day, though. Going around the mountain is very time-consuming, after all. We moved towards the city while having this exchange and watching the sun. When we arrived at the gates, I saw the men who greeted me the first time I had arrived at this city. Bear Missy. You came back. The men happily rushed towards me. I wasn't on duty when you left, so I was really sad when I couldn't thank you, you know. Now that I thought about it, a different guard was by the gate when I left town. Allow me to thank you again. Thank you for saving the city. The men thanked me. Somehow, it turned out to be really embarrassing. A lot of different people have thanked me, so you didn't really need to say it. I received rice from all of you as well. What made me the happiest was the rice they had offered. Though on second thought, preferring a material thing over verbal gratitude was a little. So it seems. I also brought the rice that I had at my house. There wasn't much, though. Is that so? Thank you very much. I will cherish it as I eat it. When I said that, the men seemed really happy. Sorry to interrupt you while you were talking, but could you please let us enter now? Cliff interrupted our conversation. Sorry. Are you two Missy's acquaintances? Yes, that is correct. May I see your cards to confirm it? The man returned to his job, and asked them to hand over their cards. Cliff and Mylene-san obediently presented them. The man proceeded to look at the cards, and his face gradually changed. Count and Guild Master. The men slowly handed the cards back and bowed. I'm deeply sorry. Please come inside. You don't have to worry about it. No need to be so polite. That's right. You don't have to bow in front of a man like him. Mylene-san said that as if it didn't concern her at all, but didn't her card surprise him as well? We entered the city, and since the sun had already set, it was becoming darker and darker. As expected, talking today would be impossible. It's already late, but what do you want to do? If you want to go to the inn, I can show you the way. No. I want to see the Adventurers Guild's master first. Yuri right. Without the mayor, it's our duty to go and meet the 3 elected elders. It's already late, though. That's why it would be better to talk to the guild master, who knows the whole story. Their opinions matched and we went to the Adventurers Guild. The people we met on the way to the guild all greeted me. You're really popular. Now that I think about it, you killed the Kraken, so it's normal for you to be appreciated. It's not only that, right? I'm sure that part of it comes from the cute clothes she's wearing. My bear clothes. I wouldn't be happy if I were to become known because of this suit. I was really worried that at some point that, just as someone could say, this ribbon is her real form, or, those glasses are her real form, they would start saying, this suit is her real form. I could already imagine how depressed I would be if the citizens just ignored me if I came to the city without wearing the suit in the future. I smiled when I realized what I was thinking. I had always thought that it was a pain when they started talking to me, but now, I also thought that I would be sad if they didn't talk to me. Was this the after effect of being alone for a long time? Maybe. For now, I just prayed that they didn't think me the bear suit. I was sure that it wasn't the case. When we arrived at the Adventurers Guild, we saw the employees cleaning. We couldn't see any adventurers. Due to the Commerce Guild scandal, some were in jail, and a lot of the others had decided to leave the city because they felt guilty. After we entered the guild, one of the employees noticed us. After he said that, everybody in the guild reacted. Is Atora-san here? Yes, I will call her immediately. The employee jogged into the back room. The back door opened loudly and Atora-san came out. As always, she was wearing clothes that emphasized her breasts. Yuna. You are back already. Atora-san, I have returned. So, how was it? What did the feudal lord from Crimonia say? She asked. Did she not see Cliff and Mylene-san? Atora-san, please calm down. I will explain. Ah, sorry about that. Okay, who are these two people? She seemed to have finally noticed the two of them. This man here is Crimonia's feudal lord, Cliff Fofosum, noble name. You don't even remember people's names. If you introduced other nobles like that, you wouldn't get out of it unscathed, you know. It's okay with me, though. Then what's the problem? You see, his name was really long. I couldn't remember all of it. Besides, I had never tried saying it. Cliff let out a sigh with an amazed expression. Then, Cliff looked at Atora-san. I am the feudal lord of Crimonia, Cliff Fosharos. We have just arrived, but even though it was late, we decided to come here to say our greetings. Cliff made his self-introduction politely. Feudal lord of Crimonia. Atora-san looked at Cliff in a daze. This woman here is Crimonia's Commerce Guild's master, Mylene-san. Commerce Guild's master. She then looked at Mylene-san. I am the one in charge of Crimonia's Commerce Guild. It seems that one of our people was responsible for a really big scandal over here, and I am really sorry about that. After Atora-san heard Mylene-san's greeting, she returned to her usual self. I am this city's Adventurers Guild's master, Atora. Thank you very much for coming here from so far away. Far away. From far away. The two of them seemed to want to say something. When Atora-san saw the two of them like that, she tilted her head. As Cliff-sama said, it's already late today, so could we talk tomorrow? Yes, of course. So, where will you be staying today? Atora-san asked as if it was a difficult thing to say. Normally, I would let you stay at the best place in the city, the mayor's mansion, but we have Northwest Mayor now and that place is not fit to house people. You don't have to worry about it. It's my fault for coming here without any prior arrangements. The inn will be sufficient. Yes, you don't have to mind it. When the two of them said that, Atora-san bowed twice. Thank you very much. I will ask some of our employees to meet you tomorrow morning, so please have a good rest tonight. Of course, we will pay the inn fees, so don't worry about it. Atora-san called Sei and asked him to escort us to the inn. I already know where the inn is, so I don't really need a guide, though. It's to explain things to Daiga-san. These two are noble visitors. Although we need to be very polite around them, I don't really want to cause a fuss, so I will keep the fact that he is a noble a secret. Is that okay with you as well, Cliff-sama? Yes, I don't mind. I can just be Yuna's friend. Thank you very much. Then, I will arrange things as we have previously discussed. Sei, who was next to Atora-san, bowed. By the way, Atora-san, the way you are speaking is strange, don't you think? Yuna. Who do you think this person is? Crimonia's feudal lord. Can't you understand it if you know that? You don't have to be so polite with Cliff, though. That's the normal attitude in front of nobles, you know. You're the one who's strange. Well, if you are too humble to me, that will trouble me. You don't have to act like Yuna does, but it would be better if you just spoke normally. Yes, I will do my best. Then, how many people came with you? There's none. Atora-san's eyes opened wide. Thinking about it now was a bit late, but a noble normally had guards, right? Yuna's with me, so I didn't need an escort. Was it possible that he trusted me? Yes, and we arrived on Yuna's bears. From what I had read in the letter, I thought it would be best to come here quickly, so I decided to take the quickest way. Atora-san seemed to be deeply moved. Did she have that kind of personality? Since Atora-san was using words that weren't like her, I felt uncomfortable. Then, just to be safe, I will provide you some guards from the guild. Atora-san, it's okay. My bears and I are here, after all. But. Couldn't you arrange for guards from tomorrow onwards, during the times when I won't be with them? Understood. I will count on you for tonight then. As long as they are in the inn, or rather the bears, will guarantee their safety. Even if I was in a deep sleep, the bears would be there, so it was safe. Since it was already late, we ended the conversation there and left the guild. Missy. You are back. I'm back. Starting today, I will be in your care for some more time. Oh, you can stay for as long as you want. Say interrupted our conversation and explained the details. I didn't plan on asking for payment in the first place. Missy's friends are always welcome. We also have a lot of vacant rooms. You can stay here for as long as you want. Is it okay to trust us so much? Bad people would love to stay here all the time. Mylene-san said that as if she was teasing him. There's no way Missy's acquaintances would do such a thing. If there was someone like that, it would be an imposter who's using her name without her knowing. Yuna-chan, you are highly trusted, I don't trust strangers so easily, but it's different with Missy. That's something all of the people from this city would say. What was that unfaltering, complete trust? It was really scary. Did I do something that important? I thought for a little. Yeah, I did. I gave them food. I subjugated the bandits. I released the prisoners. I indirectly revealed the Commerce Guild's scheme. I killed the Kraken. On top of that, I gave them the Kraken's materials. When I thought about it, it really couldn't be helped that they trusted me. Now I had to add the tunnel to the list as well. We couldn't make that a secret, could we? That's why, if it's something that comes from Missy's mouth, it's worthy of our trust. Why did it sound like the start of a cult, though? I didn't plan for it to be like that. It was just because I wanted to do it, so don't mind it too much. I beg you, please don't mind it. I said strongly. I absolutely had to. Stop it now. If you want to thank me, could you just accept a little favor of mine? What is it? This little favor. I will tell you in just a bit, so wait a little. Understood. If it's something I can do, I will listen. Was it really okay? Just promising without considering like that. I am going to take your daughter. I already had her permission, the only thing I lacked was the approval of her guardian, Daiga-san. Then, Missy's friends, I will make you a feast, so eat till your bellies are full. Daiga-san placed his seafood meal on the table, and the two of them ate all they wanted. We all went to our own rooms, and in anticipation of tomorrow, we decided to just go to sleep. I didn't forget to summon Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear as guards. Please warn me if there are any suspicious people approaching Cliff or Mylene-san's rooms. I asked Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear while patting their heads. They answered me with a soft kun. Chapter 99, Bear-san is an unwanted child. The next morning, after we had finished eating breakfast, Cliff and Mylene-san began discussing plans for the future in the dining room on the first floor. Then, we will just transfer a portion of the tunnel's tax revenue to Yuna's card, through the guild. Procuring the magic lines will be a problem as well. The light and wind magic lines, huh? Couldn't the guild do something about it? We could, but I'm afraid that the market prices might collapse if we did. Then, as we thought, the best option would be to ask for the lines the capital has in stock. I believe that would be for the best. Also, since it's something so important, we can't really report it with just a letter. You will be able to see your wife, so isn't that good for you? It would be, if I didn't have any work to do. Right now, I have work to do, you know. On top of that, I have to take care of the business with the tunnel and the city becoming our territory, so my workload has increased even more. When I think about how I will have to go to the capital while I'm this busy, I just become depressed. I pretended like I hadn't heard anything and drank my orange juice. Adventurers had it easy, didn't they? They ate when they wanted to and slept when they felt like it. It was a great job to have. When I read fantasy manga and novels, I was really impressed that there were actually people who did something as troublesome as territory management. Personally, I couldn't do that. I thought that the protagonists who did it were really incredible. Well, I did prefer to take it slow, rather than play an active role like those protagonists, though. I drank my juice next to the two busy people, as if this was somebody else's problem, feeling happy with this way of life. I am so happy that I am an adventurer. While I was thinking about such things, their conversation continued. Also, I thought about the passage through the tunnel. We don't really have to make it a one-way passage all the time. We have enough space to fit 2 carriages side by side. Wouldn't it be possible to designate part of it to allow horses and people on foot to go through? Some idiots might run or gallop through, you know. That would be dangerous. Then, should we install fences? We won't have enough people to do that. Yuri right. For now, we should just make it a one-way passage and see how it works. That would be better for now. It won't be too late to implement it after we have a better grasp on the volume of traffic. These two were discussing this deeply and with zeal again. It had nothing to do with a normal person like me, so I just stared into space as I listened to them. Yes, feudal lord and guild master were both really difficult jobs. Say arrived while the two were conversing. Good morning, everyone. Would it be possible for you to come to the Adventurers Guild with me? The two of them had no issues with it, so they accepted. Then, what should I do while they're all talking together? Cliff called out to me when he saw that I hadn't stood up. Yuna, what are you doing? We're leaving. I'm going as well. Why are you even asking such an obvious thing? He said, looking amazed. You are going to have a talk between the city leaders, right? You don't need me then. What are you saying? You are the central figure. You can't just not be there. When had I become the central figure? Mylene-san. I looked at Mylene-san for help. Yuri the only one among us who knows about the city, so we need you. Even though I doubt that they will lie, we will still need your knowledge of the city, so you need to come. In negotiations, people will always say things that are advantageous for them, while avoiding things that will put them in a pickle. If you're there, however, they will have more trouble doing so. Was that so? They didn't seem to be people who would do those kind of things, though. Well, Cliff and Mylene-san didn't really know about the residents' personalities, so it couldn't be helped. I couldn't find a reason to refuse, so I reluctantly went with them. When we arrived at the Adventurers Guild, we were brought to the same room as last time. When we entered the room, Atora-san and the 3 old men were already seated. One of my acquaintances was also next to them. The decent Commerce Guild employee that Damon-san had introduced to me. Atora-san prompted us to sit down. We're really thankful that you made this trip to Marira. Atora-san stood up from her seat and gave her thanks. We didn't really think that Crimonia's feudal lord would come here personally. It was a request from this one, after all. Cliff looked towards me. I didn't remember making a request, though. I just gave him the letter and explained everything, that was it. She did a really absurd thing for us, and on top of that, she did another really irrational thing. After thinking about what will happen going forward, I cannot leave matters to my subordinates. I see. She has saved us a number of times as well. Same here. Why was he saying it as if he was complaining? Then, before we start talking, let's introduce ourselves. I am Atora, and I work as the Guild Master of the Adventurers Guild. I am currently playing a supportive role in the city. Next, the three elders introduced themselves. Finally, Jirimo-san introduced himself as well. I am Jirimo, an employee at the Commerce Guild. I don't know why I have been called here, though. You are the Commerce Guild's representative. Representative. That's right. From now on, we want you to listen to the instructions of this person, the Guild Master of Crimonia's Commerce Guild, and work under her. One of the elders said. Why did you choose me? Because you are kind, even though you're inexperienced. You stole fish and distributed it to families that needed it, right? It was found out, Of course, it's easy to figure out when you can smell roasted fish from homes that can't afford it. Still, it wasn't necessarily me who did it, right? Don't underestimate our information network. We know when something like that happens. Then, were you turning a blind eye to me? We also felt guilty for only allowing rich people to get food. That's why we were protecting you from the shadows. That's also why we asked for you, who thinks of the residents so much, to be the representative of the Commerce Guild. As you have just heard, we would like you to give instructions to this Commerce Guild employee. The elderly men bowed to Cliff and Mylene-san. I understand. I will put him to good use. Jirimo-san looked defeated after hearing those words. Once their side had finished making self-introductions, Mylene-san began her own. I am working as Crimonia's Commerce Guild's master. My name is Mylene. I believe that we will have a lot to do, so I am counting on you. I will do my best. Jirimo-san answered. Then, I am the last one, right? Cliff made his introduction after he said that. Last. What about my introduction? Was it possible that I was an unwanted child? Well, they all knew me, though. I am Crimonia's feudal lord, Cliff Fosheros. Even so, I would like it if you didn't mind the way you speak with me. I have learned not to mind that sort of thing. At that moment, Cliff looked towards me. Now then, we don't have a lot of time, so we should talk about the urgent issues. I read the letter, but do you really want to be part of our territory? Yes. We would like to receive your protection in return. We want you to help us if something like the previous incident were to happen again. The Kraken, I will say it now. It's not so easy to kill a Kraken. This bear is simply abnormal. Cliff pointed his finger at me. Hadn't anyone told him that he shouldn't point at people? Yes, we already know that. I don't think a second Kraken will appear. If one does, we want you to at least promise to support us with food and other supplies. Food, Are you saying this even though you know the distance between Crimonia and this city? That's. They all sank into silence. They were all thinking about the distance between Crimonia and Mirira, and had concluded that it was far. Bringing food would take time and effort. That was a joke. Cliff burst into laughter. Mylene-san was laughing as well. Their laughter left Atora-san and the three elders bewildered. Cliff-sama. I understand the food issue. If this city ever has a food shortage, we will help you. Though, if our city also has a food shortage, I can't make any definitive promises. Is that okay? Yes, of course. This city will have food shortages only when we can't go out to the sea. I don't think that would happen at the same time that Crimonia has a food shortage. Yuri right. I think so as well. That's why, if Crimonia has a food shortage, I will make you help us in return. Agreed. The only problem is figuring out how to transport everything. There's no problem on that front, thanks to this bear. Cliff looked at me. After Cliff said that, everyone aside from Mylene-san and I seemed to be confused. Yuna, for the sake of this city, made a tunnel that leads to Crimonia. I tried to cut into the conversation. Is that true? Yes, we used the tunnel to come here. You're not telling a joke, right? When you hear it, you can only think of it as a joke, but it's true, you know. With a fast horse, you could get there in 2 or 3 days. Of course, I don't know how much time a carriage would take, but you should be able to arrive within a few days. I would like to go to the tunnel to discuss its practical use, but would that be okay with you? Yes, of course. We also want to see this tunnel. After that, they signed the contract papers. Was I really needed? After that, I also want to talk about the election of this city's representative. I want to have a talk with him when he's elected. Of course, I don't mind if the representative is one of the people here. Are you talking about a mayor? That's right. If there is no leader, we can't proceed with important discussions. Understood. We will choose a mayor shortly. That's all I have to say for now. After Cliff said what he wanted to say, it was Mylene-san's turn. We will talk about the Commerce Guild's issue now. I apologize that one of our own did something terrible to you all. I have already read Atora-san's report. Something so terrible should never have happened. The Commerce Guild won't be protecting him. Crimonia's Commerce Guild will also subject him to punishment. Excuse me, what will be his punishment? He will be put to death, of course. As the contract we signed before says, this city is now a part of my territory. If his punishment hasn't been decided yet, it would be normal for him to be punished by Crimonia's laws. He did as he pleased with my city. My important residents have been killed. A man like that will certainly be executed. Above all, he would be useless even if we let him live. If we execute him, we will relieve a lot of grief. That's why, it is best if he dies. The grief Cliff was talking about was surely that of the people who had lost someone. Husbands, wives, sons, daughters, relatives, close friends, grandfathers, grandmothers. There were probably many people cursing him. We will execute him with poison, in the central plaza of this city. Call everybody who wants to see it, then I will have them forget about this incident. Then, the bandits. Let's see. We will sentence them based on the gathered information. The ones who have killed or touched the women will be executed as well. The others will work at the mines. The people behind this incident had been marked for execution with just a word from Cliff. Nobody wanted to interfere with this decision. Those elders were ordinary people. Even if the bandits were a really horrible bunch, the elders didn't want to dirty their hands, I bet. The fact that Cliff could make a decision like that really showed that he was someone with the ability to stand above other people. Well, if it was during a fight, I could kill them as well, but if I was asked to execute non-resisting villains, I would have a hard time agreeing on the spot. I thought that Cliff was incredible because he could do it. If there are any relatives who have complaints, you just have to mention my name. Understood. Thank you very much for everything, Cliff-sama. I don't need any thanks. I do it because it is my job, that's all. We will talk about the future of the Commerce Guild next. At those words, Jerimo was filled with nervousness. I want to ask you all something. Is Jerimo someone who is serious about his job? Someone who can do his job properly? I would also like to know more about his personality. When the elders heard all of those questions, they all tilted their heads for a moment, but answered quickly. Jerimo may be inexperienced, but he's a man who does his job. I saw him skip work sometimes, but the residents love him. Also, during this terrible month, he stole fish and distributed it to the poor families. Let me think. He's the type who will do his job properly, even though he's grumbling about it all the time. Mylene-san responded after she had heard everyone's comments. Then, I will have you become the guild master of the Commerce Guild in this city. Me, my humble self, becoming the guild master. Yes, in unstable times like this, it's best to have someone who's well liked by the people. The residents will lend such a person a helping hand. If a stranger like me became the guild master, they wouldn't do anything for me. Still, me becoming the guild master is. There won't be a problem. I will dispatch someone to help you. You will just have to slowly learn how to become a guild master. Jerimo, I beg of you as well. You don't know how much your actions have helped us during this period. And if you want to skip work, you just have to give all of the work to your subordinates, right? Jerimo, I feel the same as well. The elders bowed. It wasn't good to ditch your job, you know. I understand. Please raise your heads. If you're really okay with me, I will accept. Jerimo-san puffed up his chest as he accepted the job. Mylene-san smiled at his answer. I saw Jirimo-san's cheeks turn red, and it most likely wasn't just my imagination. Then, the final topic is the tunnel, right? Before that, should we have a meal? Atora-san checked the time. It was indeed time for lunch. Yuri, right. I want to go to the tunnel after we eat. Is that okay? Nobody refused Cliff's idea. Chapter 100, Bear-san makes a stone statue. We ate the meal that Atora-san prepared. It was a simple fish meal, but Cliff didn't complain. It was funny, seeing Atora-san's anxious face as she watched him eat it. I prepared a carriage outside, so we should head towards the tunnel. She said after we finished eating. It seemed that she had prepared everything while we were eating. We went outside, where a roofed carriage waited for us. Cliff-sama, Mylene-san, it may be small, but please get on. She was right. It was small compared to the carriage Gran-san used at the capital. However, there were no nobles in Mirira, and preparing this carriage was probably the best they could do. Cliff, who understood that, wouldn't complain. I don't mind, so don't worry about it. The carriage could seat 3 people on each side, opposite of each other. Cliff, Mylene-san, Atora-san, and the 3 elders. Jirimo-san headed for the coach seat. So, where would I be? Perhaps, the roof. That wasn't the case, as it seemed that Atora-san and Jirimo-san would both sit in the coach seat. With Jirimo-san's lead, the carriage started to move forward. Missy, thank you very much. Grandpa Kuro, who was sitting in front of me, stated his gratitude. You brought the feudal lord of Crimonia from so far away. We don't have enough words to express our thanks to you, Missy. Not to mention, you made a tunnel for our sake. The 3 elders gave their thanks. I felt really uncomfortable when they said it straightforwardly like that. I just made the tunnel on a whim, so you don't have to mind it that much. Are you saying that it was something you did on a whim? You people who work in the field of expertise would be angry if they heard that. Cliff, who was sitting next to me, retorted. I said that I did it on a whim, but I made it carefully. Still, it was true that I got really fed up with the monotonous task halfway through, so I started humming while working. The only things that I really thought about while making it were the difference in height, the strength of the walls, and the flow of groundwater. I wanted to make it so that 2 carriages could fit through at the same time, of course, but amusingly, I forgot that carriages could differ in size. The carriage slowly rattled onward, and we arrived near the tunnel. Cliff stopped the carriage and we got out. We will walk from here on. For some unknown reason, Cliff took the lead. Even though only 3 of us knew the place, it wasn't okay for a noble to take the lead inside a forest, right? Well, just in case, I used detection magic to check for monsters and humans along the way. The tunnel wasn't too far from the road, though. When we arrived at the tunnel, Atora-san took a deep breath. This tunnel goes to Crimonia. Atora-san asked as she peeked inside the tunnel. To be precise, it leads to a road that takes you to Crimonia. It's pitch black. We plan on placing light and wind magic lines inside. We will be the ones paying for it, of course, so don't worry about it. The moment Cliff spoke about the magic lines, the faces of the 5 representatives from Mirira darkened. Cliff noticed that and reassured them. Is that really okay? Of course, if you asked us to pay for it, the city doesn't have enough right now, but we will be paying for it because we will be asking for a passage fee, so don't worry. A passage fee, you say? Seafood can be brought to Crimonia through this tunnel, and some people will also buy things and take them back to Mirira. People will go to see the sea as well. The profit will increase if more people pass through. Going to see the sea, you say? It seemed that the residents of Mirira didn't really understand why people would want to see the sea. Well, people who lived at sightseeing places normally wouldn't understand people who came from far away to see these places. The people who were born and raised in this place might not understand it, but for people who have never seen the sea before, just seeing it is worth it. The elders tilted their heads, seemingly unconvinced. Don't you want to see Crimonia? I want to. I would like to go there. It's the same thing. That's why you should prepare, since a lot of people will be visiting Mirira. They may change this calm city into a noisy one. Some rowdy people may also be coming. In return for everything you will receive, you should also be prepared to lose some things. That's why I will do my best, so you won't regret choosing me, but you will have to do your best for the city as well. Cliff-sama. When this tunnel is finished, people will come. During the construction, you should increase the number of soldiers and hire adventurers to strengthen the security of the city. I will also lend you some people, of course. Will there really be that many people? There will be. I will advertise it, after all. I would be troubled if nobody was using the tunnel, you see. The elders shook their heads in disbelief. I voted for Cliff's idea as well. I made this tunnel on a whim, but I just realized that it might cause problems for the city. For now, I will tell you what I was thinking about yesterday. We will talk about what is or isn't possible afterwards. The elders nodded. Would it be okay? I became uneasy when I saw the elders acting like that. First, we will expand the city so it reaches this tunnel. Expanding the city. The city is not far from here. We will cut down all the trees around here and make a military station. If we do that, we will be able to inspect the people who come through the tunnel and the coastal road at the same time. Having two checkpoints near each other would be meaningless. What will we make after we cut down all the trees? We aren't really in need of plots of land for now, though. How many inns do you have in the city? If dozens or even hundreds of carriages came, do you have any places to put them? Do you have enough places where visitors can eat food? Are there places to build houses if people wanted to build them? There are a lot of different ways to use those plots of land. Will so many people really come? Grandpa Kuro, how many times had you asked that now? They will come. I am absolutely certain that the city will stop being peaceful. If you want to curse someone, then you should curse this person who made the tunnel. When he said that, he looked towards me. Still, personally, I don't think it's a bad thing when we consider the future. I was sure that inside Cliff's mind, the future of Crimonia and Mirira was already decided. I was also sure that the future he had pictured was one that would bring the two cities in a good direction. Atora-sen nodded. That's right. We have to change or we won't be able to move forward. Staying with our old way of thinking won't do. There are good and bad parts. We should be thankful that we even have the choice. At that very moment, they all looked towards me. Now, we should talk about the passage inside the tunnel. 2 carriages can fit at once, but we should make it one way only, and change sides daily. After all, if a big carriage were to pass through, it would block the whole tunnel. You will be in charge of this as well. Atora-san and other representatives all nodded. Well, that's still in the far future. We have to place the magic lines before anything else can be done. The talk continued. Cliff stated his ideas, one after the other. With that, the discussion, or rather, Cliff's one-sided talk finished. Then, Grandpa Kuro approached me, with the 2 other elders behind him. Missy, thank you very much. We can't repay you enough for this wonderful tunnel you made. You subjugated the bandits, killed the kraken, and even made this marvelous tunnel for the sake of our city. We can't possibly be thankful enough. Missy, there is no way we can repay you for everything you did. I made this tunnel so that seafood could be transported to where I was living, though. Well, I was happy, and the elders were happy. That was why, I believe there was no problem. You see, we have another favor to ask of you. Could you make one of your bear statues at the tunnel's entrance? A bear statue. It's okay if you just make the same statue you made when you killed the kraken. With it, we won't ever forget our gratitude towards you, who made the tunnel. I won't live forever. Still, the future city mustn't forget. That's why, could you make it for us? That meant I had to make a bronze statue of my bear self. What was with this level of shame play? Yeah, that's a good idea. Cliff, who must have been listening to our talk, said. He was grinning. He probably found it really funny. I want you to make another Yuna, bear, on the other side too. That's wrong. A bear, Yuna, please. TL, wordplay about how Yuna and Kuma sound similar. It was because of my imagination that I heard the same thing, right? The elders were making serious faces. It was not a mood where I was able to refuse. the tunnel will need a name as well. You made it, so I will give it a befitting name. Cliff grinned broadly. I had a really bad feeling about this. What do you think about Bear Tunnel? I looked at him, shocked. That's a good name. Wonderful. We can be grateful to the Missy when going through it with this name. It will be handed down through generations. With that, the people from the town will never forget. Everyone wanted to keep the name. Stop it! I shouted, but nobody acknowledged me. Thus, it was decided that I would make a statue of Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear, the two that I considered my other half. What was with this humiliation? I was so embarrassed that I wouldn't be able to marry anymore. Though, it wasn't like I planned to do it anyway. Thanks to all of you, we made it to the 100th chapter. I thank the people who read it from the start, and the ones who just started recently. I will count on all of you from now on as well. Mekta, TL. It's not my 100th chap, I just started at the end of August, more precisely at the 63rd chapter. Still, it's really a pleasure to bring you this series from Japanese to English. My birth language is neither Japanese nor English, so I take a bit longer than most of the other translators. I don't use any MTL though, just my self-taught Japanese, so I think it's pretty accurate, and the staffs of X and AMP are here to back my lacking English up. I have to thank the whole staff of X and AMP, especially the editor Molly, who takes a lot of time for Kuma, all the proofers who check after him, CYN who does the final check, and of course, the boss Sant, without whom I wouldn't even have started translating. Well, let's finish this banter by thanking you for reading Kuma and saying this. I count on you all from now on as well. Chapter 101, Bear-san makes a bear house at the Sea City. While enduring my shame, I finished making statues of Hugging Bear and Swaying Bear before we headed back to the city. Atora-san, any progress on the plot of land we talked about? I found some good options, but I thought you should choose the one you like the most. You see, about that, I would like to make my house between the tunnel and the city like Cliff suggested, but would that be okay? There's no problem, but will you make it on your own? If it's you, I guess it is possible. Atora-san, who had watched me make the bear statues, seemed to think it was possible. You will wear yourself out if you try to put up with her lack of common sense, you know. She made a house that looks like a bear in less than 1 day in Crimonia. Everyone was making a fuss about it. A house that looks like a bear. All the houses that this girl makes are bear houses. By the way, she made a bear house in the capital too. She even has a bear house in the capital. I only made those houses so I could use the transfer gates, though. Cliff. Is it fine to build my house anywhere? Though, if you have a plan, I will hear you out. I don't have one in particular. What I was talking about was just an example. I haven't decided where everything will be built yet, so you can build it wherever you want. I had Cliff and Atora-san's permission, so I could make the bear house now. I decided not to go inside the carriage and saw them off instead. When we finished, I muttered, was there even a reason for me to accompany them? They said that they needed me because they didn't know each other's personalities. Even Cliff said, with just your presence, we can trust the other party. Grandpa Kuro also said, because Missy seems to trust him, we believe we can also trust Cliff-sama. I wasn't sure if I was really convinced by them. Cliff would now go to the Adventurers Guild with the elders, to talk about the tunnel some more. Mylene-san and Jirimo-san were going to the Commerce Guild to discuss the tunnel's future as well. I was left here alone, and I went towards the place I had marked in order to make my home. I wanted to build the bear house right next to the sandy beach. The view was beautiful there. A rooftop balcony would be a perfect place to take a nap under a parasol. I was sure that you would even be able to clearly see the starry sky. When I was in Japan, I didn't really think that I would one day be able to build a house near the sea. In order to make the house, I first had to prepare the ground. I also wanted to make it on a somewhat elevated location, but I didn't know how much magic power I would need for that. Therefore, my first step was obvious. I made a simple changing room using earth magic and changed into the white bear. I didn't plan on using a lot of magic power, but since I would only be using magic, I would end up being less worn out if I put on the white bear. This had been proven by the tunnel construction. After I changed, I began cutting down the trees that were in front of me and preparing the ground. I cut the trees using wind magic and removed the roots using earth magic. I cut off the tree branches and put the trees inside the bear box. The width and the length of the clearing were both around 100 meters. Did I make it a bit too big? I was a bit too excited and ended up clearing a place as wide as a school courtyard. Well, I didn't really have to worry about it. It probably wouldn't be a problem, even if I didn't use all of the space. I put down some more soil to raise the ground. I did it because I wanted to put the bear house on top of a hill. The house would be a bit bigger than the one in Crimonia. This was because I planned to bring more Karen-san, the children who worked at the shop, the children who took care of the cluckers, and the headmistress here when summer came. In that case, it would be better if they came to the bear house instead of staying at the inn. This way, we wouldn't bother the people staying at the inn. It was at that very moment that I realized something. How many children were there at the orphanage? I was under the impression that the number had increased recently. If I remembered correctly, there had been around 30 of them at first. I remembered giving out about 30 wolf pelt, but I didn't remember the exact number. The number of children had been increasing little by little after that, and now, I had no idea how many children there were. Still, it shouldn't have doubled, right? It was at moments like these when the bear phone shined. I used the bear phone and called Fina. Big sis Yuna. Fina, I want to ask you something. Is that okay? Yes, no problem. How many children are there at the orphanage? How many children? If I am not wrong, there should be around 60. What? Before I knew it, the number had doubled. Well, the headmistress and Liz were taking care of them, but were they okay with just the two of them? Not to mention, I had also asked Liz to manage the cluckers. We should have a talk about increasing the number of employees the next time I stop by. I hung up. 60, huh? More than I had expected. Even if I included the rooms on the second floor, I only had room for 30. The thought of not bringing them to the sea crossed my mind for a moment, but then I remembered that the children were doing their best at work, so that wasn't possible. I decided to make a big house, so I summoned Hugging Bear and Swaying Bear. I made the foundation using earth magic and then, using wind magic, refined the trees I had cut down earlier. I then had Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear transport the refined wood and used them as pillars. I decided to secure them using earth magic. I wasn't a skilled carpenter, after all. My method of building this house was by using wind magic to process wood, having Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear transport the wood, and securing the wood with earth magic. Once the foundations were stable, I just had to make it look like I imagined by using earth magic. To make the image stronger, I made it look like a bear. I made all of the rooms by borrowing the strength of Hugging Bear and Swaying Bear. I made a big dining room, a kitchen, and a living room on the first floor. I made the bedrooms on the second floor. I made 6 bedrooms that could fit 6 people. I made triple bunk beds so that the rooms would have more space. With that, I could accommodate 36 people. It was probably okay if I split up the children into 2 groups, as long as the number of children didn't increase. Still, knowing the headmistress's character, if she found a new orphan, she would pick them up for sure. I should prepare for when the number increased. I made rooms for the guests and myself on the 3rd floor. I made a big room for myself and added a balcony too. The sea that I was able to see from the balcony was beautiful. I also didn't forget to make a transfer gate inside my room. I made a bear bath on the 4th floor. I made it so that you could see the sea. I didn't forget to separate male and female baths either. After getting this far, I noticed something. This was not a house but a ryokan, right? I realized this late. The room layout was now complete, so I started installing magic stones. I used the magic lines to put light magic stones on every ceiling. I had to manually install the magic stone, so it took some time. I also installed a water and fire magic stone in the bathroom, and adjusted the water temperature. When I finished installing magic stones in every room, the sun was setting. Below the sea. The house was not totally complete, but I decided to go back to the inn. When I returned to the city, the man at the entrance was acting as if he had seen something strange. I showed him my guild card and entered. He wasn't the one I usually saw, so was this the first time that he had seen me? As I was walking toward the inn, people were looking at me and acting as if something was strange. Nobody called out to me, though. The state of the city was strange. They would normally call out to me. Had something happened? I went back to the inn a bit faster. When I arrived at the inn, Cliff was in the middle of having his meal. Cliff, the city is strange. Did something happen? Yeah, something did happen. I knew it, something had happened. What happened? The black bear became a white bear. He said seriously. I finally noticed my clothes. You also had a white bear, huh? I rushed towards my room and changed back to the black bear. It was only a color change, but I became really embarrassed, as always. It might have been because it wasn't something that I wore in front of other people, but it still made me really embarrassed. The fact that the people around me had looked at me differently was also a factor. For the people in the city, it had already become me black bear. Then, when they saw me in the white bear suit, they were all shocked. I came back while acting like nothing had happened and asked Cliff. It's only you. Where's Mylene-san? She isn't back yet. How's it going with your house? Not bad. I will finish it by tomorrow. A house isn't something that's made in 1 or 2 days, you know. Cliff said. I ignored his response and asked Daiga-san for a meal. So, how did it go for you, Cliff? We will announce the tunnel tomorrow. At the same time, we will start recruiting people to flatten the ground. We have already decided on the salaries. After all, if the amount is too low, people won't do it, and if it's too much, it will be a financial burden. As expected, I didn't understand anything at all. I didn't even know the market prices in the first place, so it couldn't be helped. But, we have the Kraken's materials, so we are okay on that end. Kraken. You donated all of the Kraken's materials to the city, right? I didn't need them, after all. How much do you think that many materials could be traded for? He said while looking upset, but there was no way I could know that. The Kraken's skin is waterproof, so you can use it as a water repellent, and there's a lot of people who want it. The teeth can be sold for a high price. It's worth a fortune with that alone, you know. It's okay if it can help the city's revival. You really are strange. He sighed, but still smiled. As I ate the food that Daiga-san made, Mylene-san came back. Ah, Yuna-chan, you're eating already. Cliff, will you start now? I already finished. Is that so? I am the last one. Mylene-san went to the back and asked Daiga-san for a meal. So, how did it go for you? From the start, it was a commerce guild with only a few people, but on top of that, 4 of them have been arrested. There's not enough people. When thinking about the future, it's really short on human resources. That's the same thing for us. The mayor has not been decided yet, and we still have to choose the people who will be aiding him. How about the assistants of the mayor who fled? It seems that they were all from his family. Ah, it was the thing that happened a lot when it came to family businesses. The first generation was excellent, but when the second or the third generation appeared, they became incompetent. Also, they took all their fortune with them when they fled. You are fine, since you have some people left, but I am at a point where I have to ask the 3 elders. That's terrible. It would be ideal for me if a Tora-san became the mayor, but if that happens, the Adventurers Guild would lose its head. We will have to talk about it at Crimonia's Adventurers Guild. I knew it, we will really need to bring some people from Crimonia Quirky. At the same time, we will also have to train a capable person. The 2 of them had it really rough. I listened to their conversation as if it was someone else's problem while I ate my meal. So, Cliff, I want to go back to Crimonia as quickly as possible, but when will you be able to go back? I have something to do tomorrow, so I will go back the day after. Then I will go then as well. If I don't return to Crimonia, there will be no progress in the work I have to do, after all. It's about the same thing for me. It had been decided that we would go back the morning of the day after tomorrow. Chapter 102, Bear-san does various things before going back. We were planning to go back tomorrow, so I decided to leave the inn early. I headed towards the harbor to look for Ranya-san and Damon-san. I arrived at the harbor, but no boats had returned yet. Was I too early? I had some questions about seafood. At first, I wanted to ask the elders, but I held back since they seemed really busy talking to Cliff. As I was walking through the harbor while looking at the sea, I saw returning boats in the distance. It seemed that I had good timing. Big and small boats were all arriving at the harbor, one after the other. As I watched the fishermen return, someone called out to me. "Bear Missy, what are you doing at the harbor this early in the morning?" "I am going back to Crimonia tomorrow, so I wanted to say goodbye to Ranya-san and Damon-san, and stock up on seafood as well. "Oh, you're already going back." The fisherman seemed sad. "I came to this city to buy some fish after all. "I see. Then, to show my gratitude, you can take as much fish as you want from the ones I have caught today. The fisherman who called out to me said something outrageous. The fishermen who heard him also started saying that I should take the fish they had caught. I was happy, but was it really okay? "Yuna-chan, what is going on?" Ranya-san and Damon-san came up from behind the fisherman. "I am going back to Crimonia tomorrow morning, so I came to say goodbye. I also came to stock up on seafood. "Then you can just take the ones I caught. I don't need any money, of course. You have saved us a number of times, after all. The surroundings became noisy when Damon-san said that. "Oi, Damon. You can't say that after coming late. We want Bear Missy to take our fish as well. You aren't the only one who has been saved, you know. We are all thankful that we can fish again. It's a chance for us to repay her at least a little, you know." "That's right. We don't normally get to approach her, since the elders said that it would be an annoyance, you know." "The elders gave out an order like that, huh? Still, we have been saved on the snowy mountain as well." "That's irrelevant. That's right. You aren't the only ones who are thankful." Somehow, it became a major incident. In this situation, I had to say something like "Stop. Don't fight over me, right? You should all calm down. I will properly pay for the fish. Bear Missy, we won't take your money. That's right. If we do, it won't count as repayment. That's no good. You have to keep your business ethics, or it will be hard for me to come and buy fish at a later date. If it's Bear Missy, I don't mind if you don't pay. Next time either. I have a food shop in Crimonia, so I would have to come back to restock on a regular basis. Understood. Next time, you will pay, but please take it for free today. Okay. I will take it for free this time then. We reached a compromise, and they settled down. Also, if something happens, just tell us. We will listen to any request from Bear Missy. The surrounding fishermen nodded. "Then, can I ask you something? The feudal lord from Crimonia is discussing the future of the city with the elders right now, and I want all of you to accept it without making a commotion. We wouldn't go against something the elders decided on in the first place, and if even the Missy requests it, there's no way we would. We accept your request. The fisherman nodded. With that, when the discussions with Crimonia were revealed, things should advance a bit smoother. I took the fish and left the harbor. Of course, I had them bleed the fish before I put them away, or I couldn't have put them inside the bear box. It was a bit late for this to be said, but the fact that I couldn't put the fish inside when they were still alive was quite inconvenient. In the worst-case scenario, you could freeze the fish or squid, but I had never heard about freezing shellfish. If I wanted to store those, I wouldn't have any other choice but to open them and only take what was inside. Well, if I could put living things inside the bear box, I would be able to do some really terrible things, so there was no helping it. If I could put people inside, it would be like putting them to sleep and freezing their time. Also, I wouldn't need to kill the monster, but rather just put them inside the box. If I ever wanted to kill them, I would just have to push them off from the top of a mountain. If I didn't need the materials, I could just throw them inside a volcano. If putting living things inside the bear box made their hearts stop, the bear box would become the best weapon for subjugating demons. When thinking about it like that, it couldn't be helped that the bear box was the way it was. I left the harbor for my next destination, the Ryokan-style bear house. I continued from where I left off yesterday. I decided to make a garden before I entered the house. First, I made a space to park several carriages. Next, I prepared to make a storehouse and a stable. After I decided on the size of the garden, I enclosed it with a 2-meter tall fence. I added an entrance door that I had made with the wood I refined using wind magic. Finally, in place of the Okinawa lions, I put bear cub statues at the top of the entrance. This would do for the outside. I entered the house and resumed from where I left off yesterday. I started from the first floor. I used wind magic to make enough tables and chairs for around 40 people. In the kitchen, I placed plates and cups I had made using earth and fire magic on the shelves. I didn't forget about forks and spoons, of course. I finished with the first floor and moved on to the second floor. As for the things that I was missing, I would just have to go out to shop next time. There were only beds on the second floor. Since there was nothing urgent, I moved on to the third floor. My room was on this floor. Just having a bed was more than enough for this room as well. Still, I made it larger because swaying bear and hugging bear would sleep here in their cub forms. I added some other things like tables and chairs for the other guest rooms. I moved on to the fourth floor. The bath was on this floor. I haphazardly made some stools and buckets. I also made some shelves to hold clothes in the changing room. It looked like a small public bath when I added those things. Should I paint Mount Fuji on the walls as well? TL note: Okinawa lion's statue is placed as a talisman against evil at entrances and on roofs. I finished making the minimum necessities of this Ryokan-style bear house. I made it look like a sprawled-out bear, since the house had become long and narrow. The entrance was on the bear's side. When seen from the front, it was clear that the bear was looking towards the sea. The fifth bear house had finally been completed. The first one was in Crimonia, the second one was in a cave near the Clucker village, the third one was the one I used for travel, and the fourth one was at the capital. Thus, this one was the fifth. I made the houses look like bears because that strengthened them. Also, it was because it strengthened the anti-crime system I set up using my magic. Only the people I gave permission to could enter the houses. Even if I wasn't there, nobody would be able to infiltrate the house. Of course, even if they did manage to enter, there was nothing to steal. I finished the bear house, so I decided to go back to the inn. It was lunchtime. When I entered the inn, Daiga-san came up to me. Daiga-san, a meal please. I asked for food, and went to the table I always sat at during meals. Missy, is it real? Daiga-san slammed his hands on the table. I was confused. I didn't understand what he was talking about. All of it. I heard that you went to Crimonia and brought back the feudal lord and the commerce guild master. Even more, it seems that they were the two who stayed here. Oh, about that. Cliff is the feudal lord and Mylene-san is the commerce guild's master. Why didn't you tell me before? If I knew that they were a feudal lord and a guild master, I would have made more delicious meals. Cliff and Mylene-san said that your meals were delicious, you know. Still, they said that they came here because the elders asked them for the sake of the city because of my meals. You don't have to worry about it. The meals were delicious enough. I said to calm him down. Are you sure? If it was bad, we wouldn't eat it. Then, it's okay. Well, I will make a delicious meal for you, Missy. Daiga-san went to the kitchen, looking happy. A delicious smell drifted from the kitchen. Not too long after, warm, steaming meals were lined up on the table. They looked delicious. Leaving that aside, is it true that you dug a tunnel? You heard? Yeah, just before you came back. I didn't know how it spread, but as expected, they knew it was me. Missy, who managed to kill the Kraken, is also able to make tunnels. It was troublesome, but I made it for Enzu. For Enzu. I asked Enzu if she wanted to come to Crimonia before. I asked her to come and work at my shop. In Crimonia. She refused because it was too far. If I made a tunnel, it would be closer, right? That's why I thought that she would agree to come if I made it. To sum up, this means you made the tunnel, so you could bring Enzu to Crimonia, right? At first, I just wanted a route to get seafood to Crimonia, but it's true that I made it only after talking to Enzu. Incidentally, it also helped with Mirira joining Crimonia. You say that you will make her work in Crimonia, but what will you do about the restaurant? I will make it. I already have a bakery and a cafe, so I will just make Enzu's shop next to it. You say you will make it so easily. How much money do you think it will take to make? I will cover everything, so don't worry about it. I just want Enzu to cook. I will pay her, of course, and I will let her come home whenever she wants. Missy, how do you benefit from giving such good terms? I will be able to eat seafood cuisine that Enzu learned from you. That's more than enough. Honestly, I would like you to come, but that would be impossible, right? You aren't joking, right? He asked seriously, so I answered seriously as well. I am not joking. Still, I won't force her to come with me. If she doesn't want to go, I will give up. If she made something unwillingly, it wouldn't be delicious. If I wanted it to be done, it had to be done willingly. Enzu, please come here for a second. He shouted towards the back room. What is it, Dad? Enzu looked out from the back room. Do you want to go to Crimonia? Even if I wanted to go there, it's not that easy. I would be sad being separated from you and Mom. What if Crimonia was closer? A few days' distance. Then, I would like to go. She said something that made me really happy. You see, it seems that this Missy made a tunnel that goes all the way to Crimonia. Dad, what are you saying? It's impossible to make a tunnel in a few days. Enzu laughed and slapped Daiga-san's back. I think so as well. Still, the old man made an official announcement about it. Also, the one who made it is the Missy. Is it true? Yeah, and it seems that she made it because she wanted you to come to Crimonia. You're joking, right? That's not all of it. The first reason was that she wanted to eat seafood in Crimonia. The second one was that Atora-san and the elders wanted to become a part of Crimonia province. The third one was that if she made the tunnel, you would maybe come to Crimonia, since the distance would be shorter. I am included in those really important reasons. That's more than enough of a reason, right? Dad. Enzu looked at Daiga-san. Missy, are you really fine with my daughter? If you want, I can introduce you to other cooks. If it doesn't work out with Enzu, I would like you to introduce them to me, but I love your cuisine, so it would be the best if Enzu, who learned it from you, came. Enzu, decide this by yourself. It's your own life. I know that you want your own restaurant. Dad. You don't have to rush. Common people can't go through the tunnel for now, so even if I made you come, there would be no fish, so it would be meaningless, you see. Okay, I understand. Let me think about it some more. Enzu returned to the back room. I didn't think she would leave before getting married. It's not decided that she will be coming to Crimonia yet, right? She will. That girl, she was hiding it, but she was really happy. Even if it's just one of the reasons, you said that you made the tunnel for her cooking. That's something to be happy about. If it was something that had been made for me, I would have happily gone there. That's why my daughter will do the same. Then, would you like for the entire family to come? I could make an inn, and you would be able to run it as a family. Yeah, that was a good idea. The invitation makes me happy, but I must refuse. I was born and raised here, after all. I plan on staying here until I die. If Enzu goes to Crimonia, do come over to have some fun, okay? I will welcome you. Yeah, I will come then. All that was left for me to do was to pray for Enzu to come. Chapter 103, Bear-san goes back to Crimonia. Bear-san goes back to Crimonia. Enzu's issue was put on hold until the tunnel was finished. Daiga-san told me that the chances were good, so I was looking forward to it. I said goodbye to Enzu and Daiga-san, and left the inn. Atora-san, Jirimo-san, and the elders came to see me off. Atora-san, thank you for everything. What are you saying? I am the one who is really grateful. You can stay longer if you want, but that can't be helped, right? Yuna, we will always welcome you, so do come visit, okay? I built my house here, so I will return. Also, please say goodbye to Blitz's party for me. I thought that they would be back already, but that wasn't the case. Well, we did say our goodbyes when they departed. Yes, I will. I'm sure they will be surprised when they come back. I didn't know if they would believe it or not, though. I looked for Jirimo-san and saw that he was speaking with Mylene-san. He noticed my gaze and approached me. Jirimo-san, I will be counting on you about the matter, okay? It's a request from Missy. I will do everything I can to stock up. I asked Jirimo-san to stock up on rice and soy sauce when a boat came from the country of harmony and peace. I also asked him to buy rare products you normally couldn't get your hands on. It was possible that I would get my hands on some incredible things. I gave him money, of course. I really wanted to go to the country of harmony and peace one day. Don't get angry if I stock up on useless things, okay? I won't get angry. You should only use money after consulting with me first, though. I am a Commerce Guild employee, you know. Yuri, more than just that, you're the guild master. Don't say that. I really think it's strange for me to become the guild master. You have to get it together, so you won't trouble us. Mylene-san, who was listening in on the conversation, encouraged him. Yes, I will do my best. Jirimo-san bowed. He seemed to have some feelings for Mylene-san, but the other party was Mylene-san. Well, I didn't know much about love affairs, so I shouldn't butt in. Also, if they tell you where the country of harmony and peace is, make sure to remember it. Yes, none of the residents knew the exact location of the country of harmony and peace. Of course, there were no sea charts or compasses in the city. It seemed that they just did some trade with the ships that came every now and then. If I knew when a ship would come, I would negotiate with them personally, but since it came irregularly, there was no helping it. Not to mention, there was also the Kraken issue. Jirimo-san told me it was possible that they wouldn't come anymore. If that turned out to be true, I would have to look for it myself. Would the king know about it? The previous guild master might know about it, but I didn't want to visit someone who would be executed soon. I put the case on hold, gave my goodbyes to the elders, and then we departed. When we got out of the city, I summoned Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear, and we headed for the tunnel. As we were moving towards the tunnel, we came across a fence that surrounded the Ryokan-style bear house. When we went to see the tunnel yesterday, I was shocked to see that you had made something so big. It seemed that he had come across it when he went to see the tunnel with the residents. They must have been really shocked when they saw it. I did say I would make it, didn't I? I didn't think you would make something this big. I had to make it big, because I want to bring the children from the orphanage here to visit. Yuna-chan, let me stay at your place the next time I come here, okay? Mylene-san, who was riding Swaying Bear with me, said. I accepted, of course. Our bear riding party arrived at the tunnel, where the bear statues could be seen at the entrance. It was a bit late to say this, but strangers would think that they were normal bears, right? Nobody would link the bear statues to me, right? Hoping that wouldn't be the case, I cast bear light and entered the tunnel. The bear light illuminated the tunnel, and Hugging Bear and Swaying Bear ran towards the exit. We encountered goblins inside, but I defeated them quickly, and we soon came out on the other side. We shouldn't take too long or monsters will settle here, . A big cave like this makes the perfect home for monsters, after all. We will have to dispatch adventurers to kill the surrounding monsters first. If we don't, the workers would be in danger. We will have to investigate the monsters around here before dispatching the adventurers, right? If we go to the Adventurers Guild, we should be able to learn about them. He was right, the Adventurers Guild should have information about monsters in the area. I burned the goblin corpses so that the other monsters wouldn't approach the tunnel. Then, right when I wanted to head to Crimonia, Cliff stopped me. Wait. Yuna, you didn't forget, right? He had a really unpleasant smile. It was exactly because I didn't forget that I wanted to leave quickly, though. Make the statues before we head back to Crimonia. Won't next time be good as well? When is this next time? I bet you just don't plan on making it. That's not. I had hoped he would have forgotten about it, but he remembered it. Your eyes are swimming, you know. It officially became the bear tunnel, so the bear statues are needed. Otherwise, I will just make a statue of you here, if you prefer. Yuna-chan, you should give up. When Cliff is like this, he won't let it pass. I also want to see Yuna-chan's statue. Mylene-san. I wasn't able to escape when they put it like that. Since I had no other choice, I got down from Swaying Bear and made Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear statues, one on each side of the tunnel's entrance. The only thing that somewhat relieved me was that it wasn't a sculpture of me. If Cliff made a sculpture of me, I wouldn't be able to use this tunnel ever again, making me unable to go to Mirira. When I made the statues, Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear seemed happy. Were they happy to have statues of themselves made? After I made the statues quickly, we once again departed towards Crimonia. When we arrived at the town, the two of them returned to their respective workplaces. Cliff went to the feudal lord's house and Mylene-san went to the Commerce Guild. I headed to Bear-san's relaxing shop to have a meal. I was the only one who had no work, so I was able to take it easy. Well, I had things to do, but they weren't pressing matters, so I could start doing them tomorrow. I said the words that any unmotivated person would say. I will do it tomorrow. I will do my best tomorrow. They were beautiful words. I believed that if I could do it tomorrow, I should do it tomorrow. I didn't have to force myself to do it today. As I was walking towards Bear-san's relaxing shop, I repeated those excuses to myself. I went to the Commerce Guild the next day. I was looking for Mylene-san, but I couldn't find her. Excuse me, Kuma-san. Kuma-san. When I looked for the source of this strange way of calling me, I saw a young female employee. No, Yuna-san. Are you looking for the guild master, Mylene-san? She called me Kuma-san just now, right? Not like I could say anything when I had responded to it, though. Yes, is she here? She's not. It seems that she's not well. She didn't go to sleep yesterday, and just locked herself in her room. This meant that she had been working since she came back yesterday. She had it rough. I was personally feeling great, since I slept well. I wanted to talk to her about a plot of land, though. A plot of land, is it? If you are okay with me, you can talk to me about it. What should I do? Other employees were okay too, but... Yuna-chan, what is it? Guild master. Mylene-san walked towards us. I had a little favor to ask. Of you, Mylene-san. Of me. I'm running a shop now, you know. Yes, the Bear's Rest, right. I would like to purchase some land in its vicinity. Ah, for the fishmonger, right. That's not exactly it, but... If I remember correctly, there are some vacant plots and houses, but will you really make it? Even if Enzu doesn't come, Daiga-san promised to introduce me to some other people, after all. You can purchase it, but, Yuna-chan, do you really understand? There aren't any skilled people who would do it for free, you know. I didn't really plan on making them do it for free, though. I made the tunnel so I could have seafood in Crimonia, and making the restaurant was so that I could eat seafood whenever I wanted. It was all for my own sake. Rihanna, please sell her a plot of land near Bear-san's relaxing shop at half price. Mylene-san said something unbelievable. Guild master. You sure that's all right? The employee and I asked the same question. Compared to the profits Yuna-chan brought to Crimonia this time, it's an insignificant. Yuna-chan has only eyes for seafood, but you see, Cliff and I believe that salt is the most significant thing that will be brought over. Salt. We stocked up on rock salt before, but now that the sea is near us, we will have access to large quantities of salt for a cheap price. We will also be able to sell it to other towns and villages. You see, this tunnel is even more incredible than you believe, Yuna-chan. That's why, you don't have to worry about something like a simple plot of land. We still have to put up a front though, so we can't just give it for free. Mylene-san was tired, but she was still smiling. Certainly, salt was an important resource in any world. It was more valuable than sugar. I purchased salt normally, so I didn't really notice before. As expected of the Commerce Guild's master and the feudal lord, they had a different point of view from someone like me. I just did what I wanted, but the two of them took action while thinking about the town's benefits. Rihanna, I'm counting on you then. What about Guildmaster? My stomach is empty, so I will eat a meal at the Bear's Rest. She waved her hand and left the guild. Yuna-san, this way, please. Rihanna showed me every plot of land around the Bear-san's relaxing shop and I decided to buy all of them. Was it okay for me to buy them so cheaply? If it wasn't, I would give them back. All of them. Yes, it's troublesome to buy them piece by piece, and I don't want other people to buy any. Also, is it possible to sell the plot where I'm living right now? You plan on moving? I plan on building my home near the shop, so that it will be easier to go there. I understand. Then, I will buy the plot of land where Yuna-san is living. Please move out before the end of this month. I bought the land and left the guild. I arrived near the Bear-san's relaxing shop. A large vacant house was right next to it. It was a bit smaller than the shop. I would just have to rearrange this, On the first floor, I removed the inside walls, changing it into one room. The kitchen was a bit small, so I made it bigger. A pantry was next to the kitchen. The size should be sufficient, I think. If it wasn't, I would just have to enlarge it later. I would have to discuss about the tables and the interior design with Enzu when she came. By then, things should have also calmed down for Mylene-san, so it might be good to talk to her as well. I left the second floor as it was. Even if Enzu wouldn't live here, we could use it as a resting room. I left the house. No one had been living here, so the overgrowth was awful. Like last time, I cleaned it up using magic, and remade the cracked walls so that they became nice and clean. A restaurant's appearance was really important, after all. I was done after that, probably. Still, was it just my impression that it looked lonely? I looked at the Bear-san's relaxing shop. There were bears there. I looked at the restaurant. There were no bears here. Enzu might hate bears. I had to take her wishes into account, so I decided to not make them here. Chapter 104, Bear-san eats pancakes. Bear-san eats pancakes. A couple of days had passed since I came back to Crimonia. Mylene-san and Cliff were busy. They were subjugating the monsters around the tunnel with the help of the Adventurers Guild and making a road to it. They were purchasing and installing the magic lines. Also, Cliff departed to the capital a few days back. The last time I saw him, he was looking really tired, but it shouldn't have been because of me. I believed it was divine punishment for naming the tunnel Bear Tunnel. Well, I didn't really care about Cliff. I was hungry, so I headed towards the Bear's Rest. When I arrived at the shop, the two cute bear statues greeted me. Recently, this deformed bear had been a hot topic in the town. I knew it, deformed things didn't exist in this world. As I was looking at the shop, customers entered. It seemed that it was flourishing more than ever. Morin-san's bread was delicious, after all. Recently, the honey-soaked pancakes Morin-san and I made together were really popular. Well, Japanese pancakes were better in terms of ingredients, but I believe that we managed to reach the point where they were quite delicious. My goal today was eating those pancakes. I entered the shop and saw little bears moving around. When they saw me, the children approached me, but I told them that they didn't have to mind me and should carry on with their tasks. The children nodded and returned to work. As I watched them leave, I deemed their swaying bear tails cute. Such clothes wouldn't suit an adult like me. They suited the children better. However, something troublesome had happened recently. A few days ago, I saw the orphans in their bear uniforms walking through the town like it was normal. When I confirmed it with Terumi-san, it seemed that some children wore them even during their days off, and the number doing so had been slowly increasing. I quickly gave them money to buy normal clothes, but they said, it helps advertise the shop, so isn't it okay? It was still too early for the costumes to become popular in this world. I asked Terumi-san to tell them to stop, but I didn't know if it would really help. They all love you and want to imitate you. That's why you should let them do whatever they want. Was what she said, but my instinct was telling me that it was the only line that shouldn't be crossed. If it was crossed, I could already imagine that the world would be infested with costumes. That was the conversation I remembered having with Terumi-san. As I was walking towards the kitchen in the back, I saw a person I knew well. Rurina-san. Rurina-san was eating pancakes by herself. Rurina-san, what about your job? I sat down in front of Rurina-san. I just finished my job and returned yesterday. I plan to rest for a while. What about you, Yuna-chan? I came to eat as well. I caught a passing bear girl and ordered pancakes and fried potatoes. Normally, a person had to go to the counter, but this was my manager's privilege. Yuna-chan, I wanted to ask you something, but is it okay? Are you related to the bear tunnel? Why do you think so? I tried to calm down. You see, it is the name, And the statues in front of the tunnel are swaying Bear-chan and hugging Bear-chan, right? You saw them. I told you I just finished my job, right? The job was killing the monsters around the bear tunnel. The monster subjugation Cliff was talking about, huh? Then it was normal for those statues to be seen. Don't talk about them, okay? That's okay, but the ones who know you will find out immediately, you know. In the first place, how many people knew about swaying bear and hugging bear? There should be a lot of people who had seen them from afar, but not many had seen them up close, so they wouldn't find out that those statues were swaying bear and hugging bear, right? I prayed that it was so. As I was thinking that, honey-soaked pancakes and fried potatoes arrived. I thanked the girl who brought them. The girl smiled happily and went back to work. I lined up the freshly made fried potatoes and pancakes in front of me. The food here is delicious, right? Rurina-san extended a hand towards my fried potatoes, but I didn't stop her. After all, I had just requested something from her a moment ago. If nothing was left, I would just have to ask for more. As I was eating the honey-soaked pancakes and enjoying the blissful moment, Terumi-san approached me. Ah, Yuna-chan really is here. Was it a problem that I was here? Great, I have something I want to discuss with you. Did something happen? It's about the shop. Terumi-san looked around. Is it something you can't say here? That's not it, but... She was worried about what to do. Then, we should go deeper inside. Rurina-san, you can have my potatoes, so go ahead and eat them. I left my potatoes and I only brought the half-eaten pancake to the break room. When we entered it, I heard her story. It seems that we won't be able to sell the pancakes that you are eating now anymore, Yuna-chan. I stopped the hand that was bringing the pancake to my mouth. The price of honey just jumped up. Why would that be? Honey was a must when talking about the pancakes. Well, jam and other substitutes were also okay, but I wouldn't budge from the fact that you had to put honey on pancakes. Well, the reason is simple. It seems that they can't procure honey anymore. That's why the price rose. And the reason that they can't procure honey is... The supplier said something about monsters appearing. Had a yellow bear appeared near the beehive. To know what the reference is. Rilakkuma or Winnie the Pooh. That's why, if the prices continue to rise, we won't be able to get our hands on it, so the pancakes and all other foods using honey will disappear from the shop. So, you want me to kill those monsters? That's not it. I am talking about the shop here. There should be a monster subjugation request at the Adventurers Guild, right? Yuna-chan, you are the owner of the shop, so you have to think about the shop's interests. That's why I thought it should be enough to just go and defeat the monsters to procure the honey. I normally acted without thinking, but in this situation, it would be dangerous to just rush in as usual. We can either temporarily stop selling all honey-related goods or raise the prices of those goods to account for the raised price of honey. We'll sell them after raising the prices. It will decrease the frequency, but it should still sell. Although, the honey goods are really popular with the children, so I don't want to raise the prices. Then, what should we do? I am discussing that with you. There was a total of 3 possibilities. Either we stopped selling it, sold it at same price knowing we would be losing money, or raised the prices to account for the honey. What did Morin-san say? The talk about money is a bother, so she left it to me. What a Morin-san-like reason. She only wants to be informed in advance if no honey arrives, so she can change the menu. How's our stock? Looking at the speed it is being sold at, it should only last for 2-3 days at most, I think. That's why I'm worried. What should we do? I didn't mind losing profit for a while. So it should be okay to just buy it, but... Honey goods are popular, right? Everything we serve here is popular, you know. That's why, the overall sales won't change a lot even if the honey goods disappear, but there will be some sad customers, particularly children. Well, it wouldn't be a problem if the issue with the honey was resolved, right? I understand. I will go to the Commerce Guild after I eat this. I put the pancake on my fork inside my mouth. I always leave everything regarding the shop to you, Terumi-san, so I should do owner-like things sometimes. Well, I had continued to live like a neet ever since I came back from Mirira. I should do some work sometimes, or I would become a bad example for the younger children. I had to preserve my pride as an adult. That's why I went to the Commerce Guild after I finished eating my pancake. As expected, bears are indeed a honey story material. Chapter 105, Bear-san becomes a rank C adventurer. Bear-san becomes a rank C adventurer. I went to the Commerce Guild, which I hadn't been to for a while. I took a quick look around for Mylene-san, who was always slacking off, but the guild master wasn't sitting at the reception desk. It was possible that I wouldn't be able to see that scene for some time. I felt sad when I thought about that, but for the employees, it was probably something to be happy about. As I was thinking about which reception desk I should go to, since she wasn't here, I noticed Rihanna, who had taken care of me when I bought the plots of lands, so I decided to go to hers. Yuna-san, welcome. What business might you have here today? Is there any problem with the land you bought the other day? That's not it. I have no problems with it. On the contrary, I was thinking if it was really okay for you to sell it to me that cheaply. No problem, I heard the story about Mirira from the guild master the other day. Keeping that in mind, the land was a cheap price to pay. You will have a commerce rank of S in the future. She said something huge. I heard that rank S was for the major merchants, like the ones in the capital. I didn't think that I would ever become one of those, and I didn't even want to. Rank S is just a dream. When I said that, Rihanna got closer to me and whispered. No, it's not a dream. In the last meeting, I heard that it has been decided that a part of the tunnel fee will be put on Yuna-san's card. If that happens, I think it will make up quite a sum. That's why, you will definitely become one in a few years. Wait, they are talking about that in the meetings. Rihanna placed her finger on her mouth to signal me to lower my voice. Don't worry, Yuna-san, only a few people, such as the person in charge of finances and the direct subordinates of the guild master, know about it. Mylene-san is the guild master, right? Aren't all of you her subordinates? That's not a good way of putting it. Some people can substitute for the guild master. They take over her tasks when she isn't here. That means you, Rihanna, are a substitute. I'm not that important. I'm just your receptionist when she isn't here. What was with that? Her being my personal receptionist. I believe it's because I was in charge of you when you were buying the plots of land. That's why, please call for me when the guild master isn't here, okay? If I am unable to help you, I will relay everything to the guild master. Rihanna bowed, so I ended up bowing as well. Still, why would my guild rank go up when I receive the tunnel fee? The rank will go up because the profits made with the fee are taxed. In other words, it was like I was running a business with the tunnel. Commerce rank. There didn't seem to be any benefits from ranking up, though. So, Yuna-san, why did you come here today? I had almost forgotten. I asked Rihanna about the honey problem. It seems that obtaining honey has become hard recently, so the prices were suddenly raised. Do you know the reason? About that, It seems monsters appeared around the bee tree. The bee tree. I must have misheard that, right? It's a beehive, right? Monsters appeared at the beehive. Yuna-san, it's not a beehive, it's the bee tree. It seemed that I had not heard it wrong. What's a bee tree? A monster appeared at this bee tree. Yes, that's the information we received. By the way, what's a bee tree? Yuna-san, you don't know? Yes, this is the first time I have heard about it. The bee trees are trees where the bees that collect nectar make their nests. They're giant trees, where several tens of thousands, or hundreds of thousands of bees crowd together, and the whole giant tree becomes a beehive. Hundreds of thousands of bees sounds really gross, though. Isn't it dangerous to pick honey with so many bees around? The bees are docile, so there aren't any problems if you don't attack them first. Also, the people who go to gather it are experts, so there's no danger. So, there were specialists who gathered the honey. Well, we had those in Japan as well, though. So, do we know what kind of monsters appeared? If they were weak, I would promptly kill them. Someone who went to gather the honey said that it was a goblin herd. He saw them swarming the bee tree. We already sent a request to the Adventurers Guild, so I think that it will be resolved soon. If it was just goblins, the adventurer should be able to defeat them, so I didn't think I would have to act. Thanks. I will go to the Adventurers Guild to see what's happening. I thanked Rihanna and left the Commerce Guild to head to the Adventurers Guild. I saw less adventurers than normal when I entered. The adventurers who saw me took a step back for some reason. I wouldn't do anything, you know. I wasn't scary, okay. While thinking like that, I approached Helen-san at the reception desk. Yuna-san, what is it? What is it? If you asked any adventurer why they came to the Adventurers Guild, they would be troubled. Well, I haven't really been coming here recently, though. I have something to ask, you see. Something to ask, is it? Before that, Yuna-san, can I have your guild card please? Guildmaster told me to rank you up when you came. Rank up? Yes. Cliff-sama came here just yesterday and talked about you with our guildmaster. I don't know exactly what they were talking about, but the guildmaster told me to rank you up while holding his head. Was it possible that they had talked about the Kraken? It made sense if that was the case. The Kraken was a request with a rank that had not yet been decided, so I couldn't accept it. That was why it had been put on hold. Also, I have a message from the guildmaster. Choose the rank you want. Yuna-san, what the hell did you do? He said you could even choose to be rank A. Did he hear about what had happened in the capital as well? What do you mean? If Yuna-san wants to become rank A, then you will become one. By the way, you can't choose rank S, okay? You can become rank S only if you have the recommendation of multiple guild masters, after all. I don't mind keeping the rank I have now. I have an additional message from the guild master. If you don't rank up, my reputation will go down, so you have to rank up. Then I guess I will have you raise my rank by 1. I was rank D, if I remembered correctly. Is that okay? You could become rank A, you know. It's not something you can become just by saying it, you know. Nobody would believe me if I told them I was rank A, right? That's why a decent rank is enough. I understand. I will raise Yuna-san's rank by 1 level, and bring it up to rank C. She operated the crystal and raised my rank on the guild card. Becoming rank C in just a few months is really incredible, but really, what did you do? You could even become a rank A. Well, I don't really know myself. Helen-san looked at me dubiously. She might find out about the Kraken soon, but there was no way I would tell her about the 10,000 monsters at the capital. More importantly, I came here to ask you something. I understand. Please tell me next time, okay? So, what do you want to ask me? Regarding the honey incident, I have heard that monsters appeared at the bee tree. I was wondering how the request was going. Honey, you say? We are selling honey products at our shop, but we are troubled by the sudden rise in honey prices. Please wait for a minute. Helen-san operated the crystal. A party accepted the request the other day. They haven't completed it yet, though. Are those adventurers all right? Yes, I think they should be. The request is goblin extermination. If there are only 50 goblins, they should be able to complete it without problems. It was okay then. I didn't know exactly when it would happen, but the honey prices should be back to normal in a few days. Ah, it seems that those adventurers are back. Helen-san looked towards the entrance. A party of 5 people entered. They looked strange, though. From their expressions, it didn't look like they had completed the mission. Yet, they also didn't seem to have any injuries from failing. The adventurers approached the reception desk and shouted. Hey! It was different from what was written in the request. The girl working at the reception was shocked. What was the request? The men began to speak. When they arrived at the place where there should have been a goblin herd, they came across a herd of orcs. The adventurers came back without fighting when they saw that. A herd of orcs, huh? There was a big gap between a goblin's and an orc's strength. They had no choice but to flee without fighting. The adventurers wanted to cancel the request. Is the request be treated as a failure, then? We will put that on hold. If the next party that accepts the request finds orcs, it won't be treated as a failure. There was a mistake in the contents of the request, after all. The adventurers were still complaining when they left the guild. Just like that, there was no one who accepted the honey request. In that case, we wouldn't be able to procure it. Is it okay if I accept this request? I don't mind if it is Unisan, but do you plan on going alone? I don't think I have to worry about you, who can kill a black viper, but you are still a girl, so don't push yourself too hard, okay? Thank you. I will take care. I thanked her obediently. I will process this now, so please wait a moment. I pulled out my guild card again and she registered the request. I asked her for the location of the bee tree and where the party saw the orcs, then left the Adventurers Guild. Chapter 106, Bear-san goes to the bee tree. Bear-san goes to the bee tree. I arrived at the forest where the bee tree was located by riding Swaying Bear. According to Helen-san's story, the tree was at the center of the forest, and I would understand which tree it was when I saw it. She said that the view was breathtaking. What did she mean? I thought that a giant beehive was something more revolting than beautiful, though. I used detection magic to confirm where the monsters were before I entered the forest. There were about 15 orcs. There were also goblin reactions a bit further ahead. It seemed that neither information was false. I headed towards the orcs, because I thought that was where the bee tree would be. I rode Swaying Bear without hesitation. After I had advanced for a while, flower petals started to dance in the air around me. I continued to move forward, and when I left the forest, I was greeted by a colorful field of flowers. The spectacle was so beautiful that I nearly forgot to breathe. Flowers that were red, blue, yellow, orange, and many other colors were blooming all around me. The field expanded endlessly. The flowers were spread out everywhere. It was a scene I couldn't have believed could be found inside a forest. A giant tree was standing in the middle of this scenery. Was that the bee tree? It's huge. Still, there were things destroying this beautiful landscape. The orcs were eating honey, and their ugly faces were dripping with drool. Those bastards, how dare they eat my honey? When I thought about killing them and leaving the forest, goblins rushed out from my right. They continued to run towards the orcs. The goblins, holding wooden poles and knives picked up from an unknown location, attacked the orcs. Was it possibly a turf war? Well, since I had seen both groups with my detection magic, I had intended to kill them all, so this was great, and less trouble for me. There were many more goblins than orcs, but the difference in power was too large. Goblins died after receiving just one heavy blow from an orc. Still, with their numbers, many goblins could attack one orc together. The battle was surprisingly even. I thought of attacking when it was clear who would win, so I decided to wait and see, but I had to drop that idea after a few seconds. The orcs and goblins were crushing the flowers while they fought. The place where I could get honey was at this rate, all flowers in the area would be crushed by the time the battle ended. As I got ready to act, Swaying Bear stopped me. Two black shapes rushed out from the forest on my left. The black bodies were heading straight towards the orcs and goblins. They were, without a doubt, bears. Yes, the two figures that entered the fray were bears. A big bear and a small one. The bears attacked the goblins and the orcs, who both hesitated after their attack. The goblins, who couldn't continue to fight after the number of enemies increased, ran away. When the orcs saw that the goblins had ran away, they changed their targets and started a new battle. There were 15 orcs and 2 bears. The difference in number was too big. When a bear attacked one orc, there was another orc that attacked the bear from the side. The orcs attacked the bears with clubs, and the bears, who couldn't defend themselves, were taking hits. I didn't really want to save the bears, but they were surrounded by the orcs. What should I do? In other words, there was a 3-way battle for the honey. I didn't know who was the first one here, though. Well, I thought it was okay for me to kill the orcs, the goblins, and the bears. I was a bit reluctant to kill bears, though. Not to mention, there was no way I could kill them. It would be like killing Swaying Bear and hugging Bear's friends. As I was thinking about what to do, the bears' situation became more and more dire. They weren't losing, though. They knocked down the orcs in front of them and killed them by biting their necks. Those bears were strong. If it were one-on-one battles, they wouldn't lose to those orcs. There were a lot of enemies, though. The second the bears wanted to change targets, their movements became dull. A red orc appeared by the giant tree. It was an orc subspecies, an orc of a different color that also appeared in the game. They were several times stronger than the normal orcs, in regards to their offensive abilities and durability. One of the bears attacked the red orc, but he was struck down by the club the orc was holding. If the club had been a sword, it would have been a fatal strike. That still didn't mean the bears weren't in a dangerous situation. The second bear rammed into the orc, but the red orc didn't even budge. The red orc wanted to strike it down, right there, but at that moment, I started to move. I fired a long-distance water bullet, like a sniper. The water bullet hit the red orc, and the orc staggered. The bear that was struck down shakily ran away into the forest. The other bear chased after it. The red orc that was left standing there alone didn't notice that the attack came from me. He attacked a fellow orc with his club, as if he was venting his anger. The orc that was hit was pulverized. It wasn't something that made me feel comfortable, so I left, riding Swaying Bear. Was the bear okay? It had been struck by that club. It was strong enough to obliterate an orc. I became worried. We reached the two bears without me needing to tell Swaying Bear where to go. No, to be more accurate, there were 4 of them. If they were a family, it meant that they were a married couple, right? The big one was Papa Bear, and the little one was Mama Bear. One of the adult bears was collapsed on the ground, and the second one was looking at us and started to intimidate us. Swaying Bear let me down and went towards the bears. Could he communicate with them? As I was thinking about that, the two parties were nodding, and it looked they had reached a mutual understanding. What did they talk about? Swaying Bear came back and used his nose to push my body towards the collapsed bear. Do you want me to heal his injuries? Swaying Bear let out a small cry. It was Swaying Bear's request. I didn't want to refuse that. Also, I couldn't just leave an injured bear alone. I used healing magic on the collapsed bear. When I did, the bear got up slowly, and after the other bears saw that, they happily rubbed their bodies on Papa Bear. After seeing that, it wasn't possible for me to kill this bear family anymore, even if it meant that I couldn't get the honey. Swaying Bear entered the bear circle, and they seemed to have started some sort of conversation. Of course, because I couldn't speak bear language, I didn't understand any of it. Were the bears having a friendly conversation? Swaying Bear was the only outsider, and I would be troubled if he became timid again, so I summoned Hugging Bear as well. After I summoned Hugging Bear, he instantly entered the circle and joined the conversation. After a while, their conversation ended. Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear came back. They came to me while crying with cute voices, as if they wanted to request something. What? What's the matter? Do you want me to kill the red orc? They let out coo-un cries. It was okay for me to kill it, but the problem was what came after that. Even if I killed the monsters, I wouldn't be able to procure honey if the bears were there, right? The parent bears started moving again, leaving their children behind. Was it possible that they wanted to fight the red orc again? As I was thinking about what to do, Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear cuddled up to me. I understand. I will go and think about what to do afterwards. For now, we should just kill the red orc. Were they happy with my answer? Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear cried out happily. We went after the parent bears, and exited the forest where the bee tree and the flowers were. The orcs were encamped around the giant tree. The red orc was also amongst them. The parent bears were slowly approaching the orcs. The orcs noticed them, picked up their weapons, and looked toward us. When the red orc cried out so loudly that the cry resounded in my head. The orcs started to rush toward us. The bears stood their ground, ready to meet the enemies. The two of them seemed to want to have a go at it, but it was okay for me to just kill the orcs, right? I shoot a bear cutter and cut off the heads of the approaching orcs. When the red orc saw that, he roared with even a louder voice. Thanks to how loud it was, I unconsciously closed my eyes. The red orc and other orcs immediately started running. The parent bears, Hugging Bear, and Swaying Bear also started to move. Ah, are you two leaving me? It seemed that they didn't plan to quit being my guards, though. Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear properly dealt with the orcs that came towards me. The problem was the target that the red orc was headed towards. He headed for Papa Bear. He struck at Papa Bear with his club. From the side, Mama Bear started to run in order to tackle the orc. It turned into a free-for-all fight, so I couldn't use my magic. Papa Bear managed to dodge the club. The red orc's club scattered the flowers and was stuck in the ground. Mama Bear attacked the red orc from the side. She slammed into him, but the red orc didn't budge at all. The red orc raised his club once again. Papa Bear rushed in to attack, since the target of the club was Mama Bear. Before Papa Bear could attack, the club had already struck Mama Bear's back. Mama Bear cried out and collapsed. At that instant, the Papa Bear attacked the red orc. The red orc used the club to hit Papa Bear from below, on his flank. Poochie poochie. The parent bears both collapsed at the red orc's feet, crying. The red orc tried to deal a finishing blow with his club while drooling. I moved the moment he raised his club. I hammered a bear punch into the red orc's side. The orc rolled on the ground, crushing the flowers. It had been a long time since I last snapped like this. My mood turned bad when I saw the bears getting hit. If a bear attacked a human, I would fight them. Bears were fierce, and they ate meat. Still, I wanted to protect these bears right now. It was possible that they would attack humans in the future, but right now, I wanted to protect them. I didn't know what would happen in the future. At the moment though, I was excessively driven by the urge to kill this red orc. The red orc got up and looked towards me. I would fight in place of the bears. I would make him feel the same pain the bears felt. I took one step towards the red orc. The red orc swung his club towards me. If you want to have a battle of strength, I will accept it. I caught the club with the white bear hand. There wasn't much of a shock. I was able to stop it easily. This is for Mama Bear. I drove a black bear Kuma punch into his unprotected flank, and he lost his grip on the club because of the pain. The club was trapped in the white bear's mouth. I then placed it in the black bear's mouth. The red orc managed to regain his posture and glared at me for the first time. He wasn't looking at me as food, but as an enemy. It was too late to look at me like that now. I will show you who's above you. You will be dead by the time you learn that. I raised the club over my head and struck the red orc with it. The red orc tried to catch the club like I had. Do you think you can do the same thing as me? I pulverized the red orc's arm. This is for Papa Bear. The red orc let out a soundless cry. You have done this to others a countless number of times. The red orc turned around and tried to flee. There's no way I will let you flee. I made a wall using earth magic, and the path to escape was closed off. The red orc finally looked at me with the eyes full of fear. The red orc had no more will to fight. In the end, I cut off his head, and the battle was over. When I turned around, Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear had almost finished the orc extermination. I approached the collapsed bears and healed them. There was absolutely no way I could kill these bears now. The bears got up and rubbed their bodies on me, maybe to show their gratitude. Hey, please don't attack the humans who come to pick up honey, okay? I asked, even though I knew the words wouldn't come across. I had never wanted to understand a bear's words as much as I did today. I had no other option but to move the bears to a safe place, huh? When I was thinking about that, Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear approached the parent bears and started their conversation. The bears turned around and started to push me towards the bee tree. Are you asking me to go and fetch honey? Swaying Bear answered the question for them. I approached the bee tree. The bees flying around the tree didn't attack me. I took a pot out of the bear box and carefully collected honey. With honey, bears appear. Chapter 107, Bear-san is troubled about what to do with the bears. Bear-san is troubled about what to do with the bears. The bee tree had a beehive around the base of the trunk. I removed my bare hand and stuck a finger inside, which caused the honey to flow. I ate the honey on my finger, and it was sweet and delicious. When I looked up, I saw countless beehives within the tree branch and was a bit terrified, but the bees continued to just fly around, seemingly uninterested in attacking. While I was collecting honey, the two cubs came out of the forest on their little legs and approached us. I thought they were going to walk to their parents while avoiding the dead orcs, but they ignored their parents and continued forward, arrived at the bee tree, and started eating the honey. Cubs, if you do that, your parents will feel sad. They were really adorable when they were eating honey, though. After I had collected plenty of honey in my pot, I placed it inside the bear box and said goodbye to the bears. Thanks a lot. Still, you have those children, so you shouldn't do such dangerous things. They wouldn't understand my words, but I still wanted to convey my feelings. The parent bears responded with a coo-en. Did they understand me? The cubs stopped eating. Were they full? When their parents saw that, they let out a small cry and started to move. It seemed that they were planning on returning to forest. Their cubs followed them. After I said goodbye to the bears, I collected the orc corpses. I also didn't forget to clean out the goblins that had fled before I left the forest. I was about to return to the town, but I was troubled over what to report. I didn't kill the bear family in this request. The request was just to kill the orcs and goblins. The bears weren't included in the request. Still, I should report the bears, just in case. I was hesitating on how to do it, though. I would be troubled if they posted a request to kill them when I reported it. Was there no other way besides moving the bears to a place where no people went to? I left the forest while thinking of a solution, but sadly, I arrived at the town without finding an answer. The sun was already setting when I arrived. I entered the town, and as I walked towards the Adventurers Guild, I saw Helen-san waving and coming towards me. Yuna-san, welcome back. Have you already finished the request? I finished it, but what are you doing, Helen-san? I finished my job as well, so I'm going home now. So, you're looking really depressed. Did something happen? I killed the orcs and goblins, but there's indeed one troublesome thing that had happened. So, something did happen. If you have any troubles, I will hear you out. I don't know how much I can help, but do tell in case I can do something. I have been in your care after all, Yuna-san. I didn't know if telling Helen-san, an employee of the guild, was a good thing, but I didn't find a solution, so I decided to tell her everything. Bears, you say? I don't want to kill them, you see. They didn't do anything bad either. There's no helping that. To Yuna-san, killing bears must be like killing yourself, right? It wasn't something so exaggerated. Still, bears in the forest, you say? If I remember correctly, Rem-san, who gathers the honey, spoke of bears some days ago, as well. Do you think they are the same bears? Rem-san. The men who takes care of the bee tree. Yuna-san, didn't you see the blooming flowers? Yes, they were beautiful. Rem-san also takes care of those flowers. He takes care of the flowers around the bee tree and gathers honey. People took care of those flowers, huh? Was that the reason that those flowers were blooming so beautifully? So that was how they collected honey in this world, huh? Still, don't other people just steal the honey? They could simply take all the honey they ever wanted. That's not a problem. Nobody goes there to gather it personally. It's not certain that the bees won't attack you when you take the honey, so nobody wants to take that risk. The few people who actually go there don't do much harm. She was right. The amount of honey I had taken was insignificant. Also, the bee tree is under the protection of Cliff-sama. You need his permission to sell the honey, so even if you stole it, you wouldn't be able to sell it. The bee tree belongs to Cliff. It's the same in every other town. Normally, since the bee tree is considered a precious object, it falls upon the town's feudal lord to take care of it. It is no different in our town. Rem-san has been put in charge of the bee tree. So, this Rem-san knows about the bears. I overheard him talking about bears once. Do you remember the details? I'm sorry. I wasn't the one he was talking to, so if it bothers you, do you want to go and see him? Helen-san, you're already done for the day, right? I don't mind. It would be best to talk about the request with Rem-san as fast as possible, right? I accepted Helen-san's goodwill, and we went to see Rem-san, the man who was taking care of the bee tree. Helen-san brought me to a place with a honey signboard, a honey shop. It seemed that the shop was closed, though. Rem-san. Helen-san knocked on the door. Are you home? A man in his 40s opened the door. Who is it? If it's about honey, I won't be able to sell it cheaply, you know. Good evening, Rem-san. You, if I remember correctly, you're the one from Adventurers Guild. Helen. I came to talk about the honey issue. I already heard about it. Apparently, it wasn't goblins, but orcs that appeared, right? Even though I saw goblins. The request was already completed by the adventurer Unisan today. Rem-san looked my way. The miss from the bear's rest killed them. You know about me. Yeah, Terumi-san told me about you. You are the owner of the Bear-san's relaxing shop, right? It wasn't strange if he knew me, since Terumi-san bought honey from his shop. Also, there isn't anyone in this town who doesn't know about you, Miss. What was he saying? The way he put it, made it seem as if everybody in the town knew about me, but... Helen-san was nodding by my side. Why are you nodding? So, I wanted to talk about some things, but is it okay? Yeah, of course. Come inside. He opened the door and let us in. When we entered, there was no merchandise lined up on the shelves. Was it because he couldn't obtain honey? We went further in, into a room with a table and chairs, which seemed to be the employee resting area. Please take a seat. So, is it true that you killed those monsters? I did, but there's one problem. What? Did more monsters appear? Rem-san stopped smiling in an instant, and he became sad. No, there aren't any monsters. You know about the bears near the bee tree, right? Bears? Ah, that bear, You know about them. Of course. For the people who gather honey, that bear is a livesaver, after all. TL note, bear because lifesaver in Japanese is normally written with the kanji person, but is written with bear here. A life-saving bear. He saved me when I was attacked by goblins. Not just once or twice. He also saved some of our employees. Is it possible that you saw him? He rose from his chair and leaned towards me across the table. It was an unexpected reaction. I see. So he was alive. You said there were goblins and orcs, right? I was worried that he was killed. I see. He's alive, huh? What a relief. This uncle really seems glad. He fought the goblins and orcs to protect the bee tree, you know. Really? Is he all right? He asked, worried. Including the cubs, all 4 of them are okay. Cubs. They were born. I have to tell this to the others. He was talking about the bears really happily. I also become happy when I saw his expression. It seemed that my fear for the bears was unnecessary. Is it possible that you came here because you were worried about the bears? The request was about killing the goblins and the orcs, and I came back without killing the bears, so... I see. I'm sorry you had come just for that. Those bears pose no problems or danger. On the contrary, their presence is of great help to us. Then there's no problem if those bears stay in the forest, right? Yeah, of course. Since those bears kill the monsters, we can gather honey without fear. In return, when the bears are eating honey, we won't bother them. To sum everything up, Rem-san was taking care of the flowers for the bees, and the bees gave him honey. The bears killed the monsters, and in return, they got some honey. Rem-san, does Cliff-sama know about this? Helen-san, who was listening to our conversation, asked something she was wondering about. No, I didn't tell him. I thought he would request someone to kill them if I did. You should tell him about them. Rem-san hesitated. Bears were normally violent, and nobody would want to keep them alive. If he was told that the adventurers would exterminate them, the bears' help would disappear. You can use my name. Cliff still owes me, so I think he will hear you out. Yuna-san. Saying that Cliff-sama owes you, or even just talking about him without honorifics is just, are you aware of what an unbelievable thing you just said? Helen-san said, looking upset. She was right. It was common sense that it wasn't okay to talk about nobles without honorifics. However, ever since the issue with the orphanage, he had already become Cliff in my mind. Changing it now would be strange. Also, the person himself didn't say anything about it. No problem. If he still says that he wants to get rid of them, just tell me. I will do something about the bears. I couldn't think of something now, but if the worst-case scenario came, and Cliff gave the order to kill them, I would have to move them out of that forest. I will gratefully use Mrs. name then. Still, if you care dearly for those bears, properly talk about them with Cliff. I won't care if they were killed because you were sloppy. Helen-san gave a warning, and she was right. If I knew about it beforehand, I wouldn't have worried so much. Yuri right. I'm sorry about that. Also, miss, thank you again for protecting the bee tree and the bears. It's my job, so don't worry about it. If this bear family can live in peace, I have nothing to worry about. Yeah, we will watch over them with care. If something happens to them, please tell me. I will rush over. I will count on you then. Rem-san happily bowed. Chapter 108, Bear-san becomes a picture book author. Bear-san becomes a picture book author. Yuna-chan, how come your trip to the Commerce Guild ended up with you subjugating monsters? Terumi-san asked me while I was eating honey-soaked pancakes. I just went with the flow. Terumi-san sighed and put on an exasperated expression. Thank you, though. I didn't want to stop selling honey-related goods since they are popular, so you really saved us. The children will be happy as well. I'm happy that I was able to do something owner-like. Yuri always owner-like, Yuna-chan. Morin-san, the orphans, and I are all very thankful to you. I received Terumi-san's gratitude, and then ordered pancakes and each type of popular bread. What will you do with all this food? I will go out for a bit, so I will take it as a souvenir. I understand. I will forward it to the kitchen then. What about you, Terumi-san? Rem-san isn't here, so I will go to his place. I want to talk to him about the price of honey. Terumi-san called out to the kitchen, then left the shop. After some time passed, the children brought the bread to me. After receiving them, I went back to the bear house and used the bear transfer gate to go to the capital. I left the bear house in the capital and headed towards my destination, the castle. There were more gazes looking my way compared to Crimonia. Thinking about it now, I did feel that Crimonia had become easier to live in. When I arrived at the castle gates, before I even showed my guild card, a guard said please come in. And let me through. I thought that it was bad for the security to be this lax, but I had no reason to complain, since the troublesome check was skipped. The only thing that concerned me was that one of the guards ran off after he saw me. It was clearly for that reason, right? I let out a small sigh of giving up before I headed towards my destination. I went through the passage I had taken a number of times before. The number of people greeting me in the castle had increased recently. The number of surprised faces had decreased compared to outside of the castle, though. Did that mean that the bear suit had been accepted inside the castle? When I arrived at my destination, I knocked on the door of a room. A girl's voice answered from inside. I'm the adventurer Yuna. The door opened after I responded. The person who came out was the caretaker, Unju-san. She was a woman in the first half of her 20s. Oh my, if it isn't Yuna-sama. Welcome. Is Princess Flora here? Yes, she is. She opened the door and let me through. Princess Flora rushed over when she saw me. Princess Flora, are you well? Yes, I am. Unju-san, I brought lunch, but is it okay? Yes, there's no problem. I will tell the head chef. Could you please apologize to the head chef for me? The head chef was normally the one in charge of preparing lunch for the royal family, including Princess Flora, of course. I was being a nuisance to the head chef, so I had to apologize. I understand. I don't think he will be too angry though, especially since you gave him that recipe. I hope that's the case. Give this to the head chef then. It's our new bread product. Okay, I understood. I will go talk to the head chef then. I leave Flora-sama in your hands. She bowed and left the room. Flora-sama, are you hungry? Yes, I am. It's a little early, but we should have lunch. I lined up the bread on the table. They smelled delicious, since they were freshly baked. Wow, they all seemed delicious. Flora-sama was looking at the bread with sparkling eyes. I can eat whichever one I want. You can eat whatever you like. There was a knock on the door while Flora-sama was hesitating about which to take, and the door was opened without waiting for a signal from the inside. The ones who entered were the usual people. The top of this country, the king, and Eleonora-san. The queen had also started coming recently. I knew it, the reason that the soldier by the gate had run off was to notify them. I'm coming in. Sorry for the intrusion. Yuna-chan, welcome. I was always thinking this, but was it really okay to leave your jobs? Still, I wouldn't retort like that. You brought something delicious looking again today. I know it is meaningless to ask, but why did you come here? That's because you came, of course. There's no other reason. The king and the queen replied. Is it okay for the king to eat something made by a commoner? It's too late to say that. If you were serious, you could easily take my head without needing to use poison, right? Still, a king should be wary at such moments, right? The king ate the bread I had brought without any caution. It's delicious. I brought it for Flora-sama, so please don't eat it selfishly. I'll have this one. Flora-sama took the bread covered in melted cheese. That one seems delicious as well. Fasher, eat. TL, her mouth is full, so she's mispronouncing father. Flora-sama offered her bread to the king. No, it's okay, I will eat this one. I will eat that one next time. That meant I would have to bring it again, huh? Should I take this one then? The queen took an egg sandwich. Then I will take the same one. Eleonora-san took the egg sandwich, just like the queen had. There was another knock on the door while everyone was eating their chosen sandwiches, and Unju-san entered with drinks. For some reason, there was enough for everyone. Still, you really do some interesting things. I didn't know what he was talking about, so I questioningly tilted my head while chewing on my bread. I'm talking about the tunnel and Mirira. Cliff came the other day, looking tired, and made his report. He said while laughing. Is Cliff still in the capital? He went back to Crimonia this morning, since he has a huge amount of work to do. Eleonora-san answered my question. Being a feudal lord sure is difficult, huh? Yuri saying that as if it were someone else's problem, huh? I meant, it was someone else's problem. You will be the one responsible if Cliff collapses from overwork. Should I seal the tunnel then? As the king, I can't let you do that. Cliff has no choice but to do his best. If it's like that, I will have your highness take the responsibility, okay? I put a pancake in front of Flora-sama and dripped plenty of honey on it. Bear-san, what is this? A pancake. It's delicious, you know. Flora-sama grasped her fork with her little hand and ate the pancake. The adults were greedily looking at the pancake, so I brought some out for them as well. Flora-sama looked satisfied after she had finished eating, so I brought out the second present. Flora-sama, please take this. I gave her a book. The title of the book was Bear-san and the Little Girl, Part 2. Thank you. Flora-sama happily accepted it. The moment Flora-sama received it, Unju-san, who was restraining herself in the back, bent forward to take a peek. Unju-san. It's nothing. You said it was nothing, but you still seem to be interested. Is this picture book the continuation of the previous one? Yes, it is. It seemed that Flora-sama liked it, so I decided to write a sequel. You're really talented. You're a first-rate adventurer, you're also first-rate with magic, you make delicious food, and you can also write picture books. Writing is only a hobby, so my ability is nothing special. Yuna, I have a request for you. Is it okay for us to copy your picture books? A lot of people want to have them, you see. People from all over have asked about them. Selling them everywhere in the kingdom would be okay as well, if you would prefer that. Who wants them? There was only one copy of this picture book, so I really didn't think that so many people would learn of its existence. It's mostly the female castle workers who have children, but recently, even the male workers who have seen the picture book have started to ask about it as well. Unju-san's eyes were drawn to the picture book Princess Flora was holding, as if to prove her point. Yuna-chan's pictures stay on your mind for a while, right? That's why everyone wants the book. There were a lot of people who came to me to ask for this picture book as well. Why does everyone know about the picture book I gave to Flora-sama, though? That's because Flora always walks around while carrying it. When I looked at Flora-sama, I saw that she was happily reading the book. In that case, you are free to duplicate them. Unju-san, who was standing behind Flora-sama, seemed happy when she heard those words. Still, make them only for the people who want them, okay? Why? It would sell really well all over the country, you know. It would be embarrassing if my work was sold all over the country, you know. Why are you saying that now, when you always walk around in those embarrassing clothes? I knew it. These clothes really were embarrassing to wear, even in this different world. Everyone interacted with me normally recently, so I thought that they had accepted them. The clothes Yuna-chan wears are not embarrassing. They're cute. Eleonora-san followed up. I want Bear-san's clothes as well. If she really wanted it, I could bring some clothes from the shop, but the faces of the king and the queen contrasted with each other. The king had a bitter face, while the queen seemed happy. Should I just give it to her so she could harass the king? I understand. You will let me copy them, right? Yeah, that's okay. I will also ask you for 10 copies, please. That's okay, but why? If they really make people that happy, I'm thinking of giving some to the orphanage. I can understand that. Eleonora, I am counting on you. I will do it at once. It had been decided that my work would be sold as an area-limited product, Castle Edition. Chapter 109, Eleonora pushes a request onto Bear-san. Eleonora pushes a request onto Bear-san. Yuna-chan, I also have a request for you. Eleonora-san suddenly spoke up after the talk about the picture books was finished. Yuna-chan, you're free, right? Eleonora-san asked with a smile that seemed to carry a hidden meaning behind it. It wouldn't be a normal request when she asked me with such a smile. Saying that I was free straight to my face, there was a limit to how rude could she be. That left me with only one response. Sorry, I'm busy. It's not good to lie like this. Cliff complained to me that you seem to be totally free, you know. I'm an adventurer, so I have to work, I own a shop, and also help the orphanage, so. Oh, is that so? Could you show me your guild card then, so I can see which requests you did? I also heard that you let other people manage the shop and the orphanage, but only Cliff could give her all of that information. A married couple should be talking about their own daughters, not me. So, about this request. I didn't accept it, though. Even though I knew it was futile, I tried to resist. Can you at least listen? Yuna-chan, I would like you to escort some academy students. Escort some students. The students will undergo practical training soon. I say practical training, but it really isn't anything major. They just go to a nearby village and back. That's all. I thought it would be a pain, since it was Eleonora-san's request, but it ended up being something simple. Yes, that's all. I want you to escort them. I tried requesting help from the Adventurers Guild, but due to certain circumstances, I wasn't able to assemble the adventurers. All of the students are from respectable families, so I need their guards to be strong. Then don't make them do something that puts them in danger. Only the best students will participate, so they know some self-defense. Yuna-chan, I need you to be there, just in case something bad happens. They don't have any experience. This practical training is for them to learn about the dangers outside, to not make rash decisions, and the importance of guards. The king explained Eleonora-san's words. They need to learn all the difficulties that the trip offers, the management of the horses, the terrible camping at night, the fear of monsters, the trust in comrades, and the reliance on the guards. They undergo this practical training to learn at least a bit about those things. I understand that, but that job is under the Academy's jurisdiction, right? Why is Eleonora-san assembling adventurers? Ah, that's because I'm doing some odd jobs for the Academy. Again with the odd jobs. She said something about doing odd jobs for the castle a while back as well. Just who was she, really? I get what you're saying, but you still have a few days left to find someone, right? It doesn't really have to be me. I would like to gather the people soon, and there aren't many people suitable to be the students' guards, you know. They must have the strength, the time, and the patience to take the abusive language of those kids from the noble families. In the past, some of the children said abusive things to their escort, so the adventurer got mad and decided to abandon them halfway. What happened to those students? One was killed by monsters, one was gravely injured, and 2 others were traumatized. I'm no good then. If I took abusive language, I would beat them close to death and throw them into a goblin's nest. It seemed like children from noble families were in the group, so if there were children like that guy who took the money meant for the orphanage, I would abandon them without a second thought. I didn't think I would save them. You can beat them close to death, but my daughter is also inside the group, so don't throw them into a goblin's nest. Shia will be there as well. Yes, she will participate in the training this time around. She is more or less the child of a noble, after all. People at the top have to learn and experience a lot of things. If Shia is participating, that means that the students will be of my age or older, right? Will they accept me as their guard? I had completely forgotten to mind the ages of the people I would have to guard. They were students, so normally, the youngest should be 12 and the oldest should be 18. Would the students, who considered themselves to be at the top of their generation, accept me as their guard, even though I was of the same age as them? Moreover, I was shorter than other people of my age. I will just order them to keep silent about it. I believe Eleonora telling them off will be sufficient, but if you want, should I also say something to them? The king said something really dangerous. If the king himself came to a classroom, that would be the same as the prime minister coming to a classroom in Japan, right? He wasn't somebody they could refuse. Ah, that seems interesting. Should I take part as well? Even the queen ended up saying such crazy things. I will also say it. Since the parents were saying such things, even Flora-sama was trying to imitate them. I will properly submit it as an Adventurer Guild's request, so you will receive a reward as well. I wasn't really in need of money. Also, any place with nobles sounded troublesome. You don't necessarily need the guards to be adventurers, right? You have knights and magicians in the castle, don't you? You just have to make them do it. We have a lot of knights and magicians who listen to orders, but if we just order them, students won't see their real thoughts or actions, so they're no good. We want them to go with the adventurers, who are of lower social status than them, and see how the adventurers think and act. The more I heard, the more troublesome I thought it was. That's why, Yuna-chan, please do this for me. I will properly pay you. It seems troublesome, so I refuse. Since I didn't agree, Eleonora-san brought out another condition. Then how about me owing you one? It may be strange for me to say this myself, but there's nobody I'm indebted to. A debt from Eleonora-san, huh? That seemed interesting, but I didn't have anything to request. Me owing you one is more valuable than having Cliff owe you one, you know. More valuable than a debt from Cliff, who was a feudal lord. I really wanted to ask who the heck Eleonora-san was. I understand. But, just this time, okay. It could be interesting to use this debt to ask who Eleonora-san was. So, what will my tasks be? As I said before, you will guard the students. I also want you to report their actions. Report their actions. For example, you just have to report things like if my daughter didn't take part in the camp preparations, if she went to kill a monster alone, or if she didn't follow your orders. In short, I was some sort of an examiner. Also, Yuna-chan, if someone says anything abusive to you, please report that as well. We will deduct points for that. What should I do when a monster appears? You just have to essentially watch over them, and save them if it seems dangerous. How many monsters can the students cope with? Is 100 goblins still okay? Yuna-chan, only you're okay with that many goblins. They can only take on one. Was it like that? It was a bit late to say this now, but the bear equipment really was overpowered. After this exchange, Eleonora-san explained the details of the practical training to me. At some point during this, the king and the queen left. Flora-sama kept reading her book in silence, and Unju-san prepared drinks for us. I just have to wait at my house on the appointed day, right? I will come and get you in the morning, since you won't be able to enter the academy wearing those clothes. When we finished talking, Eleonora-san borrowed the picture book Bear-san and the Little Girl, Part 1 from Flora-sama, and left the room. Eleonora-san's job really consisted of many odd tasks. She was really close to the king though, so I really didn't understand who she was. I also decided to leave and said goodbye to Flora-sama. Bear-san, thank you. She was embracing her new picture book with care. I am happy that it pleases you. Unju-san, I will be leaving as well. I'm grateful for what you did for Flora-sama today. Unju-san bowed. Also, Yuna-sama, thank you very much for letting us copy the picture books. I knew it, Unju-san, you wanted it too. She had glanced at Flora-sama's book a lot, so it was totally obvious. Yes, the drawings are really cute, so when Flora-sama showed it to me, I wanted to show it to my daughter as well. You have a daughter, huh? How old is she? Yes, she is of the same age as Flora-sama. That's one of the reasons why I became Flora-sama's attendant. Then, even though this isn't a picture book, give this to your daughter. I brought out a pudding and a popular type of bread. Is this really okay? Cool the pudding before she eats it, okay? The bread should be good as it is, I think. I left the castle and decided to shop for a bit in the capital before going back to Crimonia. I knew it, there really were a lot of gazes looking my way in the capital. Chapter 110, Bear-san goes out with the sisters. Before Yuna does the escort mission, she goes to Mirira to retrieve various things. The day after I went to the capital, I went to the orphanage in order to find Fina. Fina and Shuri normally went to the orphanage early in the morning, with Terumi-san. They then did all sorts of things depending on what day it was, like help taking care of the eggs and going to the shop. The children were collecting eggs when I arrived at the chicken coop. They were rinsing the gathered eggs with water, putting them in the egg cases I had created using earth magic, and carrying them over to a table. Fina and Terumi-san were counting the eggs at the table. Good morning, everyone. Big Sis Bear, good morning. Good morning, Big Sis. They all answered me vigorously when I greeted them. It seemed that they were growing up to be good children. I was sure that was thanks to Headmistress and Liz. The children were all doing tasks they were capable of doing. They were also given new tasks after Headmistress and Liz saw what they were capable of. The children, who had lost their parents or were simply abandoned, had thought that no one wanted them, but now they were full of life and working. This really was the results of the Headmistress and Liz's efforts. As I was thinking that, Liz arrived. Good morning, Yuna-san. Good morning, Liz-san. Are the children behaving? They all good children, so there's no problem. They all know what they have to do if they want to fill their bellies, after all. Liz was definitely the one who had taught them that. Please tell me if you lack hands or need anything, okay? There's no need for that. Thanks to Yuna-chan, the children and I are really happy. If we were to ask for more, we would receive divine punishment. Liz-san was smiling, as if to prove her happiness. Don't say that. Also, properly tell me if you need anything. It would be terrible if something happened to the headmistress or you, after all. That wasn't an exaggeration. The thought of the two of them not being here anymore scared me. If I didn't tell them that firmly enough, I could see them pushing themselves. I forcefully conveyed my feelings to Liz-san, then headed to Terumi-san. Fina and Shuri were by her side, helping her. Yuna-chan, what happened? For you to come to the orphanage this early. Normally, the most I did in the mornings was going to the shop to eat my breakfast, and then sometimes going to the orphanage. I wanted to borrow Fina for something. Fina, who was counting the eggs and taking notes next to Terumi-san, was surprised. I wanted to go somewhere, but it would be lonely if I went by myself, so I was thinking of inviting you. Going somewhere. So, I came here to get Terumi-san's permission to borrow Fina. Fufu, that's okay, of course. When you are asking, Yuna-chan, I am always willing to lend her to you. She agreed with a smile. Then, I will gratefully borrow your noble daughter. I replied, smiling as well. Mom. Big Sis Yuna. Sis, you are so lucky. Shuri was looking at us with a dissatisfied face. Shuri will come with us, of course. I was feeling sorry for Shuri, since I was only taking Fina every time. There wouldn't be anything dangerous this time, so I had no issue taking her with us. Yuna-chan, is it really okay for Shuri to come too? It's okay. I will borrow them for 2 to 3 days, so it will be just you and Gens, alone. It was a good thing that they had gotten married, but they couldn't really be alone with Fina and Shuri around all the time. Terumi-san had taken care of me for a long time, so I had to return some favors, or they would just keep accumulating. Yuna-chan. Terumi-san's face became a bit red, and she lowered her head to hide her face. So, big sis Yuna, where are we going? You two have never seen the sea, right? We haven't. The two of them nodded. I have something to do at Mirira, you see. I want to collect something around there. It would be lonely to go and collect it alone, so I thought I would bring you two with me. We will be able to go to the sea. The sea. They both seem to be really happy. Are you really okay with taking care of them? I'm the one who asked, you know. You two don't cause any problems for Yuna-chan, okay? They both happily nodded. Workers secured. Well, even though I said workers, it really was lonely to go there alone, so I just wanted them to accompany me. So, how should we go to Mirira? As I was thinking about using the gate, even though Shuri was here. Big sis Yuna, are we taking the bears? Shuri asked with sparkling eyes. Do you want to ride the bears? She nodded shyly. I already showed her the bears, but we never took a stroll. We will take Bear Sands then. Shuri beamed with delight. I took the two of them and left the town. I summoned Hugging Bear and Swaying Bear when we passed through the gates. It's the Bear Sands. Shuri approached Swaying Bear with little steps and hugged him. Swaying Bear laid down on the ground and let Shuri do whatever she wanted. Shuri, we are going, so hurry up and get on. Fina pushed her little sisters back to get her on, and then got on herself. When both of them were on him, Swaying Bear got up slowly. Yua, so hi. Shuri seemed to be enjoying herself. Shuri, don't move around so wildly. Don't you feel sorry for Swaying Bear? I'm sorry, I will stop. Sorry, Swaying Bear. Shuri said while petting Swaying Bear. Looking at the two sisters with a good relationship made me feel warm inside. I got on Hugging Bear, and we departed towards Mirira. It was Shuri's first trip, so we took it slow. Shuri was very excited about her first bear ride. Fina, who was behind her, was doing her best to tell her to calm down. As time passed, Shuri calmed down and began to nod off. The backs of the bears were warm, like a high-class blanket, so with the monotonous swaying, it certainly made you feel sleepy. Fina, we will go a bit faster, okay? You wouldn't fall off even when you slept, but Fina still held Shuri tightly, so that she wouldn't fall off. Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear started to move faster. This is... Shuri looked around while rubbing her eyes. We will arrive at the tunnel shortly. Tunnel. I heard that someone created a big tunnel under the mountain, and that after you exit on the other side, you arrive at the sea. The sea? We're already at the sea. Shuri looked around. I think we're almost there. When we arrived near the tunnel, the forest in the area had been cut down. When I came here previously, I had to go through the forest to get to the tunnel, but now, the trees had been cut down and the ground was leveled. There was more than enough space for a carriage to go through. I had Hugging Bear slowly move forward and looked around. The ground had been leveled well, so had there been a magician involved. I was able to hear the sound of trees being cut far away. When I approached the tunnel, I saw a lot of people. Were they from Cremonia? Some people even waved at me when they saw me. The way Shuri waved back at them was really cute. When we arrived at the tunnel, the statues of Hugging Bear and Swaying Bear on the sides of the tunnel entrance really stood out. The land layout around the tunnel had advanced a lot. There were no more trees around, and some buildings had already been built. Were they staying there and doing their jobs? While I was looking at a building, a man came out of it. Huh? Bear Missy, why are you here? The man approached me. I have Cliff's permission, but is it okay for me to go through the tunnel? I would like to go to Mirira. Unlimited free passage through the tunnel had been added to my guild card. I had the bear gate, so I didn't think I would use it frequently, but I didn't have any reasons to refuse it, so I accepted. Yeah, Cliff-sama told me. We haven't finished installing the magic lines, so there are some dark places. I have magic, so it's okay, but what did Cliff tell you? I'm in charge of this place for now. I was told to let you, Bear Missy, go through when you come. We reached the tunnel entrance. The tunnel was lit up by the magic lines. Still, you're really incredible, Bear Missy. I thought that the story with the black viper was incredible, but this time, you even made a tunnel. You knew I made it. Do you think there's anyone in Crimonia who wouldn't figure it out after looking at these statues? He was pointing towards where the statues of Hugging Bear and Swaying Bear were standing. Even more so, when the proof is right in front of my eyes. The man was looking at Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear, who we were riding. It was a reasonable thing to say. Please don't scare the people inside when you go in. Anybody would be frightened if a bear suddenly appeared behind them, after all. He was right. If a bear suddenly appeared, anybody would be frightened. We entered the tunnel slowly, taking heed of his words. Inside the tunnel, the magic lines were glowing at regular intervals. Big Sis Yuna, as I expected, you're the one who made the tunnel, right? Well, I had a few reasons for why I needed to make a tunnel. Even though you needed it, I didn't think you could make it this easily. I was crushed by the common sense of a 10-year-old girl. Shuri was looking at the tunnel restlessly. Was it something new for her? The tunnel started to turn dark as we advanced on the bears. We slowed down and saw the people who were installing the magic lines. Who is it? One of the workers called out when he noticed us. A bear. No, it's the Bear Missy. Don't scare us like that. In a way, not knowing the person I saw, but them recognizing me was really a strange feeling. Was this how entertainers and celebrities felt? If you keep going from here, it will get dark, you know. No problem. I have magic, after all. I created a bear light. I see. However, please take care. I thanked him, Fina bowed, and Shuri waved, then, we parted ways with the workers. Shuri returned to Dreamworld. Had she gotten tired of the monotonous scenery? We sped up and headed for the tunnel exit. Soon, we could see a faint light in the distance. Fina, wake Shuri up when we get to the exit. You'll be able to see the sea just after we leave the tunnel. Fina woke Shuri up. It's the exit. It seems that we will be able to see the sea soon, so wake up. Shuri rubbed her eyes and looked ahead. Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear kept running, and we exited the tunnel. April Fool's version. Chapter 111, Bear-san, Workers Get. Bear-san, Workers Get. When we came out of the tunnel, the trees had been cut down, and we were able to see the blue sea in the distance. They had already finished cutting down the trees around the tunnel on this side, and there was a wide clearing. Only one building was standing in the clearing. That's the sea. Sea. They were both looking at the blue, faraway sea. The weather was good, and there were no clouds. It was great to have good weather. If the sky was pitch black, rain was coming down, the wind was blowing, and the waves were raging when you saw the sea for the first time, there was a chance you would be traumatized. As the three of us were looking at the calm sea, someone called out to me. Bear Missy. When I looked around for the person who had called out to me, a man came out of the building. I didn't remember him. I come from Mirira. I was shocked when I saw you coming out of the tunnel all of a sudden. It has been a while. I have only heard about you, so you don't have to worry about not recognizing me. So, why did you come here? I came to show the sea to these two children. Show them the sea, you say? Is it fun to see the sea? The feudal lord of Crimonia said that as well, but would people really come from far away to see the sea? I really can't understand. That's because you see it every day. It's a moving sight for people who have never seen it before. It seemed that the men still didn't understand it. You got tired of the sea if you looked at it every day, huh? Do you too like the sea? Yes, it's amazing. It's beautiful. I see. I feel like you are praising me when you say so, and that makes me happy. Thank you. We said goodbye to the men and slowly headed for the city. Fina and Shuri were continuously gazing at the sea from atop the bear. Should we take a detour? I made Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear walk along the beach. When we arrived at the sandy beach, Fina and Shuri got down from Swaying Bear and ran towards the sea. Is this all water? Yeah, it's salt water. Salt. The two of them slowly approached the water. Take care not to get wet, okay? Small waves rushed towards them. They went just far enough to touch the waves. It's cold. They licked the seawater on their hands. It's really salty. Sis, it's salty. They came back with their tongues sticking out, so I took some water out of the bear box for them to rinse out the bad taste. After drinking, they went back to the sea. The sun started to set while they were playing around, so I called them back. We should go to the city before it gets too late. The two came back after responding with an okay. We got on Hugging Bear and Swaying Bear, and headed to the city. Mirira was moving forward with the tunnel development, just like Crimonia on the other side. The forest to the city had been cut down, and the soil had been prepared. I saw mountains of wood stacked everywhere. Would they use this wood to make buildings? As we kept moving forward, I saw the wall that I recognized. Seeing the wall also meant that we inevitably started to see what was on the other side. Big Sis Una. Could that be your house? Fina asked when she saw the bear building. It's a big bear san. Shuri was delighted to see the bear house. You did well, figuring that out. When I praised her for figuring it out, she looked at me coldly. Big Sis Una, will we be staying at the bear house? That's a good idea, but there's an inn with really delicious food, so I plan on staying there tonight. We arrived at Mirira. I put Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear back in my bare hands and approached the guard. The guard was surprised for a second, but let us inside. As we were walking through the city, I was greeted from all sides. Big Sis Una, you're really popular. Sis Una, you're amazing. It was really embarrassing, so I picked up the pace to reach Daiga-san's place faster. When we entered the inn, it was empty as usual. The main road and the sea were now open, so it would be good if there were more people, though. Welcome. Will you be staying, Una-san? It's been a while. Anzu, who was on the first floor of the inn, was very surprised when she saw me. Una-san, why are you here? To show the sea to these girls, and to get my hands on an ingredient I wanted. I presented the two, who were behind me. I'm Fina. I'm Shuri. The two of them gave a small bow. They really cute children. We came to stay here, but is it really okay? Una-san, I think you already know this, but there are a lot of people who came from Crimonia to help with the development of the tunnel area. That's why there are no free rooms. I wanted to do something for you, Una-san, who helped us so much though. I thought the inn was empty, but they were just out doing their jobs at the moment. Una-san, even if you don't stop by our place, you have the bear residence, right? I wanted these two children to taste Daiga-san's cuisine. Then, even though it's just a meal, please eat here. I will call my father. It was a little early for dinner, but I had no problem with eating now. You too, it's a little early, but do you want to eat? I have no problem with that. I'll eat. I'm counting on you then. When Anzu heard those words, she went to the kitchen where Daiga-san was. A loud voice came from there soon after. Daiga-san must have been the one who shouted in the kitchen, and I heard loud footsteps as he came towards us. Daiga-san, it's been a while. Oh, it's good that you came. I came to eat your meal, Daiga-san. You really say some things that make me happy, you know. So, who are those children? It's the person who saved my life, Fina, and her little sister, Shuri. Big Sis Una. Stop with this kind of introduction. You already said something like that before. Sorry. Still, it's a fact, right? Even though I was the one who was saved. Do your own introduction for now. I'm Fina. Big Sis Una saved my life a while back. I'm her little sister, Shuri. The two of them bowed. I'm Daiga, the owner of this inn. Father, why don't you start with making their meals? They came to stay here, but since there's no vacant rooms, I thought that they could at least have a taste of your food. I see. We're out of rooms, huh? I'm really sorry about that. Daiga-san apologized even though it wasn't his fault. I have a place to stay, so it's okay. I will make you something delicious as compensation, so sit and wait for it. Father, I will help as well. You have something to talk about with Missy, haven't you? You have to talk about it on your own. Daiga-san left Anzu here and returned to the kitchen. There could only be one thing that Enzu had to talk about with me. Yuna-san. It's about the shop we talked last time. It's real, isn't it? Yes, it's neither a joke nor a lie. I'm thinking about accepting it. That's why, Yuna-san, I might trouble you, but I will be in your care. Enzu bowed her head. I will be in your care as well. She happily answered. So, Yuna-san, I have one request before we go to Crimonia. She looked around as if it was difficult to talk about. What is it? If it's something I can help you with, I will hear you out. Yuna-san. Do you remember the women who had been captured by bandits? I remembered. I wasn't able to say anything to those women after we rescued them. They lost their relatives and their loved ones. Even more, the women themselves had endured some terrible things. Could they come to work at the shop with me? It will be difficult for me alone, and they can handle fish, since they were born in this city, so they can help out at the shop. I would be happier if I had people I knew with me, rather than just going alone. Her voice was becoming softer and softer. I was sure that she was thinking that she was asking for the impossible. If the number of people who came to work increased, problems like wages and the like would start to pop up. Since her parents were working at an inn, she should know about it. However, I wasn't someone who would care about little things like that. Still, why? I think you know about it, Yuna-san, but they lost their families. When living in this city, they remember painful things. Even if they wanted to go to another city, they don't have any acquaintances, money, or jobs. They asked me when they heard that I would go to Crimonia. If it was this sort of a reason, I had no reason to refuse. Okay. How many people? Is it really okay? Yeah. I also thought that it would be difficult if Enzu came alone. Of course, I thought of finding helpers for you, but they don't know anything about seafood, so you would have to teach them from scratch. It would be a burden for you, so it would help me a lot if there were people that know how to handle seafood. Thank you very much. There are 6 of them. 6, huh? It was more than what I had expected. With that, we could even make cooking classes, huh? Is it too many? No problem. There is just the possibility that I will ask them to do some other jobs as well. Other jobs, you say? I plan on having you in charge of the dishes, but I might also ask someone to be in charge of the money and ingredients. It would be difficult for you to do it all alone, right? Yuri, right. There is also money management and ingredient stocking. My father is in charge of the money, and my brother stocks up on fish that he catches, but I will have to do it on my own from now on, huh? Of course, I will help you at first, but I want you to manage everything by yourself in the end. Well, there's someone in Crimonia who knows a lot about purchasing ingredients, so if you ask them, you'll be okay. Also, if there are people who like children, I would like them to help take care of the orphans in the orphanage. I will make a rotating shift, of course. If you accept these terms, I'm okay with them coming. Thank you very much. I'll tell them. Enzu thanked me happily. Soon after, as I was asking Enzu about the situation in the city, a delicious scent drifted in from the kitchen. Daiga-san was bringing the food. I made you wait. It seems that Enzu has also talked to you. I'll be taking your daughter. While I was saying it as a joke. Yeah, take her. Also, while you are at it, find her a husband who can cook. Father. Enzu hit Daiga-san with a beet red face. Didn't she have a lover in this city? If she did, I would feel bad for her, but judging by the exchange just now, she didn't seem to have one. Chapter 112, Bear-san goes to the Ryokan-style bear house. Bear-san goes to the Ryokan-style bear house. There's an important announcement in the afternote. The 2 children were eating Daiga-san's food happily. I also became happy, seeing them like this. While I was eating my meal and looking at the 2, Enzu spoke to me. So, Yuna-san, what ingredient did you want? Should I prepare it for you? Enzu asked. I don't think it's something that's being sold, so you might not be able to find it. It isn't being sold. I have never seen it being sold anywhere, after all. Still, you can find it near the city, right? Yes, I saw some on the mountain. What sort of ingredient is it? Daiga-san, who was interested about the ingredient, entered the conversation. Bamboo shoots. Bamboo shoots. What are those? Do you know about the bamboos that grow on the mountain? It's like a green pipe. Well, I know about bamboos at least. How would you be able to eat something that hard? When I heard those words, I finally understood. They didn't know what bamboos were like before they grew from the earth. No one had ever thought about digging up the bamboos before they grew. Likewise, if I didn't know about it, I wouldn't think that eating it was possible just by looking at a bamboo. That's not it. I'm talking about the bamboo shoots. The bamboos before they grow. You can eat such a thing. It's tasty, you know. You can cook it with rice, or just boil it as it is, or even cook it with other ingredients. There are a lot of different ways of eating it. My main aim was the bamboo shoot rice. Is it difficult to harvest bamboo shoots? It's difficult, but even children can harvest them if they do their best. Okay, I get it. I will come too, Daiga-san said. Father, there's an ingredient near here that I, a chef, don't know about. If we knew about it during the time the Kraken was here, it could have become food, you know. You have a point, but what will do about the inn? It will be okay even if I'm not here for a day. That's impossible. Big Bro will go to the sea, and it will be impossible to manage all the customers with just Mom and me. We will go to harvest it when the sun rises, so it won't take the whole day. That early. Bamboo shoots taste better if you harvest them in the early hours, after all. I told them what I vaguely remembered seeing on a TV program about bamboo shoots. It had said that it was better to harvest bamboo shoots early in the morning. It had said that both taste and fragrance were better that way. They turned bitter when the sun shone upon them, so you had to harvest them before the sun rose too high. Anzu, I will help you with the morning preparations, and you will take care of breakfast on your own. That's impossible. You will open a restaurant at Missy's place, right? That's true, but anything's an experience. Ugh, will it really be okay with just Mom and me? I also want to go and harvest those bamboo shoots. What if I go with Yunasan and Father prepares breakfast? That's no good. I will go. As a chef, I won't permit such a delicious ingredient near me without my knowledge. It's the same for me. I will go this time. I won't back down even for the sake of my own daughter. Is that okay with you, Missy? I'm okay, so please don't fight. Ugh. I understand. I will bear with it this time. Still, Yunasan, please take me with you next time. It was decided that we would meet up with Daiga-san at the entrance of the city when the sun comes up. Do I need to take anything with me? We will be digging them up from the ground, so it would be best if you had a hoe, I think. Though, if you come just for the sake of seeing it, I will dig them up using magic. No, as I already told Anzu, I want to experience it myself, so I will dig them up on my own. We finished our meals, and since it was almost time for the workers to return to the inn after work, we decided to go to the Ryokan-style bear house. Big sis Yuna, it's big. That was the first thing Fina said when she saw the Ryokan-style bear house. I also thought so when I finished making it. Why did you make it this big? I want to bring the orphans here someday, so the number of bedrooms increased a lot. I knew it, big sis Yuna, you are really kind. Actually, I was feeling a little guilty that you brought only the two of us while the children at the orphanage are still working. But you are thinking about everyone properly, aren't you? I don't have such noble intentions, you know. Everyone is working hard, so well, I don't run a company, but this would still be something like an employee trip. Employee trip? Yep, it's something to show the people working for me that I'm grateful. Big sis Yuna, why are you grateful? You are working at my shop, right? That's wrong. Thanks to you, big sis Yuna, we have a place to work, we can eat until we are full, and we have a warm place to sleep, you know. If we weren't working at your place, we wouldn't have those things. Mother, everyone at the orphanage, and I are all grateful to you. It was difficult to explain. It seemed that Fina thought that giving them a job that made them money, gave them something to eat, and gave them a place to sleep was more than enough already, and that giving them more wasn't necessary. So that was the difference in thinking between me, who had grown up in Japan, and Fina, who had grown up in an other world, huh? Thanks, but I want to show that I am grateful too. I patted Fina's head. You should be tired since we were moving around all day today, right? Hurry up and go in. It seems that Shuri is also tired. Behind Fina, Shuri seemed to be nodding off. When we entered the bear house, I showed them the rooms on the first floor. Shuri woke up. Was she interested in the bear house? If you want to use the toilet or drink water, they're on this floor, so use them, okay? We ignored the second floor, and I brought them to the bedrooms for guests. You too, use this room, okay? It's big. We'll sleep here. We'll take a bath first, okay? I made all the rooms on the third floor big. It was only the three of us, so I had the two of them use this room. We will wake up early tomorrow, so we should enter the bath now and go to sleep early. We headed for the bath on the fourth floor. I had properly separated men and women's baths. We went past the curtain with the word women written on it and entered the changing room. Undress here, the bath is just over there. The two put their clothes in the boxes and went inside the bath. I also took off the bear suit and went after them. Wow, so big. We can also see outside. Shuri walked around with small steps. Huh, sis Yuna, there's no hot water inside. I also noticed it when Shuri said that. There was no hot water in the bathtub. Well, that was absolutely normal. Nobody had been using it, and we just came here. I went to the bear statue that poured out water and adjusted the magic stone on the bear's hand. When I did that, hot water came out from the bear's mouth. The bear on the opposite side also poured out hot water. How long will it take for the bath to be filled with water? It would be great if it was filled while we were washing our bodies. It wasn't good to keep standing and do nothing while naked. You too, wash your body and hair carefully, okay? I told them. Shuri, stop looking outside and come here to wash your body. Fina took Shuri, who was looking outside, by her hand and went toward the washing area. I adjusted the temperature of the water pouring out of the bear mouth and went to the washing area. As I was scrubbing myself, Fina and Shuri approached me. Big sis Yuna, your hair is so long and beautiful. Sis Yuna, it's beautiful. They touched my hair. It's just long. I will wash your hair. I will do it too. You don't need to, really. I can do it myself. We have been in your care, big sis Yuna. I didn't do a lot of things to thank you, so I want to do this at least. Please tell me if it bothers you, though. She looked at me innocently. She was too dazzling for my impure heart. I couldn't refuse when you looked at me with those eyes. Okay. Can I count on you then? Of course. The two of them happily sat behind me and started to carefully wash my hair. How many years does it take for it to become this long? I didn't remember when I had started to let it grow out. I had no interest in taking care of my hair, so it became like this on its own. Should I grow my hair long like big sis Yuna? I will grow it too. Fina asked while touching her own hair. Shuri declared while raising her hand. It's a pain to take care of, you know. We finished washing while having this sort of conversation, and when we went to the bathtub, the hot water had filled up half of it. The bathtub was big, so if we stretched our legs, it should be okay, right? Since the three of us were small, we wouldn't have any problems even with this amount. I extended my legs and submerged my shoulders. I knew it, baths where you were able to extend your legs were great. Fina and Shuri also entered and seemed to enjoy it. Baths were the mankind's best invention. Shuri was playing around, looking outside and putting her hand in the bear statue's mouth that was pouring out hot water. Fina did her best to stop her. After bathing and relaxing for a while, Shuri said that she wanted to go out. Sis, it's hot. Shuri's face was bright red. Big sis Yuna, can we go out? Of course. The dryer is in the changing room, so dry your hair carefully, okay? Fina took Shuri's hand, and they left the bath. After submerging myself in hot water for a while longer, I also got out. When I entered the changing room, Fina and Shuri were drying their hair. Shuri seemed really sleepy. Okay, it's finished dot. Thanks, sis dot. Shuri rubbed her eyes. She seemed to be barely standing. Fina, who was beside her, started drying her own hair. I wiped my body and put on the white bear suit. While I was drying my hair, which went below my waist, Fina came to me. Big sis Yuna, can we go to our room first? Shuri, who was behind Fina, was already nodding off. Of course. Sleep tight. We will wake up early tomorrow, after all dot. Okay. Good night dot. Sis Yuna, good night dot. Fina took Shuri's hand, and they left the dressing room. I dried my hair alone and went to my room. I looked outside from the veranda and saw a beautiful, starry sky. The hikikomori me, who had never went to the sea, only saw this scenery on the TV and the net. In that moment, I thought it was good that I came to this world. It was something I would have never seen if I didn't come to this world and stayed locked up inside. The night's wind was cooling down my body that was hot from the bath, and I decided to go to sleep since we would be going out early tomorrow. In my mind I wished the two, who were in the room beside me, good night, and slipped into my bed. I'm sure that there are people who already know about this, but thanks to you all, my book will be published. I will write all the details in an information report soon. Chapter 113, Bear-san goes and digs up bamboo shoots. There was a very gentle knock on the door, as if the person knocking was hesitating. I woke up and opened my eyes. I opened the window even though the sun had not risen yet. I wasn't sleepy since I went to sleep early yesterday. The door slowly opened, and a certain someone entered the room. Big sis Yuna, are you awake? Fina called out to me softly. Good morning, Fina dot. What about Shuri? She's awake, since we slept early dot. Oh right, she normally woke up early with Terumi-san to help her at the orphanage, the one who had trouble waking up early was me. I asked Fina to leave first and followed her after I changed to the black bear suit. Sorry for making you wait dot. The two were already ready to head out. It was still dark when we left the bear house. Are you too cold? I'm okay dot. I'm okay too dot. They had coats on, so it should be okay. When I was wearing the bear clothes, I couldn't really tell what the temperature was like. Tell me if you're cold, okay. They nodded. When we arrived at the city, Daiga-san was already waiting for us, holding a big hoe in his hand. Good morning, Daiga-san dot. After I greeted him, Fina and Shuri did the same. Well then, shall we head out? Daiga-san put the hoe on his shoulder and started walking. The four of us headed towards the place where the bamboos were. Is the inn okay? Yeah, I have been making preparations since last night, after all. The only thing that remains is the cooking, and Anzu should be able to do that on her own. If she can't, I won't let her to go to your place, Missy, and will make her redo her training dot. I prayed that Anzu could do it on her own. We arrived at the bamboo thicket soon after. There were a lot of splendid bamboos. Can you really eat something like this? Daiga-san knocked on the hard bamboo. You can eat the ones that haven't come out of the ground yet dot. I looked around for places where the earth was bulging out. Was it here? I dug up the ground using earth magic. I uncovered a big bamboo shoot. It seemed that I had picked the right spot. I skillfully harvested the bamboo shoot. So, that's a bamboo shoot. Daiga-san took the bamboo shoot and examined it. If you peel it and remove the poison, you can eat it dot. Yash, I understand. I just have to dig them up, right? Daiga-san went further inside the bamboo thicket with his hoe. Did he know where to dig them up? Big sis Yuna, will we dig this up? Fina asked while looking at the bamboo shoot. That's right. My plan was to come here and dig up the bamboo shoots with the two of you dot. I understand. I'll do my best. I don't have any tools for digging, though dot. No problem. I will lend Swaying Bear and Hugging Bear to you dot. I summoned Hugging Bear and Swaying Bear. Can you two go with them and look for bamboo shoots? When I asked the two, they nodded. As expected from animals. These children will dig up the bamboo shoots, so could you carry them? Swaying Bear was paired with Fina, and Hugging Bear with Shuri. Swaying Bear, I'm in your care dot. Fina petted Swaying Bear. Hugging Bear, we should do our best so we don't lose to Sis, okay? I won't lose either. They headed in different directions. Then, should I dig around here? While walking around the area, I dug up all the slightly bulging places. I didn't find any shoots sometimes, but I was successful more often than not. Meanwhile, Fina and Shuri were bringing bamboo shoots to me with their small bodies. The shoots were all sorts of sizes, big and small. They brought them over many times, but Daiga-san didn't bring even one. You just had to dig and you could find them, but he left during my explanation, so I wasn't able to tell him the trick to finding them. I became worried. I continued to dig while worrying about Daiga-san. It wasn't good to take too much, so I stopped after taking a moderate amount. The next time Fina and Shuri came back, I told them that we would stop. I lost to Sis. Shuri seemed sad. Shuri, you lost because you went too far. I thought I would find more if I went farther, though. The next time we do this, think about how far you have to carry them, okay? Ugh. Shuri puffed up her cheeks and clung to her partner, Hugging Bear. Hugging Bear, I'm sorry. We lost because of me. Hugging Bear lightly patted her head. Was he saying she shouldn't mind it? Daiga-san was really late though. How far did he go? I used detection magic to find him. He didn't go too far. I will go to Daiga-san, so please wait here for a minute, okay? I left them there and headed towards Daiga-san. When I reached him, I saw a lot of holes. Even now, Daiga-san was digging a hole. Daiga-san, what are you doing? What are you saying? I am digging up bamboo shoots. I'm having trouble finding them though. I knew it. He really was digging randomly. Daiga-san, there's a trick to finding bamboo shoots, you know. Is that so? You should have told me that earlier. You went off on your own before I could tell you, right? Was it so? Yes, it was. You find bamboo shoots by carefully looking at the ground for places where the earth is bulging up a bit. I looked around and found a place that was bulging up. Daiga-san, that place over there bulges up, right? Ah, you're right. Please go and dig over there. Daiga-san went to dig where I told him to. Oh. It's really here. It was about to sprout soon. If it did, it would have become a bamboo. Daiga-san swung the hoe carefully not to break the bamboo shoot. As he continued to dig, the bamboo shoot was slowly being uncovered. A surprisingly big bamboo shoot was buried here. It's big, huh? Daiga-san successfully dug up the bamboo shoot using his muscles. I then told him we would go back since the sun was rising. I only dug up one, you know. Time has run out already. If you continue to dig more, their taste would get worse, and that wouldn't be good, right? Daiga-san looked sad when I told him that, but he obediently agreed to come back with us. I was sure that he, as a chef, thought that he couldn't serve something that didn't have the best taste to his customers. I put the bamboo shoots inside the bear box, and we headed back to the inn. When we arrived at the inn, Anzu was collapsed on the table, exhausted. Anzu. Ah, Yuna-san. Welcome back. Anzu woke up. Oh, it seems that you managed on your own, huh? Somehow. I don't want to do it again, though. Right. Still, if you can't do this, you won't become a full-fledged chef, you know. I'll do my best. Anzu stood up from her chair. So, did you find the bamboo shoots? I brought out a bamboo shoot from the bear box. So, this is a bamboo shoot. Should I prepare it, so we can eat it for lunch? I showed them how to remove the poison, and prepared the rice. I heard it from Anzu, but it seems that the people from the country of harmony and peace haven't come yet. Yeah. We're troubled, since we can't procure rice and other commodities. Still, thanks to the feudal lord of Crimonia, wheat is being transported here, and bread has become our main food. Fish and bread, huh? For me, who was born in Japan, it was an impossible combination. Fish went best with rice. Wait, there were fish burgers too. Should I make some next time? The tunnel isn't finished yet, right? They brought it anyway. The tunnel's interior was dark, the installation of magic lines wasn't finished yet. Missy, even though you subjugated the bandits and the Kraken, we still have a food shortage. We used to transport the flour by boat, but it's now quicker to just get it from Crimonia, so we asked them to bring us food. Well, that was true. Even though they had fish now, with just seafood it was still. It wasn't my place to talk here, so I kept quiet. I decided to make the bamboo shoots in front of me as delicious as I possibly could. First, preparing the bamboo shoot rice, then frying what had to be fried, and finally seasoning what had to be boiled. I made lots of different dishes using the bamboo shoots. Sis Yuna, I'm hungry. Now that I thought about it, we did work without eating breakfast, huh? It's ready. I placed the finished dishes in front of the two children. It looks delicious. It isn't white today. Shuri asked while looking at the rice. That's because the shoots that you dug up are mixed in. It's delicious, so try it. Shuri nodded and brought the bamboo shoot to her mouth. Delicious. Shuri and Fina were eating it happily. Seeing them eat it like that made me happy too. Can I also have some? I prepared enough for all of us. I placed all of our portions on the table. It's delicious and really tender. So the bamboo is soft like this, huh? Well, you can't eat it after it sprouts, it becomes too hard. Big sis Yuna, it's delicious. Shuri was eating silently. Somehow, Yuna-san looks more like a chef than me. I can't prepare fish, so Enzu is more of a chef than me. I had never prepared any, after all. I knew a bit about them, but I had never prepared a fish. Yuna-san, you seem like you can do everything. I only know how to cook it, so I am counting on you, Enzu. Enzu seemed happy. If we had rice, I would sell bamboo shoot rice in the shop, but Daiga-san said while eating. Bamboo shoots are delicious even when you don't eat rice with it, you know. Yuri right. It's delicious enough to eat it with other ingredients. Although, is giving us these bamboo shoots really okay? Well, it would help us a lot if you gave some to us. Daiga-san managed to dig up only one. We were able to harvest a lot of them since I used magic while Fina and Shuri got help from the bears. No problem. I harvested a lot thanks to these two. We could also go and harvest some more later if you want. It's difficult to dig them up, right? Yuri right, there's a trick to finding them. I will be okay next time though. You taught me a lot, after all. A little while later, after we finished eating our meals, people started coming in to eat lunch. Daiga-san and Enzu would be busy soon, so we left the inn to avoid bothering them. There were a lot of questions about the web novel after the book release, so I will answer them here. The web version won't get erased, so please be relieved. Chapter 114, Bear-san and the Two Children Take a Stroll, Part 1. Bear-san and the Two Children Take a Stroll, Part 1. We left the inn and were walking on the streets when we met a familiar harem party. Yuna-chan. You came back. In the front was the thoughtful Tomiya-san, and behind her were the harem party leader Blitz, the tiny Ran and the female swordsman Grimos. You were all still here. I thought that they would have left the city after they brought the food. Yeah, the guild master asked us to stay and kill the monsters in the area. Blitz answered. More importantly, is it true that you subjugated the Kraken? I can't believe it. Blitz, you are too skeptical. Everyone in the city is talking about it, so it has to be true. But it's the Kraken, you know. How could someone kill that monster on their own? That's right, but Yuna-chan completely ignores common sense, so wouldn't she be able to do it? You don't have to believe it. It's better for me if you don't. I believe it. Well, since the residents are saying so, I think you did it. Ran agreed with Tomiya-san. The residents have no reasons to lie. Grimos shared her thoughts as well. And there's also the tunnel, right? I think that you are all strange for believing it. Blitz was the only one thinking logically. But Blitz, you've seen the tunnel too, haven't you? I saw it, but it's also possible it was already there to begin with. There's no way we had such a beautiful tunnel before, right? She looked at Blitz as if saying, are you an idiot? Still, thinking about it logically. Did Yuna-chan seem normal to you when she was arresting the bandits? She didn't. Weren't they saying some terrible things? Also, the residents are saying that she subjugated the Kraken, so wouldn't something like a tunnel be normal for her? Is it really normal? It seemed that Blitz still couldn't accept it. So, what are you doing here? Didn't you go back to Crimonia? I came here to play with these two. I introduced Fina and Shuri. They gave their greetings and bowed. They cute children. So Blitz, will you guys stay here until the city's renovation is finished? Nope, we thought of going to Crimonia when the tunnel is open. Since you made the tunnel, there's no way we wouldn't use it, right? Tomiya-san confirmed what Blitz said. If you come to Crimonia, I will treat you to a meal at the very least. I gave them the name of the shop, and we parted ways. It seemed that the four of them were heading out to kill monsters. After we parted ways, I decided to show Fina and Shuri around the city. Amazing. There are so many boats. It's a boat. When we arrived at the harbor, they were happily looking at the boats. A lot of boats were anchored here. They didn't say it, but it seemed like they wanted to ride one. Still, as one would expect, I didn't have a boat, so I couldn't let them ride one. As we were walking through the harbor, I recognized two people. Ranya-san, Damon-san. It's been a while. Yuna, you say. What happened? Do you need more fish? Nope. I'm showing the sea and the boats to these two. You brought these two small children from Crimonia. Damon-san seemed depressed. We thought we would die on our way to Crimonia, but you brought them here just to play. That's. You can easily come here through the tunnel, you know. You may be right, but I just can't agree with that somehow. What are you saying? Yuna-chan saved us in the city. Why are you complaining now? Ranya-san smacked him. So, what are you two doing here? Oh, we are doing maintenance of our boat. If we didn't take care of it properly and it broke when we needed it, we would be in trouble after all. While we were talking, Fina and Shuri were looking at the boat as if it was something they had never seen before. Young ladies, would you like to ride it? I want to, but. The two said, holding back. A boat, huh? Now that I thought about it, I had never ridden one either. I rode them in MMORPG games though. Then how about getting on? Is it okay? For some reason, they looked at me and not Damon-san. Do you want to? I'm a bit scared. Now that I thought about it, this was their first time riding a boat since they had never even seen the sea before. They might be interested, but they were also scared. Damon-san, sail carefully, okay? Yes, of course. There's no way I would put your friends in danger, right? It's safe, you two, so please ride it. What about you, big sis Yuna? I'll wait. I want sis Yuna to come too. Shuri grasped my bare clothes with her tiny hand and looked up at me. I couldn't refuse when she was like this. So it was decided that we would ride Damon-san's boat together. We got on Damon-san's boat and sailed out onto the sea. If you two feel sick, tell me immediately, okay? The two of them were confused. Since they had never been on a boat before, I didn't think that they would understand even if I told them what seasickness was, so that was all I said. Yet, despite my worries, they were happily enjoying their boat ride on the sea. It seemed that the waves weren't too high. They got excited each time the boat swayed. I didn't feel sick either. Was it thanks to the bear? Damon-san, thank you very much. No problem, just tell me when you want a ride. We thanked Damon-san and left the harbor. Was it fun, you two? Yes. It was so much fun. Boat was fun. They really seemed like they had fun. I was sure that there were no lies in their words. Just as we were leaving the harbor, we found a woman wearing clothes that emphasized her chest waiting for us. Atora-san. It's been a while, Yuna. What are you doing here? Don't ask me what I am doing here. If you came to the city, why didn't you come to my place? Because I had nothing to do over there. Atora-san glared at me. I'm joking. I plan to go over there now. That was a lie, of course. I didn't plan on going there. She looked at me doubtfully. I answered while shifting my gaze subtly. Well, all right. So, Yuna, why did you come here? I came here just to play. To play, you say there's nothing interesting in this city, right? There are plenty of things. Fish dishes, bamboo sprouts, the sea, the boats, and the beach. You too, it was fun, right? Yes, it was really fun. It was fun. Is that so? Somehow, there was something I don't know mixed in, but if you had fun, I'm happy. So, who are these children? The children of someone I'm indebted to in Crimonia, I could say. Fina would get mad if I introduced her as my life savior, so this time I introduced them like that. That's wrong. We are the ones indebted to you, big sis Yuna. Mom told me that we can eat delicious food thanks to sis Yuna. They denied my introduction. Foo-foo. Why are you laughing? That's because I can imagine what you did for these children. I bet you saved their family and didn't even request a reward, right? Amazing. How did you know? Fina confirmed Atorasan's theory. That's because Yuna did the same thing for this city. I can understand then. How come they all came to an understanding from this conversation? Didn't that make me a simple character who could be described with just a phrase? I wanted to correct them, but they were happily talking about me. She always says don't worry about it. Right? Yes, she says that. She says. Why were they so excited? Also, even though we are not allowed to give our thanks, for some reason, Yuna helps us even more. Yes, I understand. Understand. Did Shuri really understand it? It felt like she was just imitating her sister though. How long are you going to keep talking like this? I'm sorry. They apologized. So, what will the three of you do now? I wanted to go and greet Atorasan, but since we already saw each other here, I thought about sightseeing the city. I didn't really plan to meet Atorasan, but I really wanted to walk around the city. Then, should I accompany you? You could say that. Cliff-sama dispatched adventurers from Crimonia to kill all of the monsters in the area, and it's going well. Also, Blitz's party came back, and they will be staying here for a while, it seems. All of this is also thanks to you, Yuna. I didn't do anything. The ones who did are Cliff and Mylene-san. The only one who thinks that is you. Atorasan said, smiling, as she took Fina and Shuri's hands and started walking. I didn't agree with her, but I still followed along. Chapter 115, Bear-san and the Two Children Take a Stroll, Part 2. Bear-san and the Two Children Take a Stroll, Part 2. Atorasan took us on a seafood tour. At the market, a lot of seafood was lined up. It's moving weirdly. It's really gross. Fina and Shuri were noisily looking at an octopus. It's delicious, you know. Octopuses were delicious grilled, boiled and as sashimi. Sis Yuna, what is this? It's a crab. It's delicious when boiled. Broth made with crab was delicious. Oh, and some shrimps might be good as well. All these things can be eaten. Yes, you can eat them. They were in the dish Daiga-san made yesterday, you know. Fina and Shuri looked at the crabs. They slowly reached out. They are dangerous, so don't touch them, okay? I warned them as they tried to touch the crabs. They could get hurt if they were pinched by their claws, after all. They quickly withdrew their hands when I warned them. Fina, Shuri, come here. There's a smaller version of the kraken Yuna had defeated. When Atorasan called them, they went to see the squid. This is the thing big sis Yuna killed. That one was a lot larger. Though. A lot larger than this one. Yes, a lot larger. That's amazing. The two of them were praising me while looking at the squid, but I wasn't happy for some reason. After our brief seafood tour, we headed towards the stands. When we got closer, a delicious smell drifted our way. I want to eat it. They were looking at the stand that was grilling squid. Foo-foo, no problem. It's my treat. You two can eat whatever you want with this. Atorasan offered them money, but they didn't take it. Why aren't you taking it? Well. The two of them looked at me. They were surely hesitating to take money from someone they had just met. I took some money out of the bear box and gave it to them. This is a reward for helping me gather bamboo shoots. But you brought us here. You took the trouble of coming here. So, go and eat delicious things. Fina and Shuri looked at each other and nodded. Did they come to an agreement? They took the money from my bare hands. They thanked me. However, there was one sad person looking at the two. Could you take my money as well? The sad Atora-san, who was left aside, asked them. Fina and Shuri looked at me again, so I nodded. They thanked Atora-san and took her money. They then happily held hands and ran towards the stands. They are good children. They weren't rebellious like I was. Atora-san and I sat on a nearby bench. Yuna, have you heard what happened in the city? I heard a little from Anzu and Daiga-san. About the criminals. Well, they wouldn't talk about it when there were little children like those two around. The previous Commerce Guild master and all the people deemed guilty of conducting serious crimes have been executed. It was a public execution, but not many people came to see it. The only ones who came were families who had lost someone dear to them and the elders. I believe that, with this, those families will be able to end this chapter and start a new one. So, that's why they wanted to go to Crimonia, huh? So, has the mayor been decided yet? I think Cliff wanted you to do it, but there's no way I would accept, right? I'm lazy most of the time, so I wouldn't accept something that troublesome. What happened then? The role was forced onto Grandpa Kuro's son. Nobody opposed the idea since he is from this city. So, it was forced onto someone, huh? I'm sure there are a lot of people who want to be mayor though. They all saw the previous mayor, after all. Every day, he was told to do something about the Kraken. When he tried to get food from the nearby city, bandits appeared, and he couldn't procure food anymore. On top of that, the residents never stopped pressuring him. They saw him at that time, so nobody wants to do it anymore. That's why Grandpa Kuro pushed it onto his son. I felt sorry for him. I wished him luck even though I didn't know him. Has the previous mayor returned? With how he fled, there's no way he would return, right? The citizens wouldn't forgive him even if he returned. In case he returns, what will happen to the mayor's position? Nothing. This city is now under Cliff-sama's jurisdiction, so the people who fled have nothing to say. Even if something does happen, I'm sure Cliff-sama will deal with it. Atora-san seemed to trust Cliff, huh? Well, this wasn't something I needed to concern myself with. I could just leave it to Cliff if the previous mayor returned. It would also be dangerous for him to return. Dangerous. There are a lot of people who resent him. Well, people who had been abandoned would hold grudges, no matter what world they were from. On another note, where are you staying, Yuna? At Daiga-san's place or at the Bear? At the Bear. You say Daiga-san's inn is full, so I'm staying at my own bear-shaped house outside the city. I knew it. We really have to make more inns quickie. More people will come once the tunnel is completed, and what we have now won't be enough. You haven't started building them yet. The wood was prepared, but no buildings have been built yet. I think we will start building them soon, but we don't have enough people. Also, we have to kill the monsters in the area or the construction can't begin safely, so we postponed it. I saw Blitz, but is the monster subjugation going well? Thanks to the adventurers, the monsters aren't seen around here anymore. I'm asking the adventurers to go farther out now. When that's done with, a full-scale construction will start. I would appreciate if they were done before the summer heat came. Wait, did they even have summer here? I decided to ask that later. While I was still talking with Atora-san, Fina and Shuri came back looking happy. Big sis Yuna, Atora-san. We are back. We are back. They seemed satisfied. Did they eat something delicious? I will go back to the guild. What will you be doing? We will go to the Commerce Guild to check on how it's going with the Country of Harmony and Peace. The Country of Harmony and Peace, huh? They used to come once a month, but stopped when the Kraken appeared. I hope their boat didn't sink. Well, I will wait patiently. If nothing else, I might be able to get some information at the capital. We parted ways with Atora-san and headed to the Commerce Guild. The employees seemed busy when we arrived. Not a single employee seemed free. Yuna-san. One of the female employees noticed me. Everyone turned my way when they heard her. Big sis Yuna. Fina and Shuri were shocked by the reaction of the employees. To calm them, I put my hands on their heads. Is the guild master here? Yes. Please wait a moment. The employee went to the room in the back to inform the guild master that I was here. Bear Missy. Jiromo-san, who seemed worn out, came out. Yeah. You seem well. Can't say the same for you, Jiromo-san. I regret accepting the role of the guild master. I'm just too busy. I can't even take a break. The mountains of documents aren't decreasing at all. There's too much to do. Also, the mentor who came from Crimonia keeps persecuting me. Please don't speak badly of other people, Jiromo-san. There wouldn't be any problems if you just learned how to do your job. I also want to return to Crimonia, so please learn faster. An intelligent-looking woman in mid-20s appeared behind Jiromo-san. If she had glasses, I was sure they would suit her. I'm teaching you because Mylene-san requested me to. I left my husband and my children in Crimonia, so get it together. I understand. I will do my best, so. Prove that with your actions, please. Was this the person Mylene-san spoke of when she said that she would send someone to help Jiromo-san? Yuna-san, nice to meet you. I have been sent here from Crimonia. My name is Annabelle. Annabelle-san, you know about me, huh? I saw you in Crimonia a few times. Also, everyone at the Crimonia's Commerce Guild knows about you. So, why did you come here, Yuna-san? Did you come to complain about Jiromo-san? Why? I didn't do anything, right? You should do your job. I didn't know if I should respond to their exchange, so I decided to ignore it. I came here to learn about what happened to the country of harmony and peace. About that, huh? A boat that went out onto the high seas came in contact with a ship from the country of harmony and peace. The fishermen told them about what happened to the city, so I think that trade will resume soon. Really? That was good news. Yes, but I don't know when they will start coming again. Annabelle-san seemed to be an excellent person. She answered really quickly. I could understand why Mylene-san sent her. Jiromo-san might become a splendid guild master under Annabelle-san's guidance. Is Jiromo-san doing okay? Let me see. He is doing his best even though he tried to ditch his work a few times. Still, it's annoying when he asks for a break right after he starts working. That's because you don't give me a break, right? If you do your best, the residents will live happy lives. Please do your best for them without taking breaks. It was a business that exploited its employees. If I was told that I wouldn't get any breaks, I would have quit already. A great person once said, if you work, you lose. Thinking like that, I understood the evaluation the elders gave of Jiromo-san. He was unsteady, but he did his job. He ditched it sometimes, but he was well liked by the people. He was someone who couldn't refuse when asked to be the guild master, huh? On a different note, I would like to ask you to do something for me, Yuna-san. When will you be going back to Crimonia? I plan on going back tomorrow or the day after. I'm sorry for requesting this, but could you please give my report to Mylene-san? Report. Every 10 days, we send a report about what we need, but since this idiot, Jiromo-san, was behind with his work, we couldn't send the report the other day. It's a pressing matter, so it will be too late if we send it in the next report. No problem. I just have to give it to her, right? Thank you very much. I will bring it now, so I'm counting on you. I took the documents from Annabelle-san, and we left the Commerce Guild. Will you two eat dinner? Ugh, I'm sorry. I'm full already. I had only looked at them from afar, but they had indeed eaten a lot at the stands. Keep me company while I eat mine, okay? The two agreed quietly. I wouldn't force them to eat, of course. Chapter 116, Bear-san Goes to the Academy. Bear-san Goes to the Academy. The following day, we were on our way to the inn to see Enzu. Do you two really want to go back today? Yes, we had plenty of fun already. I want to see Mom. Like that, it was decided that we would be going back today. We will go back to Crimonia today. I told Enzu when we arrived at the inn. I will also head there as soon as the tunnel is completed. If I am not there when you arrive, you can go to the orphanage and ask for a woman named Terumi-san. I didn't know when the tunnel would be completed, and I wasn't in Crimonia every day. You might not be there, Yuna-san. I have a troublesome job, you see. It's possible that I won't be there when you arrive. But don't worry. Terumi-san is the mother of these children, after all. Enzu looked at the two. Yes, mother helps out big sis Yuna. I see. The orphanage, you said. After I finished talking to Enzu, I said goodbye to Daiga-san, and left the city. I rode Swaying Bear while Fina and Shuri rode Hugging Bear. We went through the tunnel and arrived to Crimonia. First, I had to give back what I borrowed. I'm returning your daughters I borrowed. Were they helpful? Fina and Shuri clung to Terumi-san, and she petted their heads. They did their best. That's good. Did you two have fun? Yes, it was really fun. The sea was really vast, and we even rode on a boat. The food was delicious. They reported what had happened during the trip to Terumi-san, who listened happily. Yuna-chan, thank you very much for giving them such a precious experience. Next time, you should come with us too, Terumi-san. Yuri, right. Should I go with you next time? When we finished talking about the trip, Fina and Shuri seemed tired and went to sleep in their bedroom. Did the fatigue from the trip kick in? Left alone with Terumi-san, I told her about Enzu. When they come, I just have to look after them. I'll be counting on you. You don't have to worry about money and can use it as you please, so. I will leave the restaurant's interior design to you. Thanks to Terumi-san, I didn't have to worry even if I wasn't here. I said goodbye to Terumi-san and went to the orphanage. I should make Enzu and the other women a place to live next to the orphanage. Should I make it like a company-style dormitory? Or more like an inn-style dormitory? I made the first floor as the common area. On the second and third floor, I made a number of 4.5 tatami large rooms. They should be okay for one person each. Inns were also like this. Also, with the number I made, it should be okay even if more people came. A few days later, I used the bear transfer gate and went to the capital. I then waited at the bear house for Eleonora-san to come. Good morning, Yuna-chan. We will go to the academy, okay? Am I really going? Dealing with people of the same generation as me wasn't something I was good at. Was it because I was a hikikomori? You promised, right? That's right, but you could have found a substitute or something. Since you accepted, I didn't even look for one. After giving up and following Eleonora-san towards the academy, I noticed students wearing uniforms walking everywhere. I sometimes saw those uniforms when I was walking around the capital. It was a navy blue and white uniform. They all came with a navy blue mantle. As we walking towards the academy, the students tried to look at us discreetly. Then, whispers. A bear. Why would a bear be at the academy? The one next to the bear is Eleonora-san, right? Why would she wear such strange clothes? It's cute, but those are really embarrassing clothes. Wow, this is the first time I have seen such interesting clothes. Are they doing a play? I assent, she embarrassed. I think it's cute. Look at her hands. Those are bears. Now that you say so, the feet are also. Where do they sell such clothes? Will we be eaten if we approach her? I want to hug her. It's a joke to walk around in those clothes, right? I saw her walking around the capital before. I also heard about her from my friend. Came from the students. Can I go back? Of course you can't. She grabbed me by the shoulders so that I couldn't run away. While still hearing the whispers, we reached the academy. It looked like a castle from the Middle Ages. So this is the academy. Children ages 12 to 18 attend here. I was astonished by the size of the academy. That's because a lot of children in the capital attend the academy despite the tuition fee. Should I make a small school at the orphanage too? There were a lot of children, and even though they were already learning how to read and do simple math, they weren't doing any social studies. Still, the children were also working, so they might not have enough time. I should think about this more. We entered the academy, and I was brought to a place that seemed to be a staff room. It looked like I would meet the homeroom teacher of the students first. Every time I imagined being in a staff room, I became uneasy, but that might be because I never went to school. We entered the staff room and met a man who seemed to be in his 30s. Professor Scourge. If it isn't Eleonora Salmond a bear. This is the female adventurer who will be the escort. Eleonora-sama, is this a joke? I only see a 12 or 13 years old girl, though. Could she possibly be a girl who wants to enter the academy? She is a respectable C-rank adventurer. Rank C. He looked at me doubtfully. If he said just one disapproving word, like he can't trust me or any other negative word, I might be able to get out of this one, but Eleonora-san asked me to show him my guild card, and I, not being able to refuse her, showed it to him. Occupation bear. What were you looking at? Look at the rank. Ah, I'm sorry. Adventurer rank C, really? It's not fake, right? It's real. I guarantee it with my, Eleonora's, name at stake. I can't believe it, but I trust you, Eleonora-sama. Your daughter is in the group this girl has to escort, and I don't think you would put her in danger. Wasn't this the moment where he should say, I don't trust you, so I won't entrust my students to you? If he did, I would have an excuse to go back. Did that mean he trusted Eleonora-san so much that it wiped out the anxiety my appearance gave him? I took back my guild card and put it in the bear box. So, Yuna-san, was it? Do you need any explanation about the practice training? I was told that I just have to protect them in case of danger, and that I had to report their attitudes. Yes. Basically, let them be independent. Even if they go the wrong way, or if their actions are bad, don't interfere. Stop them only if their actions could be dangerous. You are telling me to do some difficult things. That's why finding someone to do this is difficult. I might have accepted a really troublesome request. Also, the people I had to guard were of the same age as me. I couldn't imagine it being anything but troublesome. So, how far are we going? It would be great if it was near. You are going to a village that is 3 to 4 days away by carriage, and you will be transporting wheat flour. It will take about 10 days for the round trip. It was a bit far. Still, I would probably be able to make the round trip in 1 day if I used my bears. That means we will be going by carriage. That's right. That's why, Yuna-chan, your bears are forbidden, okay? They would frighten the horses. I did remember her saying something like that before. Something about taking a long trip by a carriage and taking care of the horses. That means it's okay for me to sleep in the carriage, right? Eleonora-sama. I'm joking. It's true that you will have a lot of free time since you are an escort, though. You can just protect them using your own methods, Yuna-chan. After listening to the journey details, we went to the class where the people I would have to guard were. Why is a bear here? That's a bear, right? There was only one student that had a different reaction. Of course, it was Eleonora-san's daughter, Shia. There were 4 students wearing uniforms in the classroom, 2 boys and 2 girls. Were these 4 the ones I would have to guard? If I had to describe them simply, there was an intelligent-looking boy with slightly long hair, a seemingly cheeky short-haired boy, a girl with blonde hair fashioned into drills, and of course, Shia. They were all looking at me. All of you, be quiet. Professor, who is this bear? Don't tell me that she is the additional member who is supposed to go with our party. She is too short, so that's impossible. While the other students were talking as they pleased, Shia smiled and waved at me. You guys are wrong. This is Kuma. This is Yuna-san. Just now, he said Kuma, right? Their professor started to introduce me as a bear before changing it to my name. She is the adventurer who is going to be your escort. What are you saying, Professor? No matter how I look at it, she is younger than us. That's right, Professor. Stop joking please. The blonde drills became angry. There really were people with this sort of hairstyle, huh? I'm not joking. This girl is a full-fledged C-rank adventurer. She came here because I asked her to be your escort. There are no people here who would disrespect my recommendation, right? Eleonora-san explained to the students who were making a racket, though it looked more like a threat. Don't worry. I guarantee her ability. If it was me, I wouldn't be able not to worry. I was a girl who looked younger than them. Even more, I was wearing strange clothes. Also, if I was looking at myself from their perspective, I wouldn't believe that I was an adventurer either. There was nothing I could relieve them with. If the children vetoed me out, would I be able to go home? Eleonora-sama, is this girl really rank C? I was taught that it was really difficult to rank up to that point, though. Blonde Drills asked. Of course, it's difficult. Just with that, you should understand how impressive this girl really is, right? But, Eleonora-sama, if a little girl like her became a C ranker, there is no way that I wouldn't know about it, right? Long-haired boy tried to show off his knowledge. That's completely normal. This girl came from Crimonia, so she is not widely known in the capital. There are only few people who know about her here. Still, if this bear could become a C rank, I can become a B rank. Short-haired boy laughed. It seems that there is someone who is ranked higher than me, so can I go home? There was no problem, right? He was stronger than me, so he doesn't need a guard, right? That's impossible, of course. Ugh, I really wanted to go home. I looked at Shia and listened in her conversation with the blonde drills. Hey, Shia-san, did you know that the academy was this stupid? They say they want a little girl like her to escort us. Honestly, won't we be the ones who will have to protect her? Fufu, Katlia-san, that's not true at all. She is the best escort we could get. Even if I had the choice to go with a S-ranked adventurer, I would still choose her. Era, Shia-san, do you know this bear? Just a bit. I thought that this practice training would be boring, but I'm now happy that it won't end up as such. Really? Personally, I don't want to go since it seems troublesome. Then, couldn't you refuse with a louder voice? Anyway, this girl will be your escort. You have no right to refuse. Eleonora-sama, can we abandon this bear? You should have defended me there. If it's okay even if she dies, I won't say a thing. I'm also fine with it. In the first place, even without an escort adventurer, a training of this level is easy. I'm fine with it as well. I am also okay with it, of course. They all agreed, and so it was decided I would be their escort. Chapter 117, Bear-san departs for the practice training. Bear-san departs for the practice training. They all introduced themselves. Long-hair Kuin was Timur. Short-hair Kuin was Marcus. Blonde Drill was Katlia. Eleonora-san's daughter was Shia. After those simple greetings, we headed to the carriage waiting for us outside. We parted ways with the professor and Eleonora-san here. This meant that, from the moment we left the classroom, the practice training began. I was walking behind the group when Shia slowed down to walk next to me. Yuna-san, it's been a while. Yes. We haven't seen each other since the birthday party, right? My mother told me that you came to the capital a few times. She said something about bringing delicious food every time. I brought those for Princess Flora, but somehow, each time I brought them, Eleonora-san popped out from nowhere, and ate with us, that's all. My mother's information network is incredible, after all. More than incredible, it was such an impossible riddle that she could become one of the 7 wonders of the world. I didn't know that you would be our escort. Eleonora-san told me you would be in the group when I accepted, though. Mother knew, but kept it a secret, huh? She puffed her cheeks and pouted, annoyed by the fact. It was cute when such a beautiful girl did it, huh? Even if I did the same, I should stop thinking about this. After I finished talking with Shia, we exited the academy and went to the backyard. Why did we come here? Was it possibly the thing that often happened in schools? You know, like being beaten up, threatened or robbed. I thought that, but I seemed to be wrong. There was a carriage there. Also, horses. So, it was a place like that. I knew it, we were the last ones. Marcus said while looking around. The last ones. There are more groups like ours, but they are going to different locations. Marcus is competing with the other boys on who will come back first. It's just foolish. Katlia seemed annoyed by the boys' behavior. I agreed with her. What are you guys doing? We should hurry and go. Marcus, who was already at the carriage, shouted. It was a roofed carriage. With this, we won't get wet even if it rained, huh? 2 horses were harnessed to the carriage. I thought that they would be enough to pull it. When I was passing the coach to enter the carriage, Marcus called out to me. I don't know why you came with us, but at least don't drag us down. That's right. Please don't drop our score by dragging us down. Marcus and Timur said, as if making a fool out of me. I wanted to go home. If Shia wasn't here, I would have gone home without a doubt. Guys, you are being rude to Yunasan. She is our escort, so you have to speak to her politely. I can't be polite to a bear. Also, we aren't so weak to need protection from a girl younger than us. I can't believe she is a C-rank adventurer. This must be some sort of a test for us. You sure? If it is, does that mean we have to protect this girl? It's possible. So troublesome. Shia, Katlia, you should take care of this strange girl. You are all girls, right? You are saying a really selfish thing, you. When Katlia tried to complain, Shia interrupted her. I don't mind. I will take care of Yunasan. Shia-san. You said it. Now that you've said it, you have to look after her properly. We won't, after all. The boys smiled, happy that they pushed the nuisance on others, and went to the coach. Shia was also smiling, but I was sure that the reason they were smiling was different. Yunasan, we should board the carriage too. Shia took my hand, and we climbed into the carriage at the back. The wheat flour bags, that were to be transported to the village, were already in the carriage. I don't mind taking care of Bear-san, but are you really okay with this, Shia-san? Are you also fine with this, Katlia-san? I can take care of her by myself, you know. Normally, I should be the one taking care of them, right? I don't mind since taking care of a little girl is a lady's duty. Katlia-san, thank you. You don't have to worry. Then, Bear-san, if you have any problems, please tell us, okay? That meant Katlia-san didn't trust me to be her guard, right? Or even more, she didn't even think of me as a guard, did she? I will be in your care. Was all I could say. More importantly, didn't they have a better carriage? Katlia-san grumbled while looking around the carriage's interior. There is no helping it, Katlia-san. It's a carriage to transport things, after all. I understand that, but I still feel depressed, knowing I will have to stay in this carriage for the next few days. I totally agreed with her. When I traveled, I did so wrapped in first class for while riding on a bear. I also slept in the bear house, but I couldn't use either this time around. Yunasan, you won't use Bear-san's. Shia whispered. Eleonora-san prohibited them. She said that I can't use them, since they would scare the horses if I brought them out. Well, that might depend on the horses. Grandsan's and Guildmaster's horses were perfectly fine, so I didn't believe it would have really been a problem. Too bad then. Noah kept bragging about them, so I thought that it would have been great if I were also be able to ride Bear-san's. Monsters don't approach when those children are present, so I don't think this could have been considered a training. Yuri right. I will have to give up this time. Give up what? Katlia-san, were you listening? No, I only heard you say, I will have to give up. With a sad face. It isn't anything important, so you don't have to worry about it. You sure? If it is something I can help you with, don't hesitate to tell me, okay? Thank you, Katlia-san. Katlia-san took out a cushion from her item bag and sat on it. She was well prepared, huh? Yunasan, you may use my cushion if you want. Shia offered me her cushion. She seemed to only have one. Did she want to give me her only cushion? No need. I have my own, after all. I took a cushion out of the bear box. The cushion had a bear embroidered onto it. One of the children from the orphanage made it for me to thank me for taking care of them. It was a cherished item, so I had put it in the bear box. I silently thanked the child who made it, and sat on the cushion. We will depart now. Marcus shouted to us inside the carriage. We are ready to go. The two girls answered, and the carriage started to move. We moved through the capital and then past the front gates. We will drive for now, but we will switch at noon. The carriage slowly advanced towards the village we were headed to. Yuna-san, is Noah doing well? She is. She takes any chance she gets to escape the mansion and come to my shop, after all. I heard that you made a thriving shop from father the other day. I'm really jealous of Noah. Era, Bear-san, you are managing a shop. Aren't you an adventurer? I'm an adventurer. I just built the shop, and someone else is managing it. Era, are you rich? Well, money is the only thing I have, after all. Father said that the food there was delicious. I really want to return to Crimonia soon. Shia said. Did she miss Crimonia? You will have to wait until the holidays. Why won't the holidays come sooner? Shia-san, please take me with you when you leave, okay? It looked like Shia and Katlia had a good relationship. Katlia didn't seem to believe that I was a C-rank adventurer, but I still thought she was a good person. If it was like this, I thought that I would be able to bear with these few days of travel. While I was lost in my thoughts, the carriage moved onward without a problem. From time to time, I looked around using detection magic, but everything was peaceful. If I had to complain about something, it would be that the carriage was shaking too much. If I didn't have my cushion, my butt would probably be hurting by now. Well, thanks to the bear clothes, it might have not, but I should still be thankful to that child from the orphanage. It might be good to buy a souvenir when I come back to the capital. Some time had passed, and we took a break to eat lunch and give the horses time to rest. The students all took out bread or other easy-to-make things from their item bag. Such a sad meal. In my bear box, I had a lot of prepared meals that were still hot. Still, as one would expect, I couldn't just bring out a steaming meal, so I decided to eat one of the sandwiches Morin-san made for me. Egg sandwich, cheese sandwich, vegetable sandwich, potato salad sandwich, meat sandwich. I had a lot of different ones. As expected from Morin-san, it seemed delicious. Yuna-san, it looks delicious. Shia was looking at my sandwich. Want one? Can I really have one? Yes. I have a lot of them, after all. Katlia, was it? Do you want one as well? Katlia was enviously looking my way, so I asked her too. I gave a sandwich to both of them. It is better than the food our chef makes. It's made by an excellent baker, after all. I was happy as if I was the one being praised. While we were happily eating our sandwiches, Marcus was looking at us from afar. When he saw that I had noticed him, he looked away. We finished our break, and it was the girls' turn to drive. As one would expect, I wasn't fat enough to be forced to stay with the boys inside the carriage, so Shia, Katria, and I were all on the coach seat. The carriage continued to move towards our destination. We were still close to the capital, so we didn't encounter any monsters, and now, the first night approached. Part 2 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.